Chapter 1 My husband returned with his mistress. One more time? Themon's voice was deep and melodious. It carried nunder to enough lingering desire, possessing a beguiling galler. Jiang Ciyou cast a glance at the floor, where lay ceiling eerily intertwined with patterned dress and high heels rolled beneath the sofa. Each attempt told that story of Harrison fervor and frenzy. Note him tired, Jiang Ciyou declined. This man's stamina was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, she had nearly cried out for mercy. Thufsha said this, hers mohandan ceremonious lyro amida worthy men she's a led abdomen. Has seized her mischief-making hand. His voice, tinged with unfulfilled desire yet still magnetic, replied, Dante's might not be able to control Mijolf. Jiang Ciyou smiled. Her face, already radiant, now glimmered with astaragazi and lips as fiery as the sunset, a cascadeophic, dark waves framed her porcelain back, enhancing the creamy texture of her skin, her patalic lips curled lazily, accentuating Gatany beauty market the corneroferi. Viciluous reminiscent of a modern-day dodgy, capably offending hearts. The man gazed at the languid woman in his arms, feeling an impulsito devor hiran simor. Don't bezosting if I can't okayanamor, il miserably. Jiang Ciyou continued to beam. Yet suddenly, Themon's expression froze, his demeanor darkening. What do you mean? Jiang Ciyou tossed aside the tin blanket and quickly dressed. Then, she retrieved a dashik from airbag and approached him. Darling, here's 5 million as compensation, and of course, this falazier stew. She placid the check into hishant. However, Themon showed no sign of delight at the generous gift. Jiang Ciyou, do you want to break up with him? His voice was chillingly. He was clearly suppressing his anger. Jiang Ciyou maintained her serene demeanor. Gently cupping his chin, she offered him a kiss. My husband is back, and I can't play around anymore, let's end it there. His countenance darkened further. Jiang Ciyou pick a attractive ellipse some more, be good if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can still come. With that she stood up, grabbed her bag and walked out of the room. After taking just a steps, she heard something shatter behind her. Jiang Ciyou did not pause. Shamirless mildrildry. Having cared for him for 3 years, she felt a genuine affection, only a semblance of it. This abrupt and unanticipated breakup was indeed hard to accept. Exiting the villa, Jiang Ciyou drove straight to the airport. Her husband Yanfeng had been abroad with his mistress for 3 years, and now, unable to withstand family pressure, he was finally back. Jiang Ciyou, although we grew up together and dated for 2 years, he have no feelings for ya. I only love selling. If it weren't for my grandfather's insistence, he would never have married. I want to she offaces me promisito selling. The only thing I can affirm aesthetically of Mrs. Yen, if you can attend your thelaniliness, feel free to find a boyfriend I want to interfere, and of course, you cannot midline my affairs with selling. These were other words Yen Feng had spoken on their wedding night. Thought 3 years had passed, she remembered every word clearly. The giant Gandian familia had always enjoyed a closer relationship for 3 generations. The head soft he familia had be close friends. In Jiang Ciyou's generation, the Jiang family had a daughter and Thian familias and leading to an arranged engagement from birth. Tanner Chirithirban, Thetwakildren had been raised together, spending alternating holidays at Tiakothershams. Their relationship had always been harmonious, natural, evolving into a romance even after they entered university. That was until selling intervened between him. Ikwasuho had done wedding le push chen fen jinto selling sembrace. Selling was their high school classmate. Coming from a modest background, she was timid in nature butex led academically, being the only student at thyrolytis cultoris ivia guaranteed admission. Like he delicatilla terabyte turing an RNA of beasts, she was often bullied bithyrogentelite. Jiang Ciyou repeated like amatoride, even standing up for her infights. Thetwa became the best of friends during their high school years. Later, they both attended the same university. Asher high school best friend, Xiaoling naturally became well acquainted with Yanfeng. However, at the time, there weren't signs of anything amiss. During the summer of their sophomore year, Jiang Ciyou and Yanfeng signed up for a summer camp organized Bithashul. As the departure date approached, Jiang Ciyou twisted hair and clean decided to give her spot of Xiaoling. Initially, neither Shen or Yanfeng wanted to attend, but Jiang Ciyou forgot that Xiaoling would be believed both her sand insisted that Yanfeng accompany her to look after her. As attended to her, they gradually became involved with only another. Ironically, that summer marked the most significant setback in Jiang Ciyou's life. Jiang Xiaozhao returned. In her darkest hour, Yanfeng suddenly proposed a breakup, declaring his intention to with Xiaoling. She could not withstand the onslaught of emotional blows. She attempted to end their own life. Thufsha survived, these could trigger a series of unexpected changes. Yan Feng's parents were devastated, having watched her grow up past their daughter-in-law in waiting. Old Mr. Yan even threatened to withhold family shares, compelling Yan Feng to marry Xiaoling. Yet, less than 12 months later, he applied for an exchange program at Yale University and left for America. Naturally, Xiaoling accompanied him. 3 long years passed. Soon, the car came to halt outside the airport. Jiang Ciyou's thoughts swiftly turned to the present. Today, she had been summoned by the old master to pick up Yan Feng. She glanced at her watch, the timing was perfect. Looking up, she indeed spotted Yan Feng pushing Gajuat Casio Shimerjid from the airport terminal. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, he was in some yandex UD de of sophistication, his of arraignment reflecting the elegancy of fashion of a prestigious family. However, the warmth that usually grace of this feature is vanished the moment he laid eyes in Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou smiled brightly, stepping out of the car and walking toward him. Husband, it's been a while, I hope you've been well. Her smile was radiant. With her background in broadcasting, her voice was already melodious, enhanced by a deliberate hint of flirtation. She was enchanting, captivating gal would glance at her way, evoking envy for husband. Yet, as Yan Feng regarded the woman before him, his brow furrowed deeper. Today, Jiang Ciyou looked stunning, as if she had meticulously prepared for this encounter. She appeared different from 3 years ago. Once a devoid of makeup and exuding a pure charm, she now wore exquisite makeup, her hairstyle letting l'amour aus waves, and Heritarua's entire lit designer, radiating an aeroflang with luxury. Don't call my husband, he replied coldly. A glance at the woman beside him, clad in a white dress. Before disembarking, Jiang Ciyou had already noticed her. Xiaoling had returned with him. Wearing a loose-fitting, pure caton-wetty dress, Xiaoling had not applied no makeup, euthyrpatite, Dalek face, paired with hair naturalish and innocent eyes, remained irresistibly charming. One hand looped through Yan Feng's arm, while it heath her unconscious liar stood on her slightly rounded belly. Thegas Jirua soon mistakable. Jiang Ciyou's milled and inquired, Xiaoling, are you pregnant? Chapter 2 Jiang Ciyou, you are truly despicable. The woman named Xiaoling turned pale in an instant. A look of furiously crossed her features. She hurriedly apologized, Ciyou, I'm sorry, this was just an accident. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression resembling that of Simeona ho had deeply wrong a danather. It was absurdly amusing. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained largely unchanged, still radiating a cheerful smile. Well, congratulations to both of you. Onlookers might have mistaken this for a genuine exchange of congratulations among friends. Only Jiang Ciyou understood the irony of the situation. Yet, 3 years had passed, and her disposition was no longer what it once was. Ciyou, can I have this child? Xiaoling's voice was tentative, almost a humble plea. This tactic, as expected, worked wonders in Yan Feng. Xiaoling, you don't need to explain anything to her, this child is ours, do we really need to seek her approval on whether to keep it? Yan Feng shot Jiang Ciyou a fierce glare, as if she had committed some grave injustice against Xiaoling. All she had done was offer her congratulations. How laughable. Of course, haveth a baby, we're a family here, why should we act like strangers? In ancient times a concubine bearing children for the family was considered a blessing, on Seth a child is born feel Sorella call him mother, won't they? Jiang Ciyou, what nonsense serious spouting, Yan Feng sanger was palpable. Jiang Ciyou and lismled wider. Oh, we was just joking, why so serious? Grandfather asked Mata pick you up for the family estate, are you coming with me or staying with her? Yan Feng fulselen for a fusicons, then movet heswit casing to Jiang Ciyou's trunk. First, take us to Kyoto Grand Hotel. Jiang Ciyou complied, driving them to the hotel centrance. It took Yan Feng a nearly half an hour to Zevel Sellingen. Finally, returned to Jiang Ciyou's car, still seated in the back, seemingly intent on maintaining his distance. As the vehicle merged back into the city traffic, she remarked, I fire so fond of her, while if stay in a hotel, no that she's pregnant, should deserve us at least a few Velastalivin. Yan Feng's voice wasy, laced with suppressed fury. Jiang Ciyou, is this deliberate? Jiang Ciyou's laughter was almost musical. I'm sorry, I forget you downtown any property. Believing Jiang Ciyou to be the Yan family's daughter-in-law, the family had pudal property purchased for Yan Fengjin her name as in Keshuas in kindergarten. Jiang Ciyou owned no less than 100 properties, including several villas, and countless commercial spaces. In contrast, Yan Feng possessed nothing. Yet, as the solely high-off Yan family, Aloft he family's hairs were under his name. From February beginning, Yan Feng had been observing Jiang Ciyou. Hers Mulina verfiltered. Having grown up together, Noon understood her better than he did. Despite her cheerful demeanor, she was the one who held grudges the deepest. It was likely that seeing Xiaoling's pregnancy had infuriated her, prompting her to make sarcastic remarks under the guise of AMR. Or perhaps wasting Tianfeng's wealth to manipulate him. A flicker of disdain crossed Tianfeng's eyes regarded Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou don't bully Xiaoling and didn't even think about Marie turning to your side. I want contest what Tianfeng has given I out hats mere like compensation, beautify desire more, don't say I didn't warn you will reclaim the tiddly off Mrs. Yen. Jiang Ciyou straightened her expression, a hint of seriousness gracing her features. Yanfeng, let's get a divorce. No, more accurately, it shall be breakup. Yanfeng's expression turned frigid. Jiang Ciyou, are you threatening? He never believed Jiang Ciyou truly wanted a divorce. He understood her circumstances too well. She had no way back to the Jiang family. Moreover, she loved him desperately, even attempting suicide for him. In the 3 years of no contact, she had never mentioned divorce. No faith had returned, she was suddenly speaking of it. There couldn't be on a reason Xiaoling's pregnancy had profoundly affected her. She likely intended to use this leverage to force him to break up with Xiaoling. In the threat NGO's implicamator realization. When Emeridia, initial Abelieva do would come back tone, after he left, I held into Thetli off Mrs. Yanis away to compete with Xiaoling. But now I find it pointless. Xiaoling is pregnant, and Thekildis innocent. I don't want to keep this position and hinder the rune unifio your family of 3. In the past, Harry of full arrogance had been fueled by the betrayal of both her boyfriend and her best friend, leaving her with a deep-seated resentment. Her marriage to Yanfeng was not only a response to Jiang family's troubles but also a way to prevent that with them from living peacefully together. But 3 years had changed her perspective. During this time, she had not suffered in silence. She also did not wish to waste her life in a hollow marriage devoid of meaning. Yanfeng's desu piercing gash watched Jiang Ciyou through her rearview mirror. It was indeed because Xiaoling's pregnancy. Jiang Ciyou, don't you feel guilty saying that, if it were so easy for you to come to terms with it, would it order to self-harm back then? At the mention of this, Eshido flickered across Jiang Ciyou's eyes. Her self-harm had not been solo for Yanfeng. After a brief pause, she brushed at her hack. Her fingers casually tangled in her soft locks, and as he lifted her chin slightly, she exuded an air of captivating charm. She resumed her previous languid demeanor. If you disagree, so be it. Yanfeng scoffed, diverting his gaze from Jiang Ciyou's stunning face. Her initiative to propose divorce inexplicably angered him. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if she had been gripped tightly. He had thought she genuinely wanted a divorce. He had overestimated her. Realizing she was merely testing and pressuring him, his disdain for her deepened. Jiang Ciyou, you are retroly despicable. This was the second time Jiang Ciyou had heard those words from Yanfeng. The first time had been after the summer camp when Yanfeng had directly confessed to her that it was with Xiaoling. She had been stunned for 5 seconds before lunging at Xiaoling and slapping her several times. Yanfeng had pulled her away from Xiaoling furious and declared their breakup. In Harwich, Jiang Ciyou had shouted, break up, no way, Jiang Ciyou, will rejob down to hell with him. At that moment, Yanfeng had called her despicable. The pain of those words had pierced her heart, leaving wounds that felt like never stabbing her repeated life through countless days and nights. Each gaping wound waist grew a some sight. Yet, with time, she had grown numb to a tasker shad form a dotty layer, like armor. Thus, hearing Hyman sold their noster read no emotions within her. Before long, they arrived at the familiar state. As they stepped out of the car, they spotted Yanfeng's mother, Lan Pei, waiting at the entrance. Her face bore a trace of seeing her son after 3 years. Instead, it was marked by a dark skull. Upon seeing Yanfeng, she immediately attested, you heard you brought that little vixen back with you? Yanfeng's stern face turned toward Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou raised her hands innocently. It didn't say anything, just saw it for herself, a hunt of en had a chance to call. Chapter 3 Inch Yanfeng, you coward. Yanmu scolded vehemently. Don't be fooled by Xiaoyu, someone has captured photos of you two at the airport, and they made it to the news. Do you even realize that you are already married? How can you treat Xiaoyu this way? In terms of looks, talent, and character, how can Xiaoyu possibly be inferior to that deceitful little vixen? Yanfeng, irritated by the incessant reproach, retorted, Mom, stop calling her a little vixen. Xiaoling is not a vixen. Yanmu, fuming, replied, you still defend her, you've truly lost your senses. I cannot discipline you, but your grandfather will. Hurry to the study, grandfather is waiting for you. With a cold demeanor, Yanfeng strode off to the study. Yan Mu clutched her chest in frustration, lamenting, "What a disappointment, how could I have given birth to such a disappointment?" Jiang Ciyou, standing nearby, consoled her, "Mom, please don't be angry. Your health is paramount." Seeing Jiang Ciyou feign nonchalance, Yan Mu felt a pang of heartache. "Xiaoyu, rest assured, even if I disown this son, I will never disown you as my daughter-in-law. Our family will always stand by you." Jiang Ciyou linked arms with Yan Mu, feeling deeply moved. "Mom, I'm fine." After Jiang smiled and returned, Jiang Mu no longer treated her as before. It was Yan Mu who felt more like a true mother. When she attempted to take her own life, Yan Mu wept inconsolably, accompanying her through the week-long hospital stay, while Jiang Mu never even visited her once. It has been 3 years. Her feelings and obsessions towards Yan Feng had long since dissipated. She no longer harbored such hatred for Xiaoling either. What remained was merely a hint of resentment. Thus, she would take the initiative to end this relationship, yet, she truly found it difficult to part with the Yin family. If she left this place, where could she possibly go? After conversing with Yan Mu for a while, she ascended the stairs. Passing by the study, she overheard the old man chastising Yan Feng. Jiang Ciyou deliberately slowed her pace. "You can divorce Xiaoyu if you wish. I will transfer 20% of the company shares to her name. If you marry that woman, you will resign from Yan Enterprises, and the Yan family will not give you a single cent." Yan Feng's voice sounded equally furious. "Grandfather, how can you be so biased? Jiang Ciyou is merely an impostor from the Jiang family. I am your true grandson. The Jiang family does not even intend to acknowledge her. Why do you care so much about her?" The old man's tone seemed filled with disappointment. "I do not care what identity Xiaoyu possesses. I only know that I was the first one to hold her when she was born and that I watched her grow up. The Jiang family has grievances against her for certain reasons, but our Yin family does not concern itself with such matters. You should understand that the grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with Xiaoyu. She has always been a victim. But if you do not feel compassion for her, that is one thing, but do not join others in degrading her, or you will see my response." Yan Feng attempted to interject but was cut off by the old man. "Remember, you may relinquish your identity as Xiaoyu's husband, but in doing so, you also forfeit your status as the heir of the Yin family. If you are willing, I will not stop you." After listening for a while, Jiang Ciyou returned to her room. The Yin family treated her exceedingly well. Since the incident at the Jiang family, the Yin family had supported her unconditionally. Forcing Yan Feng to marry her was also meant to provide her a shelter from the storm. Half an hour later, Yan Feng returned to the room. He saw Jiang Ciyou sitting at the vanity, removing her makeup, her posture languid. As the exquisite makeup faded, the mirror reflected a delicate face, exuding a hint of ethereal charm. "Jiang Ciyou, what spell did you cast on grandfather? He treats you better than his own grandson." Jiang Ciyou finished removing her makeup and began to apply a face mask, her movements graceful and meticulous, her tone nonchalant. "Perhaps he finds me more reliable than you, his own grandson. For the sake of a woman, you've cut off all contact with your family for 3 years. From their perspective, that is quite unfilial. So you took advantage of this and endeared yourself to them? Encouraging grandfather to reclaim my shares the moment I separate from you?" Yan Feng scoffed. "Jiang Ciyou, you are indeed unscrupulous in your attempts to retain me." Jiang Ciyou turned to face him, calmly asserting, "Do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not done such a thing." Yan Feng's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Isn't that your usual tactic? In the past, you used self-harm as leverage. Now, it's company shares." "Jiang Ciyou, I never noticed your depths of cunning before. Clearly, such traits are hereditary, as you carry the blood of a murderer." Jiang Ciyou's expression turned icy in an instant. This was her Achilles heel. She retorted without hesitation, "You come back here to take your frustrations out on me after being reprimanded by grandfather. What kind of ability is that? If you truly had the courage, you would forsake your shares in Yan Enterprises for Xiaoling. At the end of the day, in your heart, the Yan family's wealth and company shares will always be more important than Xiaoling. Xiaoling's past actions are well known to grandfather and the rest. Even without me, they would never accept her. You know this to be true. So the barrier between you is never me. If you truly love her, you would abandon everything here and stay with her abroad. Ultimately, you cannot bear to part with the vast wealth. You refuse to admit that you value your personal interests over Xiaoling, and thus, you unjustly blame me, Yan Feng. You truly lack courage." Yan Feng's face flushed in a mix of anger and embarrassment, particularly upon seeing the contempt in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. She looked down on him. She had always looked down on him. The tense atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a knock on the door. The old butler, old Tang, stood at the entrance. "Young master, young madam, dinner is ready. Please come downstairs." Today, the Yin family was rarely all together. Even Yan Yin, who was in her 3rd year of university, had returned. "Brother, you finally decided to come back. I thought you would make sister-in-law wait in the cold for 18 years. Yan Yin's words were filled with sympathy for Jiang Ciyou. Observing the entire family standing by Jiang Ciyou's side, Yan Feng's gaze towards her grew colder. "But brother, are you planning to leave again after this visit?" Before Yan Feng could respond, Yan Fu interjected, "If he leaves again, he will no longer be a member of the Yin family, and the family fortune will be equally divided between you and your sister-in-law." Yan Yin clapped her hands in delight, linking her arm with Jiang Ciyou's. "Sister-in-law, did you hear that? Once my brother leaves, we'll be super wealthy women, rolling in cash and enjoying life." Yan Feng shot her a glare. "You're so young, yet your head is filled with nonsense. I wonder who you learned that from." He cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou's face. Jiang Ciyou, feeling uncharacteristically guilty, recalled that she had indeed done just that. The old man spoke up. Your brother will not leave, he will take over as general manager tomorrow. Yan Yin's face fell in disappointment. What a pity. Recently, the company's situation is precarious, as you all know. Times have changed, our construction company is not what it once was. Everyone fell silent. The Yin family had built its fortune through the construction industry, and after 2 generations of development, it had become one of the largest construction companies in the country, also dabbling in other sectors. However, most of these were merely experiments. Construction remained the lifeblood of the enterprise. In recent years, with the changing times, economic transformation, market saturation, and increasing environmental pressures, alongside the impact of modern intelligent construction, the Yin family had faced considerable difficulties. Therefore, we must secure the Paradise Resort project. This will not only revive the Yin family but also establish connections with central government networks, leading to an endless stream of lucrative projects in the future. The Paradise Resort project was indeed a special approval from the central government, aimed at creating the largest green resort in the country, integrating leisure, vacation, and entertainment. The scale of the project was immense, making it the coveted prize for all construction companies. Dad, everyone knows that the Paradise Resort is a once-in-a-century opportunity, but there are thousands of construction companies eyeing this prize. Not to mention swallowing the whole thing, even getting a share will be difficult. The old man replied, if we can manage to win over that individual, it won't be hard. Who? Jiang Ciyou. Chapter 4. The phone call from my boyfriend father. Are you referring to Jiang Ciyou, the heir of the illustrious Bo family? The old man nodded. Indeed, that is him. With a look of resignation, the stern father remarked, this is exceedingly difficult. He is a scion of the Beijing elite, leagues apart from us in Rongqing. Moreover, the disparity between the Yin family and the Bo family is vast. How could we ever ingratiate ourselves with him? It is widely recognized that the Bo family is the wealthiest in the nation, with numerous branches and a complex lineage. Bo Jiang Ciyou is the beloved son born to the elder Bo in his later years, handpicked as the heir. Yet, he is remarkably low profile, having never appeared in public, and the world is even unaware of his appearance. It is puzzling how the old man suddenly brought up this individual. The old man continued, the land for the Paradise Resort has long been acquired by the Bo family. According to internal sources, the elder Bo has entrusted Jiang Ciyou with full responsibility for this project. If our Yin family can earn his favor, our chances will significantly increase when he selects the construction company. Father, that is utterly implausible. There are countless individuals seeking to curry favor with the Bo family. If we rashly visit Beijing, we may not even get a glimpse of him, the son protested. Who says we must go to Beijing? Jiang Ciyou is currently in Rongqing and has reportedly settled here for 3 years. Yan Feng frowned. As a princeling from Beijing, it might be reasonable for him to visit Rongqing for the resort project, but how could he have settled here for 3 years? Bo's matriarch is originally from Rongqing and came here 3 years ago to recuperate. Bo Jiang Ciyou accompanied her, but this information is not known to outsiders. For the past 3 years, they have resided in the Lushan Manor in Rongqing. Lushan Manor is an exclusive villa nestled on the mountainside, rumored for years to belong to a reclusive magnate. It is surprising to discover it is an asset of the Bo family. Father, how do you know this when it is unknown to others? Yan's mother could not help but inquire. Previously, no one was aware, but now everyone knows, as tomorrow marks the matriarch's 70th birthday. Unprecedentedly, our Yin family has received 2 invitation cards. Not only the Bo family, but all the prominent families in Rongqing have received invitations. It seems the matriarch, having settled here for a while, is willing to lower her stature and cultivate goodwill. Regardless, this represents an opportunity, which is why I insisted on your urgent return. Feng. With that, the old man produced 2 invitation cards. Feng, Xiaoyu, you both must attend the matriarch's birthday banquet tomorrow evening. Prepare a significant gift and ensure you make an impression in front of Jiang Ciyou. If you can manage to exchange a few words, it would be even better. Alright, let us not discuss work during dinner. Seizing the moment, Yan's mother interjected, I have tidied up the room. Both of you should sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Since you are back, it is time to think about having a child. Jiang Ciyou originally had her own room in the Yin household. After marriage, she continued to reside in her small room, not moving into their shared bedroom. I have plans tonight. I need to step out, Yin Feng replied indifferently. His mother slammed her chopsticks on the table. Out to find that vixen. If you dare leave Xiaoyu alone in the empty house tonight, I will have someone skin that vixen alive. Mother, please don't be ridiculous. Do you think I wouldn't? Jiang Ciyou remained silent, sipping her bird's nest chicken soup while watching the unfolding drama. Truth be told, it was impossible to completely let go. After all, during the lowest point of her life, the 2 people she trusted most had betrayed her deeply. She had felt hatred and sought revenge, yet now, time had dulled her emotions. At this moment, she could observe the situation with detached amusement, not even recalling when she had managed to step out of it. However, she remained curious about what Yin Feng could possibly do for Xiaoling. In the bedroom, the 2 exchanged silence. Yin Feng stood on the balcony, calling Xiaoling. After half an hour of coaxing, he could still hear her sobs from within, yet he continued to patiently console her. Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but think back to when she was dating Yin Feng. He had never shown such patience with her. They were far too familiar with one another. So much so that when Yin Feng first attempted to kiss her, she had laughed heartily at his flushed ears. Jiang Xiaoyu, what are you laughing at? The young Yin Feng huffed in frustration. Looking at your mouth reminds me of that time in kindergarten when we went to collect honeycombs, and you got stung, turning your lips into sausage-like pouts, and your ears looked just like shoe bajies. Jiang Ciyou laughed so hard she nearly fell over, while Yan Feng fumed. After that, Yan Feng never initiated a kiss again. After 2 years of officially dating, she had not even given him her first kiss. Speaking of which, it was indeed a failure. Had she not encountered that person, she might have reached the age of 23 without ever knowing the taste of a kiss. The image of that extraordinary, enchanting face floated into her mind, along with the passionate way he kissed her, as if he were a reincarnated fox spirit, captivating her soul. Jiang Ciyou found herself smiling. Just 3 hours post-breakup, she found herself missing him. Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone, scrolling to find that person's number, saved under the name Toy Boy. She was astonished to realize that after 3 years of intimacy, she had never even asked for his real name. This was hardly her fault, considering they always met at night, diving straight into the subject at hand. In the throes of passion, they referred to each other as baby or darling. Suddenly, she felt like a heartless cat, having shared her body without knowing the person's identity. As she was lost in thought, her phone vibrated. The screen displayed Toy Boy. Jiang Ciyou hesitated for a few seconds before finally answering. Has it only been a short while, and you already miss me? Her voice was imbued with a sultry lilt, soft and enticing, making one's heart flutter. There was a moment of silence on the other end before a low, restrained voice responded. Where are you now? At home. Come over to Green Lawn Villa. I want to see you. Jiang Ciyou idly twirled her hair, her tone casual. I can't. I told you, my husband is back, and I need to accompany him tonight. Jiang Ciyou, you are not allowed to sleep with him. The man's voice was notably unhinged. Alright, let us not escalate this. If you're unhappy with the breakup compensation, I can offer you a little more. With that, you won't need to work at the Black Horse Club anymore. Jiang Ciyou, it's not about that. Do you know who I am? Whoever you are, it doesn't matter anymore. What we had is over. Despite the man's fury, Jiang Ciyou's voice remained gentle, almost as if she were soothing a child. At that moment, Yan Feng finally finished his call and entered the room from the balcony. Jiang Ciyou feigned a bright smile. Alright, my husband is here, so you should get some rest. The man on the other end let out a furious shout. Jiang Ciyou, if you dare hang up. With a decisive click, the call ended. Jiang Ciyou switched her phone to do not disturb mode and set it down on the balcony. Yan Feng cast her a sidelong glance, frowning. Whose call was that? Jiang Ciyou smiled, her eyes sparkling. My boyfriend's. Chapter 5. Velour in the invisible. Yan Feng gazed at Jiang Ciyou's face for a moment, a hint of sarcasm curling at the corner of his lips. Have you found yourself a boyfriend? Indeed, you did say that if one feels lonely, one should seek companionship. I have spent 3 years in solitude. Is it unreasonable to find a boyfriend? Jiang Ciyou smiled, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. What's the matter? Is it permissible for officials to set fire while commoners are forbidden to light a lamp? Yan Feng shrugged dismissively. It's all the better that you found a boyfriend. If he can ensure you no longer cling to me, I shall personally express my gratitude to him with a grand gift. He harbored no belief that Jiang Ciyou had genuinely found a boyfriend. He was well aware of her intentions. She must have seen him on the phone with Xiao Ling and had deliberately staged the charade. The performance was rather convincing. He could sense the man's jealous and furious tone even through the phone when the call ended, undoubtedly meant for him to overhear. That night, naturally, they did not share a bed. Jiang Ciyou took the bed while Yan Feng made do with the floor, a small display of gentlemanly decorum. Before sleep, Jiang Ciyou deliberately set the air conditioning to its lowest setting and hid the remote control. In the dead of night, upon waking to find Yan Feng curled up on the floor, clutching a pillow and shivering, she felt a sense of satisfaction. By morning, Yan Feng had caught a cold. Jiang Ciyou paid him no mind and headed straight to the television station. Asa presenter, she was primarily responsible for the midday news and hosted a segment called Midday News I. She had gained a modest reputation in her field. However, with the recent departure of the primetime host, Lin Jia, Jiang Ciyou was vying for the coveted position of primetime female host. After the midday news aired, she enjoyed her freedom. At 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Ciyou returned to the Yan household. Yan Feng had just come back from an outing, likely to see Xiao Ling. As he entered, Jiang Ciyou had just changed into a new outfit and applied an exquisite layer of makeup. Today, she wore a cheapao made of fragrant cloud silk, adorned with intricate embroidery along the collar and waist, blending seamlessly in color. From a distance, one could barely discern the details, but up close, the craftsmanship was astonishingly clever and masterful. Upon seeing Yan Feng enter, Jiang Ciyou stood and deliberately twirled gracefully before him. What do you think? Do I look good? Despite his profound disdain for her, Yan Feng could not deny her beauty. She was stunning. Standing at an impressive height of 1.70 m and wearing high heels, she stood out remarkably. The cheapao was tailored to perfection, with a hem that brushed her ankles, her delicate, snow-white ankles inciting a desire to grasp them. Her waist was slender, fragile yet curvaceous in all the right places. Yan Feng shifted his gaze from her décolletage to her exquisite face. The cheapao, though understated in color, contrasted beautifully with her breathtaking features, creating a unique allure. She resembled a fox spirit from ancient tales, freshly transformed into human form, captivating yet imbued with a hint of innocence, seductively enchanting but still retaining an air of naivete. Yan Feng's throat tightened, yet he maintained his icy demeanor, stating, unattractive. White does not suit you at all. Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes and turned away, bending over the mirror to apply lipstick. I suppose in your eyes, only Xiao Ling is fit to wear white. After finishing her lipstick, she straightened up and flashed a radiant smile at her reflection in the mirror, a clear challenge in her expression. I will wear white regardless. At that moment, Yan Feng found her vibrancy astonishing, her charm almost overwhelming. Especially her spoiled yet playful tone, which held an enticing quality that stirred something within him. However, he quickly realized her intent. She was deliberately trying to entice him. Furrowing his brow, he warned, Jiang Ciyou, spare me your theatrics. Even if you wore nothing at all, I wouldn't spare you a second glance. With that, he added, I'll wait for you in the car, and exited the room. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ciyou joined him in the car. Yin Feng leaned back against the rear seat, eyes closed. Old Chen, to Lushan Villa. An hour later, they finally arrived at the foot of Lushan Mountain. The vehicle wound its way up the mountain path, flanked by towering, verdant sycamore trees that obscured the sun, casting a shadowy ambience akin to entering a long tunnel. After an indeterminate period, the view suddenly brightened. Before them loomed a grand edifice, resembling a castle, gradually coming into focus. The surroundings buzzed with activity. A multitude of luxury vehicles occupied the expansive lawn, and numerous attendants in black vests and white shirts welcomed guests. Under the guidance of one such attendant, their car was parked in the outdoor lot, and they were led into the castle. The heavy, ancient doors swung open, revealing a red carpet stretching several hundred meters, inviting guests inside. Jiang Ciyou gazed at the intricate patterns adorning the carpet, momentarily taken aback. This was a hand-woven Persian carpet from Isfahan, crafted from wool, cotton, silk, gold, and silver threads, its colors vibrant and craftsmanship intricate. The carpet beneath their feet was of exceptional quality, typically valued at 200,000 per square meter. Jiang Ciyou, unable to suppress a gasp, realized the extent of the family's wealth, which had previously been abstract to her. The interior of the villa was equally astonishing, featuring a wall adorned with rare antique blue and white porcelain, a massive antique English clock, and European chandeliers, an abundance of antiques everywhere. This was merely the banquet hall on the first floor. One could only imagine the treasures hidden within this castle. Madame Bo's approach to hosting was quite traditional, with 100 tables set for the evening's guests. Round tables lined both sides of the carpet, each seat designated for a guest as indicated on the invitations. The Yin family's 2 seats were at table 99. Look over there, the man in the black Zhongshan suit seems to be the director of the land bureau, and the one in white, isn't that Mayor Rong of Rongqing? Not only Mayor Rong, but even the mayor of Jingchang has arrived, along with several officials from the central government. Madame Bo's influence is remarkable. Indeed, with 100 tables, our Rongqing has only been allotted 2 seats, and we are placed at the 99th and 100th tables. Compared to these dignitaries, being seated at the 99th and 100th is still a recognition of our status. The speakers were Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. Qin, esteemed ladies from the top families of Rongqing, friends of Jiang Ciyou's mother, Yashula, and as they crossed paths, Jiang Ciyou felt compelled to greet them. Aunt Jiang, Aunt Qin, good evening. Mrs. Jiang and Mrs. Qin exchanged glances with Jiang Ciyou, their eyes reflecting a flicker of sympathy and regret. Ah, it's little you. You've come as well. Your mother and Xiao Xiao are currently delivering gifts to Madame Bo. You should go greet them. Chapter 6. The true and false daughter of the Jiang family. At the end of the red carpet, a throng of people surrounded the scene. Matriarch Bo stood at the center of the crowd, dressed in a modest, traditional long tunic paired with trousers, resembling someone who had just returned from a leisurely Tai Chi session in the park. Despite her hair being streaked with gray, she exuded vitality, her countenance appearing significantly younger than her peers, with bright eyes and only faint wrinkles at the corners. Her slightly plump face still retained its youthful collagen. This is what they mean by a silver-haired beauty, Jiang Ciyou mused inwardly. Behind her stood a gift platform, heaped with congratulatory presents from guests, various gift boxes piled high like a mountain. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao was opening a square brocade box to present her gift. Matriarch Bo, this is a birthday gift from the Jiang family of Rongqing, a complete set of Queen haute couture jewelry, valued at 8 million yuan. Queen, an internationally renowned luxury jewelry brand, had burst onto the scene 3 years prior and quickly garnered immense admiration among the global elite for its exquisite designs. The elderly lady glanced at the jewels within the brocade box and smiled. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Xiaoxiao continued to speak animatedly. I'm glad you like it. The price is secondary. As you know, Queen only accepts private commissions, and each piece is unique. I exerted great effort to acquire this necklace, as I believe only Queen's unparalleled creations are worthy of your esteemed status. Matriarch Bo raised her hand, signaling the attendant beside her to accept the gift box. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, the attendant had already taken the box away, casually placing it amidst the mountain of gifts behind her, where it was instantly obscured. The next to present their gift is the Zhao family of the capital, the old steward announced loudly, holding a gift ledger. Prior to entering, guests were required to register their names at the entrance and were called forward to present their gifts to the matriarch in the order of their arrival. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who still had much to say, was abruptly interrupted by the steward and reluctantly retreated to stand beside Yao Shulan. She could not comprehend why the Jiang family had prepared such a lavish and expensive gift yet failed to elicit even a ripple of reaction. Even the surrounding guests had not uttered a single word of admiration. However, it did not take long for Jiang Xiaoxiao to grasp the situation. The illustrious families of the capital were presenting gifts of immeasurable value: imperial green jadeite rui, Xuanda blue and white porcelain, a Conchiara red apple vase, and various antique calligraphy and paintings, each valued in the tens of millions. In comparison, her 8 million yuan worth of jewelry seemed paltry. The next to present their gift is the Yin family of Rongqing. Jiang Ciyou stepped forward alongside Yin Feng. Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon Jiang Ciyou. As Jiang Ciyou unveiled her gift, a hint of derision appeared on her face. Jiang Ciyou had opened her brocade box, revealing neatly arranged small incense sticks nestled within red velvet. Matriarch Bo, this is a birthday gift from the Yin family. I hope you will enjoy it. Jiang Xiaoxiao was aware of Jiang Ciyou's passion for incense making. Such trivial pursuits could hardly hold weight in such a grandiose setting. She was being exceedingly self-indulgent. The gifts received by the elderly lady were all of immense value. How could such inexpensive items be deemed worthy of this distinguished gathering? Matriarch Bo lifted the brocade box to her nose and inhaled, a smile spreading across her face. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Jiang Ciyou, however, was momentarily taken aback.
How did the matriarch know her surname? She had registered as Mrs. Yin moments ago. Just as matriarch Bo was about to have someone collect the gift, Jiang Ciyou suddenly interjected, I heard that Mrs.
Yin has a penchant for incense making. I take it this incense is something you crafted yourself?
Jiang Ciyou had already noticed her. With a smile, she replied, Indeed, this is a small hobby of mine. This particular fragrance is called Li Wanghua infusion and is made from roses, agarwood, and various spices crafted according to traditional methods. Before Jiang Ciyou could finish, Jiang Ciyou hastily interrupted, Mrs.
Yen, to casually present your homemade trinket as a birthday gift for the matriarch's 70th is rather disrespectful, don't you think? How much could this box of incense possibly cost? 1,000 or perhaps 10,000? In that instant, all eyes turned to Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng. Jiang Ciyou deliberately glanced at Yin Feng. Has the Yin family fallen to such a level that they can't even afford a proper gift anymore?
Yin Feng's expression darkened. He had caught a cold from the air conditioning the previous night, and since morning, he had felt dizzy. Thus, he had entrusted the task of preparing a gift for the matriarch to Jiang Ciyou. His grandfather had emphasized the importance of this meeting for the Yin family, indicating that there was no budget limitation for the gift. To his dismay, Jiang Ciyou had chosen to present a box of her own homemade incense. If they offended the Bo family due to the modesty of the gift, their resort project would be in jeopardy. Yin Feng's face grew serious, and just as he was about to admonish her, Jiang Ciyou spoke calmly, I heard that the reason you came to Rongqing for recuperation 3 years ago was due to insomnia. This incense is designed to soothe and promote sleep. I hope it may alleviate your insomnia and headache. This afternoon, she had done some research at the company and learned of the matriarch's sleep troubles. Jiang Ciyou scoffed, it's merely a type of incense, Mrs. Yen, don't exaggerate it into a miraculous remedy. If incense could cure ailments, what need would there be for hospitals? Meanwhile, a red-haired woman beside the matriarch leaned closer to the brocade box, taking a sniff.
This is not the traditional Li Wanghua infusion. It seems to carry a faint medicinal scent. Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly, I modified the traditional formula and added several calming herbs, such as calamus and sour jujube, which impart a slight medicinal aroma. The red-haired woman smiled at matriarch Bo, grandmother, I quite like this fragrance. If you do not wish to keep it, may I have it?
The speaker was Bo Sini, the matriarch's granddaughter, who had returned from abroad specifically for her grandmother's birthday.
Who says I do not like it?
Matriarch Bo looked at Jiang Ciyou, appraising her with a benevolent smile. This fragrance, upon my first inhalation, is refreshing. Old Zhang, take this incense to my bedroom, lest someone covets it. The steward, Old Zhang, promptly complied, carefully accepting the brocade box from Bo Sini's hands and turning to leave. Jiang Ciyou watched this unfold, her face stiffening. The 8 million yuan worth of jewelry she had gifted had not garnered a second glance from the matriarch, while Jiang Ciyou's homemade incense had captured her favor, warranting special attention. Did these wealthy individuals have their wits about them? The gift-giving segment continued, yet many guests who had already presented their gifts began to disperse. Jiang Ciyou, feeling humiliated, had no desire to linger. She turned to leave, but overheard whispers about her. Isn't that the daughter of the Jiang family who was found 3 years ago? I heard she grew up in the countryside.
It's no wonder she exudes such a rustic aura.
She even has to mention the price of the jewelry. Can't she see the imperial green jade bracelet on the matriarch's wrist, worth 200 million? It's evident to all that her necklace is merely entry-level queen jewelry. I felt embarrassed for her when she emphasized 8 million. You're not from Rongqing, so you wouldn't know. The one who just presented the incense is actually the biological daughter of the Jiang family.
That explains it.
To deliberately embarrass someone in such a setting is truly malicious. I find Mrs. Yen to be rather gracious and elegant, with an innate poise befitting someone of high standing.
Speaking of which, that Li Wanghua incense truly smells delightful.
I could perceive its quality from so far away. Now that is true luxury, unlike some people who only know how to discuss prices. Jiang Ciyou's fingers turned pale as she listened. Everyone favored Jiang Ciyou, yet everything about Jiang Ciyou, her elegance, her composure, the air of nobility that radiated from within, was what she had once possessed. One day, she would surely tear away Jiang Ciyou's exquisitely crafted facade, allowing the world to witness her true self. Chapter 7 of the one from the capital circle. After delivering the gifts, Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng walked towards the entrance where their table was located. As no one had yet taken their seats, they had no choice but to wait aside. Midway, Yin Feng's phone rang. He glanced at it and hurried towards the garden by the side door. Jiang Ciyou recognized it was a call from Xia Ling, yet she paid it no mind and began to admire the antiques within the banquet hall. The entire wall adorned with Song Dynasty blue and white porcelain was truly breathtaking. Before long, a young girl approached. Are you Mrs. Yen? Jiang Ciyou turned gracefully. What can I do for you? I am Bai Qian, the granddaughter of the commander of the Beijing military district.
May I ask, if it's not too presumptuous, about your recipe for the Li Wang flower immersion?
Before Jiang Ciyou could respond, the young girl hurriedly added, I can purchase the recipe from you, no matter the price.
Jiang Ciyou smiled. This recipe is not a closely guarded secret.
I merely concoct it for fun. If Miss Bai likes it, I would be happy to give it to you.
The girl's eyes sparkled with joy. Can you really give it to me? Yes, let us add each other on WeChat, and I will send you the recipe tonight.
The young girl quickly added Jiang Ciyou on WeChat, and at that moment, several other young ladies gathered around. I want it too. I want it too.
Mrs. Yen, could you please add my WeChat as well?
Jiang Ciyou found herself momentarily bewildered by the situation, yet she added each of them one by one, promising to send the recipe later that evening. It was no joke, these young ladies were either the daughters of the mayor or heiresses of top tycoons, with even the granddaughter of a central secretary among them. Jiang Ciyou watched from a distance as a group of elite young women surrounded Jiang Ciyou, adding her on WeChat. Frustrated, she gritted her teeth and complained to Yao Shulan, "Mom, are they foolish? A bunch of elite young ladies trying to ingratiate themselves with Jiang Ciyou. What do they hope to gain?" Yao Shulan replied with a nonchalant expression, "They are not foolish." The guests presented numerous gifts, yet only hers caught the old lady's attention. They seek the recipe to curry favor with the matriarch of the Bo family. With a faint sigh, Yao Shulan continued, "Among them, one is bound to become the future mistress of the Bo family." Jiang Ciyou scoffed, "What is the point of winning the old lady's favor? Bo Jinxiu will marry whomever he chooses. Perhaps he doesn't even like these pampered young ladies who have been trained by various doctrines, but rather prefers a rebellious Cinderella." Yao Shulan seemed to see through Jiang Ciyou's thoughts. "Xiao, our Jiang family is considered one of the top families in Rongqing, but compared to these heiresses from the capital, we fall far short. The Bo family is not something we, as a small household, can aspire to." Yao Shulan reassured her, "Mother will definitely find you a suitable match in Rongqing." "Mom, you've mentioned that Rongqing cannot compare to Beijing. People naturally seek higher ground. Besides, how can we know that Bo Jinxiu doesn't like me?" Yao Shulan shook her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. Sometimes, status is an insurmountable mountain. The wealthy are more pragmatic than ordinary people, especially among the highborn, who place great emphasis on social standing. On the other side, several young ladies surrounded Jiang Ciyou, calling her sister. Jiang Ciyou reciprocated their affection, delighting the little heiresses. However, their amiability was directed solely at her, while they secretly vied against one another, refusing to yield. "I saw him last month, he even complimented me on how much prettier I've become." Before the old lady sent out the invitations, no one knew that Brother Bo was in Rongqing. "You must be lying." "Am I lying? But isn't it too disgusting for you to call him Brother Bo? Are you really that familiar with him? I doubt you've even spoken to him." The little heiresses argued heatedly. Jiang Ciyou began to grasp the situation. They all harbored affections for Bo Jinxiu. However, she could not understand why, despite their prestigious backgrounds, each one seemed determined to marry only Bo Jinxiu. Bai Qian appeared to sense Jiang Ciyou's confusion and awkwardly explained, "Sister Jiang, we indeed all like Bo Jinxiu, not merely because of the title of the richest in the Bo family. If you were to see him, you would understand. Once you've laid eyes on his face, no other man in this world could compare." Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. So it was a case of superficial attraction. She herself appreciated handsome men. Initially drawn to that individual, aside from the first encounter being a drunken mistake, she had kept him for 3 years, captivated by his looks, ensnared by desire. "Young master has returned." The butler hurriedly entered, rushing towards the matriarch. The once lively banquet hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes turned toward the entrance. Could the young master referred to by the butler be Bo Jinxiu? It was said that the old lady of the Bo family had 3 daughters and only bore this one son in her 40s. The previously chattering young ladies now stood in silent anticipation, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed towards the entrance. Jiang Ciyou followed their gaze. A long leg stepped through the door. The man was dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, complemented by a deep blue tie. He possessed a tall and slender frame, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his posture impeccably straight, exuding an aura of perfect proportions. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the very hearts of the onlookers. Jiang Ciyou silently admired his physique. Her gaze soon traveled upward, resting upon the man's face. Upon realizing whose face it was, she felt her body stiffen as if under a spell, her blood seemingly freezing in her veins. His features were exquisitely refined, the contour of his jawline was chiseled as if crafted by the hands of a master sculptor, reminiscent of the finest work of Nuwa herself. His skin was pale, and ethereal, almost otherworldly white, akin to the finest porcelain crafted in ancient kilns, forged through the flames, resulting in a beauty that was pure and exquisite. Yet, paradoxically, his lips were a vibrant red, as if adorned with lipstick. This hue rescued the starkness of his pallor, as though a celestial being had been stripped of their divine essence and cast down to the mortal realm, yet still born into a noble family, exuding an innate grandeur. His demeanor was chillingly aloof, carrying an air of frost wherever he went. The man's gaze did not linger on Jiang Ciyou even for a second. He swiftly brushed past her. Jiang Ciyou remained rooted in place, stunned for a prolonged moment before finally uttering, "Who is he?" The surrounding young ladies chattered excitedly. "That's Bo Jinxiu, the one and only in the capital circle. I haven't seen him in 3 years. He seems even more handsome and colder than before. Didn't someone just say they wanted to pursue him, yet, just now, they didn't even dare to greet him? Aren't you the same?" The little heiresses erupted into another round of bickering. Only Jiang Ciyou remained lost in thought, struggling to come to terms with the revelation. Is it really him? It can't be. Chapter 8. Jiang Ciyou abruptly turned her head, her gaze still fixed upon the man's upright figure. The path he traversed felt like a dark cloud looming over a city, with those around him trembling under the weight of his formidable and icy aura. Their eyes shimmered with respect, admiration, and even fear, a testament to his chilling demeanor. It simply could not be him. Her little white face bore no trace of such an intimidating presence. He radiated warmth akin to the blazing summer sun, wild and unrestrained, even somewhat roguish. Each encounter was marked by his provocations, teasing her when her emotions surged, playing coy when she considered giving up, and lavishing her with affection when she felt despondent. He had mastered the art of pleasure between the sheets with an unparalleled finesse. Jiang Ciyou often jabbed at his chest, chiding him, "You are nothing but a male dodgy." He would always mischievously grasp her chin and reply, "Then you must be a female Zhou Wang." How could such a debauched individual possibly be the ethereal prince of the capital before her? Jiang Ciyou convinced herself of this, yet unease lingered in her heart. As the gift-giving concluded, guests began to take their seats. Jiang Ciyou too settled into her designated spot, her eyes scanning the room, yet she could no longer find the man's figure. She quietly sat in her seat, retrieving her phone and scrolling through her contacts, finally halting at the number marked little white face. Jiang Ciyou stared at the digits, lost in thought, but a nagging feeling crept over her, as if she were being watched. Suddenly, she looked up, locking eyes with a cold gaze from the second floor of the banquet hall. It was him, however, due to the distance, she could not be certain if he was indeed looking at her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, almost as if possessed. She dialed the number in her hand. The man on the second floor remained motionless. Thank goodness, Jiang Ciyou silently rejoiced. It was fortunate that it was not him. Just as she lowered her head to end the call, the phone unexpectedly connected. Instinctively, she glanced up at the man on the second floor, who was still standing straight, yet now one hand held a phone to his ear. Jiang Ciyou's heart thundered, beating faster and faster. With excruciating slowness, she brought her phone to her ear. Finally, a familiar, deep, and icy voice resonated from the other end. "Speak." Jiang Ciyou remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the man above who was now on the phone. He was staring back at her. After a few seconds, Jiang Ciyou abruptly hung up. As expected, the man on the second floor slowly tucked his phone into his pocket. Her heart felt as though it were being squeezed, leaving her breathless. How could this be? Why was it like this? Indeed, there were no two people in this world who looked exactly alike. Bo Jinsei was, in fact, the little white face she had been supporting for 3 years. Jiang Ciyou's emotions were in turmoil. Unable to find solace, she suddenly recalled their first meeting, the night Yin Feng took Xiaoling abroad. Her childhood friend, Shen Nuo, had dragged her to the Black Horse Club. She remembered drinking copiously that night, with Shen Nuo ordering numerous male models. By a twist of fate, she ended up entangled with one of them. The next morning, she felt regret, yet upon seeing the male model's almost devilish visage, other thoughts stirred within her. Yin Feng was out there basking in warmth, so why should she remain in a cold courtyard? They could all enjoy life together. Moreover, their marriage was not as the outsiders perceived it. Thus, Jiang Ciyou promptly issued the man a check for 100,000. "How about I support you from now on?" Subsequent encounters were not held at the Black Horse Club. In truth, Jiang Ciyou had only visited that place once. She provided the man with an address, the Green Lawn Villa. For 3 years, he resided there. Besides that, she sent him a monthly check of 100,000. Whenever she felt inclined, she would visit him. Each meeting took place at night or in the early hours, and every time, he would ensure she was thoroughly delighted. Like an unspoken agreement, they never broached topics beyond their pleasurable encounters, nor did they inquire about each other as families or identities. They simply saw joy. He represented the most outrageous and rebellious chapter of her life. It was only when she realized this aspect had begun to exceed her rational control that she resolved to end their clandestine affair. She had assumed they would return to their respective paths, never to intersect again, only to discover that the once weak prey was now observing her with the poise of a hunter. And she seemed to have already fallen into his trap. When Yin Feng returned, he found Jiang Ciyou sitting in a chair, lost in thought. Her delicate face was pale, her expression vacant as though she had suffered a grave blow. Her eyes, usually vibrant and alluring, now appeared devoid of color, becoming somewhat hollow. Typically, she exuded charm and allure, but her current days rendered her pitiful, evoking a sense of pity. Yin Feng suppressed his urge to inquire about her well-being and sat beside her. However, he could surmise that it was due to Yao Shulan and Jiang Xiaoxiao, once her mother for 20 years, now they were strangers. Yao Shulan and Jiang Xiaoxiao did not sit at their table. The banquet soon commenced, and Yin Feng observed Jiang Ciyou consuming one glass after another, clearly burdened with unspoken troubles. As she poured herself a third drink, Yin Feng gently grasped her glass. "Are you still a girl, drinking so much?" Jiang Ciyou smiled and looked at him, her voice laced with flirtation. "What's wrong? Concerned about me?" Yin Feng's tone turned cold. "Today is an important occasion. Don't embarrass the Yin family by getting drunk." Jiang Ciyou huffed. "Don't bother me. I just had a breakup. Can't I have a drink to drown my sorrows?" Yin Feng noticed the flush at the corners of her eyes, causing a slight tremor in his heart. Yet he soon hardened his expression. "Jiang Ciyou, spare me the theatrics. Even if you get drunk at the table today, I wouldn't shed a tear." Jiang Ciyou remained silent, resolutely continuing to drink. She couldn't comprehend how her little white face had transformed into a prince. Did he even know her identity as Mrs. Yen? For 3 years, he had played the gigolo without uttering a single explanation. What was his true intention? Despair. What a profound despair it was. As the banquet progressed, guests began to toast at the main table. Yin Feng stood up. "Let us go toast to old Madame Bo." Leading the way, Yin Feng headed toward the main table, with Jiang Ciyou following closely behind, glass in hand. Soon, they arrived at the main table, which was bustling with people. The old lady had already left the table, leaving only Bo Jinsei to maintain appearances. Many guests came to toast, but most merely clinked glasses with him, while Bo Jinsei raised his cup and acknowledged them with a gesture. If he encountered particularly distinguished guests, he would take a symbolic sip. As the previous guests finished their toasts and departed, Yin Feng seized the moment to approach Bo Jinsei. "Fourth Master Bo, I am Yin Feng from the Yin family of Rongcheng. I have long admired your name. I toast to you." He referred to Bo Jinsei as fourth master. Following the lead of those who had come before him, Yin Feng extended his cup with both hands, seemingly waiting for Bo Jinsei to clink glasses with him. Having observed carefully, Yin Feng noted that regardless of age or status, he had not rejected anyone who had come to toast, at the very least offering a polite clink. However, at this moment, Bo Jinxi showed no inclination to take the cup. Yin Feng's hand, holding the glass, hung suspended in the air, creating a subtly awkward atmosphere. Chapter 9 Young Master Yin is truly a good husband. As Yin Feng's heart sank gradually, Bo Jinxiu spoke lightly. Yin family? The Yin family of Haifeng Construction. Yin Feng felt a surge of joy within. He was aware of Haifeng Construction. Yin Haifeng is my grandfather. He has often praised you, fourth Master Bo, as a prodigy in the business realm, and remarked that if the Yin family could collaborate with the Bo family on this development zone resort project, it would be a tremendous fortune and honor. Yin Feng had been troubled, seeking an opportunity to broach the subject, and unexpectedly, Bo Jinxiu provided it. Naturally, he did not wish for Bo Jinxiu to agree immediately. A project worth hundreds of billions could not be settled with just a few exchanged words. However, it was imperative for Bo Jinxiu to remember the Yin family, as this would afford them an advantage among the thousands of competitors in the future. Bo Jinxiu twirled the wineglass with his fingers. Though seated, he emanated an air of superiority, compelling those standing to look up to him. His voice was deep and indifferent, tinged with a hint of derision. The resort project can collaborate with anyone, but it is utterly impossible for it to involve the Yin family. At this utterance, those surrounding them were taken aback. Many had long set their sights on the lucrative development zone resort. They had just heard Bo Jinxiu mention Haifeng Construction and felt a twinge of envy. Yet, at this moment, their expressions transformed into one of schadenfreude. Curiosity piqued. How had the Yin family offended this princeling of the capital? Yin Feng was equally astonished. Up until today, the Yin family had no connection with the Bo family and had never encountered Bo Jinxiu. How could he make such a statement? A flicker of trepidation crossed Yin Feng's face. Fourth Master Bo, may I inquire, has the Yin family offended you in any way? Bo Jinxiu suddenly rose, his gaze drifting past Yin Feng to settle on Jiang Ciyou behind him. His expression remained impassive, his pale skin lending him an ethereal quality, as if untouched by the mundane world. However, a discernible shift in his tone revealed a hint of emotion. That would be a question for Madame Yan. In an instant, all eyes turned toward the woman behind Yin Feng. Madame Yan was strikingly beautiful, arguably the most stunning woman present. Many had noticed her from the outset. She resembled a celestial being who had emerged from the misty rains of Jiangnan, her face captivating and radiant. Even the simplest attire could not conceal her vibrant allure. Countless scrutinizing gazes fell upon her. Jiang Ciyou had not anticipated that this man would challenge her so openly. Yet Yin Feng had already turned around, his expression cold and voice laden with reproach. Jiang Ciyou, explain this situation. Yin Feng felt as though he had been struck with a hammer. How could Jiang Ciyou possibly know Bo Jinxiu, and what had transpired between them? Had there been something between them all along? Jiang Ciyou had regained her composure. A smile graced her lips as she stepped forward. I did not expect fourth Master Bo to hold a grudge. Wasn't he at nearly 3 years ago when I inadvertently scratched your prized vehicle? At that time, I was unaware of your identity, so I left 1,000 yuan and departed. It's quite commendable that you still remember. Jiang Ciyou found herself in a precarious position, compelled to concoct a lie. She could not possibly admit to having slept with him 3 years prior, only to now discard him and thus offend him. The crowd suddenly understood. Yin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, inexplicably feeling tense moments ago, fearing there was some entanglement between the two. Yin Feng reprimanded coldly, fourth Master Bo's vehicle must be worth a fortune. Your 1,000 yuan is an affront. Shouldn't you come forth to apologize to fourth Master Bo? The onlookers observed Yin Feng's demeanor towards Jiang Ciyou and lamented that this young Master Yin lacked appreciation for beauty. Such a magnificent woman was met with his icy rebuke, offering no semblance of defense. Yin Feng believed that Bo Jinxiu could not possibly care about the cost of repairs. It was Jiang Ciyou's thoughtless act of leaving 1,000 yuan that he perceived as an insult, thus harboring resentment. Noticing that Bo Jinxiu did not contest her statement, Jiang Ciyou boldly approached him. Raising her wineglass, she declared, 3 years ago, it was my fault for not recognizing your greatness, and I sincerely apologize to you, fourth Master. Jiang Ciyou implied, I hope fourth Master will show magnanimity and not hold a small woman like me accountable. Yet, Bo Jinxiu laughed, a cold, mirthless laugh, his lips curving wickedly, accentuating his somewhat demonic visage. His eyes narrowed, and his voice carried a hint of malice. Does Madame Yin believe a single cup of wine can erase the grievances of these past 3 years? The crowd was taken aback, secretly lamenting that this princeling of the capital was indeed rather petty. Nearly a minor collision had him nursing a grudge for 3 long years, and now he sought to humiliate a young woman in this manner. Truly a vengeful spirit. As they vowed to avoid offending him in the future, they cast sympathetic glances toward Madame Yin. What would it take for fourth Master to be appeased? Bo Jinxiu picked up an unopened bottle of liquor from the table. 1 cup will not suffice. A bottle may be considered. The crowd was dumbfounded. To expect a delicate woman to consume an entire bottle of strong liquor was tantamount to inviting disaster. Yet, individuals had already begun to pour the drink. 10 cups, meticulously filled, stood lined up on the table. Bo Jinxiu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Ciyou. Madame Yin, please proceed. Jiang Ciyou reasoned that if a single bottle could sever their ties of enmity from the past 3 years, it was indeed a worthwhile trade. She stepped forward, grasping one of the cups. If fourth Master keeps his word, I shall drink this, and our grievances will be settled. You must also cast aside your biases against the Yin family, allowing us a fair opportunity to compete. Of course. A hint of pleasure crept into his voice. Just as Jiang Ciyou was about to drink from the cup, someone nearby whispered, this Madame Yin is truly a woman of valor, both beautiful and formidable, yet her husband is utterly unremarkable. Indeed, at this moment, allowing a woman to bear the brunt while he remains silent, he appears nothing more than a man living off her. Madame Yin is solely focused on the interests of the Yin family, while he acts as though it has nothing to do with him. A man who cannot even defend his own wife is hardly a man at all. Of these remarks were distinctly audible to Yin Feng. His complexion shifted, alternating between pale and flushed. How could these individuals not discern the truth, that this was merely a predicament instigated by Jiang Ciyou? Yet, Yin Feng, too, had to uphold his dignity as a man. He snatched the wineglass from Jiang Ciyou's hand and declared, "She is my wife. For her mistakes, I shall gladly apologize to Fourth Master on her behalf. I will drink this," expecting Bo Jinxiu to refuse. He was taken aback when Bo Jinxiu merely remarked, "Young Master Yin is truly a good husband to drink up." Chapter 10. Are you unaware that this is my room? Yin Feng found himself in a precarious situation. Summoning his resolve, he downed the remaining contents of his glass filled with white liquor. No sooner had he finished than another glass was thrust into his hand, followed by one after another. Yin Feng was already feeling unwell from a cold, his headache only slightly alleviated by evening. Now, with several drinks consumed, the excruciating throb of pain returned with a vengeance. By the time he reached the 8th glass, Yin Feng could no longer hold on. He swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. He was well aware that his tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, a fact that Jiang Ciyou recognized all too well. Conversely, she possessed a commendable capacity for drinking. Just 2 more glasses. Allow me, Jiang Ciyou declared as Yin Feng set down his cup, striding confidently to the table. Without hesitation, she seized a glass and tilted her head back, finishing it in one swift motion. Then she picked up the final glass. Onlookers were taken aback. While it was not uncommon for women to drink, her manner of doing so was nothing short of captivating. Her slender fingers, delicate as jade, transformed the ordinary wineglass into an exquisite piece of art. As she slightly tilted her head back, a glimpse of her alabaster neck emerged, reminiscent of a proud swan. Her drinking was deliberate and unhurried, exuding an air of grace and even a hint of innate languor. It appeared as though she were not merely responding to the provocations of others but rather indulging in a private revelry, immersed in song and merriment. As Jiang Ciyou placed her glass down, applause erupted from those around her, almost instinctively. With her glass set down, Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unchanged, save for a faint blush that enhanced her vibrancy and warmth, akin to a Damascus rose blooming under the blazing sun, dazzling in its beauty. "The wine has been consumed, Mr. Bo. Surely, you have calmed down by now," she hinted, her words laden with subtext. Yet, Bo Jinci's demeanor remained unyielding, even more frigid than before. After a lengthy pause, a faint smirk graced his lips. "Mrs. Yen and young Master Yen truly share a profound bond." With that, he turned and took his seat, seemingly bereft of interest. Others swiftly approached to offer toasts, allowing this brief interlude to pass. Jiang Ciyou supported Yin Feng as they returned to their seats. Yin Feng felt intensely unwell, his stomach churning violently, threatening to expel its contents. He managed to rise with great effort. "I need to visit the restroom." Jiang Ciyou sat in a daze, her gaze inadvertently drawn to the main table. In her moment of distraction, she felt a sudden chill in her chest. A glass of red wine had been splashed entirely across her. Following this, Jiang Xiaoxiao feigned an apology. "I'm so sorry. I was just on my way to toast and accidentally tripped over the carpet near you." Jiang Ciyou lifted her gaze, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. It was evident that Jiang Xiaoxiao had acted with intent. Moments ago, she had witnessed Jiang Ciyou stealing the spotlight at the main table, receiving praise and admiration, and she aimed to humiliate her, relishing in her discomfort. Jiang Xiaoxiao then turned to her mother. "Mom, what should we do? I've stained my sister's dress." Yao Shulan glanced at Jiang Ciyou with an indifferent expression. "Your sister has taken so much from you since childhood, a mere dress is insignificant. She won't mind." With that, she grasped Jiang Xiaoxiao's arm and led her away. As they departed, Jiang Xiaoxiao turned back, casting a triumphant smile at Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, watching Yao Shulan's retreating figure, felt a pang of sorrow. The night of the paternity test revelation lingered painfully in her memory, when Yao Shulan had struck her twice, exclaiming, "You're the spawn of that wretched woman. I've raised my enemy's daughter as my treasure for all these years. You should die. Why don't you just die?" 3 years had passed, yet the recollection still brought waves of anguish to her chest. Many bystanders now fixated on her, whispering among themselves, "How outrageous! That little wretch is clearly doing this on purpose. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou, is she truly your sister? How can she be so malevolent? And what of Jiang Taitai, how can she be so biased? Even if not biological, she has raised you for 20 years, surely there must be some semblance of affection?" Jiang Ciyou's background had already become the subject of gossip among several socialites in the capital. The young ladies expressed their indignation on her behalf. A few who had just added Jiang Ciyou on WeChat happened to be nearby and witnessed the scene unfold, quickly gathering around her. "Cindy, please fetch a clean outfit for Sister Jiang. Sister Jiang, come with me upstairs, I'll find you a new dress." Jiang Ciyou looked up to see the speaker was the red-haired girl who had stood beside the matriarch during the gifting ceremony. She was strikingly beautiful, dressed not in an extravagant evening gown like the others but in a casual ensemble, an orange tank top paired with deep blue jeans, exuding a relaxed Western charm. Jiang Ciyou felt a favorable inclination toward Miss Bo and did not decline her offer, particularly since her own attire was now soaked, the red wine stark against her white qipao. "Thank you, Miss Bo," Jiang Ciyou replied, following Bo Sini to the side elevator. They traversed the lengthy corridor, which offered a clear view of the banquet hall below. When Jiang Ciyou glanced towards the main table, she noticed Bo Jinci was no longer present. Before long, Bo Sini opened a door. "Sister Jiang, please wait here, I'll fetch you some clothes." Jiang Ciyou nodded and stepped inside. Moments later, Bo Sini returned, holding a yellow tank top and a pair of wide-legged deep blue jeans. "I just returned from England today. These are all I have, no formal dresses," Bo Sini expressed with a hint of regret. "This is perfectly fine, thank you, Miss Bo," Jiang Ciyou replied gratefully. Bo Sini smiled. "I'll step out now."
Just change and come back down. Rest assured, this room is rarely occupied, and the door has a fingerprint lock, so outsiders cannot enter."
With that, she exited and closed the door behind her. Jiang Ciyou drew the curtains of the room and walked to the sofa, beginning to remove her qipao. Just as she had gotten halfway, a noise at the door caught her attention. The door swung open unexpectedly. Jiang Ciyou hastily grabbed her half-removed qipao to shield her body, instinctively turning her head. Her startled gaze met the man's cold, piercing black eyes. Upon seeing the woman in the midst of changing, a flicker of surprise crossed his features before his expression deepened into one of intensity. He stepped into the room, facing Jiang Ciyou, and swiftly closed the door behind him. As she recognized the man's face, Jiang Ciyou felt a wave of relief wash over her.
"Mr. Bo?" Bo Jincey's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ciyou's face, his voice devoid of emotion, cold as ice. "What are you doing here?"
Jiang Ciyou explained, "I accidentally spilled red wine on my dress, and Miss Bo kindly offered me a new outfit."
"Are you not aware that this is my room?" Chapter 11.
"Just playing, no need to take it seriously." A flicker of astonishment passed through Jiang Ciyou's eyes.
"I truly do not know." Miss Bo did not mention it. She merely stated that this room has remained uninhabited for years.
Bo Jinciyou raised his brow slightly. "What she said is not incorrect. I have resided in the Green Meadow Villa for the past 3 years." Mentioning the Green Meadow Villa rendered the atmosphere inexplicably awkward. Jiang Ciyou noticed a subtle blush fleeting across her cheeks, which lifted Bo Jinciou's spirits considerably. "You should change your clothes first. We shall have a chat shortly." Jiang Ciyou realized she was still in a state of undress. However, changing clothes under such a direct gaze was undeniably a test of her composure.
"Mr. Bo, I presume you've heard the saying one should not gaze upon indecency?"
Bo Jinciou chuckled, striding confidently over to sit on the sofa where Jiang Ciyou had placed her garments. His gaze upon her grew even more unabashed. "I have read little.
I have not heard of it."
This man, brazenly playing the rogue, bore a striking resemblance to the individual she had kept for 3 years. Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou was not one to shy away.
They were both well aware of the countless times they had shared a bed. What was appropriate to see, and what was not, had long since been seen innumerable times. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Ciyou set aside the qipao and reached for the clothes that Bo Cini had prepared on the sofa. Beneath the qipao, she wore a delicate set of cream-colored undergarments, now laid bare before the man. His pupils dilated sharply. Jiang Ciyou possessed an exquisite figure, her waist slender like a lethal curve, yet she had ample curves where it mattered. The undulating landscape resembled a vivid oil painting. The soft, silky sensation of her skin repeatedly captivated the man's mind. Ultimately, his long arm reached out, grasping Jiang Ciyou's delicate arm. Just as her fingers brushed the fabric, she, along with the clothing, found herself falling into the man's embrace. A fervent and passionate kiss ensued. Jiang Ciyou pushed against him a couple of times, but to no avail, and so she ceased to resist. She was well aware of the intoxicating nature of his kiss, having experienced it before. Since she could indulge once more without cost, why not relish it? Amidst their fervent entanglement, Jiang Ciyou's phone suddenly rang. She attempted to push the man away. "It's a phone call.
Who cares?" The man, already lost in desire, was unwilling to release her so easily. His large hand Jiang Ciyou, however, smiled and said, "It's my husband's call, I must answer." Those words instantly extinguished the man's enthusiasm, and he rose from Jiang Ciyou's lap. She took the opportunity to grab her phone.
"Where have you been?" Yan Feng's voice was considerably more alert, yet devoid of tenderness.
"My dress was stained with red wine.
I am changing and will be there shortly." "You certainly have a lot going on."
Yan Feng concluded the call abruptly. Jiang Ciyou began to dress, donning a yellow camisole paired with dark denim jeans, which rendered her appearance both casual and alluring. Her visage was versatile enough to carry any style.
"Jiang Ciyou, we need to talk." After changing, Jiang Ciyou turned to Bo Jinciou. "What is there to discuss?" Bo Jinciou's brow furrowed. "What is so amusing? You want me to abandon my identity as Mrs. Yin to become your clandestine lover? Is your status as Mrs. Yin so dear to you? Of course, while the Yin family may not rival the Bo family, it is still quite affluent.
Being the matriarch of the Yin family is far more illustrious than being your hidden mistress.
I never intended for you to be a clandestine lover. Are you suggesting you wish to marry me?"
Bo Jinciou's frown deepened as he regarded the woman before him, who was radiating charm and allure. The man fell silent. Jiang Ciyou, unfazed, smiled and playfully tossed her wavy hair.
"Mr.Bo, it's merely a game, why take it seriously? For the past 3 years, you have enjoyed yourself, and I have too. You do not hold my neglect and frivolity against me, and I do not hold your deceit and masquerade against you. Can we agree to part amicably?"
Jiang Ciyou found it difficult to comprehend the man's mindset. He was undeniably a favored son of heaven, yet willingly allowed himself to be treated as a kept man. Reflecting on the past 3 years, she recognized her own neglect, sometimes ignoring calls, other times standing him up, and occasionally venting her frustrations on him. She had regarded him merely as a companion for emotional support, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Had she known his true identity, she would have never dared to engage with him. Yet, despite everything, he had never revealed his identity over the past 3 years. Why? Was the scion of the capital's elite inherently masochistic? The depth of the man's gaze darkened significantly, his pale skin giving him the appearance of an irate vampire, ready to pounce and drain her lifeblood.
"Jiang Ciyou, do you love your husband?" "Of course, otherwise, I would not have married him. He has a mistress." "I am aware. He does not love you." "I know. Then why do you still love him?" I grew up with him. We are childhood sweethearts. That kind of bond is beyond the comprehension of others. Perhaps there are misunderstandings between us now, but I firmly believe that one day, he will return to my side. In truth, Jiang Ciyou had long ceased to love Yan Feng and had however, her departure from him would be her own choice and not a result of external pressure. She hoped that her words might decisively sever the ties for this young master. So, he strays, you keep me. I am merely a tool for you to retaliate against your husband? Jiang Ciyou paused, then honestly replied, that is indeed the case. Afterward, she offered further clarification. However, I was unaware of your true identity. Had I known, I would certainly not have dared to provoke you. Jiang Ciyou smiled, his lips curling with evident sarcasm. I never imagined that for 3 years, Jiang Ciyou, would merely be a tool for someone else's revenge. Jiang Ciyou, you truly are remarkable. Seeing the man's expression, an unsettling premonition surged within Jiang Ciyou. Indeed, the next moment, he stood up, his tall figure resembling a mountain blocking her path. Jiang Ciyou grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin. Jiang Ciyou, no one in this world can treat me as a mere tool to be discarded once used. If anyone is to end this, it shall be I who ends it with you. With that, Jiang Ciyou strode out of the room. Jiang Ciyou stood in stunned silence for a moment before also exiting the room. By the time she rejoined Yan Feng, he had regained considerable lucidity, yet he did not inquire about the events that had transpired. After the banquet concluded, Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng bid farewell to the host and departed from the Lushan villa. As she opened the car window, an inexplicable sense of vexation washed over her. It felt as though she had inadvertently provoked a formidable deity. Once the vehicle entered the city, it halted at a subway entrance. Yan Feng, eyes closed, did not spare her a glance. Jiang Ciyou, I have matters to attend to tonight and will not return to the old residence. You may take a taxi back. Chapter 12 of The Art of Seduction. Yan Feng's destination was clear to Jiang Ciyou, who understood all too well. With a sense of propriety, she opened the car door. Jiang Ciyou hailed a cab back to the Yan family's ancestral home. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou returning alone, Yan's mother surmised the situation and resolved to personally bring him back. Yet, she was intercepted by Jiang Ciyou. Enough, mother, his heart is no longer here, his return would merely be a shell of a body. Let him be. With that, Jiang Ciyou ascended the staircase. Yan's mother rarely witnessed Jiang Ciyou in such a disheartened state, leaving her perplexed about the events of the day. Yan Feng did not return until a week later. During that week, Jiang Ciyou's life proceeded as per usual, with the sole exception being her absence from the Green Lawn Villa. Previously, she would visit 2 to 3 times a week following the old lady's birthday celebration. She had not encountered Jiang Ciyou. Had he truly let her go, life flowed smoothly, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered within Jiang Ciyou. On the evening of Yan Feng's return, Yan's mother erupted in fury at the dining table. Do you even care about this family? From today onward, if you choose to stay out overnight again, I shall consider you no longer my son. Yan's mother was exceedingly incensed, and Yan Feng felt a hint of trepidation. With a sullen expression, he replied, Mother, I have been at the company these past few days, barely familiarizing myself with the business. I have been working tirelessly, even spending nights at the office. I returned today solely due to work matters. Yan's father interjected. Indeed, I inquired with Secretary Zhang. Feng has been sleeping at the company's apartment. Yan's mother's expression shifted, prompting her to change the subject. Is work going smoothly? Yan Feng set down his chopsticks, his gaze turning toward Jiang Ciyou. Thanks to certain individuals, it has been anything but smooth. Yan Haifeng furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Yan Feng continued. Today, Bo's company publicly invited bids, and hundreds of construction firms received invitations. Several firms of lesser standing than Yan Feng Construction in Rongqing were invited to the BJ Tower, yet Haifeng Construction received neither an invitation nor the bidding documents. This is all thanks to your precious daughter-in-law. The BJ Tower served as Bo's group's office in Rongqing, situated directly across from the television station. Jiang Ciyou recalled an encounter with the pretty boy exiting the building after work, jokingly asking, Darling, have you switched jobs? She had always assumed that her well-groomed pretty boy worked at the Black Horse Club. She remembered his response, I am the owner of this building. At that moment, she had laughed at his fanciful claim, and then they had amicably departed together for the Green Lawn Villa. They had only been together for 2 months then, enveloped in passion and revelry. Little did she realize he had hinted at his true identity. A sense of regret washed over Jiang Ciyou for having entangled herself with such a man. Upon hearing Yan Feng's words, Yan's mother came to Jiang Ciyou's defense. Ciyou does not work at Yan's, so this has nothing to do with her. Who told her to offend the crown prince 3 years ago and insult him with 1,000 yuan? Yan Feng recounted the incident from the old lady's birthday banquet. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Yan Feng cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. Unless this matter is resolved, Bo's company will never consider Haifeng Construction for the resort project. Jiang Ciyou, the trouble you have caused, you must handle the aftermath yourself. After a long pause, the elder spoke. If we truly cannot secure this project, then so be it. Yan Feng, agitated, retorted, Grandfather, you previously stated that this project is crucial to the survival of Yan's. How can you dismiss it so easily now that it involves Jiang Ciyou? You merely expect her to apologize, and what's the worst that could happen? A little humiliation. Is the survival of Yan's less important than Jiang Ciyou's pride? The elder's favoritism was becoming absurdly evident. He seemed poised to speak again when Jiang Ciyou stood up. Grandfather, I will take some gifts to BJ tomorrow to apologize to the crown prince and strive to secure Yan's bidding eligibility. The resort project had received special approval from the central government and required a public bidding process. Hundreds of construction companies were vying for it, and the chances of success were already slim.
Now, without even the eligibility to bid, the prospect seemed utterly bleak. Since this predicament was of her making, she would not shirk her responsibility. Yen Feng chuckled. Very well, I shall await the arrival of Bo's bidding documents tomorrow. Just don't disappoint me. He did not believe Jiang Ciyou could succeed, considering he had already witnessed the crown prince's pettiness and grudges. If apologies were effective, he would not have needed to say any of this. In truth, he had attempted to visit several times over the past few days, but Bo Jinqiu had refused to see him, even going so far as to have security escort him out the last time, leaving him utterly humiliated. All of this stemmed from Jiang Ciyou's actions. She ought to experience the disgrace of being publicly ejected by security. Early the next morning, Jiang Ciyou drove to the BJ Tower. Parking in the rooftop lot, she gazed up at the towering structure, the golden letters of BJ glimmering in the morning sunlight. Completed less than 3 years prior, BJ had already become a landmark in Rongcheng. She had always presumed it to be a new tech giant, only to discover it was a subsidiary of Bo's Group. BJ must be an abbreviation of Bo Jinqiu's name. Upon entering the lobby of BJ, Jiang Ciyou approached the front desk. Hello, could you please tell me which floor Bo Jinqiu's office is on? The four attractive receptionists exchanged glances upon hearing a woman directly invoke Bo Jinqiu's name. The tallest, with a pointed chin, remarked, "Is it appropriate for you to address our president so casually? What is your relationship with him?" Jiang Ciyou nearly blurted out, "I'm his kept woman," but instead maintained a cheerful demeanor and explained, "I am here on behalf of Yen's to discuss work matters with President Bo." A glimmer of disdain flickered in the pointed chin receptionist's eyes. Yen's is indeed quite underhanded, attempting to employ the art of seduction. Apologies, but our president has stated that no one from Yen's is permitted to step foot inside BJ. With that, she raised her hand to signal for security. Before being escorted out, Jiang Ciyou said to the security guard, "I apologize, let me make a quick phone call." The guard, unable to act against such a stunning woman, stood by quietly as she dialed. The four receptionists whispered among themselves, being attractive certainly has its advantages. She receives preferential treatment wherever she goes. Even the security guard is captivated. Where did Yen's find such a gem? She is even more beautiful than a movie star. Beauty is of little use. Yen's has ulterior motives. Previously, their general manager personally visited 4 times, and our president did not even grant him a nod of acknowledgement. They truly are at their wits' end, sending a mere vase to negotiate. Our president is far too astute to fall for such tricks. As Jiang Ciyou hung up the phone, the pointed chin receptionist hastily commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and escort her out." Just then, the phone at the front desk rang. The pointed chin receptionist glanced and saw it was a call from the president's office. Having worked at BJ for 3 years, she had never received a call from the president's office before. She answered cautiously, and a melodious voice answered, "Let her come up." Chapter 13 of The Beauty Trap. Ineffectual by day, the secretary hung up the phone, her expression wavering as if she were still in a day. The public knew almost nothing about him. However, as the most idle and gossip-prone receptionist in the company, they were naturally well versed in the details concerning the CEO. Thus, it was easy for them to recognize the voice on the other end of the call. The sharp-chinned woman cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou that was tinged with envy and jealousy. What was the nature of this woman's relationship with the CEO, that he would personally call the front desk? Had her recent call been directed to him? "The CEO's office is on the 32nd floor, the sharp-chinned woman reluctantly remarked. Jiang Ciyou expressed her gratitude and proceeded directly to the elevator. The elevator opened swiftly on the 32nd floor. After traversing a corridor, Jiang Ciyou paused at the door of the CEO's office. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and knocked. The door was opened by a gentleman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared quite refined. He introduced himself. "I am Gaocan, the CEO's secretary. The CEO is currently in a meeting. Miss Jiang, you may wait here for a while." Jiang Ciyou replied politely, "I would prefer to wait in the reception room." "Given your relationship with the CEO, Miss Jiang, you may treat this place as your own domain." Taken aback for a moment, Jiang Ciyou's ears flushed. Yet, she graciously offered a smile. "Very well." It seemed that Secretary Cao was well informed about her connection with Bo Jinqiu, so there was no need for her to feign modesty. After pouring Jiang Ciyou a glass of water, Secretary Cao left the office. Jiang Ciyou settled onto the sofa in the office and took in her surroundings. The office was expansive, resembling a suite, with not only a workspace but also additional rooms. However, the doors were closed, leaving her unaware of their contents. What truly captivated her attention was the floor-to-ceiling window behind the desk. Rising slowly, she made her way toward it. The transparent window offered a breathtaking view of the city below. The undulating skyline and the streams of traffic on the elevated highways resembled the lifeblood of the urban landscape, continuously flowing. After admiring the scenery for a while, Jiang Ciyou turned her gaze back to the large desk. It was piled high with documents, yet meticulously organized. Amidst the papers, a crystal picture frame stood out prominently. Inside the frame was a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in a pink tulle dress, with adorable pigtails, holding a plush bunny and smiling joyfully. The photograph's quality was not high, reminiscent of an old picture from years past. The girl's face was somewhat blurred, yet her radiant smile shone like a ray of sunshine, capable of dispelling any gloom. Though Jiang Ciyou did not recognize the girl, the photograph evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her. As she picked up the photo to examine it more closely, the door to the room swung open. A tall figure stood at the entrance. Their eyes met. The man, upon seeing the woman holding the photograph, furrowed his brow. However, he did not enter, seemingly waiting for her to speak first. Jiang Ciyou, with a smile, playfully waved the photo and naturally inquired, "Is this your daughter?" The man's brow knitted even tighter. With an expression of exasperation, he approached and snatched. Yet, the man's words made her feel a sense of closeness, as their previous conversations had always been so unreserved. The man turned his gaze toward her, his demeanor now icy and distant. "What brings you here?" Bo Jinqiu's tone was imbued with evident indifference. In truth, over the past 3 years, Jiang Ciyou had never perceived this man as aloof. On the contrary, she had always found him to be passionate, affectionate, and insatiable, yet, the man before her now emanated a chilling air that seemed to alter his very essence in a matter of days. How could one's demeanor change so drastically in such a short time? Which version of him was the true one, the man of 3 years ago or the one standing before her now?
Jiang Ciyou adopted a tone of businesslike formality.
Can we refrain from involving Yen Corporation in our matters? Yen Corporation is one of the top 10 construction companies in the country. Surely, Bo Corporation would not deny them even the opportunity to bid? The man settled into his office chair, casually picking up a document from the desk. His voice remained detached.
So, Yen Feng sent you?
I came of my own accord. I recognize that I have offended you, but I trust that the leader of a vast commercial empire is a person who distinguishes between public and private matters. The man raised his head, a smirk emerging on his pale face, which rendered him somewhat devilish. Madam Yen, there is no need to flatter me. I excel at exploiting public interests for private gains. A flicker of resignation crossed Jiang Ciyou's eyes.
What must I do to secure an opportunity for Yen Corporation?
The man tapped his thigh. Come here. Jiang Ciyou approached him, naturally settling onto his lap. His gaze darkened abruptly. Countless nights had begun in this manner for them. Jiang Ciyou was aware that this particular man was quite susceptible to such advances. He chuckled softly, then seized Jiang Ciyou's chin, pulling her in for a kiss. She had never been so compliant before. She was usually the one indulging in pleasure, yet today, she found herself in the unusual position of seeking to please him. The man appeared to succumb to her charms. As she observed the growing intoxication in his eyes, Jiang Ciyou parted her lips, leaning close to his ear, her voice delicate and alluring like a blooming lily, imbued with an irresistible fragrance. Would you send a bidding document to Yen Corporation, please? His gaze deepened, as if the mist within his eyes gradually dissipated, revealing clarity. Despite their prolonged kiss, his mind remained sharp enough to contemplate this. He grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin, their eyes locked, his expression was strikingly lucid. The beauty trap is ineffective against me by day. Jiang Ciyou abruptly rose from his lap. You should have said so earlier.
You had me pretending for so long.
Frustration welled within the man. This woman was utterly heartless. The moment he appeared to be of no use to her, she wasted not a second in distancing herself. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed, yet it had all been an act on her part.
Is there truly no room for negotiation on this matter? The man fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou.
It was evident that a hint of helplessness had flickered in her beautiful eyes. Should he decisively declare that there was none, she would undoubtedly leave without a backward glance. Her patience with him was clearly limited.
The man spoke. If you agree to one condition, I will grant Yen Corporation an opportunity. What condition? Move out of the Yen residence and into the Green Meadow Villa.
The Green Meadow Villa belonged to her, yet she had gifted it to Bo Jinxiu just days prior during their breakup. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ciyou acquiesced. Very well, then send the bidding documents to Yen Corporation now. Chapter 14 Jiang Ciyou, dare you to stand me up? Upon witnessing Jiang Ciyou's swift acquiescence, a flicker of doubt surfaced in Bo Jinxiu's eyes. However, he presently had no means to validate his suspicions. Since Jiang Ciyou had agreed, he fulfilled his promise by sending the tender documents to the Yen Corporation. Meanwhile, Yen Feng was engaged in a meeting at the company. Of the numerous projects currently undertaken by the Yen Corporation, half were operating at a loss, with some losses reaching staggering figures. Should they fail to secure the resort project, the Yen Corporation would undoubtedly face dire straits. Yet, thousands of construction firms nationwide were vying for this lucrative opportunity, with dozens to hundreds of competitors in Rongqing alone. To make matters worse, Bo's firm had not even extended an invitation to Yen Corporation for the tender. The likelihood of success seemed almost unattainable. In recent days, their meetings from dawn until dusk revolved around strategies to persuade Bo Jinxiu to reconsider, even delving into the study of his preferences. But what could they possibly offer to such an exalted individual who lacked for nothing? Suddenly, a secretary burst in, clutching a laptop, her expression brimming with excitement. General Manager, Yen Feng, already irritable, snapped, what is it?
Can't you see we're still in a meeting? Bo's firm has sent us the tender documents.
Yen Feng froze momentarily before standing up with palpable excitement.
Is that true? Let me see.
Upon reviewing the email, he confirmed that it was indeed the official tender documents from Bo's firm. This signified that Haifeng Construction finally had an opportunity to compete alongside other construction companies. Yen Feng let out a sigh of relief, though confusion soon clouded his features.
Why did Bo's firm suddenly change their mind?
The secretary remained animated. I don't know, it came out of nowhere. Perhaps the young master was moved by your sincerity, General Manager. Others chimed in with praise. Though Yen Corporation pales in comparison to Bo's, the General Manager is a remarkable figure. He has visited multiple times with such earnestness. Even if the young master hasn't met him, he must have felt it. The General Manager is adaptable. His future achievements may very well rival that of the young master in the capital. With the General Manager at the helm, Yen Corporation is bound to flourish. Yet, Yen Feng suddenly furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Despite his 4 personal visits, he had never been granted an opportunity by Bo's firm. Today, after Jiang Ciyou visited Bo's, they had unexpectedly received the tender documents. Could it be merely a coincidence? After confirming that the tender documents had been dispatched, Jiang Ciyou turned to take her leave, her pace brisk. Just as she was about to exit, Bo Jinxiu felt an inexplicable sensation. He called out to her retreating figure, I'll be waiting for you at the Green Lawn Villa tonight. Jiang Ciyou ignored his words and continued on her way. Watching her hurried departure, Jiang Ciyou sensed something amiss. At 9 o'clock that evening, having just emerged from the bath at her old residence, Jiang Ciyou received a call from Jiang Ciyou. The man on the line was clearly suppressing his anger, his voice chillingly cold.
Jiang Ciyou, how dare you stand me up? Jiang Ciyou responded cheerfully, what brings that on? You clearly promised me you would move from the Yen residence to Green Lawn Villa.
Jiang Ciyou spoke languidly, and Jiang Ciyou could easily envision her at that moment, relaxed and at ease with her phone in hand. I did agree to move from the Yen residence to Green Lawn Villa, but I never specified when.
I plan to move in 5 years. 5 years. By that time, the resort project would already be completed. Jiang Ciyou would have long departed from Rongqing. Amused by her audacity, he retorted, 5 years? Why not say 50? Jiang Ciyou maintained her cheerful demeanor. Is there anything else, Mr. Bo? If not, I shall hang up. Good night. With that, she promptly ended the call. A man in the Green Lawn Villa stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor, infuriated, and hurled his phone to the ground. Jiang Ciyou, truly remarkable. How had he not realized before that she could be so obstinate? Jiang Ciyou felt no fear, for her task had been accomplished. The resort was a project specially approved by the central government, necessitating a public tender. It could not be assigned internally. As long as Yen Corporation received the tender documents, everything would proceed according to official protocol. Throughout the process, government oversight would prevent Bo's firm from engaging in any underhanded tactics to oust Yen Corporation. Should Yen Corporation fail to win the bid, it would simply be a matter of fate. With no relation to her, Jiang Ciyou enjoyed a restful sleep. The following morning, she headed to the television station. Although she was the host of the midday news, the station operated as both a production and editorial unit. Jiang Ciyou was not merely a host, she was also a reporter. Much of the news material required her to be out in the field. Upon arriving at the company, she overheard colleagues gossiping. I heard the new hire graduated from Columbia University's School of Journalism and interned at NBC. Her credentials are impressive. With such a resume, she could easily host at a major network. Why is she here at our Rongqing television station? Does this mean Jiang Ciyou's position as the golden anchor is no longer secure? At this juncture, the director hiring such a talented individual must have ulterior motives. Perfect. Jiang Ciyou's worth is merely her pretty face, which has attracted numerous advertisers. After all, she has only been at the station for a year. In terms of professionalism, who here isn't better than her? As Jiang Ciyou listened, she returned to her desk. A few gossiping women suddenly noticed her, their expressions shifted rapidly. Ciyou, when did you arrive? Jiang Ciyou smiled, oh, just while you were extolling my beauty. Her face, already stunning, radiated such brightness that it nearly blinded those who beheld it. Yet, there was not a hint of anger on her countenance, as if she genuinely appreciated their compliments. The group forced smiles, though internally seething with frustration. She always managed to present herself as so gracious and perfect, casting the others into the roles of mere jesters. Vivian, the morning news anchor, stepped forward. Ciyou, we were just joking, please don't take our words to heart. We're only concerned that your status as the golden news anchor might be usurped. You might not know, but with Lin Jia's departure, this position should rightfully belong to you. After all, you've secured so many sponsorships for the station, generating substantial revenue. Vivian then added with a hint of sarcasm, but let us face it, the prime news slot requires a professional host, not merely a sales champion. Ciyou, you might genuinely be in jeopardy this time. Jiang Ciyou was well aware they were mocking her for being a sales champion. Nevertheless, she remained unfazed. Being a sales champion is far better than being a parasite. Furthermore, as for the director's decisions regarding the station, I shall defer to him. I hear the advertising slots for the morning news have yet to be sold this month, and the director is quite displeased. Perhaps you should focus more on your own concerns. Jiang Ciyou, who are you calling a parasite? And let me remind you, I'm on the 3 o'clock news. It is perfectly normal for the ad slots to remain unsold. If you're so capable, why don't you sell out the ads for the early morning news? It's easy to talk big when you're not the one doing the work. What has all this commotion so early in the morning? A middle-aged man in his 40s, the news director Tang Fei, entered the scene. Today, we have a new colleague joining our station. Tang Fei smiled warmly at the girl beside him. Xia, why don't you introduce yourself? Hello everyone, my name is Xia Ling. Chapter 15. The harmless rabbit. The gaze of everyone present fell upon the woman who was speaking. She wore a crisp white shirt paired with a khaki midi skirt and elegant white high heels, an archetype of professional attire. However, the delicate lace trim on the collar and sleeves of her shirt softened her appearance considerably. Her face, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a certain charm when viewed as a whole. The gentle smile gracing her lips exuded warmth and non-aggressiveness, reminiscent of an innocent and harmless rabbit, evoking an instinctual desire to protect her. Jiang Ciyou's attention also turned to Xia Ling, whose beautiful eyes were filled with an icy demeanor. I am a newcomer, just starting out, and I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. Upon finishing her words, Xia Ling bowed respectfully to everyone present. Despite her impressive credentials, she maintained a humble posture, referring to them as seniors. The individuals in attendance began to show her goodwill. Xia Ling greeted each person in turn, eventually approaching Jiang Ciyou. As I am new here, I hope you can look after me. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of those present. Vivian spoke up. Do you two know each other? With a smile, Xia Ling replied to the group. Ciyou and I were high school classmates and once the best of friends. Jiang Ciyou returned the smile, yet her eyes remained cold. Indeed, we were classmates, but I cannot claim the title of best friend. Xiaoling's expression turned somewhat awkward as she lowered her head. Yes, I do not deserve to be your friend.
My humble origins make it seem that I was foolishly one-sided in my affections. The atmosphere instantly grew quiet. Xiaoling bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her woeful appearance would elicit sympathy even from a stranger. As anticipated, Vivian stepped forward to confront Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, what are you so proud of? Xiaoling is an outstanding student from Colombia. Her mentioning you as a friend is merely an elevation of your status.
You truly are ungrateful.
Having said that, Vivian grasped Xiaoling's arm. Ignore her, she is notoriously disliked here. From now on, we shall all be your friends.
Tang Fei's expression was also somewhat awkward. Xiaoling, perhaps you should familiarize yourself with Vivian first. By the way, there is a meeting in the news department at 9.
As Xiaoling was surrounded and escorted away by a group of people, Jiang Ciyou experienced a fleeting moment of turmoil within her heart, but it soon returned to normalcy. Xiaoling was a master of disguise. Had it been otherwise, she would not have deceived her for 3 years during high school. She always revealed her most vulnerable side to elicit a protective instinct from those around her. Often, just moments ago, she had deliberately claimed her humble background, allowing others to believe they looked down upon her, which prompted Vivian to leap to her defense. Jiang Ciyou certainly could have defended herself, but she had no desire to explain in front of a crowd that reveled in her misfortune. Furthermore, she knew that no matter what she said, others' prejudices would remain unchanged. Indeed, her reputation at the television station was notoriously poor. She had once attempted to mend relationships with her colleagues, but over time, Jiang Ciyou realized that her efforts were futile, as conflicts of interest prevailed. The more she tried, the more they accused her of being scheming. Thus, over the past year, she had resolved to simply be herself, regardless of the opinions of others. Although her work had progressed smoothly, the complex interpersonal dynamics left her feeling unfulfilled. Being a news anchor had been a childhood dream, and leaving this place did not mean she lacked the skills to survive. On the contrary, her interests were diverse, and her talents numerous. Each was sufficient to sustain her for the rest of her life. To speak of finances, just the annual dividends from Queen had already granted her financial independence. Jiang Ciyou was unaware of Xiaoling's true intentions for being there, but she had long grown weary of competing with her. Perhaps leaving this place wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. 89. Everyone gathered in the conference room for a meeting. Jiang Ciyou was not only the host but also a news reporter. Tang Fei stated, Sister Lin will be completing her handover in a week and leaving the television station, so we must determine the primetime anchor's position within this time frame. Vivian interjected, Director, I believe Xiaoling would be quite suitable. I just saw footage of her working at BNC, and I was surprised to find her so outstanding. She even temporarily served as an international host at BNC, switching seamlessly between Chinese and English, and her hosting skills are quite professional. Tang Fei chuckled, Xia is indeed remarkable, but this position was originally intended for Ciyou, as she has the most advertising contracts and the highest popularity.
Our news department is not an advertising department.
We prioritize solid professional capabilities. If we merely consider who has the most advertising contracts, everyone will shift their focus away from journalism and instead look to curry favor with sponsors. The term sponsors was emphasized heavily by Vivian, and it was clear whom she was mocking. Jiang Ciyou casually tossed her hair, feigning indifference. The other day at the Tianheng Group's business banquet, I overheard their employees discussing a girl with single eyelids from our television station who frequently seeks out Mr. Li. When MRS.L. I saw that girl sitting on Mr. Li's lap calling him daddy. She slapped her. Now MR.Li and his wife are embroiled in a divorce. I am quite curious if we really have such a person at our station.
Vivian's expression fell instantly. Enraged, she stood up. Jiang Ciyou, do not slander.
Jiang Ciyou smiled. I never said it was you. That the television station is vast. There is more than one girl with single eyelids.
I just think you're absolutely right.
Our focus should be on journalism. Pursuing sponsors is a slippery slope. MRS.Li is known to be quite fierce. There was once a secretary from Tianheng Group who tried to seduce MR.Li and ended up having her clothes ripped off and being thrown out in a mall. Coincidentally, at the last business dinner, I added MRS.Li on WeChat, and just yesterday, she was asking me about the girl with single eyelids. Vivian's expression metamorphosed from anger to panic. What did you tell her? This single question revealed Vivian's hidden intentions. The gazes of the others varied, but at that moment, Vivian was too preoccupied to care. She was well aware of Mrs. Li's methods. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly last time, and Mrs. Li hadn't gotten a good look at her. However, she had not anticipated that MRS.Li would remember her single eyelid feature. Jiang Ciyou regarded Vivian with a playful smile, just as, without a thorough investigation, I have yet to respond. I had almost forgotten about this matter until you brought up the topic of sponsors. Vivian let out a sigh of relief inwardly.
At this moment, her gaze towards Jiang Ciyou was filled with wariness. Jiang Ciyou was truly shrewd, fully aware that Mrs. Jiang was inquiring about her but choosing not to disclose it, instead leveraging it as a threat. And now, she was utterly powerless. Vivian begrudgingly returned to her seat, no longer daring to utter another word. Chapter 16. Seizing the primetime hostess, Xiaoling smiled gently and spoke, Our news department comprises graduates from prestigious universities, well-educated individuals. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Even if what you say is true, it certainly does not involve anyone from our department. As for the position of the primetime host, I shall not compete with Ciyou for it. Let that position belong to her. Xiaoling's voice was soft and melodious, reminiscent of a lark in the forest. In just a few sentences, she deftly redirected the conversation. Vivian cast a grateful glance at Xiaoling. Not only had she defended her dignity, but she had also willingly relinquished the primetime hosting position to divert everyone's attention. However, Jiang Ciyou chuckled mockingly.
You speak as though this hosting position were already yours, and now you're graciously handing it over to me.
Ciyou, you misunderstand. That was not my intention at all. Then what do you mean? Alright, let us not bicker. Tang Fei finally interjected, clearly exasperated. Regarding this hosting position, how about this? Our television station is planning to interview a very significant figure. Whoever secures the first interview with this person shall be the primetime host. Of course, the interview must be completed within a week, so you two should get moving. Curious, someone asked, Director, who is the significant figure you speak of? Director Tang replied, the Crown Prince of the Capital Circle, Jiang Ciyou. The crowd was taken aback. Isn't the Crown Prince supposed to be in the capital? Moreover, hasn't the capital station never interviewed him? How could he possibly agree to an interview with our small station? Zhao Yuan from the photography department chimed in, it's surprising that you all, who are in the news business, are unaware of this. The Crown Prince has been in hiding in Rongqing for 3 years. The most enigmatic BK group in Rongqing is, in fact, a subsidiary of the Bo family, and he is responsible for an upcoming centrally approved resort project. Although the Jiang heiress attended the 70th birthday celebration of the Bo matriarch a few days ago, where all the top families in Rongqing were invited, which is how the Crown Prince's residence in Rongqing became known to outsiders. The Bo family is the richest in the country, and he is the sole heir. To this day, he has never given an interview to any media. Since the Crown Prince has never accepted an interview, it indicates he is an extremely low-profile individual. It might be quite challenging to succeed. The resort project is about to be unveiled. This presents an opportunity, and I think it's worth a try. Of course, even so, it remains a tremendous challenge. If we fail, so be it. If we succeed, our Rongqing TV station will have achieved something that the capital station has not. Tang Fei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I have faith in both of you. Whoever succeeds will naturally claim the primetime hosting position. If neither of you succeeds, I have my own criteria for evaluation. Upon leaving the conference room, Jiang Ciyou's expression grew unusually solemn. Xiaoling approached her side. Ciyou, you attended the matriarch's birthday banquet too, right? Why does no one in the station know you are also a daughter of the Jiang family? Jiang Ciyou raised her gaze. Xiaoling, why did you come to work at the television station? Was stealing Yinfeng not enough? Do you also wish to take my job? Xiaoling maintained an innocent facade. You have misunderstood me. I believe my expertise is best suited for this role. I never intended to take anything from you, and I did not steal Yinfeng. Oh? Jiang Ciyou reclined languidly in the plush leather chair. I've always been curious about what transpired between you and Yinfeng during that summer camp. He doesn't seem like someone easily swayed. When Yinfeng was with her, he treated her with utmost care. Jiang Ciyou could feel his affection. However, after returning from the camp, Yinfeng had undergone a complete transformation. His love vanished, replaced by disdain. Xiaoling's face flushed slightly, seemingly recalling events from years past. Jiang Ciyou appeared to sense something. Never mind, I have little interest in such sordid matters. No, it's not as you think, Xiaoling hurried to explain. Yet, Jiang Ciyou had lost patience and stood up. Xiaoling, don't trouble me, or I might revert to the person I was 3 years ago. Excuse me, I need to go prepare for the afternoon news. Jiang Ciyou was headed to get ready for her broadcast. Xiaoling watched Jiang Ciyou vanish from her sight, her expression suddenly turning frigid. Jiang Ciyou, I shall take everything from you, your husband, your job, your loved ones. You will find yourself isolated and disgraced. I await that day, then you will understand the reasons behind my actions. Later that evening, Xiaoling returned to her suite at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. Yinfeng was already back. Xiaoling approached him with delight. Didn't you say today you would return to the Yin family estate? Yinfeng stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Xiaoling's shoulder, one hand resting on her abdomen. I missed you and the baby. A hint of bashfulness graced Xiaoling's face. With that one sentence, I feel content no matter where you are. Yinfeng embraced her. Xiaoling, I'm sorry for having you follow me like this. It must feel like a burden. With a gentle tone, Xiaoling replied, as long as your heart is with me, I don't feel burdened. Feng, once the baby is born, we will be a blissful family of 3. Yinfeng assured her, don't worry. I will resolve matters with Jiang Ciyou as swiftly as possible. I will ensure you and the baby have a rightful status. At the mention of Jiang Ciyou, Yinfeng's expression darkened abruptly. He seemed to recall something. Today was your first day at the station. Did Jiang Ciyou give you a hard time? Xiaoling's gaze flickered momentarily. No. She knows that she resents me for taking you, so I knew it. I'm going back to settle this with her right now. Xiaoling grasped his arm, her voice soft yet tinged with a hint of pleading. Don't act rashly. Being with you makes any grievance seem trivial. If you go back now, it will only escalate the situation, and your parents will dislike me even more. Some things, I can endure. Remembering his parents' prejudice against Xiaoling, Yinfeng halted his steps. He pulled Xiaoling back into his embrace, saying, if you ever feel wronged, you must tell me. I won't allow Jiang Ciyou to continue bullying you, and remember, I have never belonged to her. It is not that you stole me from her, rather, she is unworthy. Xiaoling leaned against Yinfeng's chest, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Then, with a gentle voice, she asked, Feng, have you ever met Jiang Ciyou? Do you know anything about this crown prince of the capital circle? Chapter 17 The True and False Mrs. Yinfeng began. Previously, in our research for the Paradise Resort project, the company endeavored to understand his preferences. However, this individual is remarkably low-key and his movements are shrouded in mystery, thus we have not gathered much insight. He then inquired, what prompted your question about him?
Xiaoling responded, the station mentioned that if I could secure an exclusive interview with Bo Jinsi, I would be granted the position of host for the primetime slot at 7 o'clock. However, when I called the BJ office today, they informed me that any appointments with the television station would be scheduled for 6 months from now. Yan Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before saying, the only thing we have uncovered is that this young master has a habit of playing golf at the Royal Golf Club in the mornings.
I believe you may be able to leverage that.
Xiaoling maintained a worried expression, but the Royal Golf Club is the most exclusive members-only golf course in Rongqing, with a membership fee soaring to 2 million.
How could I possibly gain entry?
Yan Feng replied, my grandfather is a member of the Royal Golf Club. I often accompanied him there in the past, and the manager recognizes me. Tomorrow, I will call the club, and you can go as Mrs.
Yan. A spark of excitement flickered in Xiaoling's eyes. Really, I can enter as Mrs. Yan?
Yan Feng, observing her joy and anticipation, lightly tapped her nose and said, of course, in my eyes, you are the true Mrs.
Yan.
While Xiaoling took a shower, Yan Feng called Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, if you dare to bully Xiaoling again, don't blame me for being ungracious.
Jiang Ciyou received the call with bewilderment.
Amused, she replied, what is this? Did Xiaoling complain to you? Unlike you, Xiaoling wouldn't put on a facade in front of me while speaking ill behind my back.
You already possess enough. Do not covet everything she has.
After hanging up, Jiang Ciyou tossed her phone onto her desk in frustration. At times, she couldn't help but admire Xiaoling. It was ironic that she had seized what rightfully belonged to Xiaoling, yet she was cast as the villain. Jiang Ciyou gazed at the document on her computer screen, where she had just typed the words resignation letter. Abruptly, she slammed her laptop shut. Why should she resign just because Xiaoling had arrived? She had fought fiercely to take Yan Feng from her, and now she was expected to relinquish her job as well. Of course, there were numerous reasons behind her desire to resign, a thought that had lingered for quite some time. However, at this moment, she abruptly dismissed the notion that if she were to resign, it would be after she secured the position of primetime host. After closing her laptop, Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone once more. She scrolled through her contacts until she found Little White Face. Without hesitation, she dialed the number. The call was quickly answered.
Miss Jiang, what can I do for you?
The formal address of Miss Jiang felt distant, likely a result of his irritation from her previous cancellation. Perhaps he had come to terms with wanting to distance himself from her, which was precisely what Jiang Ciyou hoped for. She spoke in a rare serious tone. Mr. Bo, this is Jiang Ciyou, a news reporter at Rongqing TV.
I would like to schedule an interview with you. Do you have any availability?
A scoff came from the other end of the line, and he knew it was about this matter. She wouldn't reach out to him otherwise.
After a brief silence, Bo Jinsi remarked, Jiang Ciyou, you truly have a thick skin. You stood me up last time, and now you wish to arrange an interview?
Jiang Ciyou paused for a moment before responding nonchalantly, that is an entirely different matter. Mr.Bo may not be aware that I have always maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. It appeared he found her amusingly infuriating. If you wish to interview me, you must come to the Green Lawn Villa to apologize first.
We can discuss everything else afterward.
Jiang Ciyou glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 10 o'clock at night. She was well aware of what might transpire if she went there now. It was never a visit that ended without consequence. She declined. Since this is a professional matter, let us meet during the day. Please suggest a time, Mr.Bo, and I will certainly come to apologize.
Bo Jinsi was well aware of Jiang Ciyou's temperament.
She appeared charming, yet she was rather obstinate. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she would not engage in action she found distasteful. Bo Jinsi coldly replied, then let us meet at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the Royal Golf Club. Jiang Ciyou had never been to the Royal Golf Club, but she knew that Yan Qingye was a member there. Although he seldom visited, he dutifully paid the exorbitant annual membership fee of 2 million. One advantage of the club was that a member's family could gain access simply by providing the member's name. One card sufficed for the entire family. The following day at 9 o'clock, Jiang Ciyou arrived punctually at the Royal Golf Club. Upon entering, she approached the registration desk, where a handsome young man greeted her.
Miss, you look unfamiliar. Are you a member here?
Jiang Ciyou replied, Yan Qingye is my father-in-law. I should be allowed entry.
The young man displayed a look of surprise. Are you also Mrs. Yan? Also? Jiang Ciyou's attractive brows furrowed. Are there other Mrs. Yans?
The young man pointed to a figure in the distance. That woman claims to be Mrs. Yan as well. Mr. Yan is a prominent figure in Rongqing, with only one son and one daughter. It is impossible for there to be two daughters-in-law. Jiang Ciyou followed the receptionist's gaze and saw Xiaoling. Xiaoling spotted her too and appeared somewhat taken aback. The receptionist, momentarily perplexed, said, please wait a moment. I will consult with our manager. The manager quickly arrived, scolding as he approached. I have already informed you that Mrs. Yan would be coming today, and young Master Yan had given prior notice. You should have simply let her through without delay. You will regret this negligence. As the manager scolded the young receptionist, the latter defended himself. You mentioned one Mrs. Yan, but did not specify that two would be coming.
Yans, how can that be?
The manager was equally astonished. At that moment, Xiaoling had already reached Jiang Ciyou's side.
Ciyou, why are you here? Jiang Ciyou smiled brightly at her. How could I know someone was flaunting my identity outside if I didn't come? Ciyou, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
The manager had just arrived, glancing between Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling.
Which of you is the true Mrs. Yan?
There were numerous guests present today, and the scions of prominent families were naturally curious. They began to gather, eager for the gossip. "What's this play acting about, the true and false Mrs. Yan?" someone jested. Bo Jianxi approached, surrounded by a throng of admirers dressed casually in a black hoodie and black sweatpants. His fair complexion stood out, giving him an air of aloof nobility. In contrast to the others, they appeared as mere embellishments beside him, and his natural coolness exuded an aura of a born ruler. Chapter 18. Young Master Yan would not fail to recognize his own wife. Jiang Ciyou also caught sight of him. To be frank, in the past 3 years, she had seldom seen him dressed thus. When she encountered him at old Madame Beau's gathering, she was taken aback, not due to his noble status, but because his demeanor had transformed entirely. He had metamorphosed from a debauched youth into a refined gentleman, a change she found quite disconcerting. A young man sporting golden-rimmed spectacles beside Bo Jianxi remarked, "Indeed, Rongqing is a land of fortune, permitting one man to take multiple wives.
No wonder our crown prince was so reluctant to return to the capital 3 years ago."
Others chuckled, saying, "Shui Shao, you dare jest about the crown prince? Let us not forget, we journeyed all the way from the capital to serve him.
Yet, the customs of Rongqing are truly unique.
I find myself envious of that young Master Yan. One with beauty that could topple kingdoms, and another with the grace of a refined lady. Such a fortune is indeed enviable." The hall manager felt a headache coming on, glancing at the two silent women before him. Xia Ling, feeling the crowd's scrutiny, bit her lip and remained silent. Soon to become the host of primetime television, her reputation could not afford any blemishes. She understood Jiang Ciyou's personality. During their school days, she had never contested with her, always yielding to her whether it was beautiful garments, handbags, scholarships, or opportunities to study abroad. Jiang Ciyou had lost many things to her, including Yan Feng, who drove her to madness. Yet, what did it matter? Yan Feng had spent 3 years with her, and Jiang Ciyou was fully aware of it, yet she did nothing. Jiang Ciyou was not as domineering as she appeared. Her striking beauty often led others to misconstrue her as aloof and competitive. In truth, she was far more indifferent to competition, or perhaps, she simply deemed it beneath her. Xia Ling hoped that Jiang Ciyou would voluntarily withdraw, but reality did not unfold as she had anticipated. With a seemingly playful smile, Jiang Ciyou regarded Xia Ling, neither speaking nor retreating, as if waiting for her to make the first move. As the standoff continued, someone beside Bo Jianxi suddenly spoke, "Crown Prince, I recall that at old Madame's 70th birthday banquet, it was indeed young Master Yan and Madame Yan who attended.
Surely you know who the true Madame Yan is."
Instantly, all eyes turned towards Bo Jianxi, including those of Jiang Ciyou and Xia Ling. Xia Ling's heart skipped a beat. The individual before her was none other than the crown prince of the capital, Bo Jianxi, the very person she sought to interview. Her heart raced with anticipation. Yan Feng had indeed mentioned attending old Madame's birthday banquet with Jiang Ciyou, but he had also noted that there were 100 tables at the event, with only 2 from Rongqing, making them insignificant compared to the prominent political and wealthy figures present. With so many people, he surely wouldn't distinguish one from another, would he? Yet, Jiang Ciyou's beauty was such that one glance would be enough to remember her. Doubt crept into her mind. If her identity were exposed before him, the exclusive interview would undoubtedly belong to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou also looked at Bo Jianxi. Given their 3 years of intimacy, it would not be unreasonable to request a small favor at this critical juncture. At that moment, the manager had approached Bo Jianxi, clearly waiting for his directive. Bo Jianxi cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou and casually remarked, "I do not recognize any young Master Yan or Madame Yan. If you wish to ascertain who the true Madame Yan is, simply video call young Master Yan and have him identify her personally. Surely he would not fail to recognize his own wife."
Indeed, how foolish of me.
Thankfully, the Crown Prince has enlightened me. I shall initiate a video call to young Master Yan at once. Jiang Ciyou's heart sank abruptly, observing the slight furrow in Bo Jianxi's brow.
He was deliberately instigating this. Soon, the video call was connected. "Manager Zhao, what is the matter?"
Yan Feng's voice emanated from the phone. Manager Zhao greeted him. "I apologize, young Master Yan. You mentioned that Madame Yan would be arriving today, yet 2 ladies have appeared claiming to be Madame Yan.
Could you clarify who your true wife is?"
As he spoke, Manager Zhao's camera panned between Jiang Ciyou and Xia Ling. Yan Feng frowned, surprised to see Jiang Ciyou there. Presumably, she had learned of Xia Ling's presence and decided to show up. "Always." Without hesitation, he declared, "The one in the white attire is my wife." Xia Ling was indeed clad in white today, while Jiang Ciyou sported a pink tracksuit. The manager beamed and said, "Very well, I shall not disturb young Master Yan any further.
I will ensure that Madame Yan is treated with the utmost care."
As the call ended, murmurs filled the room. The hall had become crowded, with several socialites present. If you cannot play the game, do not enter.
Being caught impersonating someone else's wife is utterly humiliating.
Perhaps she intended to fish for attention. Her face is quite that of a seductress.
She might be young Master Yan's mistress, here to provoke the legitimate wife. Otherwise, why would she arrive under his name on the same day?
In truth, Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng had held a wedding ceremony 3 years prior, inviting only a select few relatives and friends. Thus, while the people of Rongqing knew that young Master Yan was married, they remained unaware of the bride's identity. Amidst the gossip, Jiang Ciyou seemed unfazed. Manager Zhao approached her, his demeanor markedly less courteous than before.
"Miss, you are not a member here. Please leave immediately."
Jiang Ciyou displayed no sign of embarrassment, lazily retrieving a card from her bag.
"Shall I apply for membership now, then I may enter?"
The crowd fell silent. The manager was taken aback. "Well, that is possible, but our membership fee, 2 million, I am aware."
"Please proceed with the transaction."
Many were momentarily stunned. Even the ladies who had just mocked Jiang Ciyou were rendered speechless. Most of them had entered using their husband's or father's memberships, not their own. The manager's expression shifted dramatically, his smile becoming even more radiant than before. Ignoring Xiaoling entirely, he promptly summoned someone from the front desk to escort Jiang Ciyou inside, personally leading her to the VIP room to process her membership card. The young men surrounding Bo Jinci exhibited newfound interest. That card appears to be the Cheetah Black Gold card, of which only 500 exist globally. It is accepted by major banks and offers complimentary access to all 7-star hotels worldwide, a true status symbol. I recall that the Crown Prince possesses one as well. Fewer than 20 individuals in Huagua hold this card, all of whom come from extraordinary backgrounds.
What exactly is Miss Jiang's background? Those who had previously mocked Jiang Ciyou now stared in astonishment.
2 million may not be extraordinary, but possessing that black gold card was exceedingly rare. It was not a privilege afforded to mere wealthy individuals. The issuing organization conducted stringent reviews, with even royal families across nations having no more than 3 cardholders. This Miss Jiang possessed such a card. What could her identity possibly be? Unbeknownst to Jiang Ciyou, this was merely a salary card issued by her senior. The dividends from Queen were deposited into this account, which now boasted a staggering sum of 800 million. For her, 2 million was hardly a concern. Chapter 19 of the prelude to the competition. Upon witnessing Jiang Ciyou produce that card, Bo Jinci fell into a contemplative silence. How could Jiang Ciyou possess such a card? Neither the Jiang family of the past nor the current Yin family could possibly be deemed worthy of it. The Royal Golf Club, sprawling over an extensive area, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, boasted breathtaking scenery. Those accompanying Bo Jinci had already retrieved their clubs, eagerly anticipating the game, while he alone took a seat at the rest pavilion. A server brought him a sandwich and an exquisite dessert. He had grown accustomed to enjoying breakfast here. Xiaoling stood a short distance away, observing the man exalted above the clouds, clad in black casual attire. He possessed an extraordinary appearance, his hands pale and well. His manner of eating was remarkably refined, exuding a languid elegance. He radiated a similar aura to Jiang Ciyou, embodying a natural ease and confidence that came from a life of privilege. Gathering her courage, Xiaoling approached him.
Amr.bo, may I take a seat here?
Bo Jinci looked up, noticing a young woman standing by the chair beside him.
This is a public rest area. Feel free, Mrs. Yen.
His voice was neither warm nor cold, polite yet imbued with an air of detachment and indifference. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoling sat down. Amr.bo, I actually came here today specifically to seek you out. Bo Jinci maintained his nonchalant demeanor.
Does Mrs. Yen have matters to discuss with me?
Amr.bo, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoling, a news reporter from Rongqing Television. Our station wishes to arrange an exclusive interview with you regarding the Paradise Resort project. Xiaoling felt a flutter of anxiety. Bo Jinci did not even lift his eyelids, responding coolly, I am not interested. Amr.bo, the Paradise Resort project is on the verge of launching, and you require publicity to attract investment. As I understand it, although you are recognized as the sole heir of the Bo family, your 2 sisters currently hold significant positions within the company and have considerable disagreements with you. You are in dire need of an opportunity to prove yourself to Chairman Bo, which is why you have chosen the Paradise Resort project and have been biding your time here for 3 years.
This project is crucial for you.
Bo Jinci turned, casting a frosty glance at Xiaoling. You seem to know quite a bit about our family's affairs. His aura was undeniably formidable. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage to continue. Rongqing Television is the most authoritative traditional media outlet in the area. We are willing to collaborate with you, Mr. Bo. Should you ever require media support in the future, we would be at your...
This is undoubtedly a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Bo Jinci remained silent, seemingly pondering something. At that moment, a sudden ruckus erupted ahead. It turned out that a game was already underway. Xiaoling turned her gaze toward the commotion and beheld Jiang Ciyou surrounded by a group of young gentlemen, swinging her club in a game of golf. She stood tall, her swinging technique impeccable and graceful, captivating the attention of the young men around her. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Xiaoling's eyes, but she soon regained her composure. Just as she was about to resume her conversation with Bo Jinci, he had already risen, striding toward the lively scene. Upon his arrival, he heard Shueshao exclaiming, Splendid, is Miss Jiang a professional athlete? Perhaps I should take her as my mentor. Jiang Ciyou responded with a charming smile, you flatter me, I am merely an amateur.
What are you all up to? Bo Jinci interjected, his displeasure evident as he noticed Shui Tao leaning too closely to Jiang Ciyou.
Shui Tao, resting on his club, replied with a grin, Your Highness, today we have encountered a worthy opponent. Miss Jiang's skills in golf make us all feel inadequate, perhaps only your level can match hers.
Others chimed in, urging, why not have a match between His Highness and Miss Jiang?
Jiang Ciyou eagerly awaited this suggestion.
She turned to Bo Jinci with a smile, Mr. Bo, dare you to compete against me?
Today, Jiang Ciyou appeared particularly stunning and markedly different from her usual self. Dressed in casual athletic wear, her tall and perfectly proportioned figure was evident. Her makeup was minimal, showcasing a natural beauty that exuded an exquisite casualness. Her hair was tied high in a ponytail, her fair skin and delicate features resembling that of a student, almost exuding a sense of innocence. The young men around her could hardly tear their eyes away. Before Bo Jinci could respond, Jiang Ciyou provocatively added, Surely, Mr.Bo does not lack the courage. Miss Jiang, you are mistaken if you think you know His Highness well. His skills rank second in the capital, no one dares claim the top spot. Jiang Ciyou chuckled, the intricacies of the capital do not hold much sway in Rongqing. Her implication was clear, Bo Jinxiu's ranking as first was merely due to others' fear of competing against him, not because of his prowess.
The onlookers exchanged glances, silently marveling at Miss Jiang's audacity. Bo Jinxiu spoke coolly, how shall we compete?
Jiang Ciyou pointed to the expansive field ahead.
Let us compete on this par 4 hole.
Someone chimed in, Miss Jiang just scored a birdie, sinking the ball in 3 strokes. Bo Jinxiu's voice remained even and composed as he instructed the caddy beside him, fetch my golf club.
Jiang Ciyou continued, since this is a competition, there ought to be a stake.
What do you wish for? Without hesitation, Jiang Ciyou replied, if I win, I would like an exclusive interview with you, Mr. Bo. Everyone understood her intent. This bold Miss Jiang had come specifically to challenge His Highness. Her proposal for a match was clearly a strategic move. However, it seemed she had underestimated her opponent. Her skills were indeed impressive, with a par 4 score of 3 strokes surpassing that of professional athletes, and the earlier compliments were not mere flattery. Yet, it was evident that she was unaware of Bo Jinxiu's true capabilities. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of anticipation, including Xiao Ling, who had also approached.
You must win before making demands. Once all was set, Jiang Ciyou declared.
He stood before the tee with a striking posture and swung his club with elegance. The crowd erupted in excited cheers as he effortlessly sent the ball soaring onto the green.
They gathered around him as he switched to his putter, skillfully sinking the white ball into the hole. The crowd erupted in applause, exclaiming, an extraordinary eagle shot, 2 strokes on a par 4 hole, it must be you, Your Highness. Afterward, sympathetic glances were cast toward Jiang Ciyou.
Miss Jiang, perhaps it would be best to concede.
His Highness learned from the domestic golf champion, Mr. Xie.
His Highness engages in golf as a hobby. Were he a professional athlete, his reputation would precede him. It is no shame to lose to His Highness.
I have not yet played. How can I know? I will certainly lose.
Jiang Ciyou declared, clutching her club as she approached the red tee. Chapter 20 A hole-in-one. Everyone assumed that the beautiful lady was merely. It was evident to all that this was the limit of her capabilities. To score a hole in 4 strokes would signify the skill of a professional athlete. Achieving a hole in 3 strokes, known as a birdie, was already a rarity. A hole in 2 strokes, referred to as an eagle, represented the caliber of an elite athlete, but a hole in 1, that was akin to winning the lottery, utterly implausible.
Jiang Ciyou took her stance at the tee, raised her club high, and swung with determination. The little white ball soared through the air, tracing a graceful arc as it flew directly towards the green. Everyone dashed to the green in anticipation. Shui Tao was the first to reach it. Upon discovering that the white ball was nowhere in sight, he searched incredulously before finally recalling to check the hole. To his astonishment, he found Jiang Ciyou's golf ball nestled within the cup. Shui Tao froze for half a second, then ecstatically raised the golf ball in his hand, exclaiming, hole in 1. Miss Jiang scored a hole in 1.
His delight surpassed that of scoring himself. The crowd stood in stunned silence. The seemingly delicate Jiang Ciyou had achieved a hole in 1. What did that signify? It was an occurrence that might only happen once in 20,000 strokes for a professional player. This feat required not only exceptional skill but also a stroke of extraordinary luck. The young gentleman observed the transformation in Jiang Ciyou's expression, shifting from casual amusement to one of reverence. The news of her hole in 1 quickly spread throughout the entire golf course, drawing an increasing number of spectators. After all, witnessing a hole in 1 was a rare spectacle. Many even requested to take photos with Jiang Ciyou. According to tradition, scoring a hole in 1 necessitated the distribution of generous red envelopes to the caddies and staff. Jiang Ciyou appeared well prepared, as her sports bag was filled with numerous envelopes, which she instructed the caddy to distribute. The crowd was taken aback. Miss Jiang has come thoroughly equipped. It seems that Miss Jiang was merely feigning modesty at first. Your Highness, you really can't afford to lose this time. Miss Jiang has you cornered.
But where did Miss Jiang acquire such skill? Could it be that she truly achieved this through sheer talent?
If she lacked absolute confidence, why would she have prepared the envelopes in advance? Jiang Ciyou laughed off the surrounding chatter and turned to Bo Jinxiu, saying, Mr.
Bo, the promise you made to me should still hold, correct?
Bo Jinxiu replied coolly, I only stated that I would speak after you won. I never agreed to grant an interview upon your victory.
Jiang Ciyou's expression stiffened.
She could almost envision that mischievous face of his, which often played tricks on her, such as when he would assure her it would be the last time he was tired, only to later deny ever saying so while bathing with her. The recollection caused her cheeks to flush involuntarily, prompting those around her to assume she was merely upset. They began to chime in, Your Highness, that's rather unkind. How can you bully a young lady? To wager is to accept the outcome, after all.
It's just an interview.
Indeed, the scope of Your Highness cannot possibly be so petty. Bo Jinxiu regarded the crowd encircling Jiang Ciyou, who all seemed to fancy themselves as knights in shining armor. A surge of inexplicable anger bubbled within him. He coldly remarked, I have no tolerance for schemers. He cast a warning glance at Jiang Ciyou's friends surrounding her, stating, You lot, should any of you wish to act as her gallant protector, do not blame me for severing our friendship.
The onlookers exchanged bewildered and fearful glances at Bo Jinxiu.
Although he held the esteemed title of the Prince of the Capital, he had never before spoken to them in such a manner. After all, it was this significant project that had brought them all together, a means to foster mutual benefit. Yet, for the sake of a woman, he had uttered such words. It was evident to all that he was genuinely angered, and it was due to her. But why, regardless of the reason, no one could afford to alienate the Prince of the Capital over a woman. The men surrounding Jiang Ciyou instinctively distanced themselves from her. Xiaoling, observing the scene, could not help but smirk slightly. It appeared that even Jiang Ciyou's beauty had its limits. Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling returned to the television station one after the other.
Neither mentioned the events at the golf course. In the afternoon, during a meeting, Director Tang was particularly animated. Finally, the lavish fortune has come our way. Jiang, did either of you manage to secure an exclusive interview with the prince?
Jiang Ciyou and
the BJ office just called. They've scheduled it for tomorrow morning, asking us to send someone over by 9. Vivian inquired, who will be going for the interview? Director Tang replied, they didn't specify.
They merely instructed us to arrange for someone to be there by 9. The prince has allotted us 2 hours of his time.
Director Tang seemed somewhat dazed. Jiang, why didn't either of you mention this upon your return? Who actually secured the prince's exclusive interview?
Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. Bo Jinshuo's earlier demeanor had clearly indicated he had not agreed. Why had his stance changed now? Just as she remained silent, Xiaoling calmly interjected, Director, it was me.
Director Tang's face lit up with joy. Excellent, Xia. I knew you were capable.
Prepare yourself for the interview with the prince tomorrow at 9. If you pull this off, your future is boundless. Director Tang excitedly grabbed his phone. I must report this to the station head. This is monumental. The head of the BJ station has made numerous attempts to invite the prince without success, yet we managed to achieve it. He will surely be delighted. Director Tang exited, leaving the others to gather around Xiaoling.
Xiaoling, you're incredible. How did you manage that?
You truly are exceptional. Having graduated from a prestigious school and interned at BNC, your capabilities are clearly distinct from certain decorative figures. Xiaoling, with your talent, the position of primetime host must surely be yours. Once you become the primetime host, you must treat us. Xiaoling smiled, feigning modesty, I was merely fortunate.
Tonight, I'll treat everyone to dinner at Taiku House for Japanese cuisine.
Taiku House was a high-end Japanese restaurant renowned for its exorbitant prices. Though they worked at the television station, their salaries were not particularly high, hence few had dined at such an upscale establishment. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Xiaoling's generosity. Xiaoling then approached the silent Jiang Ciyou, asking, Ciyou, would you like to join us for dinner tonight?
Jiang Ciyou gathered her documents, smiling at Xiaoling. Of course, if someone is treating, how could I refuse? That evening, the group arrived at Taiku House.
Xiaoling had already reserved a private room in advance. As they admired the opulent decor, they lavished more compliments on Xiaoling.
Xiaoling, do you dine here often?
Xiaoling humbly replied, not really, just occasionally. Such places are not for the average person to frequent.
Xiaoling, how can you claim your family is ordinary?
Given that Xiaoling can study abroad, her family must be well off.
Xiaoling, come on, be honest, which wealthy family do you belong to? Xiaoling responded, I'm not deceiving you.
My family is indeed not well. My opportunity to study abroad was made possible by my boyfriend.
She cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou, who was seated across from her.
My boyfriend comes from a good family and loves me dearly. I went abroad to study alongside him. Chapter 21. A meal costing 980,000. A chorus of envy erupted from the crowd.
We haven't even dined yet we've devoured a heaping portion of dog food. Vivian led the mockery. When will you bring your boyfriend over for us to see?
After all, a man of such caliber is a rare find. Xiaoling smiled shyly, sure, when the opportunity arises.
Although Xiaoling was responding to others, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Ciyou's face.
Yet, Jiang Ciyou's expression was indifferent, seemingly unfazed. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiaoling's eyes. At that moment, the waiter arrived with a tablet of dishes. Xiaoling promptly handed the tablet to Jiang Ciyou. Ciyou, choose whatever you like.
Don't hold back.
Jiang Ciyou graciously accepted the tablet and began to order. She was remarkably swift in her selections. A few minutes later, she returned the tablet to Xiaoling. You might want to have a look at this. Xiaoling directly handed the tablet to the waiter. Your taste is impeccable, so it will surely be delightful. Before long, the dishes began to arrive. Initially, all was well, and everyone relished the meal. However, Xiaoling soon sensed something amiss. 2 hours had passed, and the dishes continued to pour forth. There was also an array of beverages. Yet, everyone was engrossed in the exquisite food and wine, showering her with praise for her generosity, and Xiaoling remained silent. When the meal concluded, the waiter presented the bill. Upon seeing the total, Xiaoling was left speechless. 980,000. She stared incredulously at the waiter. How can it be so expensive? The waiter patiently explained, you ordered every dish on our menu, including some rare hidden delicacies, which amounted to 180,000, plus you ordered 4 bottles of our 200,000 per bottle red wine. Additionally, we charge a 5% service fee. Xiaoling nearly fainted. She simply did not possess such funds. When ordering, she had assumed that even with a lavish spread, the total would not exceed 10,000. How could it possibly escalate to such a sum? The others, too, were astonished, and voices of blame began to rise against Jiang Ciyou.
Jiang Ciyou, was this a deliberate act of vengeance?
You ordered a meal that cost 98,000 without a shred of shame.
Have you never experienced fine dining, seizing the moment to take advantage?
This bill should fall on Jiang Ciyou. She ordered the food, and she must take responsibility. Jiang Ciyou looked at them with a smile in her eyes.
When you were eating, did anyone utter a word?
Black truffle clay pot, Kobe beef, did you not remark on the preciousness of the ingredients? As for the wine, I ordered just 1 bottle, the rest was added by you all.
Jiang Ciyou, are you still trying to argue? Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly, since you are so indignant on Xiaoling's behalf, why not split the bill? No one here has eaten less, splitting the costs is the fairest approach. At the mention of splitting the bill, silence fell over the group. Even if they divided it, each person would owe nearly 10,000, several months' worth of wages. A girl standing next to Xiaoling spoke up, with such a splendid boyfriend, Xiaoling will surely become a wealthy lady and won't fuss over the cost of a meal. Xiaoling felt as if she were being thrust into the flames. In truth, her and Yanfeng's finances were not as abundant as others imagined. After Yanfeng went abroad, the Yan family had ceased providing him with financial support. Their 3 years overseas had not been the glamorous life others envisioned. Yanfeng, prideful as he was, refused to ask his family for money. Xiaoling's account held merely a few $100,000, the result of her tutoring within the Chinese community over the past 3 years. She certainly could not afford nearly $1 million for a meal. She had no choice but to call Yanfeng now back at the company. Yanfeng likely had no money woes. Upon hearing that she had spent nearly 100,000 on a meal, his voice carried a hint of anger. Xiaoling, are you eating dragon meat? 98,000 for a meal? Xiaoling's tone was filled with grievance. I secured an exclusive interview with Bo Jinxiu and treated my colleagues to dinner. It was Ciyou who ordered. I had no idea she would choose so extravagantly or order such expensive wine. Upon hearing Jiang Ciyou's name, Yanfeng furrowed his brow. His tone softened considerably as he spoke to Xiaoling. I apologize. I misunderstood. It seems Jiang Ciyou is behind this. After a brief pause, he added, I'm nearby, I'll be there shortly. 10 minutes later, Yanfeng arrived at the Taiku building. He first settled the bill and then proceeded to the private room. When Xiaoling saw him, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, as though she had endured a great injustice. She hurried to Yanfeng's side. Feng, you finally made it. In front of everyone, Yanfeng gently wrapped an arm around Xiaoling's shoulders. No need to worry. I've taken care of the bill. Upon hearing that the bill had been settled, relief washed over the crowd, and their expressions shifted instantaneously. Vivian led the praise. Xiaoling, you are truly fortunate. Your boyfriend is both handsome and wealthy. Flushing, Xiaoling introduced, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, Yanfeng. Vivian's eyes widened in surprise. I have heard of the heir to the Yan family, Yanfeng. Could it be? Yanfeng replied coolly, it's merely a coincidence of names. With that, he turned his attention to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, come out here. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Ciyou, with her small handbag and high heels, approached Yanfeng, casually remarking, a good dog does not block the way. Yanfeng, infuriated, seized Jiang Ciyou's arm and led her outside. Soon, they turned into an empty private room, and the door shut behind them. The onlookers were left bewildered. Xiaoling's face flashed with embarrassment. Xiaoling, do you know your boyfriend in Jiang Ciyou? Vivian huffed, now I understand why Jiang Ciyou dislikes you so much. She must have had a crush on your boyfriend in high school but was spurned, hence her jealousy. Xiaoling attempted to defend Jiang Ciyou. It's not as you think, and those are all matters of the past. Meanwhile, in the room, Jiang Ciyou confronted Yanfeng. Yanfeng, I have told you countless times not to bully Xiaoling. Have you taken my words lightly? Jiang Ciyou casually sat on a sofa, admiring her freshly done nails. She chose to treat, no one forced her. So you deliberately ordered such expensive dishes. You are well aware of Xiaoling's family situation. Are you not simply taking advantage of your wealth to humiliate her? How are you any different from those petty people who rely on their riches? Jiang Ciyou looked up, her eyes bright yet betraying a flicker of anger. Indeed, I know her family situation, and I am fully aware that both of you are financially constrained. Therefore, I am intentionally making things difficult for her. As for the reason, I am merely returning the favor in kind. Chapter 22. What transpired that summer, do you dare to speak of it? Jiang Ciyou smirked coldly. 3 years ago, did you not know my plight, yet you still chose to betray me in my most desperate hour, casting me into an abyss of despair. Compared to your treachery, my little schemes are but trifles. Yanfeng's expression faltered. Jiang Ciyou, the state you found yourself in was entirely of your own making. You were the one who betrayed me first. Yanfeng glared at Jiang Ciyou with palpable resentment. Jiang Ciyou, what happened during that summer of our freshman year? Are you brave enough to tell me? Jiang Ciyou's face turned ashen in an instant. How could Yanfeng possibly know? As he observed her ashen visage, a clear astonishment flickered in his eyes. Infuriatingly, even in her utmost panic, her beauty remained strikingly exaggerated. So, to whom did you surrender your first time? Jiang Ciyou rose, her gaze transforming into one of icy ferocity. Silence. You are a despicable, filthy, and venomous woman, hypocritical to the core. Why did you marry me if not because you could no longer return to the Jiang family? Had you still been the esteemed daughter of the Jiang clan, would you have chosen me? Your love for me, intense as it may be, is merely a fear of losing your last lifeline, the opulence that defines your remaining days. But what makes you think I, Yanfeng, would become the scapegoat for your sordid past? Do you take me for a fool? You, a hypocritical and vile woman, are worth less than a single hair of Xiaoling? Enough, Yanfeng. Jiang Ciyou's fingers trembled slightly. She harbored a secret within her heart. A secret known to no one. She had never confided in anyone, continuously convincing herself that it was merely a nightmare. She had almost succeeded in erasing that memory from her mind. She once believed that no one in this world would ever uncover the truth, yet, she never anticipated that Yanfeng had already discovered it. So, was this the reason behind Yanfeng's drastic change in attitude towards her?
Jiang Ciyou was reluctant to delve into the past. In truth, aside from some remnants and physical scars, her mind remained blank regarding that incident. Jiang Ciyou strode towards the door and exited. As she hurriedly opened the door, Xiaoling stood right outside. Jiang Ciyou cast a deep glance at Xiaoling. She said nothing and walked away. Yin Feng emerged from within.
Ah Feng, what did you say to Ciyou?
She looks quite upset, Xiaoling remarked. Yin Feng replied, nothing of consequence, merely discussed that incident.
Xiaoling's expression shifted. You promised me you wouldn't bring it up in front of Ciyou.
I had no desire to, but she was too brazen. It was necessary to temper her arrogance, lest she continue to bully you. Xiaoling, you are far too kind, still considering her in this moment. Xiaoling frowned, her eyes betraying her unease. Jiang Ciyou would surely suspect her. Jiang Ciyou drove away, her car aimlessly navigating the elevated roadway. During that summer of freshman year, she had been violated. In truth, she could not recall the events of that day. It seemed she had been drugged into unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in a hotel bed, unclothed. The discomfort in her body made it painfully clear that something was amiss. Later, she went to the hospital for a checkup, and indeed, her hymen had been broken. However, due to the effects of the drug, all memories of that day were obliterated. She herself was oblivious to what had transpired, yet, upon examination at the hospital, no evidence could be found, rendering any police report futile. No one knew of this incident. Jiang Ciyou had confided in no one. Shen Nua had remained silent, and Xiaoling too had said nothing. It was as if the event had never occurred, but how could Yin Feng be privy to such knowledge? It seemed he had known all along. How had he come to know? Jiang Ciyou surmised it must have been during the summer camp in their sophomore year, when Xiaoling had shattered her relationship with Yin Feng. Thus, upon Yin Feng's return, he had seemingly transformed into a different person, but how had Xiaoling discovered it? There was only one possibility, this entire affair was somehow connected to her. Xiaoling, if it truly were you, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Jiang Ciyou tightened her grip on the steering wheel. She drove aimlessly until, somehow, she arrived at the Green Lawn Villa. The lights in the bedroom were astonishingly lit. Jiang Ciyou drove straight into the compound. After parking, she exited the car and entered the house. Bo Jinsho had also heard the sound of the car pulling up. Just as he reached the staircase, he spotted Jiang Ciyou ascending the stairs fresh from a shower. He wore a set of gray pajamas. The modest style, when worn by him, exuded an unusual charm. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he watched Jiang Ciyou's silhouette and remarked sarcastically, I thought you were quite principled. I assumed you would never seek me out again. Jiang Ciyou maintained an impassive demeanor, ascending the stairs step by step in her high heels. The sound of her heels echoed sharply against the white marble steps. As she drew closer, the man felt as if her heels were striking against his heart, causing his pulse to quicken involuntarily. All because of Jiang Ciyou's visage, which was hauntingly beautiful. However, as she approached, Bo Jinsho realized something was amiss with Jiang Ciyou today. Her face was devoid of color, yet her eyes blazed with a fierce anger and deep-seated hatred, as if she intended to incinerate everything in this world. Yet paradoxically, this intensity made her appear more vibrant than usual, akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames. Bo Jinsho furrowed his brow slightly. Is it merely because I embarrassed you a bit during the day that you bear such a murderous expression? In the next moment, Jiang Ciyou ascended another step, one hand forcefully gripping Bo Jinsho's shoulder while the other pressed against the back of his head, and she kissed him fiercely. Jiang Ciyou's kiss was both urgent and aggressive, almost unreasonable. Bo Jinsho was momentarily taken aback. After 3 years together, it had always been he who initiated such encounters. This was the first time she had pounced upon him so ardently. Yet, the man merely paused for a second before encircling her waist and kissing her back with equal fervor. Her high heels tumbled down the stairs. The two of them continued their passionate embrace, stumbling towards the bedroom. He grasped her waist tightly and lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Ciyou's long legs instinctively wrapped around his waist. Her skirt had already been pushed up to her waist, and his hands roamed freely, both of them lost in a haze of desire. They embraced against the door for what felt like an eternity, before he ultimately pressed her down into the soft confines of the bed. Chapter 23 The journalist I had arranged to meet was Miss Xia. In the dead of night, Bo Jinsho awoke, instinctively yearning to draw the woman beside him into his embrace, only to find the space beside him desolate and empty. He sat up straight, and just then, he heard the sound of an engine starting in the courtyard. Rising from his bed, Bo Jinsho made his way to the balcony, where he beheld Jiang Ciyou driving away from the verdant villa. A flicker of irritation danced in his eyes. It was always like this. Once used, she would vanish without a trace, never pausing to consider his feelings. Yet, recalling her fierce demeanor from the previous night, as if she were venting some pent-up frustration, he surmised she must have encountered some pressing matter, certainly not something as trivial as an interview. Could it be related to him? Bo Jinsho's expression darkened. The following morning, when Jiang Ciyou arrived at the television station, she found everyone clustered around Xiaoling. The news of Xiaoling's upcoming interview with the scion of the capital's elite had spread like wildfire throughout the station. Her extravagant spending, treating everyone to a meal costing nearly $1 million, had become the talk of the town, capturing the attention even of those from other departments who sought to curry favor. Xiaoling had prepared extensively for this interview, assembling a formidable team. Typically, an interview would require little more than a journalist and a camera operator, yet this occasion warranted a full entourage of over 10 individuals, complete with 2 assistants for Xiaoling. Additionally, due to the live nature of the interview, the station had deployed a dedicated crew. A special segment titled Elite Figures had even been created for this interview, with Bo Jinsho as its inaugural feature, underscoring the station's high regard for the event. Though the scheduled time was set for 9 o'clock, Xiaoling led her team out at 8. As they departed, the station director made an unexpected appearance, prompting astonishment among the staff. The director, who was typically swamped with responsibilities and seldom graced the station, had evidently come to support Xia Ling after offering some encouraging words. Xia Ling humbly replied, "Director, I assure you, I will fulfill the interview task to the best of my abilities." The director nodded, patting Director Tang on the shoulder. "You have truly unearthed a gem for our station. Yesterday, the capital station called me, and I finally had the chance to hold my head high in front of him." At 8 o'clock, Xia Ling's team set out punctually. Jiang Ciyou sat at her desk, reviewing her notes, while Vivian deliberately engaged in conversation with colleagues nearby. Xia Ling is incredible. She has only been here 2 days and has already secured an interview with the Scion. Someone's title of interviewing god is about to be relinquished.
The director even came personally. It seems Xia Ling's ascension to primetime host is a foregone conclusion.
Next month is the Golden Microphone host competition, and with only one qualification from the station, it's likely to go to Xia Ling.
Jiang Ciyou remains silent.
Meanwhile, at 8:20, Xia Ling's group arrived at the BJ Tower. As they disembarked, they were greeted by someone. "Hello, you must be from the television station. I am the president's secretary, Gao Xian.
The president sent me to welcome you." The group followed Gao Xian into the BJ Tower, while the two assistants flanking Xia Ling buzzed with excitement. "The president's secretary is personally here to greet us. Our Lingjia is quite impressive. Could it be that Lingjia and the Scion are friends? Such treatment for a mere interview seems unlikely."
Xia Ling overheard their hushed discussions, maintaining a humble and gentle smile, though the curve of her lips deepened slightly. In truth, Xia Ling was uncertain. Neither she nor Jiang Ciyou had managed to secure Bo Jinxi's agreement for the interview the day before. Why had he changed his mind and called the station? After much contemplation, she surmised it must have been her previous rhetoric about mutual benefit that swayed him. After all, his evident disdain for Jiang Ciyou had been unmistakable, even going so far as to humiliate her in front of everyone. To take it a step further, if Bo Jinxi had indeed agreed to the interview solely because of Jiang Ciyou's prior bet, then it was under duress. Hence, when he called, he did not specify who would host the interview. Her presence might align precisely with Bo Jinxi's desires. Regardless of the scenario, she emerged as the victor. Gao Xian guided the team into the conference room, stating, "Our president is currently in a meeting and will join you for the interview once it concludes. You may begin your preparations." Xia Ling nodded. "Rest assured, Secretary Gao, we are fully prepared." 10 minutes later, the door to the conference room swung open. Xia Ling promptly rose from her seat to greet Bo Jinxi as he entered. Standing before him, she extended her hand politely. "Mr. Bo, I am Xia Ling, the host for today's interview. We met yesterday, and I am thrilled that you have agreed to this exclusive interview. It is an honor to be the host for your first interview." However, Bo Jinxi showed no inclination to shake her hand, his brow furrowing slightly. This elicited a sense of foreboding within Xia Ling. To avert any untoward incidents, she withdrew her hand, intending to dive straight into the matter at hand. "Mr. Bo, we are fully prepared. Shall we commence the interview?" "Hold on," Bo Jinxi interjected coolly. "The host I had arranged with is not Miss Xia." A heaviness settled in Xia Ling's heart, yet she feigned composure, attempting to steer the situation back on course. "Did I not mention yesterday that Rongqing Television is eager to forge a mutually beneficial partnership with Bo Corp? Furthermore, we will fully cooperate with any requests from Bo Corporation." Xia Ling harbored a flicker of hope that her proposal might sway him, but Bo Jinxi remained utterly unmoved. "Yesterday, I lost to Miss Jiang in our game. Agreeing to the interview was contingent upon her victory. Miss Xia was present and should be well aware of this." His words were cold and carried an air of finality. "I, Bo Jinxi, am a man of my word, and I only agreed to Miss Jiang's interview. Thus, she must be the host. If she does not come, then today's interview is off." With that, Bo Jinxi turned and exited the conference room. Xia Ling felt her hands grow cold, and whispers erupted behind her. So, the one who secured the interview with the Scion was not Lingjie after all. The Miss Jiang mentioned by the Scion must be Ciyou. It seems he lost in a game to her, hence the interview. There is only one person with the surname Jiang in the entire station. Indeed, Ciyou is the interviewing god. There are no interviews she cannot conquer. But if it was clearly Ciyou's achievement, why did Xia Ling claim it as her own? Being publicly exposed like that is truly humiliating. Xia Ling felt as though the world was spinning around her, yet she gritted her teeth, feigning nonchalance as she turned and remarked lightly, "It seems I misunderstood yesterday. Let us call Jiang to host instead." A junior assistant promptly dialed Director Tang, relaying the events they had just witnessed in detail. Upon hearing this, Director Tang was equally astonished and quickly sought out Jiang Ciyou. "Xiao Jiang, it was clearly you who secured this interview. Why did you not clarify? We nearly misinterpreted the situation." Chapter 24. The more you give, the more you resent. Jiang Ciyou smiled gently. "Director, it's the same no matter who interviews. How can it be the same? Your contributions are uniquely yours now. Even President Bo insists on you. You should hurry over." However, Jiang Ciyou did not rise. Her smile remained faint. "Since Xia Ling has already gone, I shall not go. I trust in her capabilities. We are all working for the station, and I won't fuss over such matters." Director Tang was well aware that Jiang Ciyou was not one to be trifled with. Though she claimed not to care, her words hinted at a different sentiment. He had just mentioned that the heir could not do without her, yet she remained unmoved, indicating that she would only relent once her grievances were addressed. "How about this? I'll have Xia Ling return and apologize to you," Director Tang suggested. Observing Jiang Ciyou closely, Jiang Ciyou remained silent, and Director Tang recognized the potential for success. He promptly called Xia Ling, instructing her to return to the station immediately and invite Jiang Ciyou over.
Xia Ling understood well the implications of this invitation.
Yet, she found herself with no other options. This time, she had miscalculated, failing to anticipate President Bo's seriousness. Xia Ling soon returned to the station. Director Tang reproached her. Xia Ling, what on earth happened? The heir clearly agreed to Jiang's interview. Why did you say it was yours?
Director, I'm sorry. I spoke with President Bo at length yesterday morning, and he didn't explicitly refuse.
I thought he had tacitly accepted. It was my misunderstanding. With tears welling in her eyes, Xia Ling appeared pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion that made it hard to scold her.
Director Tang instructed, you should apologize to Jiang. Biting her lip, she approached Jiang Ciyou's seat.
Ciyou, I'm sorry, this was a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to usurp your interview opportunity. Please hurry to BJ.
Everyone is waiting for you.
Jiang Ciyou looked up, her expression a blend of mockery and amusement. Xia Ling, can everything be resolved with just a misunderstanding? When she had mingled with Yin Feng, when she became pregnant with Yin Feng's child, she also referred to it as a misunderstanding, and now, it was once again a misunderstanding. Xia Ling's eyes brimmed with tears, her large, innocent eyes filled with grievance. What do you want me to do?
I will do whatever you say.
It was this very pair of innocent eyes that had once deceived Jiang Ciyou. She had genuinely cared for Xia Ling, defended her, and shielded her from harm, bearing the scar of a knife on her shoulder to this day. The more one invests, the more resentment one feels. However, Jiang Ciyou had one more matter she wished to verify. Rising, Jiang Ciyou stated, Xia Ling, come with me. Entering an unoccupied conference room, Xia Ling followed closely behind. Jiang Ciyou shut the door firmly, isolating them from the prying eyes outside. Upon entering, Xia Ling immediately knelt, grasping Jiang Ciyou's hand. Ciyou, please forgive me this once. If the station loses this interview because of me, I certainly won't be able to stay here. The station head had already boasted about this in Beijing. If they ultimately failed to interview Bo Jinxiu, it would not only tarnish her reputation but also that of the station head. Jiang Ciyou withdrew her hand.
Xia Ling, I have one question for you. Answer me honestly. Xia Ling continued to gaze at Jiang Ciyou with an air of innocence. Was it you who informed Yin Feng about what happened during the summer vacation of our freshman year? Xia Ling's eyes seemed to flinch momentarily.
Jiang Ciyou, drawing from past encounters, was convinced that Xia Ling had indeed informed Yin Feng, instigating discord between them. However, she could not ascertain with absolute certainty whether Xia Ling had orchestrated the incident. Xia Ling had anticipated Jiang Ciyou would seize the opportunity to question her and had already prepared a response. She did not deny it. Yes, it was me, but I let it slip unintentionally.
I didn't mean to. Ciyou, please forgive me.
Jiang Ciyou was not surprised, she merely let out a cold laugh. Xia Ling, enough with the pretense. Xia Ling remained silent, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, evoking sympathy. Xia Ling knelt on the ground. Ciyou, I do not expect you to forgive me, whether you believe it or not. I have lived with guilt all these years. If you blame me, just hit me.
It would ease my heart a little.
She took Jiang Ciyou's hand and began to slap her own face. Jiang Ciyou withdrew her hand, and Xia Ling continued to strike herself. With each slap, clear imprints appeared on her cheek. Seeing this, Jiang Ciyou felt a wave of irritation rise within her. She seized Xia Ling's wrist. Xia Ling, did you cause my suffering?
Was that incident your doing?
Xia Ling's eyes widened in terror. No, while I may have let it slip to Yin Feng, I swear this incident has nothing to do with me.
Then how did you know? You mentioned it in your sleep. You were always talking in your sleep during that time.
Jiang Ciyou fixed her gaze on Xia Ling's eyes. There was not a hint of guilt, only an appearance of utmost sincerity. Jiang Ciyou smirked. Xia Ling, I will get to the bottom of this. If I find out you are involved, I will not spare you.
With that, Jiang Ciyou stood and left the conference room.
Upon opening the door, she found a group of gossipers gathered outside. They were taken aback to see Xia Ling kneeling within, her face marked with clear imprints of fingers. Vivian could not tolerate Jiang Ciyou's haughty demeanor.
You actually hit someone.
Xia Ling rushed over. No, Ciyou didn't hit me, I did this to myself. How could you inflict such marks on yourself, Jiang Ciyou? Xia Ling merely made a mistake in taking your interview.
How could you do this to her?
Vivian urged Xia Ling, you can sue her for intentional injury. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow, speaking coolly. I didn't hit her. She slapped herself in an attempt to apologize.
I couldn't stop her. Who would believe you, Jiang Ciyou? You are nothing but a venomous woman who knows what methods you used to secure the heir's interview. At least Xia Ling is innocent.
Jiang Ciyou saw no reason to engage further. She picked up her phone and snapped a picture of Vivian, then quickly sent it to a contact in her address book.
What are you doing, Jiang Ciyou?
Jiang Ciyou flashed a radiant smile at Vivian. I'm showing Mrs.
Lee the single eyelid girl she has been searching for. Is it you?
Vivian was instantly rendered speechless. After delivering her message, Jiang Ciyou strode away. Having spared her once, she would not allow herself to be bullied again. Director Tang, through a mix of coaxing and trickery, finally managed to get Jiang Ciyou to BJ Tower. Gouts and was still waiting at the entrance. Miss Jiang, the president would like you to proceed to his office.
Jiang Ciyou followed Gaotzen from the exclusive elevator to the president's office at BJ.
Upon exiting the elevator, she found herself in a room resembling a bedroom. Finally, Jiang Ciyou understood what lay behind the two closed doors she had seen on her previous visit to the office. It turned out to be Bo Jinxiu's resting area, indistinguishable from a home bedroom. At that moment, Bo Jinxiu was seated on the bedroom sofa.
How irresponsible of you to run off after sleeping. Chapter 25.
What kind of woman does Amr.bo prefer? Before her stood a man impeccably dressed, his handsome visage reminiscent of a celestial being, yet, as soon as he spoke, Jiang Ciyou was drawn back to the realm of reality.
Don't be so coy. You re not at a loss.
Jiang Ciyou, unfazed, exuded an air of confidence. With her high-heeled shoes clicking against the floor, she surveyed the room's decor with keen interest, quickly realizing that its layout mirrored that of the Green Lawn Villa. Jiang rose and approached Jiang Ciyou from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. His lips danced near her ear, his voice taking on an intimate tone.
What brought you to seek me out last night?
In truth, she regretted her decision from the previous evening.
Despite her desire to sever ties with him, she had taken the initiative to find him and even spent the night together. Jiang Ciyou turned to face him, cradling his handsome face in her hands, and placed a light kiss on his lips.
Of course, I came for an interview.
Look, you've presented yourself right before me today, haven't you?
Her smile was radiant, akin to a rose basking in the scorching sun, igniting the heartstrings. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow, his voice cool and composed.
If you're reluctant to divulge, that is fine.
However, since you've stirred my interest once more, I assure you, I won't let you slip away so easily this time. No sooner had he spoken than an onslaught of kisses enveloped her. In a matter of moments, Jiang Ciyou found herself pressed against the sofa. Please, not like this, I still have an interview to conduct, and my makeup will be ruined. Jiang Ciyou made a concerted effort to restrain himself, his voice husky. Let us rendezvous at Green. Jiang Ciyou entered directly from the inside, so when others arrived, she was already there, signaling the start of the interview. The interviewing team, well coordinated, began their preparations. Before long, everything was in place.
Summer Ling's assistant hurried over with a stack of documents. Jiang Jia, here are the interview materials prepared by Ling Jia regarding the Paradise Resort. Jiang Ciyou didn't even glance at them. Please keep them.
I won't be using her materials. The assistant was visibly anxious. Yesterday, Summer Ling had usurped Jiang Ciyou's credit, thinking she could gain from it by preparing a plethora of documents. The interview questions had been meticulously crafted by the entire team. Jiang Ciyou was undoubtedly refusing to use Summer Ling's materials out of spite. Moreover, today's live interview posed a risk. If it faltered, it would be irretrievable. Though Summer Ling was in the wrong, given the exceptional circumstances, shouldn't the greater good take precedence? However, with Jiang Ciyou declining the materials, the assistant found herself powerless. Once Jiang Ciyou entered, the interview commenced formally. The announcement had been made early through official channels, resulting in thousands of viewers flooding the live broadcast as soon as it began, with numbers rapidly increasing. Jiang Ciyou, the son of the wealthiest man, the prince of the capital circle, only known by his voice, has been sought after by numerous media outlets at home and abroad for an interview.
Who would have thought his first public appearance would be at our humble Rongqing TV station? Rongtai has truly risen. I can only imagine how jealous Jingtai must be.
Who is this interview? I absolutely adore her appearance. It's the kind of beauty that is both striking and graceful.
Rongtai's flower, don't you know, the host of the new news is Jiang Ciyou.
Her hosting style is both professional and poised. I've been waiting for someone to recognize her talent. I heard this host secured the interview by beating the prince at golf with a hole-in-one.
Jiang Ciyou sauntered into the interview room.
The camera immediately focused on his face. The live broadcast fell silent for a second before erupting.
Who is this handsome gentleman? Secretary Zhang, you have 1 minute, I need his entire profile. Is it possible for someone to be this stunning?
I can't even recognize him at once. This is my long-lost husband. Jiang Ciyou took a seat, and Jiang Ciyou proceeded with the customary introduction. The live chat had already exploded with excitement.
The prince of... He is indeed Jiang Ciyou. Ah, his looks have me completely enchanted.
Rich, powerful, and handsome. What door did God close on him?
My mom asked why I'm holding a pair of chopsticks while watching TV. Turns out I found my dish.
Jiang Ciyou began the formal interview, primarily focused on the Paradise Resort. Due to the Yin family's influence, she had thoroughly researched the project, making her inquiries exceptionally insightful. The assistant, initially apprehensive, now breathed a sigh of relief, discarding Summer Ling's interview notes into the nearby trash bin. Jiang Ciyou's questions were far superior, marked by professionalism, depth, and sophistication. Within a mere 20 minutes, the number of viewers surged to 6 million. Finally, they reached the last segment. Jiang Ciyou wore a professional smile.
Thank you, Amr.bo, for accepting our interview. Currently, we have 6 million viewers in our live chat, all curious about you. We will now select 3 enthusiastic viewers' questions for you to answer, if you don't mind.
Jiang Ciyou returned a gentlemanly smile.
Certainly.
Under the watchful eyes of many, the back-end team promptly screenshot the questions from the live chat.
The first question, Mr.
Bo, do you have a girlfriend? After posing the question, Jiang Ciyou felt it might encroach upon his privacy. To lighten the mood, she smiled and added, it seems everyone is quite interested in your personal life. If you find it intrusive, feel free to choose another question. Not at all, Jiang Ciyou appeared quite magnanimous. In truth, a barrage of similar inquiries flooded the screen. I do not have a girlfriend, Jiang Ciyou replied succinctly. Jiang Ciyou subtly curled her lips. His response aligned perfectly with her expectations. Over the past 3 years, Jiang Ciyou was certain she was the only woman in Jiang Ciyou's life. It was an instinctive understanding. However, she certainly could not claim the title of his girlfriend. What was she to him? A lover. It did not seem fitting. Lovers typically shared deeper emotions. They were merely captivated by the warmth of each other's bodies. The second screenshot appeared on the screen.
The second question, Mr.Bo, what kind of woman do you prefer?
Bo Jinxiu seemed to ponder for a moment before replying, a woman who can't cook well and has a mole at the corner of her eye.
Jiang Ciyou's heart stirred.
It became evident that Bo Jinxiu had someone special in his heart. She certainly wouldn't narcissistically assume it was her he favored, for in the 3 years they had known each other, she had never prepared a meal for him, as for the mole, she did indeed have a tiny one at the corner of her eye, but it was completely concealed with makeup. Perhaps he had long cherished someone else, and the initial attraction to her was due to the similarity they shared, both having a mole at the same spot?
The live chat erupted with excitement. What in each preference? I can't cook well, and I have a mole, Your Highness, would you like to take a look at me? Isn't it obvious?
It is not that the prince likes women who can't cook and have a mole, it's that the women he likes simply happen to not cook well and have a mole.
He has someone special. The woman favored by the prince must be the happiest person alive. Is this a public confession?
The third question also appeared on the screen. In truth, there was no need for a screenshot.
The same question filled the chat. Jiang Ciyou asked, does the person you favor also like you?
Chapter 26. A no talk of emotions, only seeking joy. Upon hearing the question, Bo Jinxiu suddenly turned to Jiang Ciyou and inquired, Host Jiang, what do you think?
Jiang Ciyou feigned surprise, responding, Mr. Bo, I am not acquainted with your beloved, how could I possibly know?
However, I believe that the person Mr.Bo fancies must be exceptionally remarkable. Bo Jinxiu nodded in agreement, stating, those who admire her could form a line stretching all the way to Paris. A spark of curiosity ignited within Jiang Ciyou. Surely, Bo Jinxiu's beloved must be a top socialite within the capital's elite circles. When she spoke of her, Jiang Ciyou sensed a glimmer in Bo Jinxiu's eyes. In the livestream, the comments flowed. Unrequited love, the crown prince of the capital secretly admires someone else. It turns out that even the most formidable individuals tread carefully when confronted with their affections. Setting aside status, I refuse to believe any woman could resist the allure of the crown prince's visage.
So, does that fortunate woman even realize the crown prince is enamored with her?
Jiang Ciyou, echoing the sentiments of the audience, posed the most pressing question, so, does the crown prince not know if your beloved reciprocates your feelings?
Bo Jinxiu chuckled, I am still waiting in line in Paris.
I hope she does not keep me waiting too long.
His humorous retort lightened the atmosphere. Jiang Ciyou teased, the brave seize the day, Mr. Bo might as well pursue her boldly, perhaps you will succeed. After concluding the interview, Jiang Ciyou faced the camera for a final summary. Once again, we thank Mr.
Bo for participating in our interview, and we wish him the best in winning over his beloved soon. As the interview wrapped up, the team began to disperse from the conference room.
Jiang Ciyou, determined to leave, was unexpectedly halted by Bo Jinxiu, who grasped her arm. Is it your style to run off after using me?
Jiang Ciyou glanced around, noticing everyone had already exited.
I must return to the studio. It is still working hours.
Bo Jinxiu raised his wrist to check his watch.
Does your television station work until 11:30? I need to return after dining with you.
Jiang Ciyou sighed, fabricating an excuse about needing to conduct a special feature on a resort and addressing some related issues, prompting the other team members to leave first.
Lunch was delivered by Gao Cen.Bo Jinxiu's office was essentially a suite, and the two found themselves dining together at the restaurant table. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou had a thought and chuckled softly. What are you laughing at? Bo Jinxiu inquired while peeling shrimp.
Jiang Ciyou replied, after 3 years of knowing each other, this seems to be our first lunch together. Indeed, they had known each other for 3 years, primarily meeting in the evenings, occasionally sharing dinner, but never lunch. Bo Jinxiu placed the peeled shrimp into Jiang Ciyou's bowl, because you only regard me as a warm bed partner. Jiang Ciyou, mid-sip of her soup, nearly choked. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward.
Mr. Bo, let's not dwell on the past, shall we? The past may be left unspoken, but what about last night? What did you mean when you suddenly came over and asserted yourself?
He spoke deliberately, yet with a serious tone, as if addressing a matter of great importance.
This time, Jiang Ciyou truly choked, scrambling for tissues. Once she managed to compose herself, she said, I apologize, I was a bit overwhelmed last night. I assure you this will not happen again. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow, then am I at a loss? Jiang Ciyou paused, momentarily at a loss for words. What do you mean? Jiang Ciyou, would you consider being my girlfriend? I am married, Jiang Ciyou blurted out. What kind of marriage is that? Does the law even recognize it? Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. You know about it?
Of course, given his status, he likely had thoroughly investigated her background. Bo Jinxiu fell silent for a moment. Yanfeng does not love you. You are well aware of that. Rather than wasting time on someone who will never turn back, it would be better to find someone else. I believe we are quite compatible.
Bo Jinxiu's gaze bore into Jiang Ciyou's, his eyes deep and profound, reminiscent of the ocean under the night sky.
At that moment, his expression was earnest and serious, evoking an inexplicable flutter in her heart.
At least in that regard, we are well suited.
He suddenly raised an eyebrow. The serious atmosphere shattered instantly.
Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes at him. What, are you no longer waiting in line in Paris?
Bo Jinxiu's eyes sparkled. Are you feeling jealous?
Jiang Ciyou chuckled flirtatiously. Have we reached that level?
After finishing her lunch, Jiang Ciyou set down her chopsticks. Mr. Bo, to be honest, your skills in bed are commendable. Bo Jinxiu frowned at this. As a prominent figure, he possessed numerous admirable qualities, yet all she remembered was his prowess in bed. Jiang Ciyou continued, "We can continue seeing each other, but on one condition."
"What condition?"
"No discussions of interests, no emotional entanglements, only the pursuit of joy, without binding each other or meddling in each other's private lives." Bo Jinxiu, however, appeared dissatisfied, his brow furrowing.
Jiang Ciyou smiled calmly. "If you disagree, so be it."
"Very well,
"Then you should move to the Green Lawn Villa."
Jiang Ciyou was taken aback by Bo Jinxiu's unexpected compliance. She responded, "I need to handle some matters first.
"Once I am done, I will move."
This time, Bo Jinxiu remained silent. At noon, Jiang Ciyou even took a nap in Bo Jinxiu's bedroom, arriving at the television station only by 2 o'clock. Upon spotting Jiang Ciyou, Tang Fei set down his thermos and hurried over. "Xiao Jiang, you are truly a great asset to our television station. The response to the interview has been phenomenal, and viewership has reached new heights. Several major advertisers have expressed a desire to invest in our newly launched program, and the advertising slots are being fiercely contested. The Jingtai station even called to seek your expertise. The station director said he wishes to reward you." Jiang Ciyou beamed, "I am merely doing my part for the station, it is only right." A crowd gathered around her, all eager to congratulate her.
"Sister Jiang, you are amazing."
The news department's phone has been ringing off the hook. "The first episode of Elite Figures has been such a success that we are no longer the ones seeking interviews. Those young talents are reaching out to us directly, with some even offering money to secure interviews. With such high prestige for our first episode, being featured in this publication equates to being on par with the Crown Prince of the capital. Naturally, they desire to be included."
"Sister Jiang, please tell us, how did you manage to persuade the Crown Prince?"
Everyone crowded around Jiang Ciyou, except for Xiao Ling, who silently observed from a distance. Chapter 27 Never married evening. Jiang Ciyou returned to the old residence of the Yin family. The elder was practicing calligraphy in his study. Yin mother had just returned from a beauty treatment, while Yin father was trimming the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Everything seemed as usual. Jiang Ciyou, as was her custom, first went to the study to grind ink for the elder and engage in light conversation. Subsequently, she returned to her room and began to pack her belongings. She intended to move out entirely. In truth, she had not always resided in the Yin family's old house daily. She often stayed outside, and the Yin family had long grown accustomed to her comings and goings. However, this time, she planned to depart for good. After 3 years, she felt a profound sense of reluctance, especially towards the Yin family, who had treated her like their own daughter and had provided her with a sanctuary during her most challenging times. Sometimes she mused that if Yin Feng did not return, spending her life with the Yin family would not be such a bad fate. Yet, ever since Yin Feng's return, everything seemed to gradually veer off course. Bo Jinxiu was right. Yin Feng would never look back. She and Yin Feng had long since become two parallel lines that would never intersect again. What was the point of clinging to this empty shell? Perhaps it was time to relinquish her obsession and embark on a new chapter of her life. Lost in her tumultuous thoughts, the door to her room was forcefully swung open. Yin Feng's furious figure appeared in the doorway. Without hesitation, he seized Jiang Ciyou's arm and pushed her with great force. Jiang Ciyou, already crouched down packing her luggage, was sent sprawling to the ground. "Yin Feng, what on earth is wrong with you?" Jiang Ciyou scolded loudly, showing no mercy. "Jiang Ciyou, how dare you ask me that? What have you done to Xiao Ling that nearly caused her to miscarry?" Upon hearing the word miscarry, Jiang Ciyou paused momentarily. Yin Feng looked at Jiang Ciyou's innocent expression with disdain, sneering, "Stop pretending. Stealing Xiao Ling's interview was not enough, you even publicly humiliated and slapped her. Jiang Ciyou, how have you become so heartless? If anything happens to the child in Xiao Ling's womb, I will never forgive you." Finally regaining her composure, Jiang Ciyou rose gracefully, tidying her hair as she did so. "Did Xiao Ling tell you that I stole her interview?" "She didn't need to tell me. I already knew. Since childhood, you have always been competitive. Whatever I learned, you followed suit, striving to outshine me at every turn, always taking things that rightfully belong to others," Yin Feng said with a smirk filled with mockery. "If you could treat me this way, what could you possibly do to Xiao Ling?" Jiang Ciyou realized that she had always possessed such a disposition. In their youth, whenever he took up golf, she would join in, but she consistently outperformed him, earning praise from everyone. When he abandoned golf for Go, she followed suit, eventually winning various awards and even becoming a disciple of the Go master, Song El. Frustrated, he never touched Go again. Later, when he began practicing Taekwondo, she joined as well, reaching black belt 6th Dan while he was still a mere red belt 2nd degree. Throughout their lives, he could never best her in any confrontation. It seemed that the first half of his life had been lived in her shadow. Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback that Yin Feng would recall their childhood. Indeed, whenever he pursued an interest, she would follow, but her intentions had always been innocent. She simply wished to spend more time with him. She had never intended to overshadow him or claim anything for herself, never caring for reputation or accolades. She had never anticipated that Yin Feng viewed her in this light. However, it was now futile to explain. Jiang Ciyou sighed. "Yin Feng, whatever I say now, you will not believe me, for in your heart and eyes, there is only Xiao Ling." After a brief pause, she continued, "In that case, let us part ways." Only then did Yin Feng notice that Jiang Ciyou was in the midst of packing. 2 enormous suitcases lay in the room, filled to the brim with her clothes and personal belongings. Yin Feng's mocking smile deepened. "Are you threatening me again, Jiang Ciyou?" Her voice was calm but resonated with strength. "This time it is true. I will move out tonight. I will explain everything to grandfather and the others shortly."
Just then, the butler called them to the dining room for dinner.
Jiang Ciyou strode out decisively. The atmosphere during dinner was somewhat somber, as both Jiang Ciyou and Yanfeng seemed preoccupied with their thoughts. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Ciyou set down her chopsticks.
Grandfather, Dad, Mom, I have something to say.
The others turned their attention to her serious demeanor.
Yan Mother spoke first.
Ciyou, what is it?
Thank you for the care you have shown me these past 3 years. I plan to move out tonight. Upon hearing this, Yan Mother was taken aback. She quickly reacted, scolding Yanfeng.
Did you do something again to upset Ciyou, you scoundrel? Hurry and apologize to her. Jiang Ciyou intervened. Mom, Yanfeng and I have decided to part ways.
You two are getting a divorce? Yan Mother exclaimed in disbelief.
Jiang Ciyou replied flatly, in fact, we never obtained a marriage certificate from the start, so it shouldn't be considered a divorce. Everyone wore expressions of utter astonishment. Yan father, confused, remarked, but you clearly had a marriage certificate.
It is still in the drawer at home.
Jiang Ciyou explained, that was fake, purchased online for 9 yuan with free shipping. Yan father's expression darkened, nonsense, this is simply ridiculous. Initially, the elder had pressured Yanfeng to marry her, but on the day they were to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yanfeng suddenly had a change of heart. To appease the family, she had resorted to finding someone online to forge a certificate, digitally manipulating a wedding photo. In truth, she and Yanfeng had never been husband and wife.
Yan Mother stood up, striking her son on the shoulder. It's you, isn't it?
Yanfeng remained silent, his face clouded with gloom. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ciyou was serious this time. Was she forcing him to choose between her and Xiaoling? Jiang Ciyou, however, appeared unfazed. Mom, please stop hitting Yanfeng. He is not at fault, he simply does not love me. There is no law in this world that mandates he must love me, so please do not pressure him. Yan Mother began to cry, but you two have known each other since childhood.
I have always viewed you as my daughter-in-law, how can I accept this? Mom, Dad, Grandfather, even if Yanfeng and I part ways, you will forever remain my family in my heart. But matters of the heart cannot be forced.
Yanfeng loves Xiaoling, and Xiaoling is already pregnant. I do not wish to torment them, nor do I want to torment myself, so I wish to end it all and give myself a new beginning.
Yan Mother was utterly shocked. Xiaoling is pregnant? Chapter 28.
Celebrating Miss Zhang's enlightenment, Yanfeng's countenance darkened. It was evident that Jiang Ciyou was not genuinely inclined to part ways. He had yet to inform his family about Xiaoling's pregnancy. Her revelation at this critical juncture was not intended to make everyone believe that Xiaoling had coerced her into relinquishing her position through her condition. How could they ever accept Xiaoling under such circumstances?
As expected, upon learning the news, Yan's mother erupted in fury.
Yanfeng, are you and that little harlot truly bullying Ciyou like this? Let me tell you, regardless of whether she is pregnant or not, I will never allow her to enter the Yan family's threshold. We shall never accept that child. Mother, the child in Xiaoling's womb is my flesh and blood, your grandchild, Yanfeng retorted, exasperated.
The Yan family does not require such a base lineage.
Do you recall how Ciyou treated Xiaoling all those years ago? When Xiaoling was kidnapped by thugs, it was Ciyou who saved her, taking a knife meant for her and nearly losing her life in the process. She still bears a deep scar on her shoulder. What has Xiaoling done? At Ciyou's most desperate and vulnerable moment, she stole her boyfriend. Does she possess even a shred of conscience? At that time, Jiang Ciyou had suffered triple betrayals in terms of family, friendship, and love. In a moment of despair, she had resorted to self-harm. A person so cheerful and vibrant since childhood had, shockingly, contemplated suicide. Just the thought of it caused Yan's mother great heartache.
Yanfeng's eyes darkened further.
It was I who pursued Xiaoling. This matter has nothing to do with her. If there is an apology to be made, it is I who owes it to her.
Fine.
You still defend her even now. You must be bewitched. You will surely come to regret this in the future.
Jiang Ciyou grasped Zhang's mother's arm.
Mother, it has come to this. I have let go. You all should too. If I cannot be your daughter-in-law, I am willing to be your daughter. In the future, I shall care for you in your old age. Yan's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears upon holding Jiang Ciyou's hand. The old patriarch sighed heavily from the side.
Let it be. The fortunes of the next generation belong to them. If they wish to part, then let them. He turned to Yanfeng. However, I have told you before.
You may relinquish your identity as Ciyou's husband, but you must also forfeit your status as the heir to the Yan family and the company's shares. A grandfather, I do not want the company's shares, nor the Yan family's wealth, Jiang Ciyou interjected earnestly. This has been your life's work. It cannot be used to compensate for the emotions of your children. I will not run the company for fear of wasting your efforts. I shall not accept the shares, and as for the properties you purchased for me, I will return them to the Yan family.
These were never truly mine. Yan's mother was heartbroken. Ciyou, you speak in anger. Those properties were acquired little by little since your birth. Even if you are no longer our daughter-in-law, they still belong to you. Jiang Ciyou smiled gently. I lack for nothing, truly.
If you insist on giving me something, I only desire the Green Meadow Villa, the rest you may keep for Yan's dowry. Despite Yan's mother's entreaties, Jiang Ciyou moved out. Yan's father supported his weeping wife. Perhaps parting ways now is not a bad thing.
It may allow them both to calm down and ultimately benefit their relationship. Yan's mother nodded through her sobs. Regardless, in this lifetime, I will only acknowledge Ciyou as my daughter-in-law.
Having loaded her belongings into the car, Jiang Ciyou bid farewell to Yan's father, mother, and the old patriarch before preparing to leave. It was rare for Yan Feng to follow her outside. As Jiang Ciyou opened the car door, Yan Feng grasped her arm.
Jiang Ciyou, are you done making a scene?
Jiang Ciyou laughed, puzzled.
Deep down, you still care. You do not truly wish to break up. You only want to force the Yan family to act, to compel Xiaoling to terminate this child. Jiang Ciyou, how truly malicious you are.
With a helpless shake of her head, Jiang Ciyou replied, Yan Feng, I have harbored hatred towards you and Xiaoling, but I have never contemplated harming your child.
You will not believe my explanations, so let time take its course.
Jiang Ciyou shook off Yan Feng's hand and got into the car. After starting the engine, she rolled down the window, looking up at him with a smile.
Yan Feng, this time I have truly let you go.
I wish you and Xiaoling happiness. With that, she sped away from the Yan family estate. Yan Feng stood in the courtyard for a long time. In the past, when she had pursued him, he had found it utterly irksome. Yet now, with her departure, he felt an emptiness within him, especially her final smile, which exuded a sense of release, neither sorrowful nor joyful, as if she had let go of all grievances, left him feeling unsettled. Jiang Ciyou, can you truly let go, or is this merely a performance for everyone to witness? Once Jiang Ciyou left the Yan estate, she drove directly to the Green Meadow Villa.
The car came to a halt in the courtyard. By now, night had fallen, yet the entire house was ablaze with light. Moments later, a tall figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but laugh.
Prince Charming, what are you up to? Bo Jinxiu, aware of the reason for her laughter, glanced down at the apron he wore.
I prepared dinner, waiting for you to return. Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback. You can cook?
Wait, how did you know I would be back today? Bo Jinxiu smirked slightly, his usually cold gaze softening.
A man's intuition. Jiang Ciyou said nothing more and opened the trunk of her car.
Please help me with my luggage. After the luggage was moved inside, Jiang Ciyou did not rush to unpack but instead followed Bo Jinxiu to the dining room. To her surprise, the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes.
Did you make all of this? She asked, astonished. Bo Jinxiu nodded.
It took 3 hours, and the rest chicken soup.
Let me serve it.
Having eaten very little at the Yan family residence, Jiang Ciyou felt genuinely hungry upon seeing the feast before her. They sat at opposite sides of the table and began to eat.
After tasting a bite of the braised pork ribs, she exclaimed, "This is delicious. How did you learn to cook?"
I was sent to study in England at 13 and spent 7 years there, he replied succinctly. Jiang Ciyou understood immediately. England was notorious for its culinary inadequacies, and international students often had to cook for themselves to enjoy authentic Chinese cuisine, leading many to become adept in the kitchen.
Do you usually cook for yourself? She inquired.
Bo Jinxiu shook his head. Rarely, today is a celebration.
Celebrating what? She asked. The man replied nonchalantly, celebrating Miss Zhang's enlightenment.
After dinner, Bo Jinxiu took the initiative to clean up in the kitchen. Jiang Ciyou stood at the doorway with a cup of coffee, watching him wash the dishes. His model-like physique and perfect proportions made even his silhouette captivating. In public, he always maintained an aloof and regal demeanor, as if he were untouchable, yet, in Jiang Ciyou's presence, he seemed transformed. Reflecting on the past 3 years, she realized she had never lifted a finger around here. This man could do housework, tidy up, and in their intimate moments, he would be playful and tender, later embracing her gently to help her bathe. She had always thought he was merely a charming facade, meticulously trained to captivate hearts, yet he bore such a distinguished identity. Even now, Jiang Ciyou felt a profound sense of dissonance. After finishing up, Bo Jinxiu emerged from the kitchen and glanced at Jiang Ciyou, frowning at the sight of her coffee.
Drinking coffee this late? Don't you want to sleep? It doesn't matter.
She had a persistent insomnia issue, often only managing to sleep for 3 hours a night. Bo Jinxiu, having shared a bed with her for 3 years, was well aware of this. Many nights, when he opened his eyes, he would find her on the balcony, gazing at the stars. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow, his dark, profound gaze fixed on her.
If you can't sleep, perhaps we can engage in other activities. Chapter 29.
The Crown Prince enjoys being supported. Having finished speaking, he had already approached Jiang Ciyou, effortlessly encircling her slender waist. Although Jiang Ciyou did not push him away, she slightly turned her face, saying, I have a few questions. Speak, he replied. Why disguise your identity? Bo Jinxiu gazed into Jiang Ciyou's eyes, his expression serene. It seems you have never inquired about my identity. Jiang Ciyou pressed her red lips together. Indeed, for the past 3 years, she had never cared about. Despite often sharing the same bed, she remained oblivious to his daily life. Did you know from the beginning that Yan Feng and I were not a genuine couple? Bo Jinxiu casually tucked a strand of Jiang Ciyou's hair behind her ear, responding indifferently, I have no interest in other people's wives. When did you find out? On the night at the Black Horse Club, you were intoxicated and rambled on for an entire evening. It was impossible not to listen. Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback. So, we didn't engage in anything that night? Bo Jinxiu shook his head and nothing happened. You merely complained until you were exhausted and fell asleep against me. Jiang Ciyou was rendered speechless. Why didn't you tell me that nothing happened that day? She felt inexplicably annoyed. Bo Jinxiu chuckled. Would you have continued to support me? In truth, the notion of supporting Bo Jinxiu was laced with a sense of recklessness on her part, as if to say, having crossed the line, she might as well embrace it. Jiang Ciyou felt an odd sensation of being manipulated. How could the illustrious crown prince of the capital possess such an unusual preference? The idea of enjoying being supported was indeed peculiar. Jiang tightened his grip around her delicate waist slightly. Who doesn't have a few little hobbies? Little did she know, on that fateful night at the Black Horse Club, he had recognized her at first glance, yet to this day, she had not. Jiang Ciyou rolled her eyes, yet with her naturally captivating gaze, it appeared as if she were enticing him. Have you finished your inquiries? If so, may we commence? The man leaned in, preparing to kiss her lips. Jiang Ciyou placed her finger against his lips. Things are different now. Your current identity is not the same as before. Since we have chosen to be together, we must establish some ground rules. The man captured Jiang Ciyou's small hand and pressed it to his lips with a kiss, displaying an unexpectedly patient demeanor. Ground rules. First, we shall only engage in physical pleasures, avoiding emotional entanglements. Do not fall in love with each other. Second, we must respect each other's privacy and personal space. The second floor is yours, while the third floor belongs to me. Third, during our time together, neither of us is permitted to have another partner. I do not intend to share my man with anyone else. If you find a better option, inform me in advance, and I shall leave willingly. The man nodded in agreement. I have no habit of sharing my partner either. It is a deal. Jiang Ciyou's hand caressed the exquisite contours of his face, her eyes shimmering. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Bo Jiang Ciyou leaned closer to her rosy lips, a hint of desire lacing his voice. I have but one request. When this will conclude, I shall decide. Jiang Ciyou laughed. This man was rather petty. It seemed that her previous proposal to end things had wounded his pride. Jiang Ciyou wrapped her arms around the man's neck. As long as you adhere to the rules of the game, you shall have the final say. Should you violate any of the stipulations, our relationship may terminate at any moment. The man's gaze darkened, his handsome face serious, seemingly in contemplation, yet in the next moment, fervent kisses descended upon her. This was his affirmative response. That night was akin to those before, yet distinctly different. The similarity lay in the fervor shared, reminiscent of the passion ignited with the other man, characterized by seduction and insatiable desire. His warmth, the intricacies of his body, the habitual gestures, the soft groan of satisfaction at his peak, and the embrace that followed all felt achingly familiar. However, the difference was palpable. His identity had transformed, from being her kept man for 3 years to now being the unattainable crown prince of the capital. The psychological shift was undeniably significant. Jiang Ciyou had always struggled with sleep, yet perhaps due to the exhaustion of the previous night, she slept soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, she found herself alone. Initially assuming Jiang Ciyou had left, she was surprised to discover him in the dining room, preparing a lavish breakfast. Jiang Ciyou generously praised his culinary skills before seating herself at the table and indulging without reservation. Bo Jiang Ciyou, clad in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt, with his top button fastened, exuded an aura of cool restraint. Jiang Ciyou pondered why, despite his naturally aloof appearance, she had previously perceived him as a rake. Were you satisfied last night? The man suddenly locked eyes with Jiang Ciyou. What? She was momentarily taken aback. You re-tempting me first thing in the morning. I assumed you were dissatisfied with last night. Shall we recreate the experience? His captivating eyes gleamed with mischief, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Despite his ethereal beauty, there was now a discernible roguishness about him. Jiang Ciyou finally understood that the rake was still very much a rake. At the television station, the atmosphere was bustling. Everyone gathered around to congratulate Jiang Ciyou on her ascension to the primetime hosting position. Before long, Vivian emerged from Tang Fei's office. As she passed by Jiang Ciyou, her face was a mask of fury. Jiang Ciyou, I will not let you off so easily. With that, she stormed away. The crowd began to murmur. Vivian's affair with the CEO of Hangli was discovered by MRS.li, who had someone strip her publicly yesterday. It trended online and even attracted police attention. How dare she blame Sister Ciyou? It's her own indiscretion. She has tarnished the station's reputation. It's as if a single rat has spoiled the entire pot of kanji. How could she possibly remain here? The television station was indeed a place where the fallen are cast aside. These same individuals had once spoken similarly about her. Jiang Ciyou merely smiled, unbothered by the gossip. During the morning meeting, Director Tang spoke up. I have 2 announcements today. First, Vivian has resigned due to personal health issues. Everyone knew that Vivian had been dismissed. Her resignation was merely a final act of grace from the station. The second announcement. Director Tang glanced at Jiang Ciyou, his expression complex. Jiang Ciyou, a news editor who had a good rapport with Jiang Ciyou, interjected, the second announcement is certainly about our Ciyou becoming the primetime host, right? The crowd nodded in agreement, eagerly anticipating congratulations. Only Xiaoling remained quietly seated in a corner of the conference table. A look of difficulty crossed Tang Fei's face. I previously stated that whoever secured the Crown Princess exclusive interview would earn the primetime hosting role. However, this morning, Xiaoling obtained a 5-year advertising contract with YNS. We cannot overlook the contributions both you and Xiaoling have made to the station. Therefore, I intend for you two to compete fairly and earn this position based on your professional merits. Chapter 30. What shampoo smells so good? Upon uttering these words, the crowd was left in astonishment. The Yen family's 5-year advertising contract, surely the annual advertising fee amounts to tens of millions, right? Xiaoling, you are truly remarkable. Xiaoling, I suspect you must be the young mistress of the Yin family. Your boyfriend is named Yin Feng, and the heir of the Yin family is also named Yin Feng. Last time you claimed it was merely a coincidence, but now, what do you have to say? Our Xiaoling simply wishes to maintain a low profile, unlike you all, who would eagerly announce a 100,000 yuan advertisement to the world. The entire conference room began to shower Xiaoling with compliments. The Yin family is one of the leading enterprises in Rongqing, with advertising expenditures that dwarf those of numerous smaller companies. Moreover, Xiaoling had signed a 5-year contract. Even the station director might personally pop the champagne to celebrate. It was evident that Xiaoling was destined to become the future mistress of the Yin family, and aligning oneself with her would undoubtedly yield abundant benefits. Consequently, for the moment, no one paid any heed to Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou was well aware that this place was inherently cold-hearted, where personal relationships were fleeting and interests reigned supreme. Following the meeting, Tang Fei approached her with a token gesture of consolation. Ciyou, truth be told, I still have faith in you. Your program has consistently garnered the highest ratings for our station, and I believe you will not fall short against Xiaoling in this regard. This hosting competition is merely a formality. Indeed, this was the case. In the week that followed, Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling alternated as hosts during the prime-time slot. The television station even organized a popularity voting event for the golden hosts. Today was Sunday, marking the final day of their competition. The two had already taken turns hosting for 3 days each. Based on the statistics, Jiang Ciyou had been outpacing Xiaoling significantly. Today, the station arranged for a dual hosting format, allowing viewers to vote collectively on who would assume the role of primetime host. Given the current data, the position undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Ciyou. In terms of both appearance and professionalism, she was impeccable. Not to mention, she had garnered a following from her previous stint as the midday news anchor. Hence, from the moment the news broadcast commenced, Jiang Ciyou's voting numbers soared well above Xiaoling's. Just when everyone believed that the primetime hosting position was Jiang Ciyou's to lose, an unexpected turn of events transpired. During their news broadcast, a trending topic surged to the top of Weibo, rapidly claiming the #1 spot. The trending topic was titled Primetime Host Jiang Ciyou's Murderer Mother. It soon became evident that the individual in question was none other than Yin Ruyun, the suspect in the sensational husband murder case from 3 years prior. The internet erupted in a frenzy, and criticisms directed at Jiang Ciyou flooded in.
The daughter of a murderer hosting primetime, how is she deserving?
Her mother is a murderer.
That doesn't make her a murderer too. These are two separate matters, right?
Like mother, like daughter, with a mother who killed her father, the child's psyche must surely be warped. Having to watch the daughter of a murderer deliver the news daily would leave me psychologically scarred. 10 minutes after the situation began to escalate, the voting results shifted dramatically. Jiang Ciyou's voting page stagnated, while Xiaoling's numbers soared at an astonishing rate. Jiang Ciyou, while broadcasting, could see the voting process unfold. The abnormality led her to suspect that something had gone awry. Nevertheless, she maintained her professionalism and completed the broadcast without a hitch. Once the broadcast concluded, Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling exited the studio. The onlookers wore expressions that suggested they were hesitant to speak, their gazes directed at Jiang Ciyou with a mixture of complexity.
What is it? Jiang Ciyou inquired.
Camera operator Zhao Yuan spoke up. Sister Jiang, you might want to take a look at Weibo's trending topics. Jiang Ciyou promptly picked up her phone and opened Weibo, her expression gradually cooled.
Editorial assistant Xiao Zhao cautiously asked, Sister Jiang, is what they're saying online true? Others gathered around. Sister Jiang, is your mother really Yin Ruyun? I heard that when your mother killed your father, you were also present? Sister Jiang, it seems you've never mentioned your family or parents. Please, stop asking.
None of this is Ciyou's fault, interjected Xiaoling, who approached with a worried expression, looking at Jiang Ciyou.
Ciyou, are you alright? You shouldn't let the online matters weigh on your mind. Your parents' lives do not define yours.
While her words seemed comforting, they only served to affirm the fact that Jiang Ciyou was indeed the daughter of a murderer. Jiang Ciyou shut her phone, lifted her head, a semblance of a smile gracing her lips, yet her gaze was cold.
I only learned about the news just now.
Jiang Ciyou's smile deepened, her eyes growing even colder. You better hope it wasn't you, or you know my temper. Xiaoling attempted to explain, but Tang Fei had already approached.
Tang Fei wore a furrowed brow, his demeanor grave.
Little Jiang, while your family situation is not your fault, this incident has escalated far too greatly. The public's backlash is severe, and I must consider the station's reputation. For now, let Xiaoling take the primetime hosting position. Once the situation calms down, we can reassess. Jiang Ciyou maintained a calm smile, preserving her dignity and grace.
Very well, I shall follow the director's arrangement. Tang Fei sighed in relief. You might as well take a break. It has been a while since you've had a vacation. Take this week to rest and recuperate.
Jiang Ciyou left the television station and headed straight to the Greenfield Villa. The light in Bo Jinxiu's study was on. She made her way directly to the study, where the man sat at his desk. He had evidently just bathed and changed into a set of grey loungewear. He was staring intently at the computer, lost in thought, his long fingers gliding over the mouse, his handsome features betraying no emotion. Those hands were truly exquisite. That was Jiang Ciyou's first impression. She entered, her high heels clicking against the floor, and boldly settled onto the man's lap. Leaning in close to Bo Jinxiu's ear, she inhaled gently. What shampoo are you using today?
It smells divine.
Bo Jinxiu's arm naturally encircled Jiang Ciyou, drawing her closer. Observing the woman in his embrace, languid and alluring like a cat, his gaze darkened with intensity.
Feeling down?
From the moment Jiang Ciyou had appeared at the door, Bo Jinxiu had sensed that something was amiss with her mood.
Jiang Ciyou tilted her head and playfully nipped at his throat.
Indeed, which is why I am in dire need of some comfort. Under normal circumstances, at this point, Bo Jinxiu would have taken control.
However, today, he grasped Jiang Ciyou's hand, which was mischievously wandering beneath his clothing. Is this due to the online posts? Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback, letting out a light laugh. The crown prince, who was perpetually busy, also finds time to surf the web. Bo Jinxiu wrapped one arm around Jiang Ciyou's slender waist while using the other to click on the computer. I have already traced the source of the posts. You should take a look.
Jiang Ciyou, intrigued, turned her gaze to the screen. A video played, showcasing a woman in a baseball cap posting in an internet CAF. The content of the post was precisely the one that had surged to the top of the trending topics. Chapter 31 Making a wedding dress for others. Jiang Ciyou continued, I have already ascertained the identity of this person, Su Weiwei, whose English name is Vivian, a colleague from your news department and a former host of the morning news program.
Do you have any grievances with her? Jiang Ciyou's expression bore no trace of surprise. Indeed, there are some past grievances.
She gazed at the figure on the video and smirked derisively. However, she is merely making a wedding dress for others.
Jiang Ciyou fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou's exquisite profile. Are you implying that she is being manipulated by someone else?
The chill in Jiang Ciyou's eyes intensified.
I know exactly who it is. Jiang Ciyou spoke in a low voice. How do you intend to handle this? Do you require my assistance?
After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ciyou resolutely closed her laptop. She turned to cup Jiang Ciyou's face in her hands. No need, I can manage it myself. You need not trouble yourself, Your Highness. Upon hearing the term Your Highness, the man's brow furrowed slightly. Though he remained composed, Jiang Ciyou leaned in to offer her lips, her voice sultry. How about you come to my room tonight? Naturally, the man could not decline her invitation. Jiang Ciyou felt that he was particularly gentle today, seemingly making great efforts to soothe her emotions and cheer her up. She found solace in his attentiveness, her previously dismal mood gradually lifting as she succumbed to the warmth of his embrace. Yet, he only kissed her, teased her, without any further advances. Jiang Ciyou, ignited with desire, arched her body, yearning for more. Give me, call me, the man whispered enticingly in her ear.
Darling. No. Baby, that's not what I want to hear.
Jiang Ciyou's thoughts became hazy, her heart tingling as if brushed by countless feathers, making her restless. She had always called him that before. What exactly did he wish to hear?
Your Highness?
Her voice was moist, cooing like a cat. The man still withheld what she desired.
Jiang Ciyou, call my name.
Jiang Ciyou slightly opened her eyes, her gaze misty and captivating, her red lips alluringly crimson. Her melodious voice carried an unmistakable hint of passion.
Jiang Ciyou, her tone was enchanting, almost bewitching. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou was at the brink of restraint, lost in their intimate connection.
The following day, Jiang Ciyou called Vivian, requesting a meeting. Vivian remained brazen. Sorry, the president of Liren has invited me for an interview today. I fear I am not as free as you. Vivian was well aware that Jiang Ciyou had lost her primetime hosting position and had been forcibly placed on leave by the director. Although labeled a leave, it was akin to being sidelined indefinitely, and not to mention, her midday news segment was likely to be in jeopardy. Vivian on the other end of the line relished the moment. Jiang Ciyou, however, maintained her composure and elegance. If you're busy during the day, let us meet in the evening at Yunding Restaurant. How about I treat you? Yunding Restaurant was one of the most prestigious dining establishments in Rongqing.
After a moment's contemplation, Vivian agreed, fully aware that this was likely a trap set by Jiang Ciyou, seeking retribution. Yet, she felt no fear. For some time, everyone at the television station believed Jiang Ciyou to be a distinguished lady of Rongqing, always adorned in designer brands, exuding nobility and grace. Though many were displeased with her prominence, they remained cautious, wary of her potential influential family background. Little did they know her origins were anything but enviable. Even if she was aware that those posts were of her own making, what did it matter? That evening, Vivian deliberately arrived an hour late, only to find Jiang Ciyou still patiently awaiting her at the table. Jiang Ciyou had chosen an excellent location, with a vast floor-to-ceiling window showcasing a breathtaking view of the river. As she admired the scenery, her elegant and beautiful visage attracted many onlookers. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Vivian's eyes as she strode over. How heartless the director is. This year, you monopolized nearly all the advertising contracts at the station, and just like that, he turns against you.
It truly is disheartening, Vivian remarked, taking a seat across from Jiang Ciyou. I just landed the position of chief editor at Liren, and coincidentally, I have an opening for an editorial assistant.
Why don't you resign and join me? Although it's just an assistant role, I will look after you. It is certainly better than sitting idle at the television station. Vivian's gaze was laced with mockery and disdain.
After 5 years at the station, she had finally found an opportunity to retaliate against Jiang Ciyou, who had overshadowed her despite only working for a year. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained serene, her smile gentle. I truly appreciate your kind offer, but I am not considering a job change at this moment.
Vivian's smile turned sarcastic. I am looking out for your best interests. Rather than waiting to be dismissed, it's better to resign on your own terms and retain some dignity. Do you honestly think the director would keep the daughter of a murderer on staff, tarnishing the station's reputation? Even if he wishes to protect you, the station manager would never agree. Jiang Ciyou decided to address the matter directly. Isn't my current predicament all thanks to you?
Vivian had anticipated this and feigned innocence. Jiang Ciyou, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. If I had your dirt, I wouldn't have waited until now to reveal it. Jiang Ciyou pulled out her phone and played a video in front of Vivian. After watching, Vivian's expression shifted drastically. She hadn't anticipated that the video she had posted at the internet CAF would be discovered by Jiang Ciyou. A flicker of panic crossed Vivian's face, but she quickly regained her composure, admitting, yes, I posted the thread.
So what? I did not slander you. Your mother is indeed a murderer, and that is a fact.
Vivian, I didn't come here to settle scores with you. You were right about one thing. If you have this information, you wouldn't have waited until now to release it. I simply want to clarify who provided you with these materials. Although Jiang Ciyou had her suspicions, she sought confirmation. Vivian had received numerous benefits and would naturally be reluctant to divulge the source. Besides, Jiang Ciyou was currently vulnerable and discredited. What was there for her to fear? No one gave it to me, Jiang Ciyou. I have been investigating you all along. You always act so aloof, as if you are above the fray. I initially believed you to be a genuine lady from a prestigious family, only to discover you crawled out of the mud just like the rest of us. Your designer clothes and bags are nothing but affectionate. Jiang Ciyou, you look down upon me for seeking a benefactor, but what makes you any different? Both of us are equally hypocritical and vain.
What right do you have to look down on me?
Jiang Ciyou's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 32. In an online revelation, it was only disclosed that Jiang Ciyou was the girlfriend of the prominent figure, with Yin Ruyun identified as her mother. The scandal surrounding the murderer was sensationalized, yet the matter of the child swap with the Jiang family was conspicuously absent. Jiang Ciyou chose not to engage, seemingly indifferent to Vivian's emotional outburst. Maintaining her composure, she replied, I simply wish to know the source of the information you possess. Vivian, taken aback by Jiang Ciyou's dismissal and her haughty demeanor, felt a surge of fury rising within her. If you wish to know, I shall refuse to tell you. If you divulge it now, I might consider sparing you from any repercussions.
Vivian erupted into a mocking laughter. Jiang Ciyou, what era are you living in? What power do you wield now? I am curious to see how you intend to deal with me.
With a smile, Jiang Ciyou stood and retrieved her phone, dialing a number. She was calling Jiang Ciyou.
The call was quickly answered. Jiang Ciyou began, could you do me a favor? Minutes later, she returned to her seat. Vivian sneered, Jiang Ciyou, spare me the theatrics. Do you think I'm frightened by a mere phone call? Who do you think you are?
Vivian felt no fear. She had already deleted the original post. At worst, she could file a complaint for infringement of her likeness rights, an issue that could be resolved with a monetary settlement. However, her confidence was soon shattered when she received a call from the editor-in-chief of the magazine. Vivian, I regret to inform you that the chief editor position may no longer be yours.
Vivian's heart raced with panic. Editor Lee, we had come to an agreement today. You must have angered someone of influence.
I cannot elaborate further, but it is a directive from higher up. After hanging up, Vivian stared incredulously at Jiang Ciyou. The chief editor position had been her ambition for months, achieved through considerable financial investment in networking.
In a fit of hysteria, she exclaimed, Jiang Ciyou, what means have you employed? How dare you jeopardize my career? Jiang Ciyou's smile faded, her demeanor turning serious. You brought this upon yourself. Vivian feigned calmness, I seem to have overlooked your connection with the chief editor. What, did you sleep your way to the top? Jiang Ciyou, do not think for a moment that I fear you. If I cannot be the chief editor, numerous other media outlets are eager to have me. You may find those opportunities close to you. All media outlets have blacklisted you.
Vivian scoffed at the notion, yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Ciyou's unwavering confidence filled her with unease. She hastily made several calls, only to discover Jiang Ciyou's claims were indeed true. Several prominent newspapers and magazines had issued a ban against her. She had been completely ostracized from the industry. Vivian collapsed into her seat, staring blankly at Jiang Ciyou. How could she wield such vast influence? Vivian looked up, terror etched across her face. Why, young master? Jiang Ciyou stood behind Jiang Ciyou, a hand affectionately resting on her shoulder. Jiang Ciyou glanced up, surprised.
What brings you here? Did I not inform you last night?
Today is Shui Tao's birthday, and the private room is booked at Yunding Restaurant. I did not expect you to be here with friends.
Jiang Ciyou's gaze shifted to Vivian, his expression turning from warmth to icy severity.
Vivian's complexion paled from their earlier exchanges. She discerned that Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou shared an extraordinary bond. Jiang Ciyou had seemingly secured the favor of the prince of the... Jealousy and resentment ignited within her, but under the weight of the man's frigid stare, she resorted to pleading. Young master, grant me mercy. It was not my doing, but rather Xiao Ling's. She provided me with the documents, and on my last day at work, she handed me a folder, urging me to release it on the final day of voting to further her ambitions. I was merely a pawn in her game. Vivian was acutely aware of the consequences of offending this young master. Having studied in the capital, she had heard countless tales of his ruthlessness, his face like that of a bodhisattva, yet his heart as merciless as a demon, leaving those who crossed him either missing without a trace or dead without a burial. Jiang Ciyou's voice was chillingly cold. Even tools deserve punishment. You have 3 days to leave Rongcheng. Do not let me see you again, otherwise, I guarantee there will be no place for you in this vast land of China. Vivian's face drained of color, her despair rendering her speechless. Jiang Ciyou had acquired the answer she sought and began to rise. Jiang Ciyou took her hand, his tone gentle. Your hands are so cold. With that, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. As they exited the restaurant, Jiang Ciyou expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, I owe you a favor.
Only the influence of the young master could blacklist Vivian from the media realm.
Her tone, however, was tinged with a hint of unfamiliarity. Beyond their intimate encounters, there remained a distinct boundary between them. Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly, since you claim to owe me a favor, there is an opportunity at hand for you to repay it. Jiang Ciyou raised her gaze, her beautifully misty eyes captivating and quickening the heartbeat of those who beheld them.
What opportunity?
As I mentioned, Shui Tao is celebrating his birthday here, and everyone else has a partner, leaving me without one. It would be quite embarrassing. Why not accompany me for a few drinks? We can return together afterward. Jiang Ciyou understood that for these young scions of elite families, appearances were paramount, much like their prestigious watches and extravagant adornments, akin to a woman's designer attire and handbags. Although she found such superficiality distasteful, she felt compelled to reciprocate the favor owed.
Very well, let us go. As the door to the private room swung open, a wave of revelry greeted them.
The spacious room buzzed with life, some were singing, others playing mahjong, while others lounged on the sofas, drinking and rolling dice. The table was laden with various gifts and a gigantic cake, already sliced.
Brother Jiang Ciyou, you're back.
Where did you just go? A lively girl spotted Jiang Ciyou at the entrance and dashed over like a lark. However, her expression soured upon seeing Jiang Ciyou beside him, clad in his suit jacket. Her voice escalated, rife with hostility.
Brother Jiang Ciyou, who is she?
The others gradually turned their attention toward the doorway, astonished to see Jiang Ciyou accompanied by a woman. She is my girlfriend, Jiang Ciyou stated matter-of-factly, his voice calm yet resonating enough for all in the room to hear.
Chapter 33 His fiancée. However, everyone's jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. It was common knowledge that Jiang Ciyou, the scion of the elite circle in the capital, held no interest in any of the distinguished young ladies, for he harbored a woman in his heart. For her, he had remained chaste, leading a life akin to that of a monk. To evade his father's insistence on a family union, he had even relocated to Rongqing, a small city 1,000 miles from the capital. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou had resided in Rongqing for 3 years. Half of it was dedicated to the Paradise Resort project, while the other half was due to his father's arrangement of a betrothal with Qin, the sole daughter of the Shui family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. My girlfriend? How could you possibly have a girlfriend? Do you not consider my feelings?
Jiang Ciyou's lips curled slightly, yet his gaze remained frigid. My relationship with my girlfriend has nothing to do with you.
Jiang Ciyou, I am your fiancée, she retorted.
I have never acknowledged that.
You are fully aware that my father holds me in high regard.
He has already proposed to my family privately, though it has yet to be publicly announced.
Jiang Ciyou's lips twisted into a cold smirk.
Since it is a decision made by my father, then you should marry her.
The girl looked at the man before her in disbelief. Jiang Ciyou, you have no heart. As tensions mounted, Shui Tao hastily intervened to mediate.
Qin, your marriage has not yet been formalized.
Do not act recklessly. Qin, furious, retorted, brother, whose side are you on? Are you really going to allow your brother-in-law to keep other women on the side?
Brother-in-law, he could hardly envision Jiang Ciyou as his brother-in-law.
Shui Tao approached Jiang Ciyou.
A show, after all, she is my sister, grant me this favor and do not stoop to her level.
He then turned to Jiang Ciyou, his eyes lighting up in recognition. So, we met at the Royal Golf Club last time.
Jiang Ciyou responded gracefully, I happened to be dining here today, hearing that young Master Shui's birthday is today, I came over for a piece of cake to share in the joy.
Shui Tao was quite pleased. It is my honor that journalist Jiang would show such courtesy.
The room was filled with Jiang Ciyou's childhood friends, all observing Jiang Ciyou with knowing glances, speculating on the prince's intentions in bringing her along. Was it a means to escape Shui Erxia's harassment, or had he truly moved on from the likes of Miss Shen? Regardless, this woman, recognized as the prince's girlfriend, held a weighty status that would ensure her a life of opulence. Qin, however, was seething with rage. At the previous birthday banquet for the matriarch, Jiang Ciyou had completely ignored her. She had sacrificed opportunities to study abroad for him, coming to this remote city just to catch a glimpse of him. To her dismay, he had brought another woman with him and publicly declared her his girlfriend. Such a slap in the face. If the socialites of the capital learned of this, she would surely become the subject of ridicule.
Seated on the sofa, Qin glared intensely at Jiang Ciyou, who was seated at the table, engaging in a game of mahjong with a group of men. Jiang Ciyou was all smiles, charming and adept at navigating the social scene.
Jiang Ciyou sat beside her, his eyes brimming with affection as he even peeled fruit for her. The esteemed prince had never before displayed such tenderness for a woman. Jealousy and fury ignited within Qin. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she seized a piece of cake during a moment when Jiang Ciyou stepped out to take a call, and marched towards Jiang Ciyou. The others in the private room were too engrossed in their activities to notice her approach. Step by step, she crept up behind Jiang Ciyou, raising her hand, intent on smashing the cake atop her head, yet, as if possessing eyes in the back of her head, Jiang Ciyou suddenly stood just as the cake was about to descend, her shoulder colliding with Qin's elbow. The momentum caused Qin's arm to jerk upward, and the large cake landed squarely on her own face. Qin's visage and hair were utterly obliterated by the cake. Enraged, she shouted, Vixen, you did that on purpose. With that, she lunged to grasp Jiang Ciyou's hair. However, having practiced martial arts, Jiang Ciyou was not easily captured. She deftly evaded Qin's grasp, resulting in Qin crashing against the table and stumbling over a wine bottle on the floor, a disheveled mess. The men at the mahjong table exchanged glances, hesitant to intervene. One was the birthday boy's sister, while the other was the prince's girlfriend. Aiding either side would surely offend the other. Moreover, Qin had a notorious reputation for her arrogance in the capital. They opted to watch the spectacle unfold. Clearly, Qin was no match for Jiang Ciyou. Though Jiang Ciyou appeared to be merely dodging, it was evident she possessed considerable skill. Her evasive maneuvers were laced with an elegance that contrasted sharply with Qin's frantic aggression, culminating in a sizable bump on her forehead. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou re-entered the scene.
Jiang Ciyou quickly slipped behind him, adopting a pitiful expression.
Brother Jiang, it seems Miss Shui has had too much to drink. Her voice, delicate like a lark, was tinged with a hint of faint innocence, as if she were playfully pouting. Those nearby felt their hearts soften, yet this only further incensed Shui. Vixen, do you dare to call him Brother Jiang? Today, I shall tear your mouth apart. Shui charged at Jiang Ciyou, arm raised to slap her, but Bo Jiang intercepted her.
Shui, do not go too far. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding your brother's feelings.
The atmosphere grew noticeably tense. Shui trembled with rage.
Brother Jiang, do you not see that she is bullying me? Look at my face, and here, this spot.
She pointed at the bump on her forehead and the cut on her knee, tears of grievance streaming down her cheeks. Bo Jiang merely turned to Jiang Ciyou.
Are you hurt? Jiang Ciyou shook her head, appearing as docile as a kitten. I'm so scared, I want to go home.
Bo Jiang took her hand.
All right, let us leave now.
With that, he led Jiang Ciyou away, leaving Shui sobbing on the ground. Shueta shook his head from the sofa, having refrained from intervening when Shui approached. It was evident that she was no match for Jiang Ciyou, be it in cunning or skill, a complete and utter domination. Everyone could see that Jiang Ciyou had toyed with Shui like a game. That woman was far from ordinary. Once outside the private room, Jiang Ciyou tossed her voluminous waves of hair, casting a sidelong glance at Bo Jiang.
Were you satisfied with my performance?
Bo Jiang chuckled softly.
At a birthday celebration, you've turned the birthday girl's sister into that state and still ask if I'm satisfied? Jiang Ciyou shook her head, clicking her tongue. So wicked.
As a scion of a prominent family, and a friend as sister at that, you should avoid tearing face with her. It required a vixen to shift the blame for your desire to break the engagement onto someone else while simultaneously inflicting a heavy blow on Miss Shui, ensuring she is disheartened and ceases her pursuit. The intricate web of interests between such families necessitated the maintenance of their dignity. Since the engagement had been established, should Bo Jiang wish to retract it, a scapegoat was required. Naturally, she was the ideal candidate. Thus, even if the Shui family had grievances, they would direct their ire towards her, the vixen, rather than Bo Jiang, the principal party involved. Bo Jiang chuckled lightly, saying nothing further. Her thoughts were perhaps overly intricate. Chapter 34 I will not spare you for what happened to the child that night. Jiang Ciyou was plagued by insomnia. Despite exhausting her energy in bed, sleep eluded her. She rose and remained on the rattan chair on the balcony until dawn. A tumultuous choice tormented her. Even after all these years, despite the numerous betrayals by Xiaoling, she had never condemned her to utter despair. After all, it was she who had rescued Xiaoling from the depths of hell. Yet now, Xiaoling, I shall cast you back into that abyss, for you truly belong there. As the first light of dawn broke, Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone and dialed a number.
Aunt Xia, are you aware that Xiaoling has returned to the country? At 8 in the morning, the entrance of the television station was bustling with activity.
Jiang Ciyou's car was parked nearby. After a while, she noticed a hunched woman at the entrance. Xiaoling's mother, Xia Shoufan, clad in tattered clothes and with disheveled hair, she resembled a beggar. Yet her sharp, greedy eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam as she watched the people entering the station. Finally, her weight bore fruit as Xiaoling arrived. Xia Shoufan seized her daughter's arm. Xiaoling, it is indeed you, ungrateful daughter.
You returned to the country and failed to inform me.
At first, Xiaoling did not recognize the woman. However, upon seeing her face, terror flooded her features like a torrential downpour.
Mom, what are you doing here? In an instant, the elder woman yanked Xiaoling's hair, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Despite her beggar-like appearance, Xia Shoufan possessed surprising strength. She viciously yanked Xiaoling's hair, throwing a tantrum. Everyone, come and see, witness my ungrateful daughter. I told to raise her, supported her through university, and now she is— How utterly heartless. The crowd was drawn in, and someone recognized Xiaoling, quickly intervening to separate the two. Xia Shoufan, undeterred, sprawled on the ground, wailing and rolling about. Oh, how miserable my life is. I raised a heartless wolf. What a farce of a host she is, completely disregarding her parents. Heaven, when I gave birth to her, I endured 3 days and nights of labor. Had I known this would be the outcome, I might as well have drowned her at birth. Xiaoling collapsed on the ground, trembling. Her fear of Xia Shoufan had penetrated to her very bones, rendering her speechless, while her eyes, enveloped in dread, brimmed with deep-seated hatred. The onlookers' expressions of sympathy and disdain pierced Xiaoling's heart. In a fit of desperation, she screamed, I don't know her, she is a lunatic, I swear I don't know her. Jiang Ciyou sat calmly in her car, observing the scene unfold. As she witnessed Xiaoling shedding her facade, frantically losing control, she donned her sunglasses with indifference and drove away. Just 2 hours later, Jiang Ciyou received a call from Yan Feng. Jiang Ciyou, get to the hospital now.
What is wrong?
Jiang Ciyou's tone was icy.
Xiaoling is in critical condition. If we lose our child, I will not spare you. After hanging up, a wave of agitation washed over Jiang Ciyou. Xiaoling's child might not survive. She had merely informed Xia Shoufan about Xiaoling's situation as a form of retribution. She had never intended for Xiaoling to suffer a miscarriage, as she always believed the child to be innocent. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou drove to the hospital. Upon her arrival, she found that Xiaoling had been moved from the emergency room to a luxurious VIP ward. Jiang Ciyou approached the door, which was ajar, allowing her to see everything within clearly. Xiaoling, like a frightened rabbit, nestled in Yan Feng's embrace, weeping. Only Ciyou knows about my family situation. We don't even own a television, my mother can't read, nor does she watch the news. She must have learned about it from Ciyou. She knows full well that my mother is a leech, that I have been controlled and persecuted by her since childhood, nearly losing my life at her hands. Now she is causing a scene at the television station, and everyone knows my mother is a madwoman. In front of my colleagues, I can no longer hold my head high. Director Tang even called, merely advising me to rest and not to worry about the hosting duties tonight. I worked so hard to secure this hosting position. Why would Ciyou do this? Her heart is so cruel. Yan Feng held her tightly, gently soothing her. It's alright, you still have me, even if you don't work, I will support you for life.
Jiang Ciyou knocked softly on the door.
Both turned to look at the entrance, and upon seeing Jiang Ciyou, Yan Feng's anger flared.
Jiang Ciyou, you actually dared to come. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained calm. I consulted the doctor, your child is fine.
Yan Feng scoffed, you seem quite disappointed. It appears you wish for our child to perish, you venomous viper. Jiang Ciyou's gaze darkened slightly, I never intended to harm your child.
Xiaoling's eyes filled with anguish and innocence. Did you tell my mother about my situation? Jiang Ciyou did not deny it indeed. Xiaoling's tears flowed freely at Ciyou. Why would you do this?
You know my mother is a devil, why push me into hell, why treat me this way?
Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, it is merely a matter of reciprocity. Xiaoling was taken aback, she then sobbed, I know you must think I was behind those online posts.
I wasn't, I swear I didn't do it, I would never resort to such actions, I could stake my unborn child on that, do not make oaths, Jiang Ciyou interrupted her. I fear your retribution may fall upon your child.
Xiaoling's face turned pale.
Yet Yan Feng could no longer contain his fury, he stepped forward, raising his hand to strike Jiang Ciyou however, she deftly seized his wrist, her smile alluring yet distinctly frigid. Yan Feng, have you forgotten? You could never best me in a fight since childhood. His arm was painfully gripped by her, but he understood that despite her delicate beauty, she had always possessed a violent streak.
Jiang Ciyou, you are a lunatic.
The greatest regret of my life is having cherished you, loved you, and indulged you without restraint, only to have you turn so malicious.
Jiang Ciyou's smile deepened. Did you ever truly love me?
If you had genuinely loved me, you would not have allowed Xiaoling's mere words to drive a wedge between us. If you had truly loved me, you would not have stabbed me twice in my most despairing moments.
Have you never questioned Xiaoling as we arrived at this point in our lives?
It wasn't that he felt no sorrow. They had grown up together, frolicking in innocence even without love, there was over 2 decades of camaraderie once, they had shared everything as friends, their youthful hearts entwined in first love, but now they were consumed by mutual hatred. Chapter 35 Yan Feng discovers the truth behind Xiaoling's conspiracy. Yan Feng appeared momentarily stunned. Xiaoling is kind-hearted, unlike you, who has been wearing a mask all along.
Jiang Ciyou let out a cold laugh.
She promptly produced a voice recorder and activated it. A woman's voice emanated from it. This is Xiaoling. All the information was provided by her. On the day I resigned, she suddenly handed me a dossier, insisting that I publish it online on the last day of voting to secure her position as a primetime host. Yan Feng's expression gradually grew grave. He had also seen that post, which indeed contained numerous defamatory elements, deliberately downplaying the truth to label Jiang Ciyou as the daughter of a murderer, twisting her psyche and character.
Upon hearing the recording, Xiaoling's complexion transformed drastically.
It's not me, this is false, Vivian is slandering me, this recording is fabricated, Jiang Ciyou, how could you set me up like this?
A faint smile tugged at Jiang Ciyou's lips, indeed, this recording is fake.
I had someone else re-record it's not Vivian's voice at all, but how do you know those posts were made by Vivian? Xiaoling's face turned ashen, silencing her momentarily. Jiang Ciyou approached Xiaoling's bedside, lifting her chin with a firm grip. Xiaoling, remember, this is merely the beginning. If I uncover further wrongdoings tied to you, the consequences will be dire.
With that, Jiang Ciyou departed.
Yan Feng stood, dazed, gazing at the frail Xiaoling on the bed, his instincts to console her momentarily absent. Xiaoling wept, her tears resembling rain on a pear blossom.
Ah Feng, you must believe me.
It is Ciyou who has framed me, this is all a trap she has set. You know how deeply she despises me, she seeks to harm me and our child. Our child is a precious gift, and I have endured countless injections and medications to conceive. It hurts so much. Suddenly, Xiaoling clutched her abdomen. Yan Feng rushed forward, urgently calling for a doctor. Their child was a miracle conceived through IVF, a blessing that might be their only one throughout their lives. Yan Feng grasped Xiaoling's hand. I believe you.
Don't panic, Xiaoling, I have always believed in you.
Finally, Xiaoling exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against Yan Feng's embrace as she sobbed, yet, once doubt takes root, it burgeons uncontrollably.
Yan Feng was no fool. Xiaoling had claimed that Jiang Ciyou had framed her, but she could not counter the evidence Jiang Ciyou presented that evening. Yan Feng returned to the apartment he shared with Xiaoling to gather some. However, throughout the day, Jiang Ciyou's words echoed in his mind. Yan Feng, as we stand here today, have you never questioned Xiaoling?
As he approached the study door, his steps abruptly halted. Xiaoling's laptop sat on the desk for the first time. He opened her laptop. The computer was password protected. Yan Feng attempted several combinations. Xiaoling's birthday, his own, the date they traveled abroad together, but none unlocked it. Just as he contemplated giving up, a thought flickered through his mind, and he entered a sequence of numbers. To his astonishment, the computer unlocked. The password was Jiang Ciyou's birthday. How much did Xiaoling care about Jiang Ciyou to set her birthday as the password? Furrowing his brows, Yan Feng opened the laptop. Without much effort, he discovered a folder filled with original images related to the posting incident, identical to those circulating online, yet these photos had been stored for over a year, indicating that Xiaoling had been collecting material on Jiang Ciyou while they were abroad. Moreover, Yan Feng stumbled upon several other categorized folders on Xia Ling's computer, all containing materials that could tarnish Jiang Ciyou's reputation. Most of these were taken out of context, deliberately fabricated fake news, such as allegations of high school bullying or being a wayward girl who had undergone an abortion. He knew well that during their high school years, Jiang Ciyou had never bullied anyone and was far from a delinquent. On the contrary, she had been bright, generous, sincere, and academically excellent, beloved by both teachers and peers. Clearly, these were slanders. If exposed, any one of them could drag Jiang Ciyou, a public figure, into an abyss of disgrace. The room was dimly lit. The flickering light cast a shadow over Yan Feng's expressionless face, revealing a profound sense of unease. Jiang Ciyou had found rare leisure in recent days. Over the past year, due to her daily commitments to reporting the midday news, she had scarcely taken a break. Suddenly having free time left her feeling somewhat aimless. She slept in late and began designing jewelry, as her senior had been pressing for design drafts. With some time to spare, she completed 2 sets and sent them off. Bo Jinsha was on a business trip to Japan for 3 days and had just returned today. During lunchtime, Jiang Ciyou received a message from Bo Jinsha, inviting her to have lunch in the president's office at BJ. With nothing better to do, she decided to go. She particularly enjoyed the special meals prepared by BJ's chef for Bo Jinsha. Her car drove directly into the parking garage beneath the BJ building, and she took Bo Jinsha's exclusive elevator up. As the elevator doors opened, she found herself in the private lounge of Bo Jinsha's office. Jiang Ciyou thought the design was rather fitting for clandestine affairs. The lounge was empty, so she stepped outside, finding herself in Bo Jinsha's office area. Just as she opened the door, she encountered Gaotzen, Bo Jinsha's personal secretary. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Gaotzen appeared unfazed, adjusting his frameless glasses, and politely remarked, "Miss Jiang, the president is still en route. He should arrive in about 10 minutes. Jiang Ciyou acknowledged him with a nod. "All right, I understand." Taking a seat in Bo Jinsha's office chair, Jiang Ciyou noticed a stack of documents on the desk and casually glanced at them. To her surprise, she saw a familiar photograph, one of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Unable to resist, she picked up the file for a closer look. It was a job application. Jiang Xiaoxiao was applying for the position of executive assistant to the president. A chill seemed to envelop Jiang Ciyou's fluid eyes. In her sophomore year, Jiang Xiaoxiao had burst into the Jiang family with a stack of paternity test documents, appending both her life and her own. Jiang Xiaoxiao's adoptive mother, who was also her biological mother, Yin Ruyun, had conspired to switch 2 children 2 decades earlier out of revenge against the Jiang family. According to Jiang Xiaoxiao, she had been subjected to cruelty throughout her upbringing. This drove Yao Shulan's guilt toward her biological daughter and her hatred for Yin Ruyun to a fever pitch. At that time, Yin Ruyun was sentenced to life imprisonment for intentional homicide. Thus, Yao Shulan unleashed her fury and resentment onto Jiang Ciyou, the daughter she had once cherished. Jiang Ciyou found it incomprehensible that her loving mother could overnight wish her dead. In her despair, she pondered whether her demise might evoke a flicker of the motherly love she once knew. Consequently, she attempted to take her own life, yet, the reality proved otherwise. Chapter 36. I have truly fallen under your spell. The memories of those distressing past events flooded back to Jiang Ciyou, a place within her heart still bleeding. She closed her eyes, her gaze settling upon a photograph of Jiang Xiaoxiao. As the sole heiress of the esteemed Jiang group, why was she applying for the position of secretary assistant at BJ? Perhaps it was all in pursuit of Bojancy. A smirk curved Jiang Ciyou's lips. The Jiang family held a respectable status in Rongqing, yet in the presence of the powerful elite and the nation's wealthiest, they were hardly more than a small household. Jiang Xiaoxiao was certainly aiming high with her aspirations. The office door swung open, revealing Bojancy's tall figure at the threshold. Dressed impeccably in a suit, he appeared somewhat weary. Jiang Ciyou did not rise, her serious expression instantly transforming into one of warmth. "You're back?" Bojancy regarded the woman nestled in his office chair, languid and relaxed like a cat. Her bright, radiant smile illuminated the entire office. He approached her, wrapping her in his embrace. Caught off guard, Jiang Ciyou found herself clinging to his waist, surprise giving way to laughter, her eyes gleaming with a teasing glimmer. "Miss me that much?" Bojancy's gaze deepened as he looked at the enchanting woman before him, his hand resting possessively on her waist, the softness of her skin igniting a longing that had reached its peak. 3 days apart truly felt like an eternity. "I have indeed fallen under your spell," Jiang Ciyou confessed after spending considerable time in Bojancy's office. In the afternoon, she received a phone call from Jiang Jinhui. "Yu, come home for dinner tonight. You haven't been back in ages, your father misses you." The simple phrase, "your father misses you," tugged at Jiang Ciyou's heartstrings. In truth, Jiang Jinhui had always treated her kindly. When Yao Shulan insisted on casting her out, severing their ties, it was Jiang Jinhui who intervened. Moreover, during the banquet where Jiang Xiaoxiao acknowledged her ancestry, he publicly declared that she would always be the young lady of the Jiang family. "All right, I'll return tonight," she replied, rising and grabbing her bag as she made her way toward Bojancy, who was engrossed in his paperwork. Despite his appearance as a frivolous man, there was an indescribable charm to him when he was serious. Jiang Ciyou approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder, leaning down to plant a kiss on his cheek. "I'm off now. Don T wait up for me tonight." Just as she straightened, Bojancy pulled her back into his embrace, kissing her fervently for a moment. This man had a way of being exceedingly earnest at times and unabashedly reckless at others. "This is an office. Gaotzen could walk in at any moment," she reminded him. After he had his fill of kisses, he finally released her. Jiang Ciyou, enveloped in his arms, felt as soft and delicate as a cat, yet her eyes sparkled with the cunning of a little fox. "It's a secret," she replied, rising gracefully like a butterfly taking flight, leaving a trail of fragrance before vanishing into the floral backdrop. Later that evening, Jiang Ciyou arrived at the Jiang family villa. The housekeeper, Anchu, was particularly delighted to see her, ushering her inside with joy. "Young lady, you're finally back. Master said you would return tonight, so I made your favorite durian cream puffs. Be sure to eat plenty. Aunt Ciyou had watched Jiang Ciyou grow up, and their bond was profound. After the incident, Aunt Ciyou had felt helpless yet heartbroken. Although Jiang Ciyou still held the title of the Jiang family's young lady, she rarely returned home, making Aunt Ciyou's efforts to prepare her favorite treats all the more special during her infrequent visits.
Thank you, Aunt Ciyou, a warmth blossomed in Jiang Ciyou's heart. What have you done to make the kitchen smell so awful?
Jiang Ciyou descended the stairs, looking down at Aunt Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou.
Aunt Ciyou hurriedly explained, "Second miss, I made some durian cream puffs that the young lady loves. I just cleaned up, and there rests no lingering odor in the kitchen." You think a murderer's daughter can still be considered the Jiang family's young lady? Aunt Ciyou, remember, there is only one young lady in this house, and that is me. Do you understand?
Aunt Ciyou's face paled. At 70 years old, having raised 2 generations of the Jiang family, she held great respect from Master Jiang. However, since Jiang Ciyou's return, she had been treated with contempt and disregard. Aunt Ciyou remained silent, and Jiang Ciyou pressed on imperiously, "Aunt Ciyou, throw away those foul-smelling things. Durian is not allowed in the Jiang family." Aunt Ciyou's voice trembled, "But these are the young lady's favorites."
Aunt Ciyou, do you wish to keep your position here?
Believe me, I can have you sent back to your hometown by tomorrow. Tears welled in the corners of Aunt Ciyou's wrinkled eyes as her lips quivered. She looked helplessly at Jiang Ciyou, Mississippi. Jiang Ciyou leaned close to Aunt Ciyou's ear, whispering, "Put them in my car."
Aunt Ciyou nodded and departed. Jiang Ciyou approached Jiang Ciyou, her demeanor haughty. "I heard you've been suspended from the television station?"
Jiang Ciyou smiled faintly. "My dear sister seems quite concerned about me."
"Your scandal has been trending for days. It is hard not to know, Jiang Ciyou. Don't truly think you are still the Jiang family's young lady. Just because you lost your job doesn't mean you can come back pretending to be a green tea princess to garner sympathy from our parents."
"Those are my parents, not yours. You are merely the daughter of a murderer, unworthy of the lavish lifestyle. You should remain in the shadows." Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unchanged, her smile deepening. "Let others say what they will, but why do you insist on calling me the daughter of a murderer? Compared to me, who has scarcely met her, you are the daughter that Yin Ruyun raised for 20 years, surely your bond with her runs deeper."
At the mention of Yin Ruyun, Jiang Ciyou's complexion soured. "She is nothing but a murderer and a human trafficker.
She ruined my once bright future. She is utterly unworthy of being my mother."
"So you refuse to testify, allowing her to shift from self-defense to intentional homicide, sentenced to life imprisonment?"
Jiang Ciyou's face drained of color, panic evident in her eyes. "What did you say?" "Nothing," Jiang Ciyou replied, sidestepping Jiang Ciyou as she made her way to the second floor. However, Jiang Ciyou pursued her, blocking her path imperiously. "Jiang Ciyou, clarify your words. What do you know?" Indeed, Jiang Ciyou had uncovered some truths. On the night of Yin Ruyun's crime, Jiang Ciyou had also been present at the scene. A neighbor had reported seeing the victim, Zhao Daqing, assaulting Yin Ruyun and her daughter, prompting an immediate call to the police. Yet when the officers arrived, only Yin Ruyun remained with Zhao Daqing, whose heart had been pierced by a fruit knife, already deceased. Yin Ruyun was charged with intentional homicide, but if the neighbor's account was accurate, she might have committed manslaughter in self-defense. Throughout the proceedings, Jiang Ciyou had never appeared in court to defend Yin Ruyun. Jiang Ciyou's face turned pale, her anxiety palpable. She feared Jiang Ciyou had uncovered something, yet upon reflection, it seemed impossible. If Jiang Ciyou had known, how could she have remained silent for 3 years? Perhaps she loathed herself as well. Chapter 37, A Glimpse of Green Tea. What do you think I should know? Jiang Ciyou gazed at Jiang Ciyou with a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. Jiang Ciyou felt a twinge of unease, yet her expression remained fierce. She utterly despised Jiang Ciyou's air of innate composure and superiority, reminiscent of a pampered young lady. "Jiang Ciyou, at this moment, you are nothing more than a dog taken in by our Jiang family. You would do well to understand your standing. Should a dog dare to bite its master, it shall surely meet a tragic end." Jiang Ciyou's voice brimmed with warnings and threats. She intended to convey to Jiang Ciyou that regardless of what she knew, should she dare to speak it aloud, her fate would be sealed. To Jiang Ciyou's surprise, Jiang Ciyou appeared utterly unfazed, letting out a light laugh. "A tragic end? Is that so, coming from you?" Jiang Ciyou was incensed. "Jiang Ciyou, what audacity, you are utterly destitute now, and don't think I'm Upon returning, he'd rather dwell with his mistress than cast a glance in your direction. Your parents have abandoned you, your husband finds you repulsive, and you've lost your job. You are no different from a stray dog, yet you still dare to bark at me. What do you think you are?" A deeper smile graced Jiang Ciyou's lips, her face betraying no hint of anger, her gaze laced with disdain as she regarded Jiang Ciyou as one might regard a jester. "I've heard it said that the more anxious and fearful a person feels, the louder they will bark. Dogs are no different." Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback, her eyes narrowing with fury. "Jiang Ciyou, you dare to call me a dog? It seems that unless I teach you a lesson today, you will remain oblivious to your own position." With that, she raised her hand to strike Jiang Ciyou. However, her wrist was swiftly seized by Jiang Ciyou, a flash of lethal intent gleaming in her eyes. Yet, upon catching sight of a figure emerging at the top of the staircase, Jiang Ciyou abruptly tightened her grip on Jiang Ciyou's wrist before releasing it. Jiang Ciyou felt a sharp pain in her wrist, causing her to lose her aim. Instead of landing a blow on Jiang Ciyou's cheek, her hand struck her shoulder, causing Jiang Ciyou to tilt back and tumble down onto the staircase. "Dear sister, what have I done to offend you? You seek to strike me upon my return?" Jiang Ciyou's earlier fierceness evaporated as she leaned against the banister, appearing as fragile as a willow in the wind, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu.
You called me a green tea bitch, did you not? Very well, allow me to show you that green tea.
Jiang Xiaoxiao's wrist throbbed painfully, her head buzzing from the agony. Just moments ago, she had sensed the lethal. Unperturbed, she advanced, ready to kick out.
Stop, Xiaoxiao, what are you doing?
Turning around, Jiang Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan standing at the top of the staircase, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. In an instant, realization dawned on Jiang Xiaoxiao. Dad, Mom, she's pretending, just now, she clearly intended to hit me.
Jiang Jinhui descended the stairs.
As for the facts, we have a clear view from above. I have reiterated countless times that Ciyou is forever a member of the Jiang family and your sister. You must not bully your sister. Jiang Xiaoxiao seethed with rage. It was evident that Jiang Ciyou was feigning. She had not even struck her, yet her wrist throbbed with pain. Yao Shulan stepped forward, taking Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand.
Why are you scolding our daughter for an outsider? Hasn't Xiaoxiao suffered enough because of her over the years? With that, she led Jiang Xiaoxiao to the dining room. As they departed, Jiang Xiaoxiao cast a glance back at Jiang Ciyou, her eyes gleaming with triumph and provocation. Thankfully, Yao Shulan remained firmly on her side. During dinner, Jiang Jinhui inquired, Ciyou, why didn't Tiao Feng come with you?
He is busy with work, Jiang Ciyou replied vaguely. The Jiang family and the Yin family were as close as kin. Jiang Jinhui likely already knew of her separation from Yin Feng, and she felt no need to elaborate.
What busy work?
I've heard that brother Yin Feng has been living with his mistress since returning home, not wishing to see you at all. Jiang Jinhui shot Jiang Xiaoxiao a glare, then he sighed, you and Yin Feng grew up together. This is merely a momentary lapse that someone took advantage of. We have watched him grow, and he has always been devoted to you. I believe that if you put in a little more effort, he will eventually come to his senses. Both families were well aware. It was likely that Jiang Jinhui had summoned her home for dinner today at the behest of the Yin family.
Dad, I am well aware of my own circumstances. Some matters were best left unspoken, and Jiang Jinhui chose to remain silent thereafter.
Seeing Jiang Jinhui and Jiang Ciyou engaged in friendly banter, Jiang Xiaoxiao interjected to disrupt their conversation. Dad, Mom, I have an announcement to make. All eyes turned to Jiang Xiaoxiao. She declared, I have applied for the position of secretary to the president at BJ and have been accepted.
I will begin my employment there tomorrow. Jiang Jinhui appeared quite taken aback. You were doing well in the design department, why would you choose to go to BJ?
The Jiang family was engaged in the fashion industry, boasting their own company, factories, and a clothing brand, Xing Benjiaoren. The company had gone public 2 years ago, and Xing Benjiaoren was well known domestically, with a growing reputation overseas. Thus, the Jiang family was among the wealthiest in Rongqing. Upon returning to the Jiang family, it had been their intention to send her abroad for further studies. However, as she was clearly not suited for academia, they had arranged for her to learn management within the company. Yet, she had caused such chaos that several senior executives threatened to resign. Ultimately, she was relegated to a position in the design department. To their surprise, Jiang Xiaoxiao displayed some design talent, thriving in the design department. However, her abilities paled in comparison to Jiang Ciyou's, who had demonstrated extraordinary artistic and design skills from a young age. At just 9 years old, she began designing garments for Xing Benjiaoren. The brand's international success was largely attributed to her accolades in international design competitions. However, since Jiang Xiaoxiao's arrival in the design department, Jiang Ciyou had not contributed any designs, resulting in Xing Benjiaoren lacking any stunning new creations for the past 3 years, relying solely on its classic styles to maintain its reputation. Consequently, the company's stock price had seen a slight decline over the past 2 years. Jiang Xiaoxiao stated, I am doing this for the company and for the brand. Dad, you must know about the World Mall. If Xing Benjiaoren can establish a presence there, it will ascend to the ranks of international luxury brands, sought after by socialites and elite ladies alike. The company's stock price will surely soar. Jiang Jinhui was well aware of the World Mall, the largest and most luxurious shopping center in the country, and the only membership-based mall in the nation. Common folk were entirely barred from entry, as it catered exclusively to the country's elite. The mall housed only the top international luxury brands and was located in a prime area of the capital, favored by the city's aristocracy. Jiang Jinhui replied, the World Mall is filled with international luxury brands, and there are no domestic clothing brands. For Xing Benjiaoren to enter world is akin to a pipe dream.
Chapter 38.
Jiang Xiaoyu, I miss you so much, Jiang Xiaoxiao began, that is precisely why I applied to be Bo Jinqiu's secretary. World is inherently a property of the Bo family, and Bo Jinqiu is the sole heir. If he were to speak favorably, Xing Benjiaoren would undoubtedly be the first domestic clothing brand to enter world. You understand the significance of this, Dad? Jiang Jinhui shook his head. Xiaoxiao, it is not as simple as you think.
The Bo family also possesses its own clothing enterprise, significantly larger than the Jiang family's.
The Bo family has yet to allow their own brand into the marketplace, let alone an external one. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaoxiao remained resolute. Dad, how can we know unless we try? Give me 3 months.
I will surely win over Bo Jinqiu.
Noticing the skepticism in Jiang Jinhui's eyes, she added, what I mean is, I will definitely persuade the prince to allow Xing Benjiaoren to enter world. Jiang Ciyou had been quietly listening from the side, without uttering a word. Jiang Xiaoxiao's notion was utterly naive. Setting aside world's stringent cooperation standards, it was inconceivable for them to jeopardize their long-established reputation as the premier luxury brand in the country for any single brand. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou seemed to recall Bo Jinxiu mentioning that world was not under his jurisdiction but rather managed by his elder sister, Bo Wanzhou, with whom he had a strained relationship. Furthermore, Jiang Ciyou had lied. She was not hired as Bo Jinxiu's secretary but rather as a secretary's assistant, who would rarely, if ever, encounter Bo Jinxiu. After dinner, Jiang Jinhui suggested to Jiang Ciyou, "Why don't you spend the night at home? It has been a while since your room has seen any warmth." Jiang Ciyou glanced at Yao Shulan, who remained as indifferent as ever, not even sparing her a glance. A chill ran through Jiang Ciyou's heart. Having faced death once, what hope could she still cling to? Just as she was about to decline, her phone rang. It was a call from Xiaokai, Yanfeng's childhood friend. "Sister Yu, Yanfeng is drunk. Could you come pick him up?" Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ciyou replied, "Yanfeng is intoxicated. I will go fetch him shortly. I won't be staying here tonight." Jiang Jinhui felt a wave of relief, as it seemed Jiang Ciyou had taken his earlier words to heart. He quickly said, "All right, you should hurry." In the private room 1008 of the Blossoms Club, Jiang Ciyou pushed the door open. The atmosphere was raucous, with everyone intoxicated, some singing while others indulged in drinks. Yet, she recognized nearly everyone present. They were Yanfeng's childhood friends, many of whom shared a closer bond with her than with Yanfeng himself. Upon her entrance, the room fell silent. Xiaokai hurried over. "Sister Yu, you're here." Though these individuals were a year or two older than Jiang Ciyou, they all affectionately referred to her as Sister Yu, a title earned from her fiery temperament as a child, having never lost a fight against the boys. Eventually, they had come to respect her, hence the title. "I gathered everyone for a reunion since Yanfeng returned, but it seems he is not in the best spirits today and has consumed quite a bit of alcohol," Xiaokai explained, casting a glance at Yanfeng, who lay sprawled on the sofa. "You should have called Xiaoling instead of me," Jiang Ciyou responded. They were all aware of the complicated dynamics among the three of them. Xiaokai jested, "Who is Xiaoling? I don't know her. You two were like a couple in your childhood games, and now she is the legitimate Mrs. Yan. Why would I call anyone else?" Jiang Ciyou, uninterested in banter, shot a glance at Yanfeng. "Can he even walk?" Xiaokai instructed someone to help Yanfeng stand and follow Jiang Ciyou out. As they reached the lobby of Blossoms, Yanfeng suddenly stirred awake. He shrugged off the two supporting him, declaring, "Let go of me. I'm not drunk, I can still drink." Jiang Ciyou stepped in front of him. "Can you walk? If so, go on your own, I'll take you home." Yanfeng gazed at Jiang Ciyou, his eyes hazy. Suddenly, he stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace, his voice thick with emotion. "Jiang Xiaoyu, I miss you so much." Jiang Ciyou froze, standing rigidly, her back tense. It wasn't merely the unexpected embrace but the long-forgotten name, Jiang Xiaoyu, which had been his exclusive appellation for her since childhood. It had been many years since she had last heard it. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her. Yanfeng clung to her tightly, sobbing like a child, his shoulders trembling slightly. "Jiang Xiaoyu, why did you abandon me? Why?" Jiang Ciyou. He was indeed drunk, rambling nonsensically. She gently patted his back. "Yanfeng, look closely, I am Jiang Ciyou, not Xiaoling. Jiang Xiaoyu, you must not leave me. Others may disdain me, but you cannot look down on me. I have become who I am today because of you. How could you be so heartless?" Jiang Ciyou listened, bewildered, sensing there was more to this than met the eye. Perhaps she could uncover the reasons behind Xiaoling's earlier meddling. Adopting a coaxing tone, Jiang Ciyou urged, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Tell me what happened. Why do you say such things?" Meanwhile, Bo Jinxiu and a group of people exited the elevator and paused. With Bo Jinxiu leading, the others naturally followed suit. They looked in the direction Bo Jinxiu was facing and saw a couple embracing in the lobby of Blossoms. Shuetao jested, "The atmosphere here at Blossoms has certainly taken a turn for the worse. In broad daylight, they're embracing so publicly." Fang Bo chimed in, "It doesn't seem like a Blossoms girl, rather, they appear to be a young couple, feigning a quarrel and now, under the influence of alcohol, sharing their heartfelt confessions. The girl is in for a rough time. With the man 7 parts drunk, she might end up in tears." As the group laughed, Shuetao suddenly sensed something amiss. "Wait a moment, is that girl the prince's girlfriend?" Once mentioned, the rest seemed to recall something. Indeed, she is Jiang, the reporter. Just a few days ago, at Shuetao's birthday party, the prince had brought a woman and publicly introduced her as his girlfriend, which had enraged Xueqin to tears. It was the same woman now seen embracing another man. Though many held doubts about their relationship, believing the prince might be using her to deter Xueqin, she remained the only girlfriend he had introduced to his friends. Her actions now seemed to slap the prince in the face. The group turned their gaze to Bo Jinxiu, who, as expected, wore a dark, foreboding expression. Shuetao's keen eyes caught another detail. "The man she is embracing appears to be young Master Yan from Haifeng Construction. No wonder she wanted to challenge the Jiang misses at the golf course. She truly is young Master Yan's lover." Everyone was taken aback. "So, this Miss Jiang is playing both sides, fishing for young Master Yan while simultaneously flirting with our prince?" Chapter 39. The prince has developed feelings for that woman. Everyone turned their gaze back to Bo Jinxi. At this moment, Bo Jinxi's face bore no expression, yet his aura was chillingly formidable. The crowd, sensing the palpable tension, fell into an uneasy silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou had failed to extract the answers she sought. Yanfeng had succumbed to drunkenness once more, his entire weight leaning heavily against her. Jiang Ciyou could only assist him in exiting the opulent hall. The onlookers cautiously scrutinized Bo Jinxi's countenance. Fang Bo, ever the provocateur, remarked, "In such a small place like Rongqing, it's audacious of a woman to toy with our prince. Why not leave her to me? I have my ways of dealing with such women, and I guarantee you'll feel avenged." Bo Jinsi remained silent, leading others to presume his tacit agreement with Fang Bo's words. They began to jest at Fang Bo's expense. What do you mean by avenging the prince? It seems you are merely captivated by her beauty. With 8 girlfriends already, your reckless behavior is unchanging.
Fang Bo, you must have been an octopus in your past life, adept at juggling multiple affairs.
Fang Bo retorted, such fickle women require a sea king like myself to tame them. I will pursue her first, and once I succeed, I'll arrange 2 tables of mahjong, declaring that all present are my girlfriends, ensuring she questions her existence and never forgets it. He continued to brazenly elaborate on his intentions with Jiang Ciyou, boasting, 3 days, at most 3 days, and I shall have her in my bed. In the next instant, Bo Jinsi pivoted abruptly, delivering a powerful punch to Fang Bo's face. Fang Bo fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. Bo Jinsi stepped forward, seizing Fang Bo by the collar, dared to lay a finger on her and see what happens. With that, he released Fang Bo and strode purposefully toward the exit. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Although the prince appeared aloof, he had always treated their close-knit group with kindness. After all, it was not without reason that so many had followed him from the capital to Rongqing. Yet just moments ago, they had all sensed a distinct aura of menace in Bo Jinsi's gaze. Shuetao sighed, the prince has truly developed feelings for that woman. Upon exiting, Bo Jinsi fortuitously spotted Jiang Ciyou assisting Yin Feng into a vehicle, which then departed from the vibrant venue. Having not driven himself that day, he realized he could not catch up in time. Thus, he took out his phone to call Jiang Ciyou. Just as she picked up, she noticed the call from Little White Face. Just as she intended to swipe to answer, the phone died, the screen fading to black. The vehicle traversed the elevated road, and Jiang Ciyou delivered Yin Feng back to the family estate. The Yin family had long since retired for the night, leaving Jiang Ciyou to escort Yin Feng alone to his room. Initially planning to depart after ensuring he was settled, she was caught off guard when Yin Feng suddenly awoke, grasping her hand and calling her Jiang Ciyou. Seeing him in a half-conscious state, Jiang Ciyou contemplated probing him for information once more. Yet, Yin Feng seemed to have lost all memory of the past 3 years, reminiscing only about their childhood. As they spoke, he suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a scar that snaked down from his waist. Jiang Ciyou, you look down on me, don't you? Because of this, yet you promised to take responsibility for me for a lifetime. Even if I became disabled, you would care for me forever. Jiang Ciyou's heart trembled as she gazed at the scar on his waist. It was a reminder of the incident when they were 12, attending an outdoor adventure camp together. One night, hungry, she had sneaked out of the tent with Yin Feng to steal some instant noodles, cooking them over a small fire. However, when Yin Feng attempted to remove the pot of boiling water, the handle broke, spilling the scalding broth across his waist, resulting in severe burns. Jiang Ciyou remembered how serious his injuries had been, requiring a lengthy hospital stay, including several days in the ICU due to a serious infection. During that harrowing time, she had kept vigil by his bedside, and when the doctors warned that amputation might be necessary, she tearfully assured Yin Feng that she would care for him regardless of his condition. After he was discharged, Yin Feng had never mentioned the incident again, nor had he revealed the true extent of his injuries. This was the first time Jiang Ciyou had seen the scar. The skin was deformed, uneven, and discolored, revealing only a fraction of the damage. She could only imagine how horrific the scars on his left leg must be, the most severely burned area. As memories flooded back, Jiang Ciyou's eyes glistened with unshed tears.
Ah Feng, why would you say such things? When have I ever looked down on you? You wrote it in your diary. Do you still wish to deny it? Yin Feng's expression was one of profound sorrow. I am like this now, a burden unworthy of you. Jiang Ciyou was about to inquire further when Yin Feng suddenly erupted, shoving her out of the room. Leave, Jiang Ciyou. I do not want your pity or your sympathy. With that, he slammed the door shut. Initially intending to depart, Jiang Ciyou encountered Yin Feng's mother on her way out. The elder woman, surprised and delighted to see her, took her hand and inquired warmly about her well-being. Eventually, she insisted that Jiang Ciyou stay the night. Aware that it was already late and eager to clarify certain matters, Jiang Ciyou settled into a room next door. That night, Jiang Ciyou found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. What did Yin Feng's words mean, and what about the diary he mentioned? Rising early the next morning, she encountered Yin Feng in the dining area while having breakfast. Upon seeing her, a fleeting, enigmatic emotion crossed his eyes. Did you bring me home yesterday? He asked. Jiang Ciyou, maintaining her composure, sat down and began to eat. You were drunk, Shoukai called me. After a moment of silence, Yin Feng remarked, next time, I will inform them that we have parted ways, so they will not disturb you. Jiang Ciyou's expression remained neutral. As you wish. Yin Feng's gaze lingered on her face. She had just woken up, without makeup, presenting a stark contrast to her usual polished appearance. When made up, she radiated allure, akin to a captivating vixen, but without the embellishments, she appeared youthful, almost like a university student. After a brief pause, he spoke, I have investigated the matter regarding the post. It was orchestrated by Xiaoling. I do not know her motives for targeting you, but I apologize on her behalf. Jiang Ciyou did not respond immediately, merely casting a glance at Yin Feng. He continued, I can compensate you, feel free to state any condition. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow slightly. Any condition at all? Yin Feng's expression darkened, a flicker of wariness in his eye. It was as though he was bracing himself against her intentions. Rest assured, I will not interfere with your relationship with Xiaoling to return to your side. Yin Feng's brow seemed to furrow even deeper. Chapter 40 Thin Jean shows jealousy. Jiang Ciyou languidly tore a piece of bread and placed it into her mouth.
Xiaoling played a trick on me, so I returned the favor in kind. Please convey to her that this matter is now settled. However, if she continues to employ underhanded tactics behind my back, she should not expect me to be courteous. Xiaoling had tarnished her reputation online, resulting in her losing her primetime hosting position. In retaliation, she summoned Xiaoling's mother to create a scene at the television station, thus regaining a measure of dignity. Moreover, Xiaoling's future days should prove to be increasingly troublesome.
Yanfeng remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Did I say anything last night when I was drunk?
Jiang Ciyou's thoughts drifted to the scar on Yanfeng's waist, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon it. Yanfeng seemed to sense her scrutiny, his complexion paling.
Did you see it? A hint of guilt crept into Jiang Ciyou's expression.
I had no idea you were so severely injured back then.
A flicker of anger and disgust flashed across Yanfeng's eyes.
Jiang Ciyou refrained from looking at me with such a gaze. He saw through the guilt and sympathy that lay beneath her surface. If it were genuine, it would be one thing, but the truth was that it was feigned, an act. She clearly felt revulsion but insisted on putting on this mask of remorse, which was utterly distasteful. Compassion could already wound a man's pride, how much more so when it was cloaked in hypocrisy. I'm sorry, this injury is also a result of my actions.
Yet Yanfeng suddenly erupted in fury. Jiang Ciyou, spare me the theatrics.
You loathe me deeply, even wishing for my demise. You are a venomous woman, deceitful in your demeanor, pretending to be a benevolent saint. Jiang Ciyou caught the crux of his words.
What exactly have I done to make you think this way?
Your diary from years ago was quite explicit.
Do you wish to deny it?
Indeed, Jiang Ciyou had a habit of keeping a diary since childhood. However, she had no recollection of ever writing anything about despising Yanfeng or cursing him. Furthermore, it seemed she had lost a volume of her university diaries. After that, she had ceased writing altogether.
You read my diary? Tell me what I wrote that made you think me so despicable.
Even after all these years, thoughts of the contents of her. Yanfeng scoffed, I burned it long ago. The atmosphere became unbearably tense, the air thick with a sense of conflict. Jiang Ciyou managed to regain her composure. In the past, I claimed that Xiaoling was instigating our discord, and you may not have believed me. However, you should now see that Xiaoling is not the innocent, self-effacing person you imagined. Nevertheless, since you have chosen her, the past is of little consequence. A shadow of darkness flickered in Yanfeng's eyes. I am weary of this constant struggle with Xiaoling. Please inform her that I have relinquished you to her. She should cease to trouble me, otherwise, I will reclaim what is rightfully mine, regardless of whether it belongs to me or not. Yanfeng raised his gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Ciyou. His expression was frigid, and a glint of cold light seemed to dance in his eyes. His voice was equally frosty.
Jiang Ciyou, I am a person, not a mere object to be handed over at will. Their parting was anything but amicable.
Jiang Ciyou found the situation somewhat amusing. Wasn't this precisely the outcome they both desired? What more could she want? Upon leaving the Yin family villa, Jiang Ciyou made her way to the Green Lawn Villa. She had slept poorly the previous night and had intended to catch up on sleep. However, upon entering the house, she spotted Thin Jiang Ciyou descending from the second floor. He halted in his tracks upon seeing her.
Jiang Ciyou casually greeted him, are you heading to the office?
Thin Jiang Ciyou did not respond, merely gazing down at her from his elevated position. It was only as Jiang Ciyou passed by him that he spoke.
Why didn't you answer your phone?
Jiang Ciyou retrieved her phone from her bag, glancing at it. It was dead. She noticed that Thin Jiang Ciyou's expression was far from pleasant.
Did you wait for me last night?
I told you I had plans and that you needn't wait. Thin Jiang Ciyou fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ciyou's eyes.
You never mentioned you would be out all night.
Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on his lips. I'm sorry, darling.
Next time I will notify you in advance.
With that, Jiang Ciyou attempted to bypass him and ascend the stairs for some much-needed rest, but her arm was suddenly seized with force.
Jiang Ciyou, what do you take me for, your pet?
His handsome face was clearly flushed with anger.
You caress me when you're pleased, but cast me aside when you're not.
Jiang Ciyou was taken aback by the intensity of his ire so early in the morning. She had clearly stated the day before that he should not wait for her. Over the past 3 years, he occasionally exhibited such petty behavior. Jiang Ciyou patiently soothed him. I truly had matters to attend to yesterday.
How about I make it up to you tonight?
Typically, such an olive branch would suffice to placate Thin Jiang Ciyou. However, this time, his expression did not soften but rather darken further.
What you deem as matters was merely you and Yanfeng canoodling in the lobby of Blossoms? Jiang Ciyou quickly realized. You were also at Blossoms last night?
It seemed that Thin Jiang Ciyou had witnessed her with Yanfeng, explaining his heightened anger.
After a moment's contemplation, she decided to clarify.
He was drunk, and I was merely ensuring he got home safely.
Why would a drunk Yanfeng require your assistance, Jiang Ciyou? What is your current relationship with him?
In light of the Yin family's past kindness towards me, it would be unreasonable not to help him. Thin Jiang Ciyou chuckled.
Are you truly concerned about the Yin family's favor, or do you still harbor feelings for Yanfeng?
Yesterday, Jiang Ciyou had embraced Yanfeng and uttered those words, which Thin Jiang Ciyou had heard all too clearly. She had affectionately called him Afeng and vowed never to abandon him, treating him like a child in need of comfort. A sardonic smile crept across Thin Jiang Ciyou's lips. Your talents at placating men are indeed exemplary.
He grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin. Am I not enough for you? Are you so eager to rekindle things with yin foam already?
Jiang Ciyou's gaze swiftly turned icy, yet her lips still curled into a faint smile. Jiang Ciyou maintained her signature radiant smile, her voice both enchanting and playful. The nature of our relationship does not oblige me to explain myself to you, hence, I ask that you refrain from adopting an interrogative stance.
We are merely two individuals seeking mutual satisfaction and happiness.
We are neither husband nor wife, nor are we lovers. I can only assert that I have not breached the terms of our agreement. As for my heart and thoughts, you have no authority to interfere. Of course, if Mr. Thin finds our arrangement tiresome, he is free to terminate it at any time, and I will vacate immediately. Jiang Ciyou scrutinized the alluring woman before him. Her meaning was unmistakable. She had not slept with Yin Feng, yet she still held him in her heart, hence her request for him to refrain from meddling. Jiang Ciyou even suspected that if he were to call for the end of their relationship, she would eagerly depart, perhaps even toasting with champagne in celebration.
Chapter 41. Is it true that if I do not seek you out, you shall never look for me? Jiang Ciyou released Jiang Ciyou and strode away. Jiang Ciyou suddenly felt more exhausted than before. After having a quarrel with the Yin family and Yin Feng, she felt the same way now. She could comprehend that a man's possessiveness is quite natural, however, she had not violated the agreement between them. If anyone expected her to lower herself to placate them, it would be an exhausting endeavor. A man was merely a tool for her happiness. She had no desire to invest her heart in any man again. Jiang Ciyou slept for half a day. When her phone finally charged, she opened it to find an array of missed calls, all from Jiang Ciyou from the previous night. He even called at 4 in the morning, evidently waiting for her the entire night. Jiang Ciyou sighed, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within her. In truth, she did not possess the nonchalance she appeared to have. The reason she chose to part ways with Yin Feng after his return was that she had realized she harbored feelings for this pretty boy. She refused to allow herself to fall in love, hence her desire to sever ties completely. Little did she know that she had entangled herself with a significant figure in the capital. The tables had turned, and it was not within her power to end things. The initiative lay firmly in Jiang Ciyou's hands. The young prince had not yet had his fill of her. Thus, she was destined to remain entangled, yet, deep down, she wished to avoid excessive entanglement with him. Jiang Ciyou was an even larger pit of fire than Yin Feng, but if their relationship were to deteriorate, leading Jiang Ciyou to release her voluntarily, it might not be such a bad outcome after all. As Jiang Ciyou had anticipated, Jiang Ciyou did not return to the Green Lawn Villa in the following days. She refrained from sending him a single message each night. She pondered whether their relationship had truly come to an end. As time passed, the weight in her heart gradually lessened, and she felt she had finally escaped an undesired entanglement with a powerful figure, yet, for reasons unknown, she could not quite muster joy. Jiang Ciyou's annual leave was nearing its end. Just as she grappled with the decision of whether to resign, Tang Fei called her, instructing her to return to work the following day and to host the primetime news at 7 o'clock. Confused, Jiang Ciyou wondered why Tang Fei would restore the position of primetime host to her without cause. Indeed, upon checking online, she discovered various twists regarding the previous post. Firstly, it was revealed that Zhao Duqing had a gambling addiction and had a history of domestic violence. Additionally, an individual claiming to be a champion of justice spoke out online in defense of Yin Ruyan, asserting that she was a kind and loving person. Moreover, Yin Ruyan had previously worked as a nanny, and several families she had served came forward to vouch for her character, asserting she was not the cruel murderer depicted in rumors. A neighbor, interviewed by the media, recounted witnessing Zhao Duqing's domestic abuse against Yin Ruyan on the day he died, suggesting it was highly plausible that Yin Ruyan acted in self-defense, resulting in an accidental death. Furthermore, it was leaked that Jiang Ciyou had been mistakenly swapped at birth in the hospital, having grown up as the daughter of the Jiang group. In no time, the internet was ablaze with speculation. One narrative questioned the judgment in the Yin Ruyan case, with some calling for a reinvestigation and retrial. Another tale excitedly circulated regarding the authenticity of the Jiang family's daughters. Both Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Xiaoxiao found their names trending on social media. How pitiful a person like Yin Ruyan is, having endured 20 years of domestic violence, only to mistakenly kill her abuser in her one act of defiance, yet facing life imprisonment. I detest the term domestic violence. It is clearly intentional harm. If Yin Ruyan had not resisted that day, would it have merely been another family dispute? Jiang, the host, should not be affected by this incident. Moreover, having grown up as the Jiang family's daughter, she could easily distance herself from this, but she has not denied her biological mother. Is it really possible for such a baby swap to happen in reality? The true daughter, Jiang Xiaoxiao, must also be quite unfortunate to grow up in such an environment. The public sentiment regarding her shifted dramatically. People even urged her to return to hosting the primetime news. Her Weibo followers, once merely in the tens of thousands, skyrocketed to 3 million overnight. It was evident that Tang Fei sought to capitalize on this newfound popularity, prompting her return to the primetime slot. Jiang Ciyou was not naive enough to believe that the online narrative had shifted without reason. It was orchestrated by unseen hands. The thorough investigation into Yin Ruyan's case and the manipulation of public opinion were not feats achievable by ordinary individuals. Could it be him? For the first time, Jiang Ciyou felt conflicted. She took out her phone, attempting several times to dial a number. In the evening, as she continued to wrestle with her thoughts, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou gazed at her phone, pondering for several moments before finally answering. Upon connecting, she did not speak first. After a few seconds of silence, a deep voice emerged from the other end of the line. Is it true that if I do not seek you out, you shall never look for me? However, Jiang Ciyou interjected, did you orchestrate all those rumors online?
In truth, the online gossip would naturally fade with time, even without intervention. Addressing it would require an immense expenditure of resources and efforts. She had initially intended to wait for the storm to pass on its own. Indeed, it cost me a considerable sum.
How do you intend to thank me? Jiang Ciyou chuckled. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?
They arranged to meet at the Cloudtop restaurant. Jiang Ciyou arrived first. Since the private dining room had already been reserved, she had to settle for a table in the main dining area.
She chose a seat by the window and began to peruse the menu. What a coincidence, sister, you are dining here as well.
Jiang Ciyou looked up to see Jiang Xiaoxiao, along with Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui. Jiang Ciyou stood up, addressing Yao Shulan with a respectful, "Dad, Mom." Yao Shulan cast a cold glance at her, not responding. Jiang Jinhui, however, explained, "We are here to check the venue. Next Sunday is Xiaoxiao's birthday, and we plan to host a grand celebration in the banquet hall."
Before Jiang Ciyou could respond, Jiang Xiaoxiao eagerly interjected, "Next Sunday is also sister's birthday. Since we share the same day, why not celebrate together?"
Since marrying Yin Feng, Jiang Ciyou had spent the last 3 years celebrating her birthday with the Yin family. She replied, "No need, I do not wish to overshadow my sister.
Let her be the unique little princess." Jiang Xiaoxiao scoffed, "You think you can overshadow me?"
Realizing Jiang Jinhui and Yao Shulan were listening, she quickly adjusted her tone, wrapping her arm around Yao Shulan's arm. "Although sister is married now, she remains our family's eldest daughter. Let us not allow outsiders to perceive our family as neglectful toward our adopted daughter. I am willing to celebrate my birthday with sister, showcasing the harmony among Jiang family members, contrary to the rumors."
Chapter 42.
Jiang Ciyou's infidelity. During this period, the online discourse surrounding the authenticity of the Jiang family's heiress has been incessant, with various versions circulating widely. Initially, the matter concerning the true and false daughter of the Jiang family was known only to a select few within their social strata. However, it has now become common knowledge among all the residents of Rongqing. Naturally, the most infuriated party is Jiang Xiaoxiao. She had worked hard to become a genuine heiress of a prestigious family, yet now the entire city is aware of her unfortunate upbringing, her mother a murderer, her father a gambler. Although the prevailing sentiment online leans towards sympathy and pity for her, she scorns such compassion. Was she not born a favored child of fortune? What right do the common folk have to pity her? Furthermore, there are even rumors suggesting that the Jiang parents favor the false heiress, whom they have raised for 20 years, over their own flesh and blood, leaving Jiang Xiaoxiao in a position of utter despair within the Jiang household. Thus, for her upcoming birthday, she has invited nearly all the affluent elites of the city, along with numerous media outlets. Her intention is to showcase her standing within the Jiang family, as well as Jiang Ciyou's. Therefore, Jiang Ciyou must be present at this birthday celebration. "Mother, I truly wish to celebrate my birthday with my sister," Jiang Xiaoxiao pouted, clinging to Yao Shulan's arm. Yao Shulan turned to Jiang Ciyou, saying, "The news circulating online has significantly impacted both the Jiang family and Xiaoxiao. For the sake of your own dignity, you disregard Xiaoxiao's reputation. You are already married. Have you considered the extent of the repercussions this may have on her? How could the elite possibly marry a child raised in such a disreputable household, despite her noble status?" Jiang Ciyou grasped the situation. Yao Shulan presumed that the news regarding the true and false daughters of the Jiang family was disseminated by her. Jiang Ciyou chose not to speak up in her defense, for she knew that no matter what she said, Yao Shulan would never believe her and would only perceive her words as mere excuses. Jiang Ciyou smiled faintly, "And so, for this birthday celebration, you must attend, regardless of your usual rivalry. That day you are to portray the bond of sisterhood. This is not only for Xiaoxiao's future but also for the honor of our Jiang family. Whether you are pleased or displeased, this is a debt you owe to Xiaoxiao and to our family." At the mention of a debt left Jiang Ciyou speechless. Sensing the tension, Jiang Jinhui intervened. "Your mother genuinely wants you to come. She merely has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. You haven't celebrated your birthday at home for 3 years. Why not join this time?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled. "Very well, I will attend. As long as my sister is happy, I would do anything." Jiang Jinhui patted Jiang Ciyou's shoulder. "You are truly a good daughter." Upon seeing the smile on Jiang Ciyou's face, a sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Xiaoxiao's heart. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought that Jiang Ciyou would stir up any trouble. Jiang Ciyou had a soft spot. Yao Shulan and as long as Yao Shulan remained on her side, Jiang Ciyou would always be at a disadvantage. Just as Jiang Xiaoxiao and Yao Shulan departed, Bo Jinqiu approached. "What are you daydreaming about all alone?" Jiang Ciyou looked up, her face instantly brightening with a radiant smile. "I was thinking about you." Originally, Bo Jinqiu had been harboring a grudge over the past few days. He had refrained from seeking her out, only to find that she hadn't reached out to him either, not even a single message. This left him anxiously staring at his phone, while his colleagues speculated that he had lost his mind. However, upon seeing her cheerful visage, the resentment within him inexplicably dissipated, leaving only a tinge of bitterness and helplessness. He had surrendered, he was weak. His stern expression softened considerably, yet he still huffed, "Such sweet words, but you haven't even bothered to find me. Isn't it because you, young master, are exceedingly busy?" I didn't want to intrude. Though aware that her words were mere excuses, he could not bear to expose the truth. Bo Jinqiu understood that if he did not take the initiative to seek her out, their relationship would come to an abrupt end. She displayed not even the slightest inclination to retain him. Jiang Ciyou handed him the menu. "Why don't you order? Today, I'm treating you to dinner as an apology for my earlier misdeeds." "Apologies are pointless. What use are the police?" Jiang Ciyou shot him a sidelong glance, her eyes sparkling playfully. "Enough of that." Bo Jinqiu obediently took a seat. The first round of their contest concluded with his utter defeat. The esteemed young master learned a valuable lesson in the presence of this merciless woman. He could not afford to sulk or disappear, lest he leave room for others to take advantage of him. During dinner, Bo Jinxiu spoke up. In the past few days, I conducted an investigation into Ms. Yin and unexpectedly discovered some intriguing information. Jiang Ciyou recognized that Bo Jinxiu's inquiry into Yin Ruyan was also aimed at vindicating her identity. What is it? Bo Jinxiu produced his phone and showed Jiang Ciyou a video clip. She was taken aback. How do you have this video? Jiang Ciyou was aware that Yin Ruyan had not killed intentionally. For years, she had been searching for a breakthrough to appeal her case. However, Jiang Ciyou was unwilling to testify. The neighbor's fragmented recollections could not substantiate that Jiang Ciyou had been present at the scene. At that moment, the video Bo Jinxiu provided was from the night of the incident, capturing Jiang Ciyou fleeing the scene. The footage bore the date and time, precisely documenting the moments after Zhao Desheng's death and before the police arrived. With this video, it could be proven that Jiang Ciyou had been on site the night of Zhao Desheng's death. She must have witnessed him assaulting Yin Ruyan, which could lead to a determination of excessive self-defense rather than premeditated murder. Jiang Ciyou inquired, how did you obtain this video? Their SA school directly across from Ms. Yin's residence, established 3 years ago. On the day of the incident, it was under construction, and right in front of their house was a parking lot. I located a delivery truck parked there that day, which had a dashcam that captured the entire event. Jiang Ciyou was genuinely astonished. Though Bo Jinxiu had explained it in a few words, she understood how complicated it was to orchestrate such an operation. She also knew that Jiang Ciyou had indeed been at the scene that day, but evidence was elusive. She could not coerce Jiang Ciyou into testifying. Thank you, you have truly aided me immensely. Jiang Ciyou downloaded the video to her phone. However, she did not wish to delve further into the matter with Bo Jinxiu, so she shifted the conversation. I owe you another favor. What would you have me do to repay it? Bo Jinxiu disliked her clear-cut demeanor. Frowning, he replied, but I rather enjoy having you owe me. Jiang Ciyou merely smiled in response, and the two resumed their dinner. After Jiang Ciyou left, she returned again. In the presence of Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinui, she could not possibly create difficulties for Jiang Ciyou. However, the revelation of Jiang Ciyou's connection to Yin Ruyan would not be something she could overlook. When Jiang Ciyou returned, she was met with the sight of Jiang Ciyou dining with a man. Jiang Ciyou had sauce from a steak smeared at the corner of her mouth. The man, seizing the moment to assist her and wiping it away, leaned in and kissed the corner of her lips. Jiang Ciyou did not resist, instead smiling with an air of carefree delight. Jiang Ciyou, seated with her back to the man, could only see his silhouette, yet, judging by his build, it was unequivocally not Yin Feng. Jiang Ciyou's heart sank in shock. Jiang Ciyou had betrayed her. Chapter 43. The term boyfriend sounded quite pleasant to the ears. After the initial surprise, Jiang Ciyou was predominantly filled with ecstatic delight and schadenfreude. Rather than exposing the truth on the spot, she quickly retrieved her phone and recorded a short video, sending it immediately to Yin Feng. At the moment Yin Feng received the video, he was occupied with handling Xiaoling's discharge procedures. He bore no fondness for Jiang Ciyou, a woman raised in a slum, plagued by inferiority and sensitivity, particularly regarding her social status. Although they had exchanged WeChat contacts, they had never conversed. The video showcased Jiang Ciyou dining with a man, laughter and chatter evident between them. Suddenly, the man leaned in, pressing his lips against Jiang Ciyou's, and she offered no resistance, instead smiling brightly. Yin Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart, his grip on the phone tightening involuntarily. He recalled the night he had returned to the country when Jiang Ciyou had declared she had a boyfriend. He had assumed she was merely putting on an act, never imagining it to be true. Jiang Ciyou had genuinely found a boyfriend. An inexplicable surge of anger welled up within him. Without hesitation, he dialed Jiang Ciyou's number. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinxiu had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Jiang Ciyou's phone, resting on the table, lit up. Bo Jinxiu clearly saw the name Yin Feng flash across the screen, and his expression darkened instantly. Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone and glanced at Bo Jinxiu, but ultimately answered the call. Is there something you need? She inquired. Yin Feng's voice came through, strained with restraint. Jiang Ciyou, where are you right now, and who are you with? Jiang Ciyou chuckled lightly. I'm having dinner with my boyfriend. Is there something wrong, mister? Yen? The veins on Yin Feng's forehead bulged. He had always believed Jiang Ciyou was deliberately trying to provoke him. To his astonishment, every word she spoke was sincere. Jiang Ciyou, how dare you make a fool of me, she retorted with a laugh. Yin Feng, think carefully about our relationship. Everyone knows we are husband and wife. Have you considered my reputation while frolicking with another man? In truth, the only thing separating them was the marriage certificate. He had hesitated to sign it. Had Xiaoling not collapsed unexpectedly that day, he might have indeed married Jiang Ciyou. They had already held a wedding banquet, albeit with a limited guest list, comprised of individuals of notable status and Rongcheng. To outsiders, they were regarded as a legitimate couple. Jiang Ciyou laughed derisively. Since we are husband and wife, did you consider my dignity when you eloped with your mistress? Yin Feng fell silent, but his heavy breathing betrayed his fury. Jiang Ciyou continued, moreover, we have never been husband and wife. Yin Feng, we have already parted ways. You have no right to interfere in my life. With that, she hung up the call. When she looked up at Bo Jinxiu, she found his brow had relaxed. Are you satisfied? Jiang Ciyou asked with a radiant smile. Bo Jinxiu raised an eyebrow. The term boyfriend does indeed sound quite pleasant. Jiang Ciyou tossed her wavy hair. Do all men possess such strong possessiveness? Bo Jinxiu's brow furrowed again. You men, do you have other men? Jiang Ciyou could hardly be bothered to engage with him. Childish. Jiang Ciyou was perplexed as to why Yin Feng would suddenly make such a call. Was he here as well? She stood up and scanned the area, spotting a hurried figure leaving. It was Jiang Ciyou. She was the one who had informed Yin Feng. However, Jiang Ciyou was unconcerned. She had never intended to hide anything from Yan Feng, and now there was no need to do so. On the other end, Yan Feng, having been hung up on, darkened his expression and hurled his phone away in frustration. This scene was witnessed by Xiaoling, who approached Yan Feng and linked her arm through his.
Ah Feng, what's wrong?
Yan Feng glanced at Xiaoling, his gaze icy. Xiaoling flinched. He had never looked at her with such a demeanor before. Ever since that day when Jiang Ciyou had played that recording in the hospital, Yan Feng seemed to have changed. Could he truly be doubting her? No, after all the scheming she had undertaken for years, she could not allow it to end in failure. Tears brimmed in Xiaoling's eyes as she presented a pitiful countenance.
Did I do something to upset you?
Yan Feng observed Xiaoling's sorrowful expression, feeling an internal conflict. For the first time, he realized that Xiaoling could also act. He had discovered things on her computer but had not confronted her about it, nor did he wish to. He believed her actions stemmed from his own inadequacies, his lack of security. Moreover, the doctor had warned that her pregnancy was unstable and that she must avoid any stress. Ah Feng, regardless of what I did, it was all out of love for you. Please don't be angry with me. I promise I won't do anything to upset you again. Yan Feng's expression softened slightly. Xiaoling appeared weak and helpless, her eyes filled with adoration for him, unlike Jiang Ciyou, who possessed a rose-like beauty yet had the spirit of a wild horse, never heeding his words. Yan Feng wrapped his arm around Xiaoling's shoulders. From now on, do not provoke Jiang Ciyou again. She is ruthless, and you are no match for her. Xiaoling continued to wear a look of grievance. What about my mother? I heard she has been causing a scene at the television station these past few days, and I'm so scared. Isn't she just after money? Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Xiaoling clung tightly to Yan Feng. Thank you, Ah Feng. You are the only one who treats me well in this world. The following day, Xiaoling also went to the television station. After several of her mother's disruptive episodes at the station, the public's perception of her shifted. Moreover, everyone understood that both Jiang Ciyou's online scandals and Xiaoling's mother's appearance were merely a strategic contest for the primetime host position. Ultimately, however, it was Jiang Ciyou who emerged victorious. Tang Fei announced during the morning meeting that Jiang Ciyou would be taking the primetime hosting position. Of course, Xiaoling had signed a 5-year contract with the television station under Yan's company, and as the girlfriend of Yan's heir, she would not be neglected. Thus, she was granted the position of the news program News Express, which aired just after the primetime slot at 9 o'clock that evening. At 7:30, Jiang Ciyou had just exited the studio when she noticed a lively atmosphere outside. Her assistant, Chen Chen, waved at her energetically. Sister Jiang, come quickly, there are late-night snacks and milk tea. Jiang Ciyou approached to find a long table outside the studio laden with an array of late-night snacks, including sashimi, barbecue, and even lobsters, so plentiful that it was overwhelming. Another table was piled high with milk tea and various desserts, with many people gathering around to indulge. Jiang Ciyou was pulled over by Qian Qian, who exclaimed, "These are from a 5-star hotel, personally delivered by the manager of Caesar Hotel. The flavor is nothing like that of street vendors. Sister Jiang, you must try this mousse cake, it's absolutely delicious." Jiang Ciyou surveyed the extravagant spread, knowing it must have cost a fortune, and asked, "Who is treating us?" "It's Ling Jia's boyfriend, the son of Yan from Haifeng Construction," Chen Qian replied, munching on a cake, while pointing towards the entrance. Yan's son truly dotes on Ling Jia, coming to pick her up from work so early. Chapter 44. Young Master Yan, the scoundrel is indeed me. Xiaoling was currently hosting the evening program. She would finish work at 9:30, but she had arrived at 7:30, quite early. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou emerge from the studio, she eagerly pulled Yan Feng over. Ciyou, I specifically asked Yan Feng to order your favorite almond tofu. The chef at Caesar Hotel is quite skilled. You must indulge a bit. Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. No need, I'm not hungry, you should enjoy it yourself. Xiaoling's smile grew even brighter. Ah Feng advised me the same, but I haven't had much of an appetite lately and often feel nauseous. Ah Feng is worried I'm not eating well at the station, so he insists on picking me up and dropping me off every day. I can't tell if he has concern for me or for the baby in my belly. Xiaoling feigned jealousy. Yan Feng gently tapped her petite nose, his expression filled with affection. Why are you getting jealous even of the baby? Xiaoling clung to his arm, playfully pouting. I just wish to be the sole focus of your affection. Ling Jia, you and young Master Yan are too sweet. I barely had a few bites of my cake, and I'm already stuffed with dog food. Our Ling Jia and young Master Yan are a perfect match. Their future child will surely be stunning. Ling Jia, young Master Yan treats you exceptionally well. The Caesar Hotel is notoriously expensive and difficult to book, yet the manager delivered our supper as if it were takeout. We were fortunate to enjoy such delicacies, all thanks to you. The atmosphere at the television station was quite intricate, with most individuals adept at navigating social nuances. Although many had previously looked down upon Xiaoling for her underhanded tactics against Jiang Ciyou, they were now quick to flatter her in light of the benefits at hand. After all, who among them was not two-faced? Moreover, she was to be the future mistress of the Yin family. Seeing the two of them deliberately flaunting their affection, Jiang Ciyou smiled sincerely. Xiaoling, your belly is already quite prominent. When do you two plan to wed? We're all eagerly awaiting your wedding sweets. Upon uttering this, Yan Feng's expression darkened involuntarily. Jiang Ciyou's face bore no trace of jealousy, only the genuine concern of an old friend, yet her words dripped with sarcasm. Xiaoling's countenance also soured. Jiang Ciyou was well aware that she and Yan Feng would never marry. She made her remark intentionally for the benefit of others. As anticipated, those nearby began to chime in with playful banter. Indeed, Xiaoling, your belly is nearing 3 months. When are you planning the wedding? If you wait any longer, the wedding dress may not fit. The Yin family's wedding will surely be grand. We all have the pleasure of witnessing it. Xiaoling, our group is all unmarried. How about we serve as your bridesmaids to bask in your good fortune? We hope to marry soon ourselves. Xia Ling's expression grew increasingly grim. She awkwardly replied, "If a wedding is to be held, I will certainly invite everyone." At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Did I remember incorrectly? The Yin family held a wedding 3 years ago, albeit discreetly, without media coverage. Director Tang even arranged for me to sneak a couple of photos, but I was chased away before I could enter. I remember it vividly. The bride came from a well-to-do family, reportedly a business alliance. The speaker was Zhao Yuan from the camera department, known for his straightforward nature. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. It took him a moment to realize his faux pas. He awkwardly scratched his head. I might have misremembered." However, Zhao Yuan's remark triggered a recollection in others. There had indeed been rumors that the heir of the Yin family was married previously. The entertainment channel at the station had conducted a ranking of the eligible bachelors in Rongqing, and young Master Yen had been excluded due to his marital status. Whispers began to circulate. Could it be that Xia Ling is the mistress? Did you not hear Zhao Yuan mention the bride's affluent background? It's a business arrangement, so it surely can't be Xia Ling. If it were Xia Ling, she wouldn't publicly claim young Master Yen as her boyfriend. Although the murmurs were hushed, they still reached Xia Ling's ears. Her expression darkened considerably. An oblivious intern dared to ask Jiang Ciyou, "Sister Jiang, you and young Master Yen know Ling Jie well, surely she cannot be the mistress." Jiang Ciyou turned to her, playfully scolding, "Shen, your bluntness will not serve you well in this industry." Then, jokingly, she added, "But what does it matter if someone has been married before? The divorce rate is so high these days." She then glanced at Yin Feng. "What do you think, young Master Yen?" Though Jiang Ciyou did not answer directly, her words inadvertently confirmed Yin Feng's marital history. "Jiang Ciyou, enough." Yin Feng's face turned ashen. Jiang Ciyou turned to bid farewell to everyone. "Enjoy your meal." "I'll be leaving now, Sister Jiang." "Why are you leaving so early?" Jiang Ciyou smiled, her expression radiant. "The one at home is quite strict. Curfew is 9 o'clock." A wave of teasing erupted from the office. "Sister Jiang, are you in a relationship? Oh dear, all the single men at the station will surely lose sleep tonight." Jiang Ciyou said nothing further and departed in her high heels. Yin Feng watched her retreating figure for a long moment before he could no longer contain himself and hurried after her. Outside the television station, Yin Feng caught Jiang Ciyou by the arm at the entrance. "Jiang Ciyou, clarify this for me." Jiang Ciyou turned, a smile on her face, yet her lips curled in mockery. "Yin Feng, what is the matter? Weren't you the one yearning for me to return your freedom? Now that I've let go, why are you clinging to me? Are you relishing the sight of Xia Ling and me competing for your attention, tearing each other apart?" Yin Feng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Ciyou's eyes. Her naturally captivating features, even when displeased, were undeniably alluring. Jiang Ciyou's eyes sparkled with mirth, yet there was a hint of disdain. She boldly met Yin Feng's gaze. "Unfortunately, I no longer desire you." Yet, Yin Feng remained furious. Who was the scoundrel? Ultimately, Yin Feng still found it hard to believe that he suspected that Jiang Ciyou was merely seeking revenge, playing her tricks. Their relationship had been steeped in mutual hatred for years. His feelings for her were intricate. Just the thought of her made him grit his teeth. Ironically, this intense and complex emotion had unknowingly become the sustenance of his life. If Jiang Ciyou truly severed all ties and exited his life completely, he would find it utterly unbearable. Yin Feng's grip on Jiang Ciyou's wrist tightened painfully. She attempted to break free, but he held on even tighter. In the face of her indifference, he was nearly driven to rage. "Jiang Ciyou, tell me, who is the scoundrel?" It is I. A dark figure appeared behind Jiang Ciyou. The man had just stepped out of a Maybach, impeccably dressed, and approached the steps with measured grace. He reached Jiang Ciyou's side, wrapping her in his embrace, his voice deep and commanding. "Young Master Yen, the scoundrel is indeed me." Chapter 45. Jiang Ciyou's worries, forbidden to think of other men. Yin Feng raised his gaze towards the newcomer. Upon recognizing the face before him, the fury in his eyes morphed into astonishment, as if he himself could not fully comprehend the situation. "Your Highness?" Yin Feng's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Bo Jinqiu had effortlessly wrapped his arm around Jiang Ciyou's slender waist, leaning down to inquire, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat later?" Jiang Ciyou pondered for a moment. "I crave the sweet and sour ribs you make." "Very well, let us first head to the supermarket to procure some ribs." Yin Feng observed the intimate and natural exchange between the two, still grappling with incredulity. However, given the stature of his counterpart as the heir of the capital, and with the Tiantang Resort project still unattained by the Yin family, Yin Feng strenuously suppressed his emotions. "Mr. Bo, may I inquire about your relationship with my wife?" At the time of the old lady's birthday banquet, he and Jiang Ciyou had attended as a married couple. Given Bo Jinqiu's status, how could he possibly engage with a married woman, fully aware of her marital ties? Bo Jinqiu held Jiang Ciyou close, a sardonic smile gracing his otherwise cool demeanor. "Is it not apparent?" The anger within Yin Feng surged. "Mr. Bo, are you not aware that Jiang Ciyou is a married woman?" Bo Jinqiu scoffed. "Married woman? Then I would kindly ask young Master Yen to present the marriage certificate for our review." Yin Feng's complexion darkened. It seemed that Bo Jinqiu was already privy to their lack of a marriage certificate. Yin Feng replied coldly, "Though we may not possess a marriage certificate, we are nonetheless a legitimate couple. We have hosted guests, held a wedding, and since our union, Jiang Ciyou has resided in my home. The existence of our marriage cannot simply be dismissed due to a mere piece of paper. My wife possesses remarkable beauty, yet I trust that Mr.Bo is not so easily swayed by superficial allure, nor will he be deceived by her fleeting words, thereby compromising the dignity of the Bo family and rendering both households the subject of ridicule." Yin Feng's heart was beginning to form conjectures. The two must have crossed paths previously due to an interview. However, he had not anticipated that their lack of a marriage certificate would serve as a passport for Jiang Ciyou to entice other men. Was a marriage invalidated merely by the absence of a certificate? Could their 3 years of union be so easily nullified? A clear sense of mockery marred Bo Jinxiu's features. Young Master Yan's shamelessness truly broadens my horizons.
If your union is indeed legitimate, then both spouses ought to remain loyal and devoted to one another. Pray tell, what do you make of the child residing in Miss Xia's womb? As for the Yan family's reputation, it was lost the moment young Master Yan eloped with his mistress. Why concern yourself with it now? Bo Jinxiu stepped forward, effectively separating Jiang Ciyou from Yan Feng.
Young Master Yan, Jiang Ciyou is now my girlfriend. I kindly request that you refrain from harassing her. Otherwise, do not blame me for denying the Yan family any opportunities regarding the Tiantang Resort project. With that, Bo Jinxiu took Jiang Ciyou's hand and entered the car. Yan Feng's fury soared, yet disbelief lingered within him. How could Jiang Ciyou have entangled herself with the heir of the capital? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Had Bo Jinxiu fortuitously stumbled upon them during their quarrel, playing the role of the gallant rescuer? Such self-proclaimed heirs of prestigious families often reveled in the savior trope, and the more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. However, as he watched Jiang Ciyou depart in his vehicle, his agitation reached a fever pitch.
When Xiaoling caught up, Jiang Ciyou had already left. She approached Yan Feng, anxiety evident in her voice. "Ah Feng, do you still love Ciyou?" Previously, when Xiaoling felt insecure, she would pose such questions for reassurance. In the past, Yan Feng would adamantly deny any lingering feelings and offer her gentle comfort, yet today, his inner turmoil was overwhelming, rendering him speechless. Xiaoling fixed her gaze on Yan Feng, uncertainty growing within her. If Yan Feng were to waver, there would be a significant chance for reconciliation between them, thereby jeopardizing all her plans. Xiaoliang tugged at Yan Feng's sleeve, her eyes misting over. Her voice was soft and pleading. "Ah Feng, would you consider divorcing Ciyou?" Yan Feng looked down at Xiaoling. This was the first time in their years together that she had made such a request. Xiaoling tilted her head back, tears glistening in her eyes, appearing innocent and pitiable, akin to an abandoned rabbit in need of protection. In the past, Yan Feng would have undoubtedly softened at such a sight. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely Xiaoling's facade. She was not as innocent and unassuming as she appeared, otherwise, she would not have fabricated so much scandalous material about Jiang Ciyou on her computer. He and Jiang Ciyou had never obtained a marriage certificate, and Xiaoling had remained oblivious to this fact. Without a marriage, how could there be a divorce? Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Yan Feng found himself disinclined to explain this to Xiaoling, especially at this moment. "Were you not the one who said you did not care for such hollow titles, so long as I remained by your side?" Xiaoling was taken aback by Yan Feng's words. Just previously, she had claimed that she would eventually take on the role of MRS.YAN.AT. This moment, Yan Feng's gaze was cold and scrutinizing, unfamiliar, as if he were an entirely different person. Xiaoling hastily replied, "I am not pressuring you to divorce Ciyou, it is merely that today," Ciyou spoke deliberately, "and my colleagues now regard me as a third party. I can overlook my own reputation, but I do not wish for our child to be subjected to judgment upon their arrival." Xiaoling's voice dripped with palpable grievance. "Must the father's name be left blank on the birth certificate?" Yan Feng's agitation intensified. The mention of the child struck a nerve, yet he restrained himself. He replied, "We shall discuss this matter later, rest assured, I will not neglect you and the baby." Yan Feng's demeanor left Xiaoling feeling cold. Before returning home, he had not spoken in such a manner. He had vowed to take responsibility for the baby, assuring her that he would clear the path for both mother and child, ensuring that she would sit proudly in the position of Mrs. Yan. Since encountering Jiang Ciyou upon his return, everything had changed. She could sense Yan Feng's indecisiveness and wavering resolve. His resentment towards Jiang Ciyou stemmed from a lingering grievance that gnawed at his heart. Should he discover that all their tribulations were orchestrated by her, her fate would be sealed. She could not afford to grant them the opportunity to resolve their misunderstandings. She must ensure their swift divorce. If Yan Feng's efforts proved futile, she would have to push from Jiang Ciyou's side. Xiaoling's mind was already formulating a plan. Meanwhile, after Jiang Ciyou entered Bo Jinxiu's car, she leaned lazily against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. Bo Jinxiu, noticing her languid demeanor, understood she was in low spirits. He took her delicate hand in his large, reassuring grip. "Jiang Ciyou, you are forbidden from thinking of other men." Jiang Ciyou turned her head to regard the man's chiseled profile, a smile gracing her lips. "How I long for the past. You used to be so obedient and docile, how have you become so domineering now?" Chapter 46. He actually wanted to kiss Jiang Ciyou. Bo Jinxiu's lips curled slightly. "That was my act. If you hadn't been a bit disobedient, how would you have taken the bait?" Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow seemed rather pleased with himself. She tilted her head, propping herself up on her arm, lazily gazing at the man beside her. He was undeniably handsome, his face flawless, resembling a protagonist straight out of a comic book. A small blue earring adorned his left ear, set with a minuscule sapphire. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. Yet, from the very first day she laid eyes on him, Jiang Ciyou had noticed the blue earring, which he had never removed. His appearance exuded a cool, ethereal quality, yet the small earring bestowed upon him a sense of reckless abandon. The serene chastity and the untamed spirit were, in essence, diametrically opposed traits, yet they harmoniously coalesced within this man, rendering him utterly captivating. Suddenly intrigued, Jiang Ciyou gently pinched Bo Jinxiu's earlobe with her slender, delicate fingers. "You've worn this earring for quite some time. Is there a story behind it?" Given Bo Jinxiu's lifestyle, Jiang Ciyou did not perceive him as someone particularly flamboyant in his attire. On the contrary, he typically donned formal suits, impeccably tailored, with no adornments aside from his wristwatch.
Thus, she speculated that this earring held some special significance for him. The earlobe she had playfully pinched turned a shade of crimson. Bo Jiang Ciyou grasped her small hand. It was a gift from someone. It holds no particular meaning.
Jiang Ciyou inquired, a gift from a woman? Bo Jiang Ciyou turned to regard Jiang Ciyou, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Are you feeling jealous?
Jiang Ciyou purred like a contented cat. I relish all flavors, except for sour ones. Bo Jiang Ciyou turned away, seemingly muttering, how dull.
The moment you do feel jealous, I shall enlighten you.
Jiang Ciyou shrugged nonchalantly, redirecting her gaze out the window. That woman must surely be significant to him. Indeed, Bo Jiang Ciyou drove them to the supermarket. Initially, she had merely mentioned wanting to taste his cooking, not expecting him to take it seriously. To her surprise, he began meticulously selecting pork ribs. Upon their return, he personally took to the kitchen, preparing sweet and sour ribs for Jiang Ciyou. After dinner, which had stretched late into the night, Jiang Ciyou nestled in a wicker chair on the small balcony, feeling as content as a cat. Once Bo Jiang Ciyou had washed the dishes, he joined her in her perch.
Have you had enough to eat? Jiang Ciyou teased, caressing her slightly rounded belly, smiling as she said, I feel as though I've been pregnant for 3 months.
Bo Jiang Ciyou glanced at her midriff, which, being slender, was usually flat and smooth, akin to silk. His gaze deepened as his hand rested on her abdomen, trailing down, then let us exercise a bit to digest. Jiang Ciyou did not protest. The adage a full stomach breeds desire rang true. She had to admit, being with Bo Jiang Ciyou was an immensely pleasurable experience. Furthermore, her insomnia meant that only extreme exhaustion could grant her a deeper sleep. In the following days, Yan Feng visited the television station daily to pick up Xia Ling. He arrived early each day, granting him ample opportunity to encounter Jiang Ciyou. Yet, they remained like strangers, not uttering a single word to one another. Bo Jiang Ciyou had departed for a business trip to Japan again. One night, as Jiang Ciyou lay in bed, unable to sleep, she found herself missing him. His absence rendered the house eerily empty, exacerbating her insomnia. At 6:30 in the evening, having just finished her makeup, Jiang Ciyou dozed off on the sofa in the lounge. When Yan Feng entered, he found only her resting figure. He had come daily, ostensibly to fetch Xia Ling, though he was acutely aware of his true motivation, to catch a glimpse of Jiang Ciyou. Thankfully, Bo Jiang Ciyou had not returned since that incident, further solidifying Yan Feng's belief that it had been an anomaly. Jiang Ciyou held the position of Mrs. Yan in high regard, even going so far as to threaten self-harm. It was improbable that she would relinquish it easily. Everything she did now was merely a strategy of retreating to advance. Although he despised Jiang Ciyou, Yan Feng did not wish to set her free. He aimed to ensnare her in this position, even if it meant enduring a lifetime of mutual torment. He could not bear to let her go. The woman on the sofa slept soundly, her strikingly beautiful face evoking thoughts of a fairy tale princess in slumber. Yan Feng unconsciously drew closer, kneeling beside the sofa, entranced by her visage. Suddenly, he recalled how he used to enjoy watching Jiang Ciyou sleep. In her waking hours, he rarely dared to gaze at her so freely. Her radiant exuberance was akin to the midday sun, brilliant, yet blinding. Yan Feng admitted that he had felt inferior in her presence since childhood. She excelled in every facet: appearance, academics, social interactions, and various talents, outshining him in every regard. This created a tumultuous blend of love and uncontrollable jealousy within him. As a man, he had begun to tread cautiously around her. In his recollection, during their 2-year relationship, they had never kissed, not for lack of desire, but rather from fear. He remembered a moment when he mustered the courage to lean in slowly. Just as the atmosphere became perfect, she burst into laughter, remarking that they were too familiar. In her mind drifted to embarrassing kindergarten memories. The wind had been taken from his sails, and he had never attempted to kiss Jiang Ciyou again. Now, her face was mere inches away, for reasons unknown. Gazing upon her enchanting countenance stirred something profound within Yan Feng. A fleeting thought took root in his heart, sprouting uncontrollably like bamboo after rain. Yan Feng's lips inched closer, his heart raced like a drum, a level of anxiety he had not experienced in years. Tightening his fingers into a fist, just as his lips were about to brush against Jiang Ciyou's cheek, the lounge door creaked open. Startled, Yan Feng's back stiffened, perhaps due to his panic. He forgot to rise. Jiang Ciyou, awakened by the commotion, opened her eyes to find Yan Feng's face mere inches from her own, while Xia Ling stood at the doorway. The office door had been slightly ajar. Xia Ling had actually been standing there for quite some time, watching as Yan Feng silently approached Jiang Ciyou, only to witness him nearly kiss her. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pushed the door open.
What are you two doing?
Xia Ling inquired, suppressing her fury, though her expression betrayed a semblance of grievance. A flicker of guilt passed through Yan Feng's eyes. At that moment, as he locked gazes with Jiang Ciyou, he found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Ciyou furrowed her brow. She had hardly slept the previous night and had just begun to drift into a deep slumber. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. Yan Feng's face flushed crimson, revealing a demeanor of guilt akin to that of a thief. Observing his actions, posture, and flushed cheeks, Jiang Ciyou suddenly laughed, her eyes glinting with mockery and sarcasm. Yan Feng, were you hoping to kiss me?
Chapter 47.
The unusual physiological response of a man. Yan Feng suddenly regained consciousness. He rose to his feet, his gaze cold and penetrating as it fell upon Jiang Ciyou. Just moments ago, he had been entranced, almost compelled to kiss this woman. Now, having been exposed, his visage reflected nothing but embarrassment and discomfort. Yan Feng neither denied nor offered an explanation. Instead, he turned on his heel and exited the lounge, passing by Xia Ling without uttering a word. Perhaps out of guilt, he didn't even spare her a glance. Xia Ling felt as though her heart had plunged into an abyss. Upon leaving the television station's edifice, Yan Feng nestled himself within the confines of his car. An overwhelming restlessness churned within him, as if a Pandora's box had been unlatched, unleashing an uncontrollable desire that threatened to overwhelm him. He found himself experiencing a yearning for Jiang Ciyou, a base, carnal longing. Throughout the years, even in the presence of Xiaoling, he had never encountered such sensations. The doctor had explained that due to the burns he sustained years ago, certain fundamental aspects had been irrevocably altered. Thus, he and Xiaoling had resorted to in vitro fertilization for their child. To this day, they had not engaged in any substantial physical relationship, which added to his feelings of indebtedness towards her. Yet just now, it felt as though the beast within him was slowly awakening. Yan Feng closed his eyes, and the image of Jiang Ciyou's stunningly beautiful face surged into his mind. They had been so close moments ago, close enough for him to notice the tiny mole at the corner of her eye, close enough to inhale the delightful fragrance that enveloped her. Her skin was delicate and smooth, reminiscent of fine white jade, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle it in his palms and caress it gently. As such thoughts consumed him, he felt an intense heat welling up within, accompanied by subtle physical changes. Yan Feng was astonished, for it had been many years since he had experienced such a transformation. In truth, this was not a phenomenon entirely foreign to him. During his romance with Jiang Ciyou, he had believed himself to be normal. He too had felt impulsive urges and had spent sleepless nights in solitude. However, it was only after being with Xiaoling that he realized he was utterly incapable of arousal. It turned out that he could only respond physiologically to Jiang Ciyou, a realization that filled him with both frustration and rage. Once he regained his composure, a twinge of guilt towards Xiaoling lingered. In the car, he chain-smoked, each puff a futile attempt to quell the storm within him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the lounge was fraught with tension.
Jiang Ciyou, why did you attempt to seduce Yan Feng?
Xiaoling rarely displayed such a dominant side in front of Jiang Ciyou. Her expression was unmistakably tinged with jealousy and resentment. Yan Feng had indeed been acting strangely of late, and she could not fathom his true feelings. Did he not love Xiaoling wholeheartedly? Even upon learning that Xiaoling had manipulated Wei Wei into frame her, he had been willing to shoulder the blame. Their relationship seemed unchanged, and this level of tolerance was enough to earn Jiang Ciyou's respect. Yet, had he truly been bewitched just now? Jiang Ciyou nonchalantly gathered her long hair and replied with feigned indifference, I was merely napping here. How could I have seduced him? Xiaoling, perhaps you should manage your own man and prevent him from bothering me.
Xiaoling's face darkened.
Yan Feng has long ceased to love you. He was merely momentarily bewitched. Do not deceive yourself into believing he still harbors feelings for you. For years, he has held nothing but contempt towards you. Do not foolishly hope for reconciliation.
Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, finding amusement in Xiaoling's desperate demeanor.
Clearly, she was genuinely perturbed. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Jiang Ciyou exuded an air of casual elegance. I always assumed your bond was unbreakable. When Yan Feng forsook everything for you, it was quite astonishing, a true tale of Liang Shanbo and Zhuingtai. However, it appears that Yan Feng's feelings for you are rather superficial, revealing the inherent flaw of a man's fickle affections. Jiang Ciyou cast Xiaoling a sidelong glance, a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, infused with charm yet laced with sarcasm.
Xiaoling, you are nameless and without standing, reliant solely on Yan Feng's affection. But love is fleeting and capricious. How many sleepless nights have you spent worrying? Xiaoling's complexion shifted through shades of blue and purple, for when it came to verbal sparring, few could outmatch Jiang Ciyou.
It seemed Xiaoling was struggling to keep her emotions in check. I am nameless and without standing because of you, Jiang Ciyou. Yan Feng does not love you. Why do you cling to him so desperately?
What will it take for you to divorce him?
Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, Jiang Ciyou's expression shifted noticeably. Had Yan Feng never disclosed to Xiaoling that they had never formalized their marriage? Previously, it might have been understandable. With Yan Feng's family being unaware, he had likely refrained from revealing the truth to avoid complications. Yet, now that their relationship had soured, why would Xiaoling utter such statements? A glimmer of insight flickered in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. What did Yan Feng truly mean? It seemed he did not love Xiaoling as fervently as she believed. Otherwise, he would not have concealed this truth while knowing the extent of Xiaoling's turmoil over her status as Mrs. Yan. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within Jiang Ciyou. Evidently, there were fissures in their relationship. She had no qualms about widening that gap. A spark of mischief ignited within her as she provocatively stated, divorce? Certainly, if you can manage to get him to sign the divorce agreement first, I shall gladly add my signature. Jiang Ciyou rose gracefully and glided over to Xiaoling, flashing a radiant smile.
Xiaoling, let us see what you can accomplish.
She was well aware of Xiaoling's character. Having made such a statement, Xiaoling would undoubtedly seek out Yan Feng for his signature on the divorce papers. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou would discover that Yan Feng had concealed the truth from her for years. The marriage they had been led to believe existed was merely an illusion. What she had pursued with such earnestness, something she thought was unattainable, was, in fact, within arm's reach, withheld solely by Yan Feng. In that instant, the chasm between them could very well deepen into an abyss. The mere thought of it amused Jiang Ciyou. Although she was uncertain of the methods Xiaoling had employed to sow discord between her and Yan Feng in the past, she believed in the cyclical nature of karma. Today, however, Jiang Ciyou was in exceptionally high spirits, especially after receiving a call from Bo Jinqiu following the broadcast. Their originally scheduled week-long business trip had been shortened to 3 days, and he had returned early. At that moment, his car was parked outside the television station. Jiang Ciyou texted back 2 simple words, wait for me. Eagerly, she exited the building. Having not seen him for 3 days, she was inexplicably filled with longing. Soon, Jiang Ciyou found herself seated in Bo Jinqiu's Maybach. However, she was not alone. Secretary Gaocan was at the wheel, with Bo Jinqiu lounging in the back seat. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ciyou opened the rear door and settled beside Bo Jinqiu, for Gaocan was already aware of their relationship. Once inside, the car departed from the television station. During the drive, the usually reticent Gaocan unexpectedly spoke up. Miss Jiang, the president has truly put us through the ringer this time. What was originally a 7-day itinerary was compressed into 3, leaving our entire team working tirelessly for nearly 72 hours, nearly leading to our untimely demise.
Gao Zhen's tone was unmistakably one of grievance, though Jiang Ciyou was unsure why he chose to share this with her.
Curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, if the schedule was already set, why the frantic rush? Gao Zhen replied, his voice laced with a hint of melancholy, because the president wanted to return to celebrate Miss Jiang's birthday.
Mind your own business.
Jiang Ciyou interjected abruptly, prompting Gao Zhen to roll his eyes in silent protest.
It was clear that these were the very words the president had instructed him to relay. He had even forced him to rehearse them multiple times during the drive. Chapter 48, A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. Jiang Ciyou felt somewhat taken aback. Her birthday was merely 2 days away. Jiang Ciyou suddenly produced a gift bag from beside him, saying, "Here is your birthday present, let us see if you like it." Jiang Ciyou accepted the bag and extracted an exquisite red velvet box. Upon opening it, she discovered a diamond necklace. The design was remarkably unique, featuring a black diamond encasing a yellow diamond, the deep solemnity of the black interwoven with the dazzling brilliance of the yellow, complemented by intricate patterns that provided a stunning visual impact. Undoubtedly, the most striking aspect was the 5-carat natural yellow diamond at its center, an exceedingly rare and precious gem. Jiang Ciyou was momentarily speechless, not merely due to the extravagant value of the gift, but rather because this necklace was of her own design. Gao Zhen continued to play the role of a mere assistant. During our recent business trip, we deliberately visited the Kobe International Jewelry Exhibition to select this gift for Miss Jiang.
Mind your own business, Jiang Ciyou interjected once more.
Gao Zhen fell silent. Jiang Ciyou then asked, "So, what do you think? Do you like it?"
A complex array of emotions flickered in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. This was one of her recent designs, the draft of which had just been submitted to her senior brother. She had never anticipated that the finished piece would already be showcased and purchased by Jiang Ciyou. Just a few days prior, her senior brother had called her, mentioning that this piece was priced at 50 million. Jiang Ciyou closed the box and returned it, saying, "It's too extravagant, I cannot accept it."
Jiang Ciyou replied, "Is my sentiment not worth as much?"
He took the necklace from the box, stating, "For some reason, when I saw this necklace, you immediately came to mind.
I just knew you would appreciate it."
Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but smile. Her own creation was akin to her offspring. Naturally, she adored it. Although she had designed numerous pieces for Queen, she had never possessed one for herself. Witnessing her work splendidly presented before her was a feeling altogether different from merely viewing the drafts, evoking an indescribable sense of emotion. Jiang Ciyou remarked, "Moreover, I particularly admire its name, From Darkness to Light."
Jiang Ciyou nearly burst into laughter.
She had chosen that name herself, and the inspiration for the design had originated from the night she moved out of the Yin family, when Jiang Ciyou had uttered the words, "Let us celebrate your departure from darkness."
Would Jiang Ciyou be astonished to learn that this jewel was conceived due to him?
At that moment, the necklace seemed to encapsulate the intertwining of their fates, a coincidence that evoked wonder at the workings of destiny.
The name is quite intriguing, yet I truly cannot accept something so valuable.
50 million was no trivial sum. Jiang Ciyou casually remarked, "If you do not like it, I shall simply throw it away." As he spoke, he pretended to open the car window. Jiang Ciyou panicked, swiftly reaching out to stop him, reclaiming the ornate box. Although she recognized Jiang Ciyou's jest, she could not help but marvel at the capriciousness of this young master. Had she not intervened, he might very well have thrown it out. She certainly could not bear to witness such a precious jewel discarded, nor allow her efforts to be cast aside in the streets. Jiang Ciyou said, "I do like it, thank you." At worst, she would gift him something of equal value for his birthday in return. Though Jiang Ciyou was also well off, parting with a 50 million gift still caused her heart to ache. Upon seeing Jiang Ciyou accept the gift, a smile graced Jiang Ciyou's handsome face.
"Your birthday is the day after tomorrow. How would you like to celebrate?"
Jiang Ciyou was surprised by Jiang Ciyou's attentiveness, considering she had never disclosed the date of her birthday to him. She replied, "This year, I plan to return to the Jiang family and celebrate with Jiang Xiaoxiao."
A hint of disappointment flickered across Jiang Ciyou's face. "When did your bond with your sister become so strong?"
Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, "This time, it is unavoidable.
I have already promised."
She reassuringly grasped Jiang Ciyou's hand, saying, "I will try to return early that day. You can buy a cake, and we will enjoy it together."
Jiang Ciyou remained silent thereafter.
Jiang Ciyou found herself in an awkward position in the Jiang household that evening. She truly experienced what it meant for a brief separation to surpass a new marriage. After an exhausting day, the two embraced and fell asleep. Jiang Ciyou suddenly discovered that the cool fragrance emanating from Jiang Ciyou had a soothing effect, allowing her to sleep exceptionally well that night. However, upon waking in the morning, she found that Jiang Ciyou had already left for the company. The Paradise Resort project had commenced, and the results of the bidding were soon to be announced. This time, the process was an open bidding, with the government selecting 3 architectural firms, from which Jiang Ciyou would make the final decision. Ultimately, the authority of the decision lay in Jiang Ciyou's hands. Jiang Ciyou was uncertain whether Haifeng architecture had made it into the top 3. Meanwhile, at the BJ Tower, Gao Zhen placed 3 documents on Jiang Ciyou's desk.
"President, these are the architectural firms selected by the government for your review." Jiang Ciyou opened the documents.
Wanhua Architecture, Jinrui Architecture, Haifeng Architecture. His hand lingered over the file for Haifeng Architecture.
Jiang Ciyou stated, "Then it shall be Haifeng, we will announce it in 3 days.
Gao Zhen interjected, "Haifeng's quotation is not the lowest, in terms of strength and reputation."
"Are you certain you wish to select Haifeng?"
To my knowledge, Haifeng has undertaken projects of commendable quality, otherwise, they would not have so many projects that incurred losses.
Gao Zhen nodded. Haifeng is indeed renowned for its quality, but that was under the stewardship of the late Yan.
Although he still holds the title of chairman, the company's operations are now handled by his son, Yan Feng. We are not yet fully acquainted with the character of young Master Yan.
Bo Jinqiu raised an eyebrow. That makes it all the more intriguing.
Gao Zhen discerned Bo Jinqiu's firm resolve and said, I shall convene a press conference in 3 days.
Just then, a knock resounded at the office door.
Bo Jinqiu favored tranquility, and few dared to knock on his office door. Generally, only Gao Zhen could enter the president's office at will. Gao Zhen approached the door, only to find Assistant Jiang standing at the entrance.
Gao Zhen frowned slightly. Assistant Jiang, what can I assist you with?
Jiang Ciyou felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing that it was Gao Zhen who opened the door.
Secretary Gao, I am not looking for you. I am seeking the president.
Gao Zhen furrowed his brow as he questioned who had admitted this Assistant Jiang into the secretarial department. She had been lackadaisical in her work, failing to handle even minor tasks adequately. She had attempted to see Bo Jinqiu several times but had been thwarted by him. He was contemplating dismissing her. Jiang Ciyou was unaware of Gao Zhen's thoughts. She had spent a considerable sum to secure a position in the secretarial department by bribing a personnel supervisor at BJ. However, she had not anticipated that being close to the president's office would not guarantee her daily encounters with Jiang Ciyou. To her dismay, half a month had passed without her having exchanged a single word with him. Moreover, this solemn secretary Gao had repeatedly obstructed her attempts to see Bo Jinqiu. Once she became MRS.BO, he would be the first to be dismissed. Chapter 49. Yao Shulan and Yin Ruyan were once the best of friends. Gao Zhen coldly remarked, this is the president's office, unauthorized entry is prohibited, leave. Yet, Jiang Ciyou appeared to ignore his words and boldly stepped inside. Upon seeing Bo Jinqiu seated in his office chair, her face instantly brightened with a smile.
Your Highness, do you remember me? We met at the old lady's birthday celebration.
As Jiang Ciyou posed this question, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, having spent half a month in the secretary, thus, she had to resort to a personal approach. Furthermore, the matter she wished to discuss was indeed of a private nature.
Jiang Ciyou?
Bo Jinqiu spoke in a subdued tone. At that moment, Gao Zhen approached, ready to escort Jiang Ciyou out. Hearing Bo Jinqiu call her name caused him to hesitate momentarily, prompting him to respectfully say, President. Seated in a finely crafted leather chair, Bo Jinqiu was dressed in formal attire, exuding an air of elegance with his strikingly handsome and cool demeanor. He had been engrossed in signing documents, his hand, holding a fountain pen, pale and well-defined, a sight to behold. Jiang Ciyou found herself momentarily entranced, her heart racing at the mere sight of him. Especially when he uttered her name in that deep, melodious voice that resonated with magnetism, sending a shiver down her spine. The significance of this moment was that they had only exchanged a glance that day. They had not spoken a single word, yet Bo Jinqiu could accurately recall her name. What did this signify? It indicated that he had formed a strong impression of her upon their first meeting, perhaps even inquiring about her in private. With this realization, Jiang Ciyou could hardly contain her inner excitement. Indeed, Bo Jinqiu's next words further affirmed her thoughts. With a slight parting of his lips, he commanded, Gao Zhen, you may leave. He did not reprimand her for her intrusion but instead dismissed the very person who sought to prevent her entry. As Gao Zhen exited the office, Bo Jinqiu raised his gaze to appraise Jiang Ciyou, the true daughter of the Jiang family who had exchanged identities with Jiang Ciyou.
Miss Jiang, is there something you wish to discuss?
Under such scrutiny, Jiang Ciyou felt somewhat dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastily introduced herself. President, I am currently working in the secretary department. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion, I have a personal matter to address. Bo Jinqiu remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion, seemingly awaiting her next words. Jiang Ciyou swallowed hard, retrieving an invitation from her bag, summoning her courage, she approached him. Tomorrow is my birthday, and my parents are hosting a birthday banquet for me at the Cloudtop restaurant.
I would like to invite you to attend my birthday celebration.
After speaking, Jiang Ciyou felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. She feared that Bo Jinqiu might outright decline her invitation, especially since she recognized the abruptness of her visit. Noticing his silence, her apprehension deepened, prompting her to add, previously, we were fortunate to be invited to the old lady's birthday celebration. This invitation is merely a gesture of gratitude.
Bo Jinqiu, with measured calmness, accepted the invitation.
Very well, I shall attend.
Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback.
She had not anticipated such a swift and agreeable response from Bo Jinqiu. Could it be that he had indeed taken note of her, perhaps even fallen for her at first sight? Her cheeks flushed with excitement, and she felt compelled to say something further, but Bo Jinqiu's cool voice interrupted her thoughts. Miss Jiang, if there is nothing else, please see yourself out. Jiang Ciyou felt as though cold water had been splashed upon her, but she could only acquiesce and exit the president's office. Yet, once outside, her heart was filled with joy. She eagerly shared the news of the president's attendance at her birthday banquet with everyone, and her colleagues were quite surprised. As the daughter of the Jiang family, her identity was well known from her first day on the job. Everyone understood that her decision to work as a secretary assistant in this distant place must have ulterior motives. However, they were skeptical of her prospects. While the Jiang family held a prestigious position in Rongqing, they paled in comparison to the Bo family. The future wife of the president would undoubtedly be a well-matched socialite from the capital, not a girl from a small town like her. Additionally, Miss Jiang's demeanor was somewhat lacking in refinement. Nevertheless, when everyone learned of the president's agreement to attend her birthday celebration, they began to shower her with compliments. How the women in the secretary department were clearly envious and jealous, some even insincerely referring to her as young madam. Jiang Ciyou floated through the day, perhaps soon to become the true lady of the Bo family. That evening, Jiang Ciyou had just finished her broadcast when she received a gift box sent by Jiang Ciyou. Inside was a white gown, which Jiang Ciyou immediately recognized as an old style from Grandma Xiang, currently valued at over 20,000 in the market. The simple yet elegant design was precisely Jiang Ciyou's taste. Accompanying the gown was a card in Jiang Ciyou's handwriting. Mother prepared this gown for you, you must wear it and not disappoint her good intentions.
Jiang Ciyou couldn't help but smile.
Jiang Ciyou's intentions were unmistakable. She had deliberately chosen a plain-colored, simple gown in the name of Yao Shulan, likely out of fear that Jiang Ciyou would overshadow her at the birthday banquet the following night. Jiang Ciyou had no intention of stealing her thunder. Thus, the next evening, she donned the white gown and arrived at the 87th floor banquet hall of the Cloud Top restaurant. The Cloud Top restaurant spanned 88 floors, with the highest levels designated for banquets. The most renowned venue was the top floor banquet hall, surrounded by glass on all sides and capped with a transparent glass dome within. The view was unobstructed, as if one could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky, akin to being in the clouds, where one could admire the moon above and gaze down upon the world below. The restaurant's name derived from this very concept. However, the top floor was generally closed to the public, only open for state functions. Thus, Jiang Ciyou's birthday banquet was being held in the 87th floor banquet hall, which was still a prestigious venue in its own right, with rental costs reaching 7 figures. Today marked the joint celebration of Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou's 23rd birthdays. The Jiang family had gone all out, inviting nearly all the affluent and influential figures in the city. Naturally, the reason was well known. It was primarily due to the recent rumors circulating online regarding the feud between the true and false daughters of the Jiang family. Indeed, the upper echelons of Rongqing were aware of the situation concerning the two Jiang daughters, despite the family's previous efforts to manage it discreetly. It was said that Mrs. Jiang had been misled during childbirth, resulting in Yin Ruyun swapping the two children. The motive behind Yin Ruyun's actions was not solely to elevate her biological daughter to the status of a wealthy heiress. Furthermore, the older socialites in Rongqing were well aware that Yin Ruyun and Yao Shulan shared a bond that was anything but ordinary. They had once been the closest of friends.
Chapter 50.
A stunning entrance. The tale contained herein is lengthy and entwined with the grievances of two generations. In essence, it recounts how Yao Shulan's father strayed from his marriage, engaging in an affair with Yao Shulan's governess, who happened to be the mother of Yin. This governess brought her daughter, Yin Ruyun, along, allowing them to share meals and dwell together, thus becoming close confidants. Eventually, the affair was unveiled, leading to Yao Shulan's mother suffering immense emotional turmoil, resulting in her untimely demise within 6 months due to depression. Shortly after his wife's passing, Yao Shulan's father intended to marry Yin Ruyun's mother. However, tragically, both perished in a car accident on the eve of their wedding. Had Yao Shulan's father truly wed Yin Ruyun's mother, Yao Shulan's life would have been steeped in misery. Everyone lamented that fate had shown mercy, yet none anticipated that the enmity between these two families would extend into the next generation, as if caught in a cycle of a curse. Subsequently, Yao Shulan inherited the entirety of the Yao family's estate and found herself a devoted partner, while Yin Ruyun was left with nothing. Following the loss of her mother, she was compelled to drop out of school and enter the workforce prematurely, fading into obscurity. Remarkably, both women gave birth on the same day, intertwining their fates anew and altering the course of their progeny. 3 years prior, the true heiress, Jiang Ciyou, reclaimed her lineage. However, Jiang Ciyou, being the daughter cherished by the Jiang family for 2 decades, found it difficult to sever ties. Thus, publicly, Jiang Ciyou is recognized as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, while Jiang Ciyou holds the title of. The nature of their relationship remains shrouded in mystery, with some claiming they are irreconcilable adversaries, while others suggest a mutual indifference. Today marks the first occasion for the two Jiang sisters to share the same space, igniting curiosity among the guests regarding whether Yao Shulan would favor her biological daughter over her adopted one, whom she has nurtured for half her life. Jiang Ciyou took a leave of absence from her hosting duties at the television station to attend the gathering, having been summoned by Yao Shulan for assistance. Upon arrival, she soon discovered that the so-called task involved helping Jiang Ciyou choose from an overwhelming array of haute couture evening gowns. Jiang Ciyou's little ploy did not escape Jiang Ciyou's notice, as she observed her half-sister flitting about like a butterfly, showcasing her extravagant gowns, each worth a fortune. At times, Jiang Ciyou found herself both amused and sympathetic towards Jiang Ciyou, who resembled a beggar flaunting newfound wealth. Aware of her humble beginnings and the scarcity she once faced, Jiang Ciyou could not resist the urge to boast, despite understanding the implications of such ostentation. Jiang Ciyou largely ignored Jiang Ciyou, occupying herself with her mobile device. As she witnessed Jiang Ciyou's smug demeanor, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She wanted Jiang Ciyou to realize that everything she once possessed had originally belonged to her. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou selected a resplendent red velvet gown, adorned with countless shimmering rhinestones. The gown's neckline and back were intricately embellished, exuding brilliance, while the high slit revealed tantalizing glimpses of her long legs with each stride. Jiang Ciyou, possessing striking features and a slender physique, could certainly be deemed beautiful at first glance. However, her poise and demeanor fell slightly short. On this occasion, she had engaged a renowned makeup artist, resulting in an exquisitely polished appearance, her hair elegantly styled atop her head, crowned with a $2 million tiara. Dressed in that retro, Central European velvet gown, she truly resembled a noble princess. In stark contrast, Jiang Ciyou appeared rather understated. Soon after, the public relations manager overseeing the event approached them. The guests are nearly all in attendance. Mrs. Jiang and the two young ladies may make their entrance. Jiang Ciyou was outside welcoming guests, while the reason for their presence was to fulfill Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire for a grand entrance, which Yao Shulan dutifully accommodated. Upon hearing that the guests had arrived, a glimmer of anticipation ignited in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes.
Has the crown prince arrived? Earlier, she had specifically instructed that she be informed upon his arrival.
The manager, with a hint of regret, replied, Mr. Bo has not yet arrived. Disappointment flickered in Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze. She had intended to dazzle the crowd upon his entrance. Upon hearing Bo Jinxiu's name, Jiang Ciyou's expression subtly shifted. Had Jiang Xiaoxiao extended an invitation to Bo Jinxiu, he had not mentioned anything about it to her the previous evening, leading her to believe he would not be attending. Yao Shulan interjected, the guests have gathered. Today's attendees are all prominent figures in Rongqing Dock. We must not keep them waiting. Let us proceed. Jiang Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Yao Shulan's. Very well, mother, let us go. The lounge led to a corridor, and just 2 meters down, they encountered a grand spiral staircase that descended directly into the banquet hall. As they ascended the staircase, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed suddenly, and music began to play. The guests momentarily froze, then the MC's voice resonated, let us welcome today's honorees, Miss Jiang Xiaoxiao and Miss Jiang Ciyou. All eyes turned towards the source of light, a beam cascading from the ceiling, illuminating the spiral staircase. The brightest light shone upon Jiang Xiaoxiao and Mrs. Jiang, the latter adorned in a sumptuous qipao, exuding elegance and grandeur. Jiang Xiaoxiao, clad in her red velvet gown, sparkled with countless tiny diamonds, radiating opulence. It was evident that her attire was of haute couture, a considerable investment. Another, dimmer beam of light fell behind them, illuminating a woman in a white evening gown. The gown, though simply designed, exuded timeless sophistication. Delicate straps adorned her fair shoulders, accentuating her collarbone, while the gown's flowing lines embraced her exquisite figure. Notably, the waist featured a cutout design that showcased her slender form, strikingly beautiful. Her makeup was understated, yet her eyes sparkled like stars, captivating all who beheld her. Cascading waves of hair framed her face, each strand seemingly aglow against her stunning visage. Dressed simply, she seemed to embody the essence of a solitary white rose, untouched and resplendent. The pure white of her gown did not diminish her allure, rather, it enhanced her as the most radiant presence in the room. In that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao's red gown, once eye-catching, now appeared trivial in comparison to this epitome of beauty.
Whispers filled the air amongst the crowd. The manner in which the Jiang sisters have made their entrance clearly delineates their standing.
It is evident that Mrs. Jiang places greater value on her biological daughter. The jewels and attire of her true daughter must be worth several million, while the adopted daughter appears to be wearing an outdated gown from years past.
Yet, one cannot deny the breathtaking beauty and grace of the false heiress.
Indeed, she is stunning.
Finally, one understands the meaning of innate beauty that is hard to conceal. As Jiang Xiaoxiao descended the staircase, she vaguely heard the murmurs of admiration from the crowd. Just as she basked in her moment of triumph, she suddenly realized that the praises were directed towards Jiang Ciyou. Her expression soured instantly. Chapter 51. Jiang Xiaoxiao, I can make you even more embarrassed. She had expended so much money and effort on her attire and makeup. Were these people blind? Jiang Ciyou, dressed in tattered clothes, what beauty could she possibly possess? Yet deep down, Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that Jiang Ciyou was indeed beautiful, to the extent that it provoked an urge within her to hurl acid at her face. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of regret for hosting the birthday celebration alongside Jiang Ciyou. However, she quickly regained her composure. Jiang Ciyou, enjoy your moment of pride, for tonight, you shall be utterly disgraced. As the three descended, the lights in the grand hall brightened abruptly. Guests flocked around, extending their heartfelt birthday wishes to the two young ladies. Jiang Xiaoxiao had invited numerous friends, who surrounded her with a chorus of compliments, soon pushing Jiang Ciyou out of the central circle. Meanwhile, Yao Shulan and Jiang Ciyou were busy attending to important guests. Jiang Ciyou, however, seemed quite content in her solitude, deliberately distancing herself from the throngs. She made her way to the refreshments area, picked up a glass of champagne from the tower, took a delicate sip, and then grabbed a slice of mousse cake, leisurely enjoying her treat on a nearby sofa. Although Jiang Xiaoxiao was encircled by admirers, her gaze frequently drifted toward Jiang Ciyou. Initially, she felt a sense of delight at seeing her isolated and forlorn, yet soon she noticed that young, handsome men were occasionally approaching Jiang Ciyou, either to chat or invite her to dance. Despite Jiang Ciyou's polite refusals, the stream of suitors continued unabated. Jiang Xiaoxiao's ire simmered. She could not comprehend how, in terms of status, she was the true heiress of the Jiang family, and in terms of appearance, her meticulously crafted haute couture ensemble, worth millions, could be overshadowed by Jiang Ciyou's barefaced simplicity. An idea struck Jiang Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, she called out loudly toward Jiang Ciyou, sister. Jiang Ciyou turned her gaze in response. Jiang Xiaoxiao beamed a radiant smile, feigning innocence as she exclaimed, Sister, could you please bring me a glass of champagne? Before the banquet commenced, Yao Shulan had specifically instructed them to portray a deep sisterly bond. Since Jiang Xiaoxiao was to play a role, she would comply. As Jiang Ciyou drew near with the champagne, Jiang Xiaoxiao overheard her mocking remarks from the group surrounding her. One of the ladies in a fishtail dress covered her mouth in laughter, saying, Xiaoxiao, the dress she's wearing, doesn't it resemble the discounted items you found at the duty-free shop last time? Jiang Xiaoxiao shot a disdainful glance at Jiang Ciyou, her eyes filled with arrogance. Indeed, such clothing is akin to street vendor merchandise to me, so I simply handed it over. Can you believe she wore something you discarded to such an important gathering? How shameless, after all, she was once the Jiang family's eldest daughter, yet she lacks even a decent outfit.
Who does she think she is? The Jiang family's eldest daughter. My parents disowned her long ago. She clings to our family like a leech, and now she is even less than a maid in our household.
The disdainful glances directed at Jiang Ciyou were palpable. She simply cannot part with the Jiang family's wealth and glory. Truly shameless. Jiang Xiaoxiao's gaze toward Jiang Ciyou brimmed with provocation. No matter, I might as well treat her like a pet dog, look how obedient she is, doing whatever she's told. The crowd surrounding Jiang Xiaoxiao erupted in laughter, their voices loud enough to seem deliberately aimed at Jiang Ciyou. Yet, Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unchanged as she approached with the champagne glass. Jiang Xiaoxiao was well aware that, in such a setting, Jiang Ciyou would not dare to embarrass her. Otherwise, Yao Shulan would not let her off lightly. Thus, Jiang Xiaoxiao grew bolder in her humiliation of Jiang Ciyou. Sister, my shoes have gotten dirty, could you please clean them for me? She extended one foot toward Jiang Ciyou, reaching to take the champagne glass from her hand. She intended to sip her champagne while delighting in the sight of Jiang Ciyou cleaning her shoes, even hinting for someone nearby to record the moment. Jiang Ciyou remained silent, seemingly compliant as she offered the glass. However, just as Jiang Xiaoxiao's hand was about to touch the glass, Jiang Ciyou suddenly cradled the glass and poured the contents onto the floor with a deliberate grace. The champagne cascaded in a line onto the carpet, which quickly absorbed it, coincidentally splattering half a glass of champagne onto Jiang Xiaoxiao's foot, which had already been extended. Jiang Xiaoxiao nearly shrieked in horror. The shoes she wore were custom-made crystal heels from Milan, adorned with thousands of hand-sewn crystals, taking 2 months to craft, worth a fortune now. Jiang Ciyou had effectively ruined them. Jiang Ciyou, what are you doing?
Jiang Xiaoxiao seethed, her anger palpable as she could not believe Jiang Ciyou had dared to humiliate her in front of everyone. Jiang Ciyou placed the glass onto a nearby server's tray, her demeanor graceful and unbothered, as if she had merely been toasting with others. She flicked her wavy hair, exuding the languid charm of a cat just roused from slumber. Her voice carried an air of aloofness. I was merely offering you a drink, do enjoy it, don't let it go to waste. With that, Jiang Ciyou turned and walked away. For a moment, the crowd was taken aback, until someone from Jiang Xiaoxiao's side pointed out, Xiaoxiao, her earlier gesture resembled a ritual for the deceased.
This remark sparked realization among the guests.
Jiang Ciyou had indeed drawn a line on the ground with the glass and poured the champagne, an act reminiscent of traditional Qingming festival offerings at gravesites. Xiaoxiao, is she cursing you to death? The crowd gasped in shock, incredulous that this parasite, Jiang Ciyou, dared to act so brazenly toward the true heiress, Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao's face paled with rage. Not only had Jiang Ciyou ruined her $1,000,000 shoes, but she had also humiliated her publicly in such a manner.
Jiang Ciyou, stop right there.
Jiang Xiaoxiao hastened to catch up with Jiang Ciyou, blocking her path.
Jiang Ciyou, how dare you? Do you not realize your current status? If it weren't for my pleading with mother, you wouldn't even be entitled to celebrate your birthday here with me. You should be grateful, yet you treat me this way. Those around Jiang Xiaoxiao chimed in to support her. Indeed, Xiaoxiao, she ruined your precious shoes. She should be made to lick them clean. On your birthday, she even dares to curse you. She ought to kneel and apologize. Xiaoxiao, if she dares to slap your face, you must teach her a lesson. A number of onlookers turned their attention toward the scene. Under such pressure, Jiang Ciyou's smile remained unfazed. She spoke slowly. Jiang Xiaoxiao, I advise you not to court disaster. I can make you even more embarrassed if you wish to test me. Chapter 52. Murderous intent. Although Jiang Ciyou wore a smile, her aura emanated an icy chill. She gazed upon them with an unwavering fearlessness, her eyes reflecting disdain as if she were regarding a flock of mere amateurs. This nearly incited the wrath of the crowd. Everyone began to fan the flames, urging Jiang Xiaoxiao to swiftly teach Jiang Ciyou a lesson. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao hesitated to act, fully aware of Jiang Ciyou's formidable prowess. In her youth, Jiang Ciyou had trained in taekwondo and was reputedly a 9th-degree black belt. While Jiang Xiaoxiao had never truly witnessed Jiang Ciyou's strength, her previous encounters allowed her to discern that she stood no chance against her. Even combined, their group might not prevail. Jiang Xiaoxiao was no fool. She would not jeopardize her meticulously organized birthday celebration. Casting a glance at the time, she knew it was almost time for her to make her move. Indeed, she soon spotted a slender figure in the distance. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes as she suddenly turned to Jiang Ciyou and said with feigned innocence, Sister, if your shoes are damaged, so be it. I have an abundance of haute couture, why would I truly hold it against you? The crowd was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoxiao's sudden change in demeanor. Without warning, she raised her hand and beckoned towards the distant white figure. Sister Xiaoling, I'm over here. Upon hearing Xiaoling's name, Jiang Ciyou instinctively furrowed her elegant brows. Jiang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of delight. Her intentions had been successfully realized. Only a fool would confront Jiang Ciyou head-on. To slay was to strike at the heart. Xiaoling was undoubtedly the sharpest blade to wield against Jiang Ciyou. Meanwhile, Xiaoling approached with grace. Jiang Xiaoxiao maneuvered around Jiang Ciyou and swiftly reached Xiaoling's side, linking her arm affectionately as they strolled over together. Jiang Xiaoxiao introduced Xiaoling to the crowd. Allow me to present my dear sister, Xiaoling, who has just returned from studying abroad. The bewildered onlookers genuinely believed Xiaoling was Jiang Xiaoxiao's close friend, showering her with compliments and greetings. In truth, Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao had maintained little connection, having only recently received an invitation to the birthday celebration. After a brief exchange, they quickly aligned in their mutual objective. To see Jiang Ciyou disgraced and isolated, thus, they became allies. Moreover, Xiaoling had an additional aim, to ensure that Jiang Ciyou divorced Yinfeng. Naturally, she was eager to assist Jiang Xiaoxiao. Xiaoling dutifully greeted everyone, and when it was Jiang Ciyou's turn, she added with a hint of mockery, Ciyou, happy birthday. Someone in the crowd sensed an unusual tension and quickly interjected, Miss Xia, how do you know the esteemed Miss Jiang? Jiang Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, not only do we know each other, but we share a very close relationship. The sight of Jiang Ciyou's face turning frosty filled Jiang Xiaoxiao with immense satisfaction.
Indeed, only Xiaoling could truly pierce Jiang Ciyou's facade. The evening's entertainment was just beginning. Jiang Xiaoxiao playfully placed her hand on Xiaoling's belly. Sister Xiaoling, why are you here alone? You re-expecting? After all, where is your boyfriend? She proceeded to introduce. Sister Xiaoling's boyfriend is none other than Yin Feng, the heir of the Yin family. The crowd regarded Xiaoling with newfound envy and flattery. The Yin family was one of the most prestigious enterprises in Rongqing, renowned for its high phone construction. Indeed, the future mistress of the Yin family, Miss Xia, my grandfather's company, collaborates with the Yin family. I hope to seek your boyfriend's guidance in the future. Sister Xia certainly appears to be a fortunate individual. I envy you greatly. The crowd erupted in flattery. Xiaoling responded graciously, yet her peripheral vision frequently flicked towards Jiang Ciyou. By the way, how many months along is Miss Xia's baby? Almost 3 months, Jiang Xiaoxiao stated deliberately. 3 months is not yet stable. Sister Xiaoling, do take care of your health. After all, many eyes are watching the position of Mrs. Yan. With this, she cast a pointed glance at Jiang Ciyou. The crowd finally began to pick up on the underlying tension. The Jiang and Yan families were among the most prominent in Rongqing, historically entwined. It was known that the two families had once arranged a marriage between their children. However, it was clear that the current Yin family would never accept a false heiress. Jiang Ciyou had spent 20 years as the Jiang family's daughter, likely familiar with Yin Feng, perhaps even harboring feelings for him, while this very Miss Xia was currently his girlfriend. What a splendid drama was unfolding. No wonder Jiang Ciyou's expression shifted upon Xiaoling's arrival. The crowd's flattery of Xiaoling intensified, all aimed at provoking Jiang Ciyou. Indifferent, Jiang Ciyou turned to leave, only to hear Xiaoling's melodious voice ring out. My boyfriend has arrived. Everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance of the banquet hall, where a dapper young man in formal attire, strikingly handsome, approached. Indeed, it was Yin Feng, a paragon of elegance and charm. Unfortunately, he was already taken, leaving others to admire from afar. As Yin Feng reached the doorway, he sensed something amiss. Unbeknownst to him, this was Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration. Although the Jiang and Yin families shared a cordial relationship, Yan's parents favored Jiang Ciyou immensely. In previous years, even if Jiang Xiaoxiao had extended an invitation, they would typically remain at home to celebrate Jiang Ciyou's birthday instead. However, this year, with Jiang Ciyou having distanced herself from the Yin family, Yan's mother had intended to celebrate her birthday. Jiang Ciyou had mentioned she had plans with others, leading Yan's mother to relent. Yin Feng had only caught wind of these details through casual conversation after dinner, not giving them much thought. Little did he expect to encounter Xiaoling, Jiang Xiaoxiao, and Jiang Ciyou at this very gathering. As Yin Feng approached the group, Jiang Xiaoxiao deliberately nudged Xiaoling closer to him. Brother Yin, Sister Xiaoling was just speaking of you. What a coincidence that you've arrived. Yin Feng's expression soured. He cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiaoling, who felt a twinge of guilt. She had deceived him by not revealing that this was Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou's birthday celebration. Would he be upset? In the past, Yin Feng would never have been angered, no matter the audience. He would steadfastly affirm her as his girlfriend. In contrast to Jiang Ciyou's clandestine status as his wife, Xiaoling stood proudly in the light. Just as he had publicly declared her as Mrs. Yan at the Royal Golf Club, today, however, Yin Feng appeared less than pleased, enveloped in a low pressure, his gaze icy. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Jiang Ciyou. Chapter 53. As a mother, my heart is shattered. Xiaoling gently linked her arm with Yin Feng's, cautiously calling out, "Ah Feng." At long last, Yin Feng's gaze shifted away from Jiang Ciyou. He lowered his head to look at Xiaoling, his voice tinged with evident displeasure. When did you and Jiang Xiaoxiao become friends? Xiaoling was aware of Yin Feng's disdain for Jiang Ciyou, yet she harbored an even greater aversion towards Jiang Xiaoxiao, purely and simply disliking her. Hastily, Xiaoling began to explain, "Ah Feng, the reason I came today is because there is something of utmost importance." With that, she glanced towards Jiang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Xiaoxiao spoke up, "Indeed, Brother Yin Feng, today is a significant day. Sister Xiaoling and I hit it off remarkably, feeling an extraordinary connection. Hence, I intend for my mother to adopt Sister Xiaoling as her goddaughter." In truth, Jiang Xiaoxiao had broached this matter with Yao Shulan the previous night. However, she had merely mentioned a friend with a pitiable background, wishing for her mother to accept her as a nominal goddaughter, without disclosing that the individual was Xiaoling. After much coaxing, Yao Shulan had finally acquiesced. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ciyou's expression darkened entirely. Jiang Xiaoxiao truly had a knack for irritating her. Nonetheless, the actions of Xiaoling from years past were well known to both the Jiang and Yin families. She recalled the Jiang family's betrayal and their glee in her misfortune with disdain. Jiang Ciyou understood that although Yao Shulan bore some resentment towards her, it stemmed from the grievances of the previous generation. Yao Shulan was not the type of woman to be swayed by trivial matters. On the contrary, she had showered Jiang Ciyou with affection since childhood, nurturing and guiding her personally through every aspect of life, never delegating responsibilities to a nanny. Jiang Ciyou had grown up in a deeply loving environment, harboring profound feelings for Yao Shulan. This was also the reason Jiang Ciyou had struggled to accept reality in the past. The Yao Shulan of today was a stark contrast to the one of yore. She remained gentle and understanding towards others, yet was consistently sharp-tongued and critical towards Jiang Ciyou. Despite this, Jiang Ciyou continued to harbor a flicker of hope in her heart. The mother who had raised her for 20 years was still her mother. The intensity of her hatred towards herself and her disdain stemmed from the depth of the love she had once given. Deep down, she must still love her. If she had even a shred of affection left for her, no matter how minuscule, she would never accept Xiaoling as her goddaughter. Yin Feng was equally taken aback. Due to Xiaoling's involvement, Yan's father, mother, and the elder all regarded her as a viper. Even if Xiaoling bore the bloodline of the Yin family, they would rather forsake their own descendants than acknowledge. How could the Jiang family possibly accept Xiaoling as a goddaughter? After all, Jiang Ciyou was their daughter, raised for 20 years. They could not possibly disregard her feelings entirely.
If that were the case, it would be too cruel to Jiang Ciyou. Yin Feng found himself unable to resist casting a glance at Jiang Ciyou. Suddenly, he discovered that he was genuinely concerned for her. Even feeling a pang of sympathy for her, from Xiaoling's perspective, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoxiao unexpectedly ascended the stage in the banquet hall. She took the microphone from the host's hands. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention please? I am Jiang Xiaoxiao, and I am immensely grateful for your presence at my banquet today. Seizing this opportunity, I have an important announcement to make. The banquet hall, filled with hundreds of guests, fell into an immediate hush. Everyone began to gravitate towards the stage. Standing there was none other than Jiang family's true heiress, Jiang Xiaoxiao. She suddenly pulled a girl clad in a flowing white gown to the center of the stage and proclaimed, "This is my dear sister Xiaoling. We share a special bond, and on this joyous occasion, our Jiang family will adopt her as a goddaughter. From this day forth, Sister Xiaoling will also be regarded as a daughter of the Jiang family, and I kindly ask all our esteemed uncles and aunts to look after her." A flicker of confusion spread across the faces of the guests. Many began to whisper amongst themselves. Which family does Miss Xia belong to? She looks unfamiliar. Why is the Jiang family suddenly adopting a goddaughter? Madame Jiang truly has a heart of gold, taking in the daughter of her enemy as a foster child, and now adding a goddaughter. Adopting a goddaughter could be seen as a joyous event, yet judging by the expressions of Madame Jiang and Mr. Jiang, they appear even more astonished than we are, almost as if they were unaware beforehand. At that moment, Yao Shulan and Jiang Jinhui stood on the stage. Yao Shulan was aware of the situation. The previous night, Jiang Xiaoxiao had insisted on her adopting a goddaughter but refused to disclose who it was, only mentioning it was a friend. Yao Shulan had not anticipated that this person would be Xiaoling. How could she possibly not know Xiaoling's name? 3 years prior, Jiang Ciyou had attempted to take her own life because of her. Jiang Ciyou and Yin Feng had been childhood sweethearts, and then this Xia girl had suddenly emerged. Yin Feng seemed entranced, utterly captivated by her. Ultimately, even though he was coerced into marrying Ciyou, he still eloped with her abroad. In truth, Yao Shulan was already aware that Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou had never registered their marriage, rendering it not a legitimate union. She held no affection for Xiaoling and looked down upon her methods. Jiang father was furious, striding over to Jiang Xiaoxiao's side and scolding her sternly. "Xiaoxiao, what kind of nonsense are you up to?" However, Jiang Xiaoxiao retorted, "Father, mother has already agreed." Jiang Xiaoxiao knew that this matter would not go over well with Jiang Jinhui, which was precisely why she had acted unilaterally. Fortunately, Yao Shulan would not hold it against her. Even if she felt some displeasure, she understood that ultimately, Yao Shulan would comply with her wishes. This was due to Yao Shulan's guilt towards her. Although Jiang Jinhui appeared to be the head of the family, in reality, he followed Yao Shulan's lead in all matters. Jiang Xiaoxiao had already grasped Yao Shulan's arm, softly pleading, "Mother, so many people are watching. Please agree. Besides, it's merely a nominal goddaughter, which incurs no loss. Mother, this is my birthday wish. If you grant it, I will heed your every command from now on." Seeing Jiang Xiaoxiao's beseeching demeanor, Yao Shulan felt a pang in her heart. Being a wise woman, she could easily discern that Jiang Xiaoxiao's desire to have Xiaoling adopted as a goddaughter was rooted in wanting to hurt Jiang Ciyou. Over the past 3 years, despite her efforts to make amends with Jiang Xiaoxiao, the latter still regarded Jiang Ciyou as the enemy who had stolen everything from her. This was not the first time such a situation had arisen. Previously, Jiang Ciyou had been unable to attend her wedding to Yin Feng due to Jiang Xiaoxiao's disruptive antics. In Jiang Xiaoxiao's presence, Yao Shulan felt compelled to adopt a harsh attitude towards Jiang Ciyou to somewhat alleviate her own grievances from the past years. In truth, she felt deep sorrow for Jiang Ciyou. The daughter she had nurtured for 20 years had become a tool for Yin Ruyun's revenge against her. She felt hatred, not only towards Yin Ruyun but also directed some of it towards Jiang Ciyou. However, upon calming down, she realized that Jiang Ciyou was the most innocent party in this whole affair. When she had attempted to take her own life, as a mother, her heart had shattered. Chapter 54. Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling during high school. During the time when Jiang Ciyou was hospitalized, the doctors advised that she must not be subjected to any emotional distress. Hence, she refrained from appearing before her, fearful that it might lead her to despair once more. However, each night as Jiang Ciyou drifted into slumber, she would stealthily visit the hospital. After 2 decades of nurturing their bond, how could it be severed so abruptly? Yet, she dared not reveal even a hint of her feelings in front of Jiang Xiaoxiao. Her biological daughter had endured years of mistreatment at the hands of Yin Ruyun and her husband. The guilt and sorrow weighed heavily upon her heart. Even though she recognized Jiang Xiaoxiao's narrow-mindedness and lack of refinement befitting a young lady, it was not her fault. It was she who had failed to protect her, allowing her to be secretly replaced. Her little princess should have grown up in peace and joy, blossoming into a paragon of grace and beauty akin to Jiang Ciyou herself. Instead, she had suffered so much hardship from a young age. Merely contemplating this caused her heart to bleed. She never harbored the illusion that Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou could genuinely coexist as sisters, for she knew it was impossible, just as it had been with Yin Ruyun. It felt like a curse, with her tragic fate repeating itself in the next generation. All she hoped for was that these two individuals could live their lives in mutual indifference, even if it meant never crossing paths again. Thus, she tirelessly endeavored to fulfill all of Jiang Xiaoxiao's demands, hoping that after satisfying her thirst for vengeance, she might grant Jiang Ciyou some reprieve. Just as she had once found solace after exacting her own retribution against Yin Ruyun, she understood that only by releasing all her inner malice could she turn the page. Yao Shulan told herself this would be the last time. She approached the center of the stage, standing before the microphone. Before she could utter a word, her gaze fell upon Jiang Ciyou's position.
At that moment, Jiang Ciyou stood beneath the stage, her expression impassive, devoid of anger or resentment, merely indifferent, as though numbed. Yao Shulan clenched her fingers, resolutely diverting her gaze, and then declared, "Indeed, Xiaoling shares a special bond with our Jiang family. We have decided to adopt her as our goddaughter." Yao Shulan did not elaborate further. The audience below erupted in congratulations. Jiang Xiaoxiao hastily pulled Xiaoling over, urging her to greet her new guardians. Xiaoling, brimming with excitement, timidly called out, "Godfather, godmother." Yao Shulan responded with a strained acknowledgement, while Jiang Jinhui scowled, offering no reply. Next came the tea ceremony, which Jiang Xiaoxiao had meticulously arranged. Once all the segments concluded, Yao Shulan glanced down at the audience only to find Jiang Ciyou had vanished. Jiang Ciyou had turned to leave the moment Yao Shulan acknowledged Xiaoling. As Xiaoling sweetly called out godmother and godfather, Jiang Ciyou felt as if a knife had been plunged into her heart, carving out a wound that bled profusely. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her stubbornness prevented them from falling. She would not shed a single tear for them anymore. As she reached the entrance, intending to leave, she was obstructed by security personnel stationed at the door.
"Miss, the second young lady says that today is a joyous occasion, and you cannot leave." Jiang Ciyou's countenance was frigid. "Get out of my way."
The 4 bodyguards formed an impenetrable barrier at the entrance.
"The second young lady insists that you must participate in the entirety of the birthday banquet before you can leave. She has gifts to present to you."
Jiang Ciyou contemplated resisting, but 4 against 1 left her with no chance of success, especially in her dress. Moreover, creating a scene was precisely what Jiang Xiaoxiao desired. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou turned away but did not wish to behold the joyful scene unfolding nearby, opting instead for the solace of the lounge. Halfway down the staircase, someone pursued her from behind.
"Ciyou, so this is where you are."
Jiang Ciyou turned. Having just been recognized as a goddaughter of the Jiang family, how could she resist the urge to share such good news with her? Xiaoling stood before Jiang Ciyou, separated by a single step, her expression one of feigned innocence and caution.
"Ciyou, I have been acknowledged as the Jiang family's goddaughter. You wouldn't be unhappy about that, would you?"
Jiang Ciyou regarded her with disdain, nearly laughing at her shamelessness.
"Xiaoling, spare me your innocent facade, it disgusts me."
A flicker of complex emotions crossed Xiaoling's eyes, perhaps sorrow, perhaps relief, but they vanished in an instant, leaving her looking as innocent as a naive little rabbit.
"Ciyou, my background is unfortunate.
You know what my mother is like. I have endured domestic violence and torment, never having experienced a single day of happiness. The greatest fortune of my life was meeting you during high school." Xiaoling's expression was so sincere, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if she genuinely harbored profound gratitude. "At that time, I was granted admission to Tongfu International High School, but everyone looked down on me. I was bullied and mistreated. It was you who extended a hand to me, pulling me out of the mire, and when I was under attack, you stood before me like a shield."
"Ciyou, you are my lifelong benefactor."
Jiang Ciyou's brows furrowed. She could not fathom why Xiaoling chose to speak of these things now. It was true that back then, Xiaoling had always been the solitary figure in the corner, perpetually walking with her head bowed, the target of others' bullying and frustration. The school resembled a brutal primordial forest, with Jiang Ciyou perched atop the pyramid while Xiaoling languished at the very bottom. When did she first take notice of Xiaoling? Perhaps it was one day when Xiaoling failed to attend school, prompting Jiang Ciyou, as class president, to accompany the teacher on a home visit. They found Xiaoling's home in a dilapidated area, a place so broken that it lacked even a single decent item. Xiaoling's parents were embroiled in a heated argument, with Xia Xiaofan hurling curses and insults at Xiaoling's father, her words so venomous they were horrifying. Meanwhile, Xiao's father sat in a wheelchair, devoid of life, resembling a living corpse. The room was strewn with broken items, and Xiaoling crouched on the floor, her expression numb as she cleaned up, as if this were an everyday occurrence. Later, Jiang Ciyou learned that the reason Xiaoling had missed school that day was that her father had attempted suicide by stopping his wheelchair in the middle of the road.
"Li Yaojun, I will save you every time you die.
If you die 100 times, I will save you 100 times. I want you to live, enduring a fate worse than death alongside me." Jiang Ciyou had felt a shiver run through her at that moment. She still vaguely recalled the scene from that day. After Xia Xiaofan had cursed enough, she began to unleash all her pent-up emotions on Xiaoling, kicking, hitting, and pinching her. In a fit of rage, she even grabbed a fire poker and struck Xiaoling's back. The homeroom teacher rushed in to intervene, but Xia Xiaofan would not relent. Seizing the opportunity while they were entangled, Jiang Ciyou stepped forward, grasped Xiaoling's arm, and led her to escape through the door. Chapter 55 Jiang Ciyou's worries. "You can never escape from me." Xiaoling vividly recalled the scene from that time. She was being pulled along by Jiang Ciyou as they traversed several narrow alleys. Xiaoling clutched her hand tightly. There was a fragrance about Jiang Ciyou, reminiscent of gardenias, crisp and rich. She kept her gaze fixed on Jiang Ciyou's profile, illuminated by the sun, which cast a golden glow upon her, making her appear as if she were an angel descended from the heavens. Xiaoling held her hand firmly, as if it could lead her away from a den of devouring beasts. Later, they arrived at a small square nearby. Jiang Ciyou treated her to KFC, marking Xiaoling's very first experience with it. She indulged in numerous egg tarts, savoring a taste she believed she had never encountered before in her life. They were sweet, rich, and delicious enough to bring tears to her eyes. Jiang Ciyou watched as Xiaoling devoured an entire box of egg tarts, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ate. Suddenly, she grasped Xiaoling's hand and said, "Xiaoling, do not be afraid.
I will protect you from now on."
Without asking any questions, she simply declared her intention to shield her. In time, Jiang Ciyou indeed fulfilled that promise. From that moment forward, whenever anyone bullied Xiaoling at school, Jiang Ciyou would confront them fiercely. She even assisted Xiaoling in obtaining the privilege to stay at school for free, providing her a temporary escape from her deranged mother. Whatever good fortune she encountered, she would always share half with Xiaoling, even on her birthday when she received valuable gifts. Jiang Ciyou believed that she had truly poured her heart into her friendship with Xiaoling more so than with her childhood friend, Shen Nuo. Thus, when she discovered Xiaoling's betrayal, the pain and hatred she felt were profound. Reflecting on those past events, Jiang Ciyou's heart twisted painfully.
"Xiaoling, what do you mean by saying these things now?" Jiang Ciyou's lips curled into a cold, ironic smile.
"Even now, I cannot comprehend why you would steal Yanfeng from me.
Why resort to such despicable means?
If Xiaoling truly loved Yanfeng, she could have pursued him openly and competed fairly. She would not have held it against her. However, Jiang Ciyou could not accept that someone she had treated with sincerity would conspire against her in the shadows, framing and betraying her. Xiaoling, too, spoke candidly, "Because I am envious. I envy the way you walk hand in hand on the playground. I envy how he queues up every morning to buy you breakfast. I envy your camaraderie, your deep conversations. You two are a perfect match, one radiant and cheerful, the other sunny and handsome." Xiaoling's gaze shifted, taking on a darker intensity. "But I am consumed by jealousy. You are like leaves and flowers basking in sunlight, while I am the roots buried deep underground, forever deprived of the light, enduring the darkness and the gnawing of snakes, insects, and vermin day and night.
My jealousy is driving me to madness."
Jiang Ciyou had not anticipated that the Xiaoling who had always trailed behind them would harbor such sentiments. After a moment of silence, Jiang Ciyou spoke calmly, "It is your inferiority complex and sensitivity that plague you. Each heart is but a seed, whether it blossoms into leaves and flowers or remains forever entombed as roots is a choice one makes. Xiaoling, while your plight is indeed tragic, there are those who suffer far worse.
Must everyone be as envious of all things beautiful as you, extending a knife to those who are truly their friends? What distinguishes this from the serpent and the farmer and the snake?"
Jiang Ciyou felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her.
"Years ago, you achieved commendable grades and gained admission to a prestigious university.
You are no longer that weak and helpless Xiaoling, controlled by your mother without the strength to resist. You were already on the path to a prosperous life, capable of basking in the sunlight with dignity. Yet, you chose the most despicable and dark path, sacrificing your sincerity and betraying your friendship. Your life remains shrouded in darkness and hypocrisy, but this time, it is a chill you have chosen for yourself." Jiang Ciyou sighed deeply as she gazed at Xiaoling.
"To discuss this with you now is utterly meaningless.
I do not regret having treated you well in the past. At this juncture, losing me is your loss, not mine." The past lay like smoke. Jiang Ciyou had let it go. She wished to sever any further entanglement with Xiaoling. Whether it was love or hate, she did not wish to expend any more time or energy on her. As Jiang Ciyou attempted to leave, Xiaoling suddenly seized her arm. "Ciyou, you can never escape from me.
It is utterly impossible."
Jiang Ciyou turned, trying to shake off Xiaoling's grip. However, before she could muster any force, Xiaoling stumbled backward and fell down the stairs. Immediately afterward, she clutched her abdomen and cried out, "It hurts so much."
"My baby, Jiang Ciyou, why did you push me?"
Jiang Ciyou's heart raced with an ominous premonition. Almost simultaneously, a throng of people surged forward. Jiang Xiaoxiao was at the forefront.
"Sister, why did you push Sister Xiaoling? She is carrying a baby."
"Sister, I know you have a prejudice against Sister Xiaoling, but you cannot harm the baby she carries."
"Sister, is it because the child in Sister Xiaoling's womb belongs to Brother Yanfeng that you cannot tolerate him?"
A barrage of questions assailed her like a hailstorm. In an instant, Jiang Ciyou realized she had fallen into a trap, caught in the ambush set by Xiaoling and Jiang Xiaoxiao. She had anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao would make things difficult for her, believing that making Xiaoling the adopted daughter of the Jiang family had sufficed for her purposes. Yet, she had not expected such a deep pit to await her. Their malice surpassed her wildest imagination. Surrounded by a crowd, Jiang Ciyou felt the eyes of others in the banquet hall turn toward her, their whispers and accusations piercing her like daggers. When Yanfeng heard Xiaoling's cries, he rushed over, pushing through the throng, only to find her sprawled on the ground, clutching her abdomen and appearing in excruciating pain. In that moment, Jiang Ciyou stood at the top of the stairs, her expression one of indifference. The people around her pointed fingers, blaming her for pushing Xiaoling down. Yanfeng, without a second thought, stepped forward to help Xiaoling sit up.
"Xiaoling, are you all right? I will take you to the hospital."
Xiaoling continued to clutch her abdomen, her eyes brimming with tears. "Ah Feng, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt as much anymore. It's just," she looked at Jiang Ciyou with tearful eyes.
"But I don't understand why Ciyou would push me."
"Ultimately, she still cannot accept our child."
Xiaoling broke into sobs.
"Ah Feng, if anything happens to the baby, I cannot bear to live. Thankfully, heaven has protected us, but I am so scared. I am so frightened that she will not let me go. This is not the first time." Burying her head in Yanfeng's embrace, she began to weep softly. Yanfeng's gaze toward Jiang Ciyou was filled with fury. He raised his hand, pointing at her, nearly erupting with rage. "Jiang Ciyou, you are utterly malicious." Chapter 56 United Conspiracy. Jiang Ciyou was utterly at a loss for words. Xiaoling had Jiang Xiaoxiao to assist her, and the crowd was already pointing fingers, having hastily branded her as the perpetrator. Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu soon arrived on the scene. Observing the unfolding situation, Jiang Jinhui inquired, "What has transpired?" Jiang Xiao had already prepared her narrative. "Father, my sister is unaware of the reasons behind it. She merely pushed Sister Xiaoling, who was with child." Jiang Jinhui's expression darkened as he turned his gaze upon Xiaoling, who was sobbing in Yanfeng's embrace. Jiang Jinhui's countenance was grim. Yanfeng, who was clearly Ciyou's husband, was brazenly holding another woman in his arms, one who was pregnant with his child. Yanfeng had been raised alongside them, akin to their own son. Initially, they believed that Xiaoling was merely a fleeting infatuation. However, they never anticipated the situation would escalate to this extent. More importantly, the Yin family had informed them that, in fact, 3 years prior, Jiang Ciyou and Yanfeng had never obtained a marriage license. Just days ago, Jiang Ciyou had announced her complete severance from Yanfeng, even moving out of the Yin household. It was conceivable that Yanfeng had clandestinely married Xiaoling long ago. Now, this woman, Xiaoling, had inexplicably become their family's goddaughter. Jiang Jinhui felt a pang of guilt toward Jiang Ciyou, yet, given her intolerance for any form of injustice, he could not dismiss the possibility that Jiang Ciyou had indeed pushed Xiaoling. Jiang Jinhui had already formed his judgment. With the esteemed dignitaries of Rongcheng present, he could not allow the Jiang family to lose face. Thus, he approached Xiaoling, his voice cold and imbued with a palpable sense of pressure. "Xiaoling, are you certain that Ciyou pushed you intentionally, rather than it being an inadvertent mishap?" Xiaoling gazed at Jiang Jinhui with an expression of profound innocence, tears streaming down her cheeks. She understood that Jiang Jinhui sought to quell the situation. In truth, Xiaoling had no intention of escalating the matter to the point of embarrassing the Jiang family, for she did not wish to be cast aside by her newly acknowledged godparents. Her aim was to solidify Yanfeng's conviction that Jiang Ciyou had repeatedly sought to harm the child she bore, thereby extinguishing any lingering affections he harbored for Jiang Ciyou. Evidently, she had succeeded. The look in Yanfeng's eyes as he regarded Jiang Ciyou was one of intense disdain and hatred, reminiscent of 3 years prior. However, she certainly would not allow the matter to be brushed aside so easily. Xiaoling's tears cascaded like pearls from a snapped string, first reflecting shock and then clarity, accompanied by a profound disappointment and an overwhelming sense of grievance. Ultimately, as if having made a resolute decision, Xiaoling choked out, "Godfather, you are correct. Ciyou did not act with malice, she merely pushed me accidentally." Jiang Ciyou meticulously observed every subtle nuance of Xiaoling's expression. It was only now that she comprehended the extent of Xiaoling's acting prowess. Xiaoling masterfully portrayed the forced submission of one compelled to compromise for the sake of preserving the Jiang family's dignity. Though she claimed that Jiang Ciyou had not acted intentionally, her expression conveyed an accusation that she was coerced into downplaying the incident to spare the Jiang family's reputation. This served to inform everyone present that Jiang Ciyou had indeed pushed her while simultaneously eliciting sympathy for her plight. Furthermore, it granted Jiang Jinhui a semblance of respectability, making him feel as though she was being magnanimous. It was a masterstroke, 3 birds with 1 stone. Indeed, Xiaoling's performance captivated all. Jiang Jinhui's demeanor softened slightly as he regarded Xiaoling, even revealing a trace of remorse. Yanfeng, too, felt a surge of compassion, drawing her closer into his embrace. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves. It appears that the young lady of the Jiang family truly did push her. After all, the woman is with child. How could the Jiang family's daughter be so malevolent? Like father, like daughter. Ive heard her biological mother was a murderer, and her father a drunkard. To ensure her daughter enjoyed wealth and privilege, her mother swapped her for the true daughter of the Jiang family. Now, she aims to endanger the unborn child of another. Clearly, the wickedness runs deep in her bloodline. But why would the young lady of the Jiang family push this Miss Xia? Are you not aware? The Jiang and Yin families were originally betrothed. The Jiang lady harbors affections for the eldest son of the Yin family, the very man cradling Miss Xia. Clearly, she is envious, yet to endanger an innocent child's life out of jealousy is truly vile. Only the Jiang family, with its benevolent disposition, could harbor such a treacherous daughter. In my opinion, the daughter of an enemy should have long been cast out. One mustn't invite danger into their home. On the other side, upon hearing Xiaoling's words, Jiang Jinhui finally let out a sigh of relief. Often, the truth is unnecessary, a mere veil of decency suffices. As long as the victim remains unperturbed, the matter would swiftly fade from memory. However, Jiang Xiao was evidently unwilling to let Jiang Ciyou off the hook so easily. Having orchestrated such a rare opportunity, she could not rest until Jiang Ciyou was thoroughly humiliated. "Father, we are all your daughters, how can you show favoritism? Sister did push her, and you cannot be biased in her favor." Noticing his expression darken, Jiang Xiao's heart sank. She was aware that Jiang Jinhui had always held dissatisfaction towards her, as she was constantly compared to Jiang Ciyou in terms of talent, beauty, academic prowess, demeanor, and grace, none of which he believed she matched. Yet, he failed to consider that she was his biological daughter. Had she been raised by him, she would have undoubtedly surpassed Jiang Ciyou by leaps and bounds. Jiang Xiao understood that Jiang Jinhui prized his reputation and the family's honor above all. Thus, she refrained from creating an unmanageable situation. Stepping back, she proposed, at the very least, shouldn't sister apologize to Sister Xia? After all, the child in Sister Xia's womb is at risk. She cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou, who stood on the staircase like a wooden puppet. Forcing her to apologize would likely be more painful than death for Jiang Ciyou. Moreover, only she and Xiaoling knew that Jiang Ciyou had not actually pushed her. She was eager to witness Jiang Ciyou's fortitude under pressure. Whether she would yield or stand firm, the crowd continued to swell, and the murmurs grew louder. If this persisted, it was evident that the Jiang family would soon become the subject of ridicule. This was the last thing Jiang Jinhui wished to see. In light of their children's squabbling, he was far more concerned with the family's image. He merely wanted the affair to be resolved swiftly. Jiang Ciyou turned his attention towards Jiang Ciyou, speaking, Ciyou, although it was unintentional, Xiaoling fell as a result of your actions, you bear some responsibility, come and apologize, and we shall consider the matter settled. Jiang Ciyou would never apologize. She let out a cold, derisive laugh. Why should I apologize for something I did not do? Chapter 57, The Tearing of Skirts and the Severing of Ties. A cacophony of whispers erupted beneath the staircase, with voices echoing her disgrace. This young lady of the Jiang family is utterly obstinate. Such an obvious staircase, yet she refuses to descend. Clearly spoiled by the Jiang family, she truly believes herself to be of their own blood. This is simply outrageous. How could Mr. Jiang, a man of stature, raise a daughter so devoid of discernment? These remarks reached Jiang Jinhui's ears, darkening his countenance. Each individual seemed intent on exacerbating his discomfort. Could they not prioritize the dignity of the Jiang family and refrain from turning this into a spectacle for others to mock? In an unusual display of composure, Jiang Jinhui addressed Jiang Ciyou. Ciyou, I command you to apologize to Xiaoling. I will not apologize, Jiang Ciyou replied with unwavering resolve. Jiang Jinhui, however, grew increasingly agitated. It was the first time someone dared to publicly defy him, an affront that struck at his pride. Onlookers murmured about his lack of authority as a father, lamenting the absence of any semblance of respect from his children. His voice was laden with an air of intimidation and threat. Ciyou, if you do not apologize today, I shall consider you no longer my daughter. The gravity of his words resonated in the silent hall. Spectators held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama, eager for the next act of this enthralling performance. Jiang Ciyou delighted in the unfolding chaos, knowing full well that even if she chose not to pursue the matter, Jiang Ciyou's steadfast nature would escalate the situation. She would inevitably bring about a scandal that would tarnish her own reputation and earn her father's irrevocable disdain. Jiang Ciyou stood aloft, her gaze steady upon Jiang Jinhui. From a young age, her bond with this father had never been particularly intimate, especially in contrast to her relationship with Yao Shulan. In this household, he was the patriarch, yet also an absentee figure. He was forever engrossed in business and social engagements, bestowing upon her lavish gifts but rarely devoting time to her. Nonetheless, a mixture of respect and affection lingered in her heart for him, especially when, after Jiang Xiaoxiao's return, Yao Shulan sought to sever ties. It was Jiang Jinhui who intervened, proclaiming that Jiang Ciyou would always remain the esteemed daughter of the Jiang family. She had felt touched by this gesture, yet, that evening, while eavesdropping outside the study, she overheard a conversation that shattered her illusions. Jiang Jinhui had said that if he were to cast her out, it would merely serve to provide others with fodder for ridicule against the Jiang family. It would be wiser to allow her to maintain the title of Jiang family's eldest daughter, as she meant no more to them than an additional pair of chopsticks. Furthermore, that same night, Jiang Jinhui had drafted a will. In that moment, Jiang Ciyou recognized that Jiang Jinhui's retention of her was not rooted in paternal affection, but rather in preserving the family's facade. This revelation had been the crux of her prolonged stay with the Yin family, her infrequent returns home. She had convinced herself that their accomplishments were commendable enough, dismissing any need for further concern. However, the circumstances of that night mirrored her present reality. Everything revolved around the Jiang family's reputation. Her feelings were deemed inconsequential, her status as a Jiang family daughter irrelevant. What mattered was the preservation of the family's dignity, yet Jiang Ciyou was no longer the girl she had been 3 years prior. She would no longer sacrifice her own integrity. With measured steps, Jiang Ciyou descended the staircase, each footfall a declaration of her intent, until she stood before Jiang Jinhui. He believed she had finally relented, prepared to offer an apology to Xiaoling, and his gaze softened in response. To his astonishment, Jiang Ciyou approached him, her demeanor calm yet exuding a formidable pressure that sent a chill down his spine. Father, this shall be the last time I address you as such. In ancient times, there were those who severed ties in a manner befitting their principles. Today, I shall emulate that. Turning to the assembly, she proclaimed, a father who knows not his daughter, and a daughter who knows not her father, I hereby declare that from this day forth, I, Jiang Ciyou, have no further ties to the Jiang family of Rongqing. Henceforth, I shall no longer be known as the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Whoever covets this title may claim it for themselves. I have no further association with it. Today, I, Jiang Ciyou, sever familial ties. Let all bear witness. With that declaration, Jiang Ciyou seized the hem of her skirt and, with a fierce motion, tore away a piece of fabric. Before Jiang Jinhui, she cast the torn remnant to the ground with disdain. Jiang Jinhui's face paled with rage. In stark contrast, Yao Shulan, unusually silent, found her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Surrounding spectators exchanged furtive whispers. She truly tore her skirt to sever ties. Strange as it seems, she possesses a remarkable audacity. The Jiang family is one of Rongqing's preeminent clans. Is she truly willing to relinquish such a privileged status? Perhaps Jiang Ciyou has watched too many dramas, believing herself to be the protagonist, merely putting on a show. Who knows, she might be back in tears by tomorrow. Jiang Jinhui had never fathomed that Jiang Ciyou would take such drastic action. His expression morphed into one of dismay. The severance of ties was a disgraceful blow to the Jiang family, inflicted by their own adopted daughter. Such news would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Jiang Xiaoxiao reveled in her triumph. Everything unfolded precisely as she had envisioned, even exceeding her expectations. Fuming, Jiang Jinhui pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ciyou. Jiang Ciyou, mark my words, do not regret this. Tomorrow, do not come crying for a return. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou knelt before him, yet her expression remained cold and resolute. Believing she had reconsidered, Jiang Jinhui was taken aback when she bowed 3 times, each gesture resonating with finality. Mr. Jiang, these 3 bows are a token of gratitude for your and Madame Jiang's nurturing. From this moment forth, we are no longer indebted to one another. Having completed her bows, Jiang Ciyou rose and strode decisively towards the exit. Jiang Jinhui's complexion fluctuated between white and red. After 2 decades of raising her, the prospect of such an irrevocable separation weighed heavily on his heart, yet, his anger surpassed his sorrow, fueled by Jiang Ciyou's blatant disregard for his dignity in front of so many witnesses. Just as Jiang Ciyou took her leave, she was intercepted by an unexpected figure. Lifting her gaze, she beheld a strikingly handsome visage, Bo Jinxiu, clad in a tailored suit. His tall frame exuded an air of nonchalance, one hand casually tucked in his pocket. Yet his countenance bore an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being, surveying the mundane world with effortless grace. The crowd's attention shifted to him, particularly Jiang Ciyou, whose eyes sparkled with delight and anticipation. The banquet was well underway, and Bo Jinxiu's late arrival had initially led her to believe he would not attend, yet here he was, undoubtedly delayed by pressing matters. The mere thought of him potentially sacrificing a significant commitment to grace her birthday celebration sent her heart fluttering with joy, as if she had sprouted wings. With an animated gait, she rushed to Bo Jinxiu's side, her voice laced with a playful tone. "Your Highness, what brings you here so late? I have been waiting for you for an eternity." Chapter 58. How greatly has she been wronged? Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinxiu instantly captivated the attention of the entire assembly. The attendees were all prominent figures from Rongqing, and no one was unfamiliar with the title of the crown prince. Notably, he was not an ordinary prince but the son of the nation's wealthiest man, the sole heir of the Bo group, and the very crown prince of the capital. The capital city was far beyond the small realm of Rongqing. It was well known that the crown prince was in Rongqing to personally oversee the Paradise Resort project. This resort was not merely a venture in the construction industry. It was a coveted prize across various sectors. This colossal project, valued in trillions, spanned multiple industries, and even the slightest hint of involvement from the crown prince could propel their families to unprecedented heights. Day in and day out, many sought every possible means to be acquainted with the crown prince, only to be rebuffed time and again. Yet, who would have imagined that the genuine daughter of the Jiang family was so intimately acquainted with him? Several noble young ladies were consumed with envy. What is the relationship between Miss Jiang Er and the crown prince? How is it that he has returned to attend her birthday celebration? Just look at Miss Jiang Er's bashful expression. It's as if she is on the verge of declaring her affections. The Jiang family truly is fortunate. Should Miss Jiang Er succeed in allying with the crown prince of the capital, the Jiang family will ascend to unparalleled heights. I doubt it. Attending a birthday banquet does not necessarily signify anything substantial. Voices of varied opinions filled the air, inundated with a tide of envy and resentment. Initially, many had come to relish the Jiang family's misfortunes, but now they were overtaken by a mix of envy and jealousy, having completely forgotten the events that had just transpired. Those surrounding Jiang Jinhui began to quietly flatter him. "Director Jiang, it seems that your second daughter has a connection with the crown prince. It appears you shall soon become the national in-law. Indeed, if the Jiang family forges ties with the Bo family, do not forget to look after us old friends. Miss Er is truly remarkable. She has brought you great honor." Jiang Jinhui felt a flush of embarrassment at their words. He excitedly approached Bo Jinxiu. "Your Highness, I was unaware of your arrival. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Uncle Jiang, you may simply call me Axie." There is no need for such formality. To his surprise, the crown prince exhibited such humility, insisting on foregoing formalities. Wasn't he reputed to be unruly, arrogant, and disdainful of all? Yet, before Jiang Jinhui, he was as courteous as an ordinary junior. Certainly, this was due to his connection with Jiang Ciyou. It appeared that Miss Jiang Er indeed shared an extraordinary bond with the crown prince. Jiang Ciyou was also brimming with excitement, relishing the envious and jealous gazes that surrounded her. These looks were akin to fine nourishment, inflating her self-esteem to remarkable heights. In a moment of impulsiveness, she attempted to take Bo Jinxiu's arm, only to be deftly evaded. Bo Jinxiu shot her a frosty glance, causing her heart to sink as she instinctively took a step back. Perhaps he was simply unaccustomed to displays of intimacy in front of others. Standing nearby, Jiang Jinhui observed this interaction with a flicker of suspicion. Bo Jinxiu suddenly cast his gaze upon Jiang Ciyou, his attention drawn to the torn hem of her dress. His expression turned notably colder, and his tone towards Jiang Jinhui grew distant. Bo Jinxiu remarked, "It seems I have inadvertently missed quite the spectacle." Jiang Jinhui realized that Bo Jinxiu was focused on Jiang Ciyou, and assuming he found her current disheveled state unbecoming for a family of their stature, he scolded, "Unfilial daughter, have you not already severed ties with our Jiang family? Why do you not take your leave?" Hearing this, Jiang Ciyou lifted her foot to step forward but was obstructed by Bo Jinxiu's outstretched arm. Calmly, he stated, "Uncle Jiang, forgive my impertinence, but may I inquire what has transpired?" Bo Jinxiu had intended to arrive much earlier but had been delayed by an encounter with Xueqin at the entrance, from which he had only recently extricated himself. He had not anticipated that in such a brief interval, a scandal involving torn ties would unfold. What sort of profound grievance had Jiang Ciyou endured to resort to such actions? An air of chilling intensity emanated from Bo Jinxiu, lowering the atmosphere around them to a palpable tension, yet every word he uttered remained respectful and courteous. Jiang Jinhui was perplexed by Bo Jinxiu's sudden interest in the private matters of his family. He had not intended to publicize their affairs, for the severance of ties with an adopted daughter was hardly a matter of pride. However, upon hearing Bo Jinxiu's inquiry, Jiang Ciyou seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Highness, you may be unaware, but this is my parents' adopted daughter, Jiang Ciyou." Today, my parents took Sister Xiaoling as a foster daughter, which displeased my sister, leading her to push the pregnant Sister Xiaoling down the stairs in a fit of anger. Fortunately, Sister Xiaoling is unharmed. She is kind-hearted and does not wish to hold a grudge. My father merely asked my sister to apologize, and we could have left this matter behind, yet my sister not only refused to apologize but also sought to sever ties with us.
Jiang Ciyou embellished the incident as she recounted it. Jiang Jinhui's expression darkened.
This is a private matter for the Jiang family, one in which my parenting has evidently fallen short. I apologize for allowing you to witness this spectacle. Upon hearing everything, Bo Jinqiu's demeanor had turned frostily menacing. He had not anticipated that Jiang Ciyou had suffered such a profound injustice, an injustice that left her without a voice in her own defense. Bo Jinqiu let out a cold laugh.
Is that so, Miss Xia? Was it indeed the eldest Miss Jiang who pushed you?
He suddenly directed his gaze towards Xiaoling, who had just approached alongside Yin Feng, standing behind Jiang Jinhui. Under the weight of his authoritative gaze, Xiaoling felt an inexplicable anxiety. Feigning a look of grievance, she replied, I believed Ciyou did not act with intention.
Bo Jinqiu's voice remained icy. Regardless of intent, does your state— Bo, what do you mean by that? Bo Jinqiu pressed, are you certain you are not lying?
The word lying hung in the air like a damning label affixed to Xiaoling. Had it been anyone else, it might have been inconsequential, but coming from the crown prince, whom all sought to align with, each of his words carried immense weight. Murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd. Xiaoling hastily retorted, I am not lying. Just moments ago, as I ascended the stairs, I exchanged a few words with Ciyou. Perhaps she was in a foul mood and pushed me down the stairs.
Many witnessed it.
This was a trap that she and Jiang Ciyou had meticulously devised. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou had mentioned that the banquet hall of the Cloud Peak restaurant was reserved for esteemed guests, and thus, no cameras had been installed, leaving no room for error.
Jiang Ciyou chimed in, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I was standing not far off and saw my sister deliberately push Sister Xiaoling down the stairs. Not only I, but they also witnessed it.
The they she referred to were her entourage, who had benefited greatly from her.
Naturally, they echoed her sentiments.
Indeed, we all saw it. Bo Jinqiu's gaze swept across their faces, his cold eyes glinting like daggers. Chapter 59. Jiang Ciyou is a married woman. Jiang Ciyou vaguely sensed that Bo Jinqiu seemed to be showing favoritism towards Jiang Ciyou. Could it be that Jiang Ciyou has some sort of relationship with Bo Jinqiu? She recalled that Jiang Ciyou had previously conducted an exclusive interview with him, perhaps that was when they first became acquainted. However, Jiang Ciyou speculated that they were merely friends. After all, Jiang Ciyou was indeed a married woman. Jiang Ciyou felt no fear at all. She had deliberately inquired with the manager of the Yunding restaurant and learned that there were no surveillance cameras installed. Moreover, no one had witnessed the events that transpired. She was confident that no evidence would be left behind. Given this, she was indifferent to the idea of further tarnishing Jiang Ciyou's reputation. She spoke up, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but my sister harbors a personal grudge against Sister Xiaoling. When she pushed Sister Xiaoling, she actually intended to harm the child in her womb.
Bo Jinqiu's expression turned frosty. His voice was cool and detached. From my understanding of Miss Jiang, she has no reason to act in such a manner. Whispers spread throughout the crowd. At this point, it was clear to all that Bo Jinqiu was acquainted with Miss Jiang, and he appeared to be showing some bias. Jiang Ciyou noticed this as well. Based on his understanding of Jiang Ciyou, what did he truly understand? She cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou and scoffed, Your Highness, you are unaware that my sister has every reason to act this way. The man she loves is Brother Yin Feng, while Brother Yin Feng is in love with Sister Xiaoling, who is also carrying his child. My sister, consumed by jealousy, acted rashly and targeted Sister Xiaoling. The onlookers displayed expressions of sudden realization.
So the rumors circulating were indeed true. Their gazes shifted toward the distinguished young Master Yen, the heir of the Yen group, who was undeniably handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura. It was no wonder that Miss Jiang was driven to madness by love, prompting such reckless actions. If Jiang Ciyou were truly the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she would indeed be a suitable match. However, she was merely an impostor, and her original family background was so disreputable. How could she possibly be worthy now? Bo Jinqiu inquired. Are you suggesting that Miss Jiang targeted Miss Xia because she covets young Master Yen?
Jiang Ciyou certainly could not reveal that Jiang Ciyou was Yin Feng's wife, while Xiaoling was merely the other woman.
Yet, such a disgraceful matter, Jiang Ciyou would never disclose herself. Her inherent pride made her disdainful of such admissions. Jiang Ciyou seized upon this weakness and began to weave a reckless narrative. Of course, Brother Yin Feng is so exceptional. My sister has always coveted him. Since Brother Yin Feng and Sister Xiaoling share mutual affection, my sister has been trying her best to become their third party. At this moment, Jiang Ciyou disregarded the dignity of the Jiang family. She was determined to ensure that Jiang Ciyou became a figure of utter disgrace in front of the prince. Suddenly, Bo Jinqiu chuckled, then it makes even less sense. How could my girlfriend, Jiang Ciyou, possibly covet another man? His words brought an abrupt silence to the room. What did the prince mean by this? Even Jiang Ciyou seemed unable to comprehend. How could Jiang Ciyou possibly be your girlfriend? This is absolutely impossible. Bo Jinqiu naturally wrapped his arm around Jiang Ciyou's waist, casting a loving glance at her, his eyes filled with affection. He then looked up, his gaze still soft. Are we not a good match? Never had the audience witnessed the usually aloof prince display such tender affection. The socialites surrounding them, captivated by his gaze that seemed to melt like glaciers, could hardly conceal their envy and jealousy towards the woman nestled in the prince's embrace. Jiang Ciyou could not accept this reality. The notion of Jiang Ciyou being the prince's girlfriend was utterly absurd. She shot a glance at Jiang Ciyou, her eyes ablaze with jealousy, and almost blurted out, Your Highness, are you being deceived by my sister? She is, after all, a married woman. Within mere seconds, Jiang Ciyou had already formed a judgment in her heart. Jiang Ciyou's looks were indeed commendable. It was not surprising that the prince was entranced. However, the prince must not know that Jiang Ciyou was already married, therefore, she would ruthlessly expose Jiang Ciyou's deception. She was resolved to ensure that Jiang Ciyou saw Jiang Ciyou's true nature. Jiang Ciyou's eyes revealed no fury, not even a hint of surprise crossed his features. He casually inquired, "Oh, you claim that my girlfriend has a husband, pray tell, who is he?" This question left Jiang Ciyou momentarily speechless. Today, she and Xiaoling had orchestrated this grand performance. Jiang Ciyou had already become the mistress, disrupting Yanfeng and Xiaoling's relationship. If the truth were to suddenly emerge that Jiang Ciyou and Yanfeng were a legitimate married couple, the situation would instantly turn against them. Xiaoling would become the mistress, while she would be branded as an accomplice. Moreover, the Yan family would be thoroughly disgraced, and they would not spare her. Jiang Ciyou could not reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Xiaoling was also tense, fixated on Jiang Ciyou, fearing that this fool might inadvertently disclose everything. Fortunately, she still retained a shred of composure. Yanfeng, however, frowned, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ciyou's hand resting on Jiang Ciyou's waist, his expression cold and solemn. Jiang Ciyou declared, "Regardless, my sister is already married, she is not innocent, you must have been deceived by her, she is nothing but a scheming, malicious vixen." Jiang Ciyou's gaze suddenly turned icy, his voice seemed to resonate with a layer of frost, emanating a chilling aura. "Miss Jiang, you repeatedly refer to your sister as sister, yet every word is laced with slander, aimed at tarnishing her reputation. I believe it is you, Miss Jiang, who is devoid of manners and harbors a malicious heart." To be publicly branded as lacking in upbringing and possessing a vile disposition by Jiang Ciyou left Jiang Ciyou trembling with rage. The surrounding crowd began to murmur and point fingers at her. Jiang Ciyou felt as though she had been struck in the face, her anger boiling over. She stammered, "Your Highness, although you hold a position of great power, you cannot defame others without cause. Even if my sister is your girlfriend, you cannot turn a blind eye to the facts in her favor. She did push Xiaoling, and we all witnessed it. The fact that she was capable of pushing a pregnant woman is enough to prove that she is a cold-hearted and vicious woman." Jiang Ciyou's lips curled into a cold smirk, his voice carrying an air of intimidation and threat. "Are you certain that you witnessed this with your own eyes? If not, you would be guilty of slander and defamation. Miss Jiang, you may find it difficult to bear the consequences of falsely accusing my girlfriend." "Miss Jiang, do you dare to swear?" Jiang Ciyou felt the weight of his intimidation and threat, especially when confronted with that icy gaze, which felt like a glinting dagger. Nevertheless, she was now beyond caring. At this moment, her sole desire was to crush Jiang Ciyou. "I swear, I witnessed my sister push Xiaoling. If what I say is false, may the Jiang family go bankrupt, and may I, Jiang Ciyou, suffer a lifetime of poverty and misfortune." Chapter 60. How could a disgraced individual transform into her? Jiang Ciyou swore the most venomous oaths, yet internally, she was mocking such vows. She had no faith in. If oaths could be taken seriously, countless individuals would be struck by lightning every day. Thus, she spoke almost impulsively, appearing resolute and sincere. Jiang Ciyou was confident that Jiang Ciyou would find no flaws. It was precisely this certainty that led her to use the intangible concept of oaths as a means of coercion. Jiang Ciyou, however, merely smiled faintly. "Excellent, I hope Miss Jiang remembers the words spoken today when the time comes to uphold her oath." He then picked up his phone and made a call. "Contact the general manager of Yunding and have him come immediately." 5 minutes later, General Manager Huang Ku of Yunding rushed in. The crowd surrounded the area like a fortress, unwilling to blink as they watched the unfolding drama. Although Miss Jiang had been shouting, she was trembling all over, her exquisite jewelry failing to mask her disarray. In contrast, Zhang Dang, who should have been the most wretched today, radiated an undeniable aura of resolve and decisiveness from the moment she tore her skirt and severed ties. Especially now, though she remained silent, her calm and composed demeanor exuded an elegance and nobility that transformed her tattered skirt into an exquisitely unique piece, harmonizing beautifully with her presence and radiating a distinct charm. Huang Ku, visibly anxious, approached Jiang Ciyou. "Your Highness, did you summon me for something?" Upon seeing Manager Huang from Yunding appear, Jiang Ciyou found it laughable. Jiang Ciyou was indeed adept at bluffing. What purpose did calling Huang Ku serve? Even the police would be of no use here. There were no surveillance cameras, they would find no evidence. Jiang Ciyou spoke. "Manager Huang, activate the eagle eye system." Huang Ku paused momentarily, seemingly intrigued that the young master was aware of the eagle eye system. However, he hesitated. "Your Highness, that is against protocol, I cannot bear the responsibility." Jiang Ciyou replied nonchalantly, "Yunding is 50% owned by the Bo family, although I do not participate in the management of Yunding Group. As a major shareholder, I believe I possess this right." Huang Ku was taken aback. There was indeed a mysterious major shareholder, known only to the chairman and vice-chairman. This individual held a significant stake in the group, with Yunding Restaurant merely being the tip of the iceberg. This major shareholder had always been a legendary and enigmatic figure within Yunding Group. To learn that it was the young master of the Bo family was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Huang Ku immediately responded respectfully, "I will attend to it right away." Meanwhile, the crowd wore expressions of bewilderment. "What is the eagle eye system? I've never heard of it." The young master is actually the major shareholder of Yunding. It seems the Bo family truly dominates everything. The eagle eye system, I have heard of it. It is the military's highest level surveillance system. In simple terms, it provides a comprehensive 360-degree monitoring capability without blind spots. Regular surveillance can only monitor specific areas, but the eagle eye system is unrestricted by time or space, allowing access to high-definition footage of any individual, anywhere, at any time.
Heavens, does this place really have the eagle eye system? So, our every move has been under surveillance?
The Yunding banquet hall is generally reserved for high-ranking officials or foreign dignitaries, so it's not surprising that it is equipped with the eagle eye system. Jiang Ciyou listened to the discussions around her, unable to believe her ears. What on earth was this eagle eye system? She had confirmed with security that there were no surveillance cameras in this banquet hall. How could a 360-degree monitoring system suddenly appear? Jiang Ciyou remained skeptical. However, when the figures of Xiaoling and Jiang Ciyou were projected onto the large screen in the banquet hall with crystal clarity, she was utterly dumbfounded. Their conversation at that moment was displayed word for word before everyone's eyes. Xiaoling, to this day, I still don't understand why you had to steal Yanfeng using such despicable means, because I am envious. You were like leaves basking in the sun, while I am the roots buried deep underground. My jealousy drives me nearly mad. You chose this path yourself, wielding the knife against those who sincerely care for you. You sacrificed your heart, betraying friendship. Discussing this with you is utterly meaningless. I have no regrets about treating you well, Jiang Ciyou. You will never be rid of me. Never. Everything that transpired was fully revealed before the crowd. As Xiaoling uttered those words, she suddenly grasped Jiang Ciyou's arm, then leaned back dramatically, feigning a stumble down the stairs, ultimately falling to the ground. The scene then shifted to Xiaoling's scream, drawing the attention of those nearby, followed by her accusation of Jiang Ciyou pushing her. The footage concluded there. The banquet hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The eagle eye system was indeed extraordinary. The projected images had a three-dimensional effect, making it feel as if everything was occurring right before their eyes. At this moment, the truth was glaringly evident. Jiang Ciyou had not pushed Xiaoling. Instead, Xiaoling had deliberately tumbled down the stairs to frame Jiang Ciyou, then cried thief. Moreover, from their dialogue, the onlookers gleaned subtle hints. So it turns out that young Master Yan was stolen from Miss Jiang by Miss Xiaoling using underhanded tactics? How could such a beautiful Miss Jiang have let him go for someone like her? Look at her pregnant belly. What do you think she used to achieve that? Who would have thought that Miss Jiang and Miss Xiaoling were friends from high school? Miss Jiang helped her so much, yet she repays her kindness with betrayal. Throughout, Miss Jiang has been forthright and dignified. Who would have guessed that the seemingly innocent and delicate Miss Xiaoling harbored such malicious intentions? Miss Jiang Ciyou is clearly an accomplice, swearing she witnessed everything and made such venomous oaths without fear of retribution. Not only that, she had the Jiang family adopt Miss Xia as a goddaughter, all to spite Miss Jiang. No wonder Miss Jiang tore her skirt and severed ties. Who would have thought that the true daughter of the Jiang family has such a dark heart? It is said she was raised by a murderer in a slum. Such despicable tactics are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Under her control, the Jiang family is bound to meet its downfall. The crowd began to murmur, pointing fingers and gossiping. Jiang Jinhui and Yashulan observed the scene with extremely complex emotions. They had genuinely believed Jiang Ciyou had pushed Xiaoling, unaware that it was Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling who had conspired against her. Yashulan's gaze towards Jiang Ciyou grew cold for the first time. Everyone was watching the Jiang family's farce. Jiang Ciyou stood rooted to the spot, her head spinning. This grand spectacle of disgrace was originally meant for Jiang Ciyou. She could not comprehend how it ultimately fell upon her. Chapter 61. My girlfriend is frail and cannot bear the blame. Deep within Jiang Ciyou's heart, an overwhelming sense of resentment surged forth, akin to a serpent coiling, twisting, and writhing, as if it were about to burst forth from her chest. Her fingers tightened into a fist, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Anger and humiliation rendered her body uncontrollable, her shoulders trembling violently like a bowstring drawn to its limit. She shouted at the screen, "This is all a lie. It is all fabricated by Jiang Ciyou to frame me." Her voice was a desperate cry directed at the crowd, yet the glances directed her way were increasingly peculiar, akin to that of a madwoman. Some even recoiled in disdain. Jiang Jinhui could no longer endure the spectacle. He strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Ciyou's face. Jiang Ciyou, haven't you caused enough chaos? You've brought disgrace upon the entire Jiang family. In an instant, Jiang Ciyou fell silent, tears cascading down her cheeks. She couldn't comprehend how the situation had spiraled so drastically. Jiang Jinhui, his face flushed, apologized to the onlookers. I apologize for the antics of my two daughters. They have made fools of themselves. He continued, today's debacle stems from a misunderstanding regarding my eldest daughter, Jiang Ciyou. I believe my younger daughter has also been misled by outsiders. As for the matter of our adopting a goddaughter, let it be forgotten, our family would never take in someone with ulterior motives. Jiang Jinhui approached Xiaoling. Miss Xia, please take your leave. You are not welcome in the Jiang family. Xiaoling, already in a state of disarray, felt exposed as her actions were laid bare before the public. Initially, she intended to use the wrestling match to tarnish Jiang Ciyou's reputation, shattering Yanfeng's illusions, yet now, the blame had been thrust upon her own head. The gazes of those around her no longer mattered to her. Having endured humiliation from her mother since childhood, she had even been stripped and bound to a tree during her adolescence, mercilessly beaten while the entire neighborhood looked on, as if witnessing a circus. From that moment, she had shed all sense of dignity and shame. What she truly feared was that Yanfeng, upon realizing the truth, would reignite his affections for Jiang Ciyou. She dreaded the prospect of their reconciliation, having labored for years to keep them apart. Xiaoling lifted her gaze to Yanfeng, but he remained fixated on Jiang Ciyou. Though he appeared calm, Xiaoling could discern the tempest brewing beneath his composed exterior. Witnessing the intimate exchange between Yanfeng and Xiaoling, Jiang Jinhui seethed with fury. Were it not for this man abandoning Ciyou for the enchantress Xiaoling, such a humiliating scene would never have unfolded. Jiang Jinhui decided to expel them both. Young Master Yan, I will not keep you here any longer. Yan Feng finally withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ciyou and Jiang Ciyou, casting a cold glance at Xia Ling before turning away, striding towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Xia Ling hurriedly pursued him. With their departure, Jiang Jinhui's expression softened slightly. He approached Jiang Ciyou, his voice gentle. "Ciyou, it appears your father has misjudged you." He then turned coldly to Jiang Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, come here and apologize to your sister." Jiang Xiaoxiao covered her face, gritting her teeth as she approached. She knew it was futile. At this moment, she had no choice. "I'm sorry, sister Da, I was just joking with you." Jiang Xiaoxiao begrudgingly uttered her apology. Jiang Jinhui attempted to mediate, saying, "Ciyou, your sister did not grow up alongside us, so she lacks the grace and poise of a true lady. Her actions were merely a moment of folly. As the elder sister, you should forgive her. After all, we are family, and what true enmity exists among us?" Since Jinxiu's arrival, Jiang Ciyou had remained largely silent, her expression calm, like an observer detached from the unfolding drama. Her voice, now icy and distant, pierced through the tension. "She may have been joking, but I do not take this lightly. Mr. Jiang, I have severed ties with your family. I do not accept your so-called apology. Everything Jiang Xiaoxiao has done to me today will be repaid in kind, and thus, she need not apologize." Jiang Ciyou had finally come to a profound understanding. When she was misunderstood, they had never once doubted her innocence. They merely sought to smooth over the incident for the sake of the Jiang family's reputation. Even now, fully aware of her entrapment, they sought to dismiss the matter with hollow excuses, maintaining their facade of familial harmony. Jiang Jinhui's insinuation that Jiang Xiaoxiao's lack of refinement stemmed from not being raised within their household, implying that Jiang Ciyou had usurped the position of the Jiang family's eldest daughter, only served to deepen her disillusionment. Ultimately, the blame was laid at Jiang Ciyou's feet. With her illusions of familial affection shattered, she would no longer be bound by their moral coercion. Jiang Jinhui, suppressing his emotions, implored, "Ciyou, although you are not my biological daughter, we have nurtured you with love and care since childhood. Do you truly not value the bond we've shared over the years?" Xiaoxiao's behavior is a reflection of the abuse she suffered from her biological parents during her upbringing. Is it not possible for you to consider her suffering and your own years of privilege and show her some compassion? Jiang Ciyou smiled. "Mr. Jiang, your words are indeed amusing. I was merely an infant at birth. What could I possibly control? The exchange of two children was not orchestrated by me. It was the responsibility of you as guardians. Taking a step back, if it was Yin Ruyun's doing, why should I bear the consequences? You should seek her out for retribution, rather than holding me accountable for Jiang Xiaoxiao's lost opportunities. Moreover, I firmly believe in the principle of cause and effect. The swapping of children was a result of your own actions, yet the burden of suffering falls squarely upon me. At the end of the day, I too am a victim of this ordeal. Following the incident, your family has treated me with insincerity and pretense. If this is the fortune you speak of, I would gladly relinquish it to Jiang Xiaoxiao. Mr. Jiang, as of today, I have no further ties to the Jiang family. I have stated clearly that we owe each other nothing and shall not engage further." Jiang Ciyou's words were sharp and resolute, causing Jiang Jinhui to tremble with rage. "Unfilial daughter, this is insufferable." Yet, in that moment, Jiang Ciyou suddenly enveloped Jiang Ciyou in his embrace. "Mr. Jiang, my girlfriend is frail and cannot bear the weight of the blame you cast upon her." Chapter 62. Everyone went to celebrate Jiang Ciyou's birthday. Jinhui coldly remarked, "Since that is the case, we shall take our leave." With that, he wrapped an arm around Jiang Ciyou and made his way toward the exit of the banquet hall. After walking for a short while, he suddenly halted. Turning around, Jinhui addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the birthday of my girlfriend. I have arranged a banquet on the 88th floor of Yunding. If you are not averse, you are welcome to join us. Today's gathering is for esteemed guests." A stir rippled through the crowd. Who would dare refuse an invitation from the crown prince? Countless individuals sought to curry favor, yet few had the opportunity. Instantly, many stepped forward. "Your Highness, we will go celebrate with Miss Jiang." "I shall attend." "So shall I." It is said that the banquet hall on the 88th floor of Yunding is reserved for state leaders and is never open to the public. I have heard the scenery is akin to a celestial paradise. It is a must-see. The guests of the Jiang family immediately surged out after Jinhui. Within 5 minutes, the once lively banquet had become sparse and nearly deserted, leaving only a handful of Jiang family relatives. They approached Jiang Jinhui, sighing heavily. Who would have thought that the heir of such a wealthy family would be Jiang Ciyou's boyfriend? This was a golden opportunity for our family. How could it have suddenly turned to dust? Jiang Ciyou has always been academically gifted and possesses a talent for design. The award-winning pieces from Qing Benjiaorun were all crafted by her hand, were they not? Despite her not designing products for the company in recent years, she still creates works to represent the company at the Milan exhibitions. With relations now so strained, will she even assist the company at the upcoming summer fashion week? Had we managed to establish a connection with the Bo family, our Jiang family would have soared to great heights, free from worry for eternity. To think that a cooked duck could fly away right before our eyes, what a travesty! Jiang Xiaoxiao listened to her uncles and aunts lamenting and pounding their chests in despair. Anger welled up within her as she interjected, "What is so remarkable about Jiang Ciyou? Do you really believe the crown prince has genuine affection for her? She is a married woman. He must have been deceived when he eventually realizes he has been played by Jiang Ciyou. Let us see if he will cast her even a glance. Furthermore, I can represent the company in the Milan fashion design competition. I refuse to believe I would lose to her." Jinhui is clearly blinded by folly. He will soon awaken to the truth. I am now Jinhui's personal secretary, seeing him daily.
I certainly have the potential to ascend to the Bo family. Silence.
Jiang Ciyou could no longer contain his frustration.
Jiang Xiaoxiao, how dare you stand there and speak with such conviction? The disgrace the Jiang family has faced today is entirely due to you. To represent Jiang Ciyou in the competition with your subpar designs? It would be embarrassing enough to do so domestically, yet you wish to tarnish our name abroad?
Look at yourself, not even the finest brands can mask your humble origins. Compare yourself to your sister, and then to yourself.
After all these years of etiquette training from your mother, is this the best you could achieve?
You are forbidden from going anywhere, remain at home and do not bring further shame upon us.
Jiang Xiaoxiao stood frozen.
Though Jiang Ciyou had never been particularly close to her in the 3 years since her return, he had always treated her kindly. She had believed he saw her potential in design, which was why she was placed in the design department. Had he truly perceived her creations as unworthy, in their eyes, Jiang Ciyou, despite her current predicament, remained infinitely superior to her. Jiang Ciyou harbored disdain for her. She would never measure up to Jiang Ciyou. Tears surged forth from Jiang Xiaoxiao's eyes. She glanced at Yao Shula and Ai in the past. She would have rushed forward to defend herself, but now, she merely stood by, witnessing Jiang Jinhui's harsh reprimands and humiliation in silence. Yao Shulan's gaze was vacant, seemingly lost in thought. She appeared unfazed by Jiang Jinhui's scorn, likely preoccupied with thoughts of Jiang Ciyou, convinced that she was inferior in every conceivable way. Their regret stemmed solely from Jiang Ciyou's current association with the crown prince. If Bo Jinxi's girlfriend were her instead, she would be the one basking in affirmation, praise, and adulation. She would undoubtedly become Bo Jinxi's girlfriend, no matter the means. Jiang Ciyou, I shall never concede to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Xiao Ling exited, she persistently chased after Yin Feng, who walked at a brisk pace, seemingly indifferent to her lagging behind. Anger and coldness consumed Xiao Ling as she observed his retreating figure. Fear gripped her heart. She had always maintained an image of perfection, magnanimity, and kindness in Yin Feng's eyes. Today, however, he had witnessed her attempting to ensnare Jiang Ciyou. What would he think of her? Upon reaching the parking lot, Yin Feng opened the car door and entered without a backward glance, leaving Xiao Ling to run after him, calling his name. Seeing her fragile and solitary silhouette in the rearview mirror, Yin Feng felt an overwhelming agitation. Suddenly, Xiao Ling stumbled over a stone and fell to the ground. Yin Feng slammed on the brakes, ultimately exiting the vehicle and rushing to her side. Upon seeing him return, Xiao Ling lifted her tear-streaked face, resembling a wilted flower.
Ah Feng, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, just once, will you?
Trembling, she clutched Yin Feng's wrist with a pitiful expression.
Ah Feng, I love you too much.
I am terrified you will return to Jiang Ciyou's side. I know you were childhood sweethearts and that you have not entirely let her go. I thought I could be indifferent, but I realize I cannot bear it. I am so frightened. Without you, I cannot survive with our child. Please forgive me just this once. Seeing the terror in her eyes, akin to the world collapsing around her, Yin Feng's gaze softened slightly, yet his voice remained frosty.
Xiao Ling, this is not the first time.
I have already forgiven you once for using Vivian to frame Jiang Ciyou, and those things on your computer. Xiao Ling, you have truly disappointed me. A look of shock flashed in Xiao Ling's eyes. He had seen her computer. He must have deciphered her login password. A flicker of unease crossed her mind. Had he discovered something? But none of that mattered at the moment. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Ah Feng, I admit it, all of this was my doing. I intentionally framed Jiang Ciyou, but it was all out of love for you. I am terrified of losing you. Jiang Ciyou is so much, and all I have is you and our baby.
I cannot lose a father before the child is even born. Ah Feng, for the sake of our baby, please forgive me, just once, will you? Chapter 63 of the 14-year-old Xiao Ling and Jiang Ciyou. Xiao Ling mentioned the baby in her womb, and at last, Yin Feng's expression. His gaze fell upon Xiao Ling's slightly protruding abdomen. You've fallen twice today, are you alright?
Xiao Ling remained half-crouched on the ground, one hand pressed against her belly.
Ah Feng, my stomach hurts a little.
Yin Feng quickly helped her to her feet. Subsequently, Xiao Ling took her place in the passenger seat of the car. Yin Feng's countenance still bore a grim look, as though he was struggling to contain his emotions.
Xiao Ling, for so many years, I believed I knew you well, yet today, I find you utterly unfamiliar. Was your gentleness, kindness, and innocence merely a facade? Xiao Ling, you now feel like a stranger to me.
Xiao Ling lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks like heavy raindrops.
Anyone witnessing her pitiable state would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. Yin Feng casually offered her a tissue. Xiao Ling accepted it, cautiously glancing at him before quickly averting her gaze once more. Clutching the tissue, her voice trembled as she spoke. Ah Feng, I grew up in a place like Yenyu Alley. If I were truly just gentle, kind, and innocent, I would have perished countless times by now. Yin Feng's eyes flickered. The name Yenyu Alley sounded pleasant, yet it was, in reality, a slum on the outskirts of Rongqing, rife with violence, bloodshed, and all manner of sordid dealings. He was aware of Xiao Ling's past but had never probed into its depths. As she continued to weep, Xiao Ling recounted, My mother is a madwoman, and my father is disabled from the moment I can remember. My mother has tormented both me and my father. I never had my own room. My clothes, shoes, and even my school bag were scavenged from trash heaps. I felt as though nothing in this world belonged to me, nor did I deserve to possess anything beautiful. Her voice resonated with despair, capable of pulling others into the depths of her tragic existence, leaving hearts shattered in its wake. When I was 14, I saved money for half a year by collecting scrap. I secretly bought a white dress from a clothing store. It was adorned with lace at the neckline and sleeves, and I cherished it immensely. I hid it under my bed, and whenever my parents were away, I would sneak it out to wear.
One day, my mother returned home early and caught me in the brand new white dress. She insisted I had stolen money to buy it. I will never forget that day. Xiaoling's head hung low, tears cascading down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling increasingly. She stripped me of my clothes and tied me to a large tree in the yard. Before my eyes, she cut the white dress into rags with scissors, then set it ablaze. Afterwards, she took a belt and struck me repeatedly. That afternoon, many heard the commotion and came to watch. By then, I was already 14, bloodied and beaten, surrounded by a crowd like a spectacle. They did not intervene, they merely gawked, pointing and laughing, with those disgusting, judgmental gazes, urging my mother to strike harder. I lost consciousness several times from the beating. Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, Yanfeng felt a sharp pang in his heart. He knew of her troubled family background, how Xia Shoufan often abused her, but he had never fathomed the extent of her suffering. Involuntarily, Yanfeng's thoughts drifted to Jiang Ciyou. What had Jiang Ciyou been doing at the age of 14? He recalled that she had represented Huaguo at the United Nations, speaking fluently in English and receiving applause from an audience of diverse nations. At 14, she had taken center stage at the Paris Opera House in a ballet costume, chosen on the spot by the Royal Ballet Company, yet she had declined the royal invitation simply because she found British cuisine unpalatable. At 14, Jiang Ciyou had countless beautiful princess dresses, exquisite jewelry, and was adored by all, shining with the brilliance of youth and vitality. Xiaoling and Jiang Ciyou were like two extremes of existence, one basking in the clouds, the other struggling in the mire. Sympathy and sorrow consumed Yanfeng's rationality, and his expression softened completely. He turned to embrace Xiaoling, his voice tinged with tenderness. Xiaoling, that is all in the past, your future will not be any less than Jiang Ciyou's. Leaning against his shoulder, Xiaoling appeared heartrendingly vulnerable. Ah Feng, I know I am unworthy of you, just like that white dress. I long to be near you, to possess you, yet it seems I must pay an enormous price. You are the best thing in my life, a ray of light in my dark existence. No matter the cost, I will not allow anyone to take you from me. I know you and Ciyou share a childhood bond, and you have yet to fully let go of those years of affection. I am terrified of the rekindling of your old feelings, which led me to act in such a moment of folly. Xiaoling straightened, her tear-filled gaze locked onto Yanfeng's eyes. Ah Feng, I love you. No one in this world loves you more than I do. Seeing the almost devout look in her eyes, Yanfeng held Xiaoling tightly in his embrace. He loved Xiaoling, for she revered him as a deity, her admiration and fervent affection making him feel like the most exceptional person in the world. In contrast, before Jiang Ciyou, he felt diminished, even compelled to seek her approval. Noticing that Yanfeng's demeanor had lost its fierce edge, and only pain remained in his eyes, Xiaoling sensed an opportune moment. Leaning against Yanfeng's chest, her voice soft as a newborn kitten, she cautiously assessed his expression. Ah Feng, will you divorce Ciyou? Can we live a good life together? I do not care if others label me a mistress, nor do I mind the title of Mrs. Yan, I only care whether you still love me. The connection between you and Ciyou fills me with constant fear and anxiety. I dread the possibility of your reconciliation. What will become of us and the baby then? At the mention of Jiang Ciyou, Yanfeng's gaze darkened noticeably. The name felt like a stone pressing upon his heart, intensifying with each heartbeat. Though he and Jiang Ciyou had not formalized their marriage, in Yanfeng's heart, she was his wife, belonging solely to him. This was why he had refrained from telling Xiaoling that they had never registered their marriage. That piece of paper held no significance. He and Jiang Ciyou were indeed a couple. Thus, he found himself unable to grant Xiaoling an identity in the conventional sense. The mere thought of Jiang Ciyou's entanglement with Bo Jinxiu caused the weight on his heart to feel as if it had suddenly multiplied, suffocating him. Chapter 64. Why do you want to harm me? Xiaoling observed as Yanfeng remained silent, his eyes reflecting a deep contemplation. She continued, moreover, Ciyou has long wished to divorce you. Now that she has latched onto Bo Jinxiu, she no longer covets the position of Mrs. Yan. She has declared that she no longer desires you, insisting that you be given to me, and even signed a divorce agreement for me. She is now eagerly yearning to embrace the prince. Xiaoling whispered, you know she has always been that kind of woman. When presented with a better option, she will undoubtedly abandon you once more. Xiaoling had her own insights regarding Bo. Jiang Ciyou had a penchant for cleanliness, Yanfeng and she had grown up together, being each other's first love. Even when she was fully aware of Yanfeng's betrayal, she stubbornly insisted on marrying him. Over the years, despite living abroad, her tempestuous nature had surprisingly refrained from retaliating against them. Xiaoling understood that Jiang Ciyou had been waiting for Yanfeng, thus she endured and did not sever ties completely, fearing there would be no room for reconciliation in the future. Jiang Ciyou had always been a person intolerant of even the slightest grain of sand. The only reason she could exercise such restraint was that she loved Yanfeng deeply. Hence, she would not resort to infidelity. As for Bo Jinxiu, it was likely that after their last interview, he had become friends with Jiang Ciyou. When he arrived today, he just happened to witness Jiang Ciyou in such a disheveled state. Perhaps out of a sense of justice, he could not remain indifferent. Xiaoling firmly believed there was no emotional entanglement between Jiang Ciyou and the prince, for their acquaintance had not even spanned a month. Upon hearing Xiaoling's words, Yanfeng quickly sensed the discrepancies within them. His gaze darkened as he released Xiaoling with a composed expression. He inquired, are you saying that Jiang Ciyou signed a divorce agreement for you? Xiaoling promptly retrieved a document from her bag, one she had prepared ever since her conversation with Jiang Ciyou. This was undoubtedly an opportune moment. Jiang Ciyou had explicitly stated that as long as Yanfeng signed the divorce agreement first, she would follow suit. However, Xiaoling was aware that Yanfeng would not sign, given the pressure from his parents and the elder. Jiang Ciyou was fully confident in this knowledge, which emboldened her, but what if Yin Feng believed that Jiang Ciyou had already signed? With his pride, it was highly probable he would impulsively affix his signature, even if he later regretted it. Thus, she had cleverly used a special erasable pen to forge Jiang Ciyou's handwriting and signed the agreement herself. Once Yin Feng added his signature, she would present the divorce agreement, now bearing his name, to Jiang Ciyou, who would likely also sign. This was her scheme. Fortunately, she excelled at mimicking Jiang Ciyou's handwriting. The diary incident had successfully deceived Yin Feng through her imitation, which was a significant factor in the separation of Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou. Yin Feng picked up the divorce agreement and flipped it to the last page, where he indeed found Jiang Ciyou's signature. His heart raced vigorously, as if something were about to burst forth from his chest. Jiang Ciyou could not possibly have signed such a divorce agreement, for they had never obtained a marriage certificate and thus had no need for any divorce procedures. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou had already unilaterally announced their breakup and had even moved out of the Yin household. However, Xiaoling was unaware of all this. At this moment, there was only one possibility. Xiaoling, in her ignorance of these facts, had drafted a divorce agreement herself, intending to coerce him into signing before pressuring Jiang Ciyou to do the same. In Xiaoling's view, this would achieve her goal of having them divorced. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated scheme. If he had indeed married Jiang Ciyou, they would mistakenly believe that the other had signed the divorce agreement first, and out of their mutual pride, both would likely affix their signatures. Yin Feng's fingers tightened around the agreement, nearly crumpling it in his grip. Xiaoling was deceiving him once more, yet, this was not the most pressing matter at hand. Yin Feng's gaze was fixated on the name Jiang Ciyou written on the document. Jiang Ciyou's handwriting was distinctive, as she had been trained by a master calligrapher from a young age. Her practice of cursive script had resulted in a unique style that combined the elegance of regular script with the fluidity of cursive, a style that was both graceful and easily recognizable. Having grown up alongside her, Yin Feng could identify her handwriting at a glance. The signature before him was indeed consistent with Jiang Ciyou's personal style, including the characteristic flourish at the end, the angle, and the pressure applied, all precisely as he remembered. However, it was impossible for Jiang Ciyou to have signed it. Seeing the troubled expression on Yin Feng's face, Xiaoling felt a flicker of uncertainty regarding whether he would sign. Yet, she had no path of retreat left. She grasped Yin Feng's arm, pleading, "Ah Feng, Ciyou has already signed. For the sake of our child, please sign as well. The child needs a legitimate father." Finally, Yin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes boring into Xiaoling's with an intensity that made her heart leap. The unfamiliar detachment in his expression sent a jolt through her. She could sense the restrained fury within him, ready to erupt. His voice was chillingly cold as he asked, "Xiaoling, are you certain this was genuinely signed by Jiang Ciyou?" Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback. Why would Yin Feng ask such a question? Her expression remained earnest, even innocent, making it difficult to suspect her of deceit. She responded, "She signed it in my presence, without a hint of hesitation." Yin Feng stared intently into Xiaoling's eyes, as if something within him were struggling to break free. He seemed to piece together a realization that he suddenly recalled their last inebriated conversation about the diary. Jiang Ciyou had urged him to confront her with the diary, displaying an unyielding confidence that left him pondering when she had become such a master of disguise. But now, it seemed highly probable that she truly had no knowledge. Xiaoling's ability to mimic Jiang Ciyou's handwriting was nearly flawless, and it was very likely that the various entries in that diary had also been forged by Xiaoling. Yin Feng felt a sudden awakening, as if blood were rushing backward through his veins, his heart pounding violently in his chest, nearly bursting with pain. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he gazed at Xiaoling, who appeared as innocent as a rabbit. In that moment, Yin Feng felt as foolish as a cow being led by the nose. It dawned on him that for all these years, he had been manipulated and brainwashed by Xiaoling's emotional ploys. Now, her face bore an innocent expression, with traces of dried tears still visible, presenting a weak and pitiable facade. As he looked into her duplicitous eyes, rage surged within him. He raised his hand and seized Xiaoling by the throat, exclaiming, "Xiaoling, I have treated you so well, and yet you have chosen to betray me." Chapter 65 Yin Feng. Gone mad suddenly, Xiaoling found herself with her neck in a vice-like grip. In that fleeting moment, she was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Yin Feng's demeanor had shifted so drastically. She had never witnessed such a side of him before. Yin Feng, a scion of wealth, prided himself on his noble heritage, exuding the poise and dignity of an esteemed family. Remarkably, he was humble and gentle, embodying a spirit of diligence that starkly contrasted with the vices often associated with the affluent. Over the past 3 years, he had treated Xiaoling with exceptional care, showering her with love and affection. Yet, she had never seen him in such a frenzied state. At this moment, Yin Feng resembled a wild beast driven to madness, his eyes ablaze, the veins on his neck bulged, revealing the depths of his fury. His fingers tightened their grip, erasing any trace of the gentlemanly gentleness he typically displayed, leaving only an overwhelming tide of rage and hatred. Xiaoling felt as though her neck were about to snap. For an instant, her mind went blank, her face flushed crimson, and she struggled to breathe. Let go of me, Yin Feng, you've lost your mind." In her distress, Xiaoling could not fathom the reasons behind Yin Feng's sudden insanity. She could only instinctively struggle, pounding her fists against his shoulders. "Yin Feng, please, baby, you mustn't hurt the baby." Upon hearing the word baby, a flicker of sanity returned to Yin Feng. He released Xiaoling, who, upon being freed, leaned against the car window, coughing violently. After a few moments, she finally turned to face him. Tears streamed down her face, as though she had suffered a grievous injustice, her eyes still reflecting the remnants of fear and unease. Though she was unaware of what had transpired, Xiaoling instinctively sensed that something was amiss. She feigned a pitiful demeanor, gripping the sleeve of Yin Feng's shirt.
Ah Feng, what has happened to you? Have I done something wrong? Regardless of my mistakes, it is only because I love you so deeply you will forgive me. One to you? Yin Feng gazed at her, finally perceiving the facade and innocence she wore.
Xiaoling, I shall never again believe your tears. With that, he forcefully shook off her grasp. In the next moment, he bolted out of the car. Yin Feng ran with reckless abandon, re-entering the Cloud Pinnacle restaurant. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, memories of the past crashed upon him like a tsunami. Yet amidst the turmoil, clarity dawned upon him that he suddenly understood that all the misunderstandings had been orchestrated by Xiaoling. The incidents that had led him to despise and loathe Jiang Ciyou were but traps set by her. Foolishly, he had fallen for her schemes, positioning himself in opposition to Jiang Ciyou. In that instant, all he yearned for was to see Jiang Ciyou, but he had no idea how he would explain himself upon encountering her, nor what he ought to say. Would he confess that he had loved her all along, that he had never forgotten her for a single moment, that their current predicament was merely a misunderstanding? Would he dare to ask her to return to his side? These thoughts flickered through Yin Feng's mind, yet he remained at a loss for words. Nevertheless, one conviction burned within him: he must see Jiang Ciyou. Immediately, without delay, Yin Feng burst into the hall of Cloud Pinnacle, making his way to the elevator. As the doors closed and the floors ascended, his heart grew heavier. The elevator soon halted at the entrance of the banquet hall on the 87th floor. He was aware that Jiang Xiaoxiao's birthday celebration was still underway, and Jiang Ciyou should still be inside. However, upon entering, Yin Feng was nearly struck dumb. The once bustling banquet hall had dwindled to a mere handful of guests. Jiang Jinhui and a group of relatives from the Jiang family were reprimanding Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was crying and throwing a fit. After a moment's pause, Yin Feng stepped forward, suppressing his emotions.
Where is Xiao Yu?
Jiang Jinhui and Yashu Lan were taken aback by Yin Feng's unexpected return. Ultimately, the events that transpired today were not without his involvement. Jiang Jinhui, filled with ire, glared at him.
Yin Feng, what are you doing back here? We have watched you grow, treating you like our own son, yet, how have you repaid us?
You have wronged Ciyou, consorting with someone of dubious character, leading Xiaoxiao astray, tarnishing our family's reputation. Yin Feng was not in a frame of mind to listen to such grievances. All he desired was to see Jiang Ciyou as soon as possible. Uncle Jiang, it is all my fault. I will make amends. Where is Ciyou? Please tell me, where is Jiang Ciyou right now?
Jiang Xiaoxiao noticed the suppressed, tumultuous anger swirling in Yin Feng's eyes and assumed he was there to settle scores with Jiang Ciyou.
With a scowl, she exclaimed, Jiang Ciyou is on the 88th floor of Cloud Pinnacle, where the prince is lavishly celebrating her birthday. Brother Yin Feng, I know you do not care for my sister, but she is, after all, Mrs.
Yen. She flits about, enticing men. Don't you feel the sting of betrayal?
A few days prior, Jiang Xiaoxiao had inadvertently discovered Jiang Ciyou on a date with a younger man and had promptly sent the compromising photos to Yin Feng. She had anticipated a dramatic fallout, yet was met with silence. In truth, Yin Feng did not love Jiang Ciyou, but as a man, he naturally resented the thought of being cuckolded. As expected, his expression darkened further. He shot Jiang Xiaoxiao a cold glare before turning on his heel to leave. Meanwhile, the 88th floor banquet hall was alive with exuberance. Though hastily arranged by the prince, the staff at Cloud Pinnacle had gone above and beyond, transforming the space as if it had been meticulously planned. The venue featured a cold buffet, with a massive rectangular table draped in pristine satin, laden with exquisite dishes and desserts. Towering champagne fountains adorned the room, and the air was imbued with fragrant blooms. Even the band performing in the hall had recently won an international award. In the center of the hall, a grand dance floor buzzed with activity. Amidst the music, many guests twirled and swayed. Jiang and Jiang Ciyou were among them. Jiang Ciyou had changed into a stunning outfit, a fiery red dress that hugged her waist perfectly, revealing a hint of her fair back, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The dance they performed was not the elegant waltz but rather a passionate tango. In her student days, Jiang Ciyou had captivated audiences with her dance. Although she had trained in ballet, she had always preferred modern and Latin dances. Though it had been some time since she last danced, as the music played, her body instinctively remembered the movements. She was unaware that Jiang could dance as well, and they shared an inexplicable chemistry. Their steps, whether forward, sideways, spinning, leaping, or pausing, flowed seamlessly together, as if they had danced countless times before. For reasons unknown, dancing with him evoked a sense of familiarity within Jiang Ciyou, a fleeting shadow flitting through her mind. Yet before she could grasp it, the tide of memory swept it back into the depths of her consciousness. Chapter 66. The Crown Prince seeks recognition. The revelers in the dance hall gradually ceased their movements, pausing to admire the enchanting dance of Jiang Ciyou and Jiang. The two spun and leaped gracefully at the center of the floor, their movements alternating between fervent passion and gentle elegance. Jiang Ciyou was breathtakingly beautiful, the hem of her crimson gown billowed around her like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Together, they formed a stunning tableau, one embodying ethereal beauty, the other strikingly handsome, their combined presence creating a mesmerizing spectacle that drew the gaze of all present. Even the envious and jealous debutantes could not deny the undeniable chemistry between them. Yin Feng had unknowingly melded into the crowd, his heart stirred by the sight of Jiang Ciyou and Jiang dancing so intimately. An indescribable emotion welled within him, compelling him to rush forward and separate the two, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of courage. As the music concluded, the couple came to a halt, prompting a thunderous applause to erupt throughout the banquet hall. Jiang led Jiang Ciyou to the center stage, addressing the audience. Today marks the birthday of my girlfriend, Jiang Ciyou. Anyone who offers her a birthday blessing shall become a lifelong member of the Yunding restaurant, enjoying all the privileges of VIP status. The crowd erupted in excitement. Yunding restaurant was the most prestigious establishment in Rongqing, notoriously difficult to access, often requiring reservations made weeks in advance. Yet, VIP members enjoyed the luxury of instant entry and numerous privileges. Although the annual membership fee was exorbitant, the affluent of Rongqing flocked to secure their place. Most notably, last year, Yunding restaurant had ceased admitting new members. Eager voices soon began to rise from the crowd, offering their well wishes.
Happy birthday, Miss Jiang, may all your wishes come true. Wishing you endless success and everlasting youth and beauty, Miss Jiang. May you and the crown prince grow old together and be blessed with children, shouted the youngest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Ciyou. Laughter erupted from the crowd, with one teasingly remarking, "Young Master Jiang, this is a birthday wish, not a wedding toast, perhaps you should read more." Just as the crowd was reveling in the jest, Jiang Ciyou interjected, "Young Master Jiang, please leave an address when you depart. I have a small gift for you." Shock rippled through the audience. What was happening? The crown prince himself was offering a gift. Realization dawned swiftly. Young Master Jiang's words had struck a chord with Jiang Ciyou, revealing his true desire to hear such sentiments. Following suit, the crowd began to echo similar sentiments. "I wish Miss Jiang and the crown prince a love everlasting. May the two of you weather life's storms together, forever basking in love. I wish Master Bo and Mrs. Bo a lifelong partnership, blessed with children and prosperity." Jiang Ciyou found the situation amusing, the titles and blessings becoming increasingly absurd. Nevertheless, the lively atmosphere dispelled the grievances and sorrow that had weighed on her heart. This evening had shattered her last illusions regarding familial affection, courtesy of Jiang Jinhui's actions and Yao Shulan's cold indifference. From this day forth, she resolved to sever all ties with the Jiang family. Amidst the merriment, a resounding explosion shattered the night sky. A magnificent firework burst forth, akin to a summer rose, its fiery red petals radiating brilliance before cascading down like a waterfall, igniting the entire sky in hues of flame. Soon after, a flurry of red fireworks ascended, blooming in a dazzling display, resembling strings of luminous red lanterns swaying gracefully in the air, an exquisite sight indeed. The crowd began to disperse, the banquet hall enveloped in transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, the ceiling a grand glass dome. The fiery blossoms erupted overhead, an extraordinary sight unlike any other, their singular flame-like hue both pure and fervent. "It's Rose of the Heart," someone exclaimed. The name of the firework was well known, its vibrant hue unmistakable.
Yet, while many had heard tales of the 2-hour-long Rose of the Heart display at Mingzhu Square 3 years prior, few had witnessed its splendor firsthand. Rumor had it that the costs were calculated by the second, with that particular display consuming a staggering 200 million. It had since become one of the top 10 legendary events of the past 3 decades, though the identity of its orchestrator remained a mystery. Captivated by the visual feast, the crowd gathered around the glass dome, marveling at the spectacle outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou took Jiang Ciyou's hand and led her through a side exit. They soon found themselves in an elevator. Jiang Ciyou suddenly inquired, "Where are you taking me?"
Jiang Ciyou draped his arm around her shoulder. "You'll see when we arrive." The elevator ascended swiftly, and upon opening, they found themselves on a small outdoor platform devoid of any furnishings, resembling an abandoned place. However, as the night sky resonated with thunderous booms, fireworks erupted before their eyes. Jiang Ciyou realized this was an unparalleled vantage point to view the fireworks. The breathtaking scenery was within arm's reach, as if she could pluck a firework rose from the sky. The unimpeded visual impact sent her blood racing, a thrilling surge coursing through her veins. "It's beautiful!" Jiang Ciyou exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Jiang Ciyou wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Tonight, the fireworks are all for you." Jiang Ciyou savored the moment for a while before suddenly turning to ask, "How much did this cost?" Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. "Do you like money? Why do you keep bringing it up?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled, her smile illuminated by the red flames, outshining even the fireworks. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Ciyou's neck. "If you lavishly spend to make me happy, I must reciprocate, don't you think? Others view me as a stepladder, while you perceive me as a pit of fire." Jiang Ciyou smiled with a hint of melancholy, her laughter resonating joyfully. In a teasing tone, she remarked, "Today, you publicly declared me to be your royal girlfriend. I can only imagine that tomorrow I shall grace the front pages of every media outlet." However, Jiang Ciyou abruptly concealed his frivolous demeanor, his gaze transforming into one of earnestness as he inquired, "So, are you truly my girlfriend?" Jiang Ciyou met his eyes resolutely, replying, "Certainly not." A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Ciyou's eyes as he lamented, "Tonight, I played the role of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. I had hoped you would be touched." With her slender fingers, Jiang Ciyou caressed the side of Jiang Ciyou's face, her expression softening with tenderness. "I am indeed moved, but that is an entirely different matter." She continued, "You see, I have just emerged from one pit of fire. Why would I willingly leap into another?" Jiang Ciyou scoffed, seemingly displeased. "Am I to be considered a pit of fire as well?" Jiang Ciyou, observing his sulky demeanor, felt a sense of delight and playfully pinched his cheek, candidly stating, "You are a far greater pit of fire." Their statuses were worlds apart. It was not that Jiang Ciyou felt inferior or unworthy of Jiang Ciyou, rather, she understood the complexities surrounding the scion of the wealthy Bo family. With numerous heirs and intricate familial ties, Jiang Ciyou was the sole son born to the elderly patriarch and matriarch, overshadowed by 3 formidable sisters, each of whom held significant positions within the vast Bo commercial empire.
All three sisters had married into equally prominent families, and their offspring were not much younger than Bo Jianqiu, already becoming involved in the family business. By the age of 20, Bo Jianqiu had been entrusted with the formidable role of group president by the elderly patriarch. However, in truth, his shareholdings paled in comparison to those of his sisters. His eldest sister, Bo Wanhua, had the most contentious relationship with him, frequently inciting the board. Had it not been for the staunch support of the elderly patriarch, the presidency might have changed hands long ago. Thus, while Bo Jianqiu appeared to be in a position of great privilege, he was, in reality, surrounded by adversaries, a solitary figure, experiencing the chill of high altitude. Jiang Ciyou was reluctant to become ensnared in such a convoluted web of relationships. Bo Jianqiu, in a petulant tone, remarked, "Others may see me as a stepladder to success, yet you alone perceive me as a pit of fire." After speaking, he let out a barely audible sigh.
Jiang Ciyou's words rang true. Given his current predicament, he was indeed a great pit of fire. The position of the Bo family matriarch was not one easily attained and could potentially entail grave risk.
This was precisely why he could not make promises lightly. He gazed intently at the woman before him, her striking features radiating brilliance, as if capable of dispelling all shadows and darkness. She had been the beacon of light during his darkest times, a role she had played since he was 8 years old. How could he bear to drag her along a path fraught with trials and tribulations? Bo Jianqiu lowered his head and fervently kissed her. Jiang Ciyou wrapped her arms around his neck, engaging in a long and lingering kiss. To claim that she was not moved would be disingenuous. Yet, feeling moved did not equate to love. Love required commitment. Love was a responsibility. Love was a heavy burden. They both understood that their current state was the most favorable. They could embrace and indulge in passionate moments, devoid of entanglements or ulterior motives. They were merely two intersecting lines, destined to part ways gracefully when fate inevitably widened the chasm between them, free from any lingering attachments. To the outside world, their relationship was inconsequential. What mattered was that they both held clarity within themselves. Jiang Ciyou sensed an unspoken understanding between them. Bo Jianqiu's kiss was extraordinarily passionate, imbued with an intensity that hinted at possessiveness and fervor. The vibrant fireworks surrounding them erupted like a sea of flames, enveloping them in a breathtaking spectacle akin to a magnificent painting. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Feng bore witness to the scene. Moments prior, he had intended to leave the gathering, but the sudden explosion of fireworks drew his attention. He then observed Bo Jianqiu taking Jiang Ciyou's hand and departing the banquet hall. Compelled by an unseen force, he followed, ultimately arriving at this very spot. Amidst the dazzling fireworks, he could not hear their words, yet he knew they exchanged tender whispers. The sight of them embraced and kissing felt like a dagger pierced. From a young age, he had known that Jiang Ciyou was destined to be his wife. They had been inseparable since they learned to walk, sharing countless first experiences together, their first handholding, their first act of skipping class, their first waltz, their first secret sip of alcohol. In retrospect, these memories constituted the most beautiful chapters of his life. When did his mindset begin to shift? Perhaps it was when he suffered burns on his waist and thigh. Gazing at the grotesque scars on his body, he began to feel a sense of inferiority. He feared that Jiang Ciyou would look upon him with disdain. In the summer, he would wear 2 t-shirts in her presence, desperate to conceal the scars on his waist, yet, the more he tried to hide, the more his insecurities grew. When Xiaoling presented him with that diary, fury consumed him, and he lost all reason, failing to discern truth from fiction. Deep down, he believed that Jiang Ciyou would surely despise and revile him. When that truth became apparent, it confirmed his deepest fears. The beast born from his insecurities and fears broke free, ravenously devouring his rationality and composure. He did not even confront Jiang Ciyou, and now, Yan Feng realized that he had imposed his inner demons onto Jiang Ciyou. The first to feel disdain, to abandon, to give up on their relationship was none other than himself. He had pushed Jiang Ciyou away and thrust a metaphorical dagger into her heart. In truth, his relationship with Xiaoling had, to a significant extent, been motivated by a desire to retaliate against Jiang Ciyou. In this moment of profound clarity, Yan Feng understood the gravity of his actions. Yet, it was too late to rectify the past. Turning away, he ultimately departed from the rooftop. The following day, Jiang Ciyou arrived at the television station early in the morning. Upon her entrance, nearly all her colleagues gathered around her. "Ciyou, you're actually the girlfriend of the heir. Why didn't you tell us sooner?" The rose-burning heart from last night was absolutely breathtaking. The overseas media is in a frenzy, and it's bound to become a legend in Rongqing. "Ciyou, at least invite us to your birthday celebration. We would love to witness the grandeur of Rose-Burning Heart in the Cloud Summit Banquet Hall." Chapter 68 Settling Scores. After autumn, the sudden compliment caught Jiang Ciyou off guard, yet she was not surprised. This morning, the trending topic across major media outlets was Rose-Burning Heart, as a splendid display of crimson fireworks had illuminated the night sky for an entire evening. At that moment, Xiaoling happened to approach. As she passed by Jiang Ciyou, she lowered her head and quickened her pace, intent on hastily reaching her own station. Someone called out to her, "Xiaoling, you took a leave of absence last night too. You wouldn't be hiding from us and secretly attending Ciyou's birthday party, would you?" To the people at the television station, the relationship between Jiang Ciyou and Xiaoling was rather peculiar. The two were high school classmates, and Xiaoling's boyfriend, Yan Feng, seemed quite familiar with Jiang Ciyou as well. However, they were embroiled in a fierce competition for the coveted opportunity to interview Bo Jianqiu and later for a prestigious hosting position, employing every means at their disposal. Everyone knew that it was Xiaoling who had secretly revealed Jiang Ciyou's false identity as a wealthy heiress, while it was Jiang Ciyou who orchestrated the uproar at the television station instigated by Xiaoling's mother. At this moment, the onlookers merely reveled in the spectacle. Xiaoling halted her steps and turned around. Jiang Ciyou locked eyes with Xiaoling, noting that her eyes were swollen like peaches, clearly indicating she had wept through the night. A cold smile crept across Jiang Ciyou's lips. Last night, numerous reporters had been present. One would expect that news of Xiao Ling's attempt to frame her at Jiang Ciyou's birthday party would have circulated widely by this morning. Yet, astonishingly, none of the major media outlets or trending topics on Weibo contained any mention of her betrayal. Jiang Ciyou understood that the Jiang family had suppressed the news, or perhaps it was Yin Feng who intervened. Jiang Jinhui, being a man of pride, would never allow the events of last night to tarnish his family's reputation in the public eye, and not even a whisper about the supposed skirt-tearing and severed ties had surfaced in the news. The Jiang family had truly invested heavily in this matter, preserving Jiang Ciyou's reputation, and inadvertently safeguarding Xiao Ling's as well, and nonetheless, Jiang Ciyou would not let them off so easily. With a radiant smile directed at Xiao Ling, Jiang Ciyou remarked, "Xiao Ling, you didn't injure the baby in your belly when you fell last night, did you?" In an instant, all eyes in the office turned to Xiao Ling. "Xiao Ling, you fell yesterday, how careless of you. At 3 months pregnant, you must be particularly cautious, you cannot afford to be negligent." "Xiao Ling, having fallen, why are you even at work today? Shouldn't you be resting at home for a few more days?" "Xiao Ling, what is wrong with your eyes?" The chorus of voices rang out. Xiao Ling's emotions were already in turmoil, compounded by the fact that Yin Feng had not returned home all night. She had called him repeatedly, but he did not answer. She felt as though the only support she relied upon had been brutally severed by Jiang Ciyou. Her expression towards Jiang Ciyou was complex. "Ciyou, regarding what happened yesterday, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. For the sake of our past friendship, please forgive me just this once, will you?" Xiao Ling understood that if Jiang Ciyou were to reveal last night's events, her reputation at the television station would be irreparably tarnished. "Past friendship, you, little vixen, dare to mention our shared history. My dear Ciyou was exceptionally kind to you. When you lacked the funds for school, she paid your tuition. When your mother abused you, she pleaded with teachers to secure you accommodation. When you were harassed by thugs, she stood in the way of harm for you. Yet, you, ungrateful wretch, repaid her kindness with malice, stealing her boyfriend, and yesterday, you pretended to fall to frame my dear Ciyou. Your actions are utterly despicable and unworthy of forgiveness." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Suddenly, a woman clad in opulent attire, adorned with jewels, strode through the door. Upon spotting Xiao Ling, she pointed an accusatory finger at her and unleashed a tirade of insults. Behind her followed the news director, Tang Fei. Xiao Ling stood frozen for a moment upon recognizing the newcomer, Yin Feng's mother, Feng Yuping. Xiao Ling quickly regained her composure. Placing a hand on her slightly protruding belly, she called out, "Auntie Feng." Feng Yuping cast a glance at her modestly rounded stomach, scoffing, "Do not call me auntie, nor flaunt that little creature in your belly. I do not recognize it now, nor will I in the future. If you wish to give birth, that is your prerogative, it is your child, and I have no right to interfere. However, should you think to leverage this child for what does not belong to you, let me be clear. Neither the Yin family's fortune nor the position of Mrs. Yen is within your grasp." The office fell into a profound silence. The gathered crowd stared in shock, their eyes wide. The implications of what this seemingly dignified lady had just declared were staggering. They struggled to comprehend the depth of her words, and more importantly, her identity. After her scathing remarks, Feng Yuping approached Jiang Ciyou, surveying her from head to toe with an expression of sympathy. "My dear Ciyou, are you alright? Madame Yao called me last night, and I was so incensed I couldn't sleep a wink. Had I been present at the scene, I would never have allowed you to endure such indignities. The Jiang family has grown increasingly outrageous. If not for you, I would have severed ties with them long ago." Jiang Ciyou felt her heart swell with gratitude. "Mom, thank you." The others in the room were flabbergasted, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Jiang Ciyou referred to this noble woman as Mom. At that moment, the editing director hurried over, beaming as he introduced, "This is Mrs. Yen from Yen Corporation." With this revelation, confusion only deepened. Mrs. Yen, the mother of Yin Feng, yet Jiang Ciyou addressed her as mother, all while displaying disdain towards Yin Feng's girlfriend, seemingly filled with contempt. Before anyone could process this, Feng Yuping abruptly turned to Tang Fei and stated, "My dear Ciyou has been the daughter-in-law I have cherished since childhood. She has called me mom since she was little, having grown up alongside my son. Alas, my son is blind, his heart clouded by foolishness, ensnared by a wretched vixen. It is the Yin family's misfortune. Though she may not be my daughter-in-law now, she is as dear to me as my own daughter. As a mother, I will not tolerate anyone scheming against her or bullying her." Feng Yuping's icy gaze bore into Xiao Ling. My son once signed a 5-year advertising contract with the station. Today, I learned that it was under Miss Xiao's name. I regret to inform you that this contract cannot be honored, as it was under the pretense that it would be signed in Xiao's name, which I only agreed to because of him. Fear flickered in Xiao Ling's eyes. Tang Fei's gaze turned frigid as well. It was clear that Mrs. Yen had sought out the station director early that day, demanding the cancellation of the 5-year advertising contract. The director had called him earlier, appearing furious, instructing him to resolve the matter promptly. If they lost the contract, Tang Fei's position as news director would also be jeopardized. Tang Fei, visibly anxious, pleaded, "Mrs. Yen, can we discuss the contract matter further?" Chapter 69. The princess' countenance and figure are not a loss to us. Feng Yuping responded promptly, "Of course, we can annul that contract and sign a new 5-year advertising agreement. I can increase the advertising fee by 5%, but naturally, all commissions and benefits from this contract originally belonged to Xiaoyu." Tang Fei did not expect Madame Yen to be so accommodating. He immediately concurred, "Very well, we shall abide by Madame Yen's wishes." Feng Yuping continued, "However, I have one condition. Please, Madame Yen, do share." Feng Yuping cast a cold glance at Xiao Ling's pale visage. "Dismiss this little vixen, lest Xiaoyu be forced to endure the sight of her face daily." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. So, Xiao Ling truly has climbed into the position of a mistress, snatching Jiang Ciyou's childhood sweetheart. I always thought Yin Feng's gaze towards Jiang Ciyou was peculiar. They appeared quite familiar, as if they were once lovers. Did you not hear Madame Yan? At yesterday's birthday banquet, Xiaoling actually staged a faux fall to frame Sister Jiang, exploiting her unborn child. What a cunning and malicious scheme. Who would have imagined Xiaoling to be such a person? Yet, even though she carries the Yan family's offspring, the Yan family does not acknowledge her. Xiaoling stood nearby, her eyes reddening.
Aunt Feng, you cannot treat—
She could not afford to lose this job. Although Yan Feng had assumed the position of general manager, his finances were limited. The previous extravagant dinner at Taiguo House, costing nearly 1 million, had been charged to the company. Ultimately, Yan Haifeng discovered this and was infuriated, insisting that Yan Feng report any future company expenditures. Though the Yan family was a large conglomerate, they had restricted Yan Feng's high spending to compel him to break up with her. All of Yan Feng's credit cards had been suspended, and he was only provided with a meager salary befitting his managerial role. Each month, he received merely a few tens of thousands, which had long been depleted due to his penchant for socializing and drinking with childhood friends. During this period, all of her expenses relied solely on her own earnings. Feng Yuping, however, ignored Xiaoling and turned to Tang Fei, saying, "Director Tang, allowing such a morally corrupt individual to serve as a host would tarnish the reputation of the television station."
Tang Fei quickly agreed. Madame Yan is absolutely right.
Monetary matters are of little importance. Our station has always prioritized its reputation.
Tang Fei then approached Xiaoling, stroking his little mustache.
Xiaoling, you are a graduate of Columbia University, a brilliant talent. Our station is merely a small establishment and cannot accommodate someone of your caliber. Please submit your resignation to the HR department, and let us part ways with dignity. Xiaoling bit her lip, her fingers tightly clenched, her nails digging into her flesh.
Go on now.
Working alongside such a person is truly unlucky. No wonder she is on good terms with Vivian, they are indeed cut from the same cloth.
Are you not going to leave, waiting to be dismissed? The audacity of a mistress is indeed remarkable.
Xiaoling understood that there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Not wishing to remain in a place where she would be scrutinized, she promptly headed to the HR department. After Xiaoling left, Feng Yuping took Jiang Ciyou's hand and walked into the corridor. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou spoke, "I'm sorry, Mom."
Feng Yuping was taken aback. What a foolish child, why the sudden apology? Jiang Ciyou explained, "Last night, I specifically asked Madame Yao not to call you."
Last night, Madame Yao had also moved from the 87th to the 88th floor.
She had taken the initiative to chat with Jiang Ciyou, who requested her not to inform Madame Yan of today's events. Madame Yao was astute and surely understood the implications. Upon returning home, she embellished the events of that evening and relayed them to Madame Yan late into the night.
Jiang Ciyou was aware that given Feng Yuping's temperament, she would undoubtedly storm into the television station this morning upon learning the truth. Thus, everything that transpired this morning was anticipated by her. After being framed by Xiaoling, she was certain that a reckoning was forthcoming. However, she had exploited Feng Yuping's goodwill, hence the apology. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuping was not at all angry. Instead, her eyes brimmed with compassion. "I stood up for you, as was only right. However, you should not have asked Madame Yao to speak on your behalf. If you had called me last night, I would have rushed over, and I could have publicly torn that vixen apart and even broken that ungrateful wretch's leg to avenge you. How could I allow you to suffer such indignity?" Tears nearly spilled from Jiang Ciyou's eyes as she embraced Feng Yuping tightly. "Thank you, Mom." Feng Yuping held her inside. "It is that scoundrel Yan Feng who is unworthy of you. To this day, he remains obstinately blind. I cannot expect you to forgive him. Henceforth, I shall regard you as my own daughter. You may continue to call me Mom, and I will consider you and Ain as my two daughters. We shall remain a harmonious family." Jiang Ciyou nestled against Feng Yuping, playfully declaring, "Mom, you will always be my mom." Feng Yuping beamed with satisfaction. Suddenly recalling something, she asked, "Are you truly developing a relationship with the heir of the Bo family?" At this, Jiang Ciyou's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she ultimately said nothing more than a nod. Feng Yuping nodded in approval. "You should experience a few more romances. You wasted too much time on that scoundrel Yan Feng. Enjoy it, even if it leads nowhere. At the very least, with the prince's appearance and figure, we are not at a loss." Jiang Ciyou nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. Feng Yuping, however, appeared unfazed. "Dear, do not be too reserved. Engage in more relationships. In due time, discerning whether someone is a scoundrel will be effortless." Her standards for her daughter and daughter-in-law were indeed different. When Jiang Ciyou was her daughter-in-law, she naturally wished to protect her son from being cuckolded. Yet, the situation was different now. Jiang Ciyou was her daughter, and her sole desire was for her happiness. Feng Yuping was well aware that the romance between Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinsi would likely not culminate in a lasting union. Though they were both affluent families, the Bo family was of a caliber that was difficult to ascend.
"I understand, Mom." Feng Yuping seemed to recall something else. "There is good news I must share. Haifeng Construction has secured the project for the Paradise Resort." Jiang Ciyou was slightly taken aback. That indeed is a positive development. Feng Yuping continued, "We owe our gratitude to the prince. It is said that he chose Haifeng Construction, the least competitive among 3 firms. However, it appears he did so in consideration of you." Jiang Ciyou remarked, "I truly had no knowledge of this. Haifeng has always prioritized quality, and I believe he recognized that." Feng Yuping nodded. "Regardless, we must express our gratitude. Since he is now your boyfriend, how about you invite him over for dinner tonight so we can properly thank him?" Jiang Ciyou agreed. Chapter 70, A Public Humiliation in Capital Letters. After Feng Yuping departed, Jiang Ciyou returned to her office.
As she approached the entrance, she spotted Xiaoling emerging with a neatly packed suitcase, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ciyou, devoid of any fury.
Ciyou, are you pleased with the mess you've made of my life?
Jiang Ciyou nearly chuckled. Xiaoling was indeed a master of disguise, always presenting herself as a pitiful figure.
Xiaoling, you've brought this upon yourself.
Xiaoling, tears streaming down her face, lament, can't you show me a shred of compassion? Do you truly wish for the child in my womb to be born illegitimately, forever branded as a bastard? Jiang Ciyou scoffed lightly, her expression one of scornful indifference. If your child is born into shame, it is solely due to your own actions, not mine. It is your sordid deeds that have led us here. I actually pity the child, destined to confront a mother like you. You despise Xia Xiaofan for her twisted psyche, yet you resent your own familial circumstances. But how much better are you than Xia Xiaofan? Your child may one day harbor the same resentment towards having you as a mother.
Xiaoling, this is your retribution.
Xiaoling's eyes flared with anger, her expression morphing into one of horror and loathing at the mention of Xia Xiaofan. She cradled her abdomen, declaring, I will never treat my child as Xia Xiaofan did. I adore my child above all else. He is the embodiment of my love with the person I cherish most. Jiang Ciyou, you will never comprehend the depths of my affection for him.
Jiang Ciyou's demeanor remained unfazed, even exuding a languid air.
I have no desire to understand, and frankly, I am disinterested. Yan Feng and I have long since severed our ties. Your circumstances matter not to me.
Xiaoling's gaze flickered with curiosity. What do you mean?
A sly smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ciyou's lips, akin to that of a cunning little fox, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes. This expression was all too familiar to Xiaoling from their school days, a sign that Jiang Ciyou was plotting something. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou continued, has Yan Feng not informed you that we were never legally married?
Thus, our union is non-existent.
Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless by the revelation. Jiang Ciyou pressed on, stoking the fire, if we were never wed, why hasn't he disclosed this to you? The title of Mrs. Yan that you covet so dearly is one he refuses to grant you. If he truly loved you, he would have married you long ago, not left you waiting, pregnant, for a non-existent marriage to dissolve. Xiaoling stood frozen, her emotions a swirling tempest beneath the surface.
Yet, Jiang Ciyou's tone was as casual as that of friends engaging in idle gossip.
A man offering you his possessions does not equate to love. Conversely, if he conceals what he possesses, it signifies a lack of affection. Standing tall, Jiang Ciyou slightly crouched to meet Xiaoling's gaze.
Xiaoling, you are truly pitiable.
With that, Jiang Ciyou turned on her heel, tossing her wavy hair, and exited in her high heels. A calculated strike to the heart, Xiaoling's cardboard box clattered to the ground as she nearly stumbled, grappling with the shocking truth. How could it be? Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng had never obtained a marriage certificate. Therefore, their union was void. But why had Yan Feng never mentioned it? Did he secretly regard Jiang Ciyou as the lady of the Yan family, regardless of their legal status? Why was he deceiving her? Then, Xiaoling was struck by a more pressing concern of the divorce agreement she had presented to Yan Feng the previous night. If his marriage to Jiang Ciyou was non-existent, he had no need to sign the divorce papers. Jiang Ciyou had indeed dug her own grave, and she had willingly leapt into it. The moment she produced the divorce agreement, Yan Feng would realize she was deceiving him. The document was a forgery, crafted to compel him into a separation. Such a lie would crumble under scrutiny. No wonder Yan Feng had seized her throat in a frenzy after she had calmed him down. He must have uncovered something. It was the signature. He had likely discerned that she had forged Jiang Ciyou's name. If she could replicate Jiang Ciyou's handwriting, then the diary that had driven a wedge between him and Jiang Ciyou could also have been forged. Yan Feng must have pieced everything together, which was why his demeanor had shifted so drastically, erupting in madness. So it was. Xiaoling collapsed onto the floor, feeling as though she had plunged into an ice cellar. By midday, Jiang Ciyou intended to call Bojansi to discuss going to the Yan residence that evening. However, considering the proximity of the BJ building to the television station, she decided to visit him directly, hoping to share a meal and relay her news. Instead of using the exclusive elevator in the underground parking lot, she entered through the main entrance of the BJ building, aiming to blend in as an ordinary office worker. To her surprise, she was recognized immediately by the security personnel at the door.
Good afternoon, Miss Jiang.
Please, come in, Miss Jiang. Once inside, every individual she encountered greeted her warmly.
Good afternoon, Miss Jiang. Hello, Miss Jiang. Greetings, Miss Jiang. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback.
Why did it seem as though everyone knew her? She, in turn, did not recognize them. While she had garnered some fame as a host, this was beyond expectation. She had visited the BJ building before, and even the front desk staff had not recognized her. Could it be the trending news from the previous night? Although she and Bojansi had made headlines, only her name appeared, devoid of any accompanying photographs. Most media outlets showcased images of the enchanting fireworks display. Thus, it was improbable that anyone would recognize her at first glance. What was going on? After taking a few steps, the truth dawned upon her. The lobby of the BJ building featured a massive LED screen, typically used for corporate promotional displays. At that moment, however, it showcased a plethora of her photographs. There were a few duo shots, but they were scarce. Most were candid images captured during their dance the previous night. The rest were personal photos of Jiang Ciyou hosting the news, watering flowers on her balcony, stargazing in a wicker chair, and even one of her sleeping peacefully. Each image appeared almost artistic, emanating an ethereal beauty. From the angles and settings, it was evident that these photographs had been surreptitiously taken by Bojansi during their time at the Verdant Villa. Jiang Ciyou was completely unaware that he had captured so many stunning images of her over the past 3 years. The photos were indeed lovely, but their incessant replay here amounted to a grand public humiliation. Chapter 71 Do not indulge in beauty or excessive desire. Jiang Ciyou hurriedly entered the elevator, her heart heavy with concerns. Soon, she found herself outside the president's office. The secretary's room adjacent to it was bustling with commotion. Jiang Ciyou thought she heard Jiang Xiaoxiao's voice amidst the noise. After pausing for a few seconds, she proceeded to Jiang Ciyou's office. Jiang Ciyou was intently focused on his laptop, his expression serious. Upon noticing Jiang Ciyou's entrance, his eyes lit up noticeably. He quickly rose, approached her, placed his hands on her waist, and leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips, his tone infused with joy and surprise. What brings you here?
Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, just here to mooch some food. Jiang Ciyou feigned dissatisfaction. Couldn't you at least say you missed me? Alright, I missed you. Humph, you're just being dismissive. Jiang Ciyou sighed. Jiang Ciyou. He quickly backtracked. I was just teasing you. If Miss Jiang deigns to visit me, it would indeed be ungrateful of me not to be satisfied. With that, he leaned down again to lightly kiss her crimson lips. Give me a few minutes, I'll be right with you. It was then that Jiang Ciyou noticed Jiang Ciyou was engaged in a video conference. She was momentarily taken aback. Did their flirtations just now echo across the conference, audible to everyone on the other end? It seemed rather mortifying. However, the awkwardness faded within moments, and she composed herself, taking a seat on the lounge sofa to wait for Jiang Ciyou. Today's video conference was a company-wide meeting, connecting nearly 10,000 employees of the Bo Group. The president had abruptly stepped away, yet the sounds from within were crystal clear. It was rumored that the president's girlfriend had arrived. While this was not particularly extraordinary, witnessing the usually cold and ruthless heir exhibit such warmth was a rare sight. Had he just been playful? The heir, known in the business world as the gentleman of death, was famed for his icy demeanor and ruthless nature. He was akin to a distant star, solitary and unattainable. Yet, he displayed a tender, mischievous, and juvenile side. The image of the aloof Prince Charming shattered silently in the hearts of many. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ciyou closed his laptop. What do you want for lunch? Jiang Ciyou replied, just the meals from the small cafeteria. I am too lazy to go out. Jiang Ciyou dined daily on the exclusive meals prepared for him by the BJ cafeteria, delivered by senior management. Jiang Ciyou had tasted it a few times and found it delectable, rivaling even Michelin-starred restaurants. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow slightly as he regarded her. That works. If we go out, we won't have time for a nap. Observing Jiang Ciyou's expression, Jiang Ciyou discerned his thoughts. They often found themselves entwined at night, and she was beginning to feel overwhelmed, unwilling to expend energy during the day. The heir, with his multitude of responsibilities, ought not to be consumed by beauty or excessive indulgence. Jiang Ciyou stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Nonsense, you're my little darling, and young bodies are resilient. Jiang Ciyou laughed lightly. Are you serious? Put me down, I have something to discuss with you. Noticing the seriousness in her expression, Jiang Ciyou finally set her down. What is it? Come with me to the Yin family tonight. At the mention of the Yin family, Jiang Ciyou's playful demeanor vanished. What business do we have there? Jiang Ciyou recounted the morning's events in full. She continued, I have broken up with Yin Feng, but his parents and the old man treat me like family. They wish to thank you for the opportunity at the Yin family's paradise resort and, of course, would like to meet you. Jiang Ciyou nodded earnestly. Meeting the parents, then. I must prepare properly. At that moment, a knock echoed from the president's office. Come in. Gaotzen entered, holding an exquisite lunchbox. He neatly arranged the meal on the dining table, then turned to leave, suddenly stating, President, there is something I feel compelled to report. Jiang Ciyou's tone was indifferent. What is it? I have dismissed Jiang Xiaoxiao, but she has been causing a ruckus outside all morning, insisting on seeing you. Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. So the noise she had heard upon entering was indeed Jiang Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Ciyou's eyes flickered with disdain. Have the security throw her out. Yet Jiang Ciyou interjected suddenly. Wait. Jiang Ciyou turned to her, and Jiang Ciyou continued. Let her in. After a moment, she added, looking at Jiang Ciyou, there's a favor I need you to help me with. 5 minutes later, the office door swung open. Jiang Xiaoxiao stormed in, filled with indignation. However, Jiang Ciyou had discreetly retreated to the office lounge, leaving only Jiang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ciyou in the room. She intended to stage a grand performance. Jiang Xiaoxiao, who had nearly given up, was unexpectedly elated that Jiang Ciyou would indeed see her, yet, she maintained a facade of fury as she approached him, adopting a righteous demeanor. Regarding yesterday's incident, it is true that I framed Jiang Ciyou. She has usurped my identity since childhood, stealing everything that rightfully belongs to me. I simply couldn't stand her, but I take full responsibility for my actions. My friends were merely acting out of indignation on my behalf. Why should the heir direct his ire at them? This morning, Jiang Xiaoxiao had received several calls from friends with whom she frequently socialized. These acquaintances, comprising minor actors and daughters of modest families, had typically been sycophantic towards her. It soon became apparent that they were in trouble. Some were being pursued by gangs for gambling debts, others had their cosmetic surgery photos leaked online, and some faced public exposure of chaotic private lives. If it were just one individual in trouble, it could be dismissed. However, the simultaneous misfortunes of this group, who had all supported her claim against Jiang Ciyou, could not be overlooked. Jiang Xiaoxiao realized that Jiang Ciyou could not possibly orchestrate such a grand scheme alone. It was evident that Jiang Ciyou was behind it all. Initially, she had no desire to involve herself in this affair, as she had never genuinely regarded those individuals as friends.
Yet, a comment from one of them struck a chord. How can the heir act this way? We merely supported her, yet he retaliates so ruthlessly. Clearly, you orchestrated this, and yet you remain unscathed. This revelation illuminated Jiang Ciyou's understanding. Indeed, she was the true mastermind. Despite her knowledge that Jiang Ciyou had spent a substantial sum to bribe the reporters present at the scene last night, she recognized that if Jiang Ciyou intervened, Jiang Ciyou would have no recourse. Jiang Ciyou's wrath was directed at those who had supported her, yet he had refrained from retaliating against her, nor had he made last night's events widely known. Perhaps it was out of respect for the Jiang family, or perhaps she still retained some unique significance in his eyes. Chapter 72. No one knows what happened that night. Upon gaining such insight, Jiang Ciyou was suddenly struck by a bold idea. She rushed into the company with fervor, only to be met with the disheartening news of her dismissal upon encountering Gao Xian. She was deprived of even a fleeting chance to see Jiang Ciyou. In her frustration, she created quite a scene. Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou relented and allowed her entry. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly expelled, but her standing in his heart was evidently unique. Jiang Ciyou was not oblivious to her own self-awareness. In terms of beauty, intellect, and grace, she might not surpass Jiang Ciyou, yet she possessed an authenticity and spontaneity that Jiang Ciyou lacked. Many a noble woman, groomed by affluent families, adhered to decorum and propriety, embodying virtue and restraint. However, the more one encounters such women, the more mundane they may seem. Of those wealthy heirs she knew often had refined girlfriends, yet sought the thrill of more audacious and untamed women outside their relationships. She understood these men's psychology all too well now. She found herself embodying yet another persona, that of a loyal friend aware of the complexities within Jiang Ciyou's family, rife with intrigue and manipulation. She recognized the rarity of genuine emotions in his world. These qualities, she surmised, were invaluable to him. Indeed, Jiang Ciyou spoke with a casual air, inquiring, "Is Miss Jiang here to seek justice for your friends?" Jiang Ciyou assumed a righteous demeanor. "Of course, if you seek to vent your frustrations over Jiang Ciyou, then let it be known that I am the one responsible for this matter, and my friends bear no blame. I am prepared to accept full accountability." A faint smile played upon Jiang Ciyou's lips, yet his gaze remained cold and detached. He remarked, "Miss Jiang, you possess a commendable sense of chivalry." His words dripped with irony, yet Jiang Ciyou, lost in her fantasy, failed to perceive it. A sense of pride swelled within her. Evidently, Jiang Ciyou regarded her with newfound respect. "Yet, Miss Jiang, if you were so devoted to loyalty, how can you be so heartless towards the woman who raised you for 20 years? Knowing she acted in self-defense, why would you refuse to testify in court, allowing her to be sentenced to life imprisonment?" Jiang Ciyou's expression faltered. Momentarily stunned, she had not anticipated Jiang Ciyou would suddenly bring up Ruyan. However, it did not take long for her to deduce the source of his information. Jiang Ciyou must have been scheming to tarnish her image. In Jiang Ciyou's eyes. Angrily, she retorted, "Did Jiang Ciyou tell you this? My dear sister is quite adept at casting aspersions upon me. No one knew what transpired that fateful night. Perhaps Jiang Ciyou knew a fragment, but merely the tip of the iceberg." Jiang Ciyou felt unafraid. Jiang Ciyou, however, spoke with a dispassionate tone. "This has nothing to do with Miss Jiang. I merely stumbled upon a video. Perhaps Miss Jiang would like to take a look." Jiang Ciyou produced a smartphone and played a recording. Anxiety gripped Jiang Ciyou's heart, yet she leaned in to view the footage. It depicted the night of Zhao Deshang's murder, showing her fleeing the crime scene. Jiang Ciyou's complexion turned pale. "How do you possess this video?" Jiang Ciyou began to speak but did not address her question. Instead, he stated, "The video bears a timestamp. At the time of the incident, you were indeed present. Neighbors also witnessed Zhao Deshang assaulting you and your mother, which should substantiate your foster mother's claim of self-defense. Yet, neither during the police investigation nor the trial did you come forth to advocate for her, which confounds me greatly. My investigation reveals that although Ruyan is not financially affluent, she has always treated her daughter well, even going so far as to invest heavily in your education at an elite school." Jiang Ciyou had indeed attended a prestigious institution, one of the finest in the capital, where she first heard the term crown prince associated with Jiang Ciyou. Little did he know, she had encountered him during her high school years and had fallen for him at first sight. At that moment, Jiang Ciyou found herself at a loss for words. Internally, she was overwhelmed with guilt. Aside from Ruyan, no one truly understood what had transpired that night. Yet, Ruyan would never disclose the truth, for she bore the weight of her own guilt. She refrained from testifying not only to conceal her identity as the daughter of a murderer but also because she wished for Ruyan to remain in that place forever, alleviating her own burdens. Now, however, Jiang Ciyou had intervened, possessing evidence from the scene. If she continued to deny her involvement, it would cement her image as a heartless, ungrateful daughter who abandoned her foster mother. She could not allow Jiang Ciyou to perceive her in such a light. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou squatted down, covering her face as she wept. "Indeed, I was at the scene that day. It was not that I wished to avoid testifying, rather, my foster mother refused to allow it. She declared that she had committed numerous wrongs throughout her life and wished to repent in prison for the remainder of her days. I pleaded with her many times, but ultimately, I had to respect her choice. The events of that night were terrifying. Witnessing my foster mother take my foster father's life filled me with dread and panic. She has always cared for me deeply and did not want me to be entangled in this matter, thus urging me to leave. I do not disregard my foster mother's fate. In fact, I have longed for her freedom, yet she feels unworthy of it due to her sins. My foster father was a wretch, prone to violence, and it was my foster mother who fiercely protected me. She truly cherished me. As she spoke the final words, tears streamed down Jiang Ciyou's face. In that moment, as she uttered her last statement, a genuine sentiment surfaced. Ruyan had indeed treated her with unparalleled kindness, indulging her every whim. Despite their poverty, she had done her utmost to provide for her, even if it meant fulfilling extravagant desires. Yet, Jiang Ciyou felt a deep-seated guilt. She owed her foster mother much.
Her past actions of switching two children weighed heavily on her conscience. Born into a wealthy family, she had grown up in such destitution. This was her debt to Yin Ruyan. Now, Jiang Ciyou sought to recall every kindness Yin Ruyan had shown her, striving to make her tears feel more authentic. Jiang, with a detached demeanor, remarked, "I see, I nearly misconstrued your intentions as a desire to distance yourself from your foster mother for the sake of your reputation." Jiang Ciyou quickly responded, "I am not that kind of person. The grievances between my mother and my foster mother are not my concern. My foster mother has treated me exceptionally well, and if she were to be released, I would ensure she is cared for in her old age." Jiang interjected, "If that is the case, then I would presume Miss Jiang would be willing to appeal in the second instance court to clear your foster mother's name." Jiang Ciyou was utterly taken aback. To appeal on behalf of Yin Ruyan and exonerate her, wouldn't the world then know of her identity as the daughter of a murderer? Moreover, Yao Shulan harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yin Ruyan. If she were to proactively advocate for Yin Ruyan, Yao Shulan would surely be infuriated. Most importantly, Jiang Ciyou could not fathom why Jiang Ciyou was so invested in Yin Ruyan's case. Chapter 73 Jiang Ciyou meets the parents. Jiang Ciyou wiped away her tears and tentatively inquired, "Your Highness, what compels you to show such concern for my foster mother's case? Could it be related to Jiang Ciyou? Does Jiang Ciyou wish for Yin Ruyan to be released?" Yet, Jiang Ciyou felt that this was implausible. Jiang Ciyou had hardly laid eyes on Yin Ruyan. By the time Jiang Ciyou returned to the Jiang family, Yin Ruyan had already been incarcerated. They had never even exchanged a word, so how could there be any semblance of affection between them? Moreover, Jiang Ciyou must harbor resentment as well. Because of Yin Ruyan, Jiang Ciyou too had suffered greatly, enduring the stigma of being the biological daughter of a murderer, facing relentless criticism. She surely would not wish to be associated with Yin Ruyan in any way. Jiang Ciyou's demeanor was indifferent as he replied, "Your foster mother once served as a live-in housekeeper for the Shin family in the capital for 3 years. The family held her in high regard and wished to assist her. I have some connections with the Shin family, and I am here to act on their behalf." In an instant, Jiang Ciyou understood. Indeed, Yin Ruyan had once worked as a housekeeper for a prominent family, the Shins, to make ends meet. Jiang Ciyou recalled that at that time, she was preparing to enter high school. Due to Zhao Deshang's frequent domestic violence, Yin Ruyan had always kept her by her side. During that period, she had accompanied her to the capital, and lacking a household registration, she could only enroll in a private school. It was the Shin family that facilitated her transfer to a local private high school. Furthermore, it was the high salary offered by the Shin family that enabled her to attend that prestigious institution. However, during her senior year, she encountered trouble and returned to Rongqing in disgrace. Consequently, Yin Ruyan had to resign from her position and return as well. So this was the truth. As long as it did not pertain to Jiang Ciyou, everything could be addressed, Jiang Ciyou remarked, but appealing the case is no simple task. "Rest assured, I shall pave the way for you," Jiang Ciyou assured her. Jiang Ciyou felt a sense of relief. "My foster mother's imprisonment has always been my greatest regret. Your Highness's willingness to help rectify this situation fills me with immense gratitude. In truth, even if you had not mentioned it, I was already preparing to appeal on behalf of my foster mother. It was merely the arduousness of the journey that concerned me. Now that you are assisting me, I feel reassured." Jiang Ciyou resolved to appeal on behalf of Yin Ruyan without hesitation. This was, of course, the result of careful consideration of the pros and cons. If there were drawbacks, they certainly existed. Her appeal on behalf of Yin Ruyan would undoubtedly displease Yao Shulan. Moreover, her past upbringing would be exposed, inevitably inviting ridicule from others. However, at present, she found herself indifferent to such matters, for this endeavor would intertwine her fate with Jiang Ciyou's. They shared a common goal, and during this time, they would undoubtedly engage in discussions, strategizing, and perhaps even share meals and accommodations, allowing their relationship to develop. Furthermore, she could restore her image in Jiang Ciyou's eyes. Additionally, even if Yin Ruyan were to be released, it would not significantly impact her life. Jiang Ciyou was her biological daughter, and thus, it was Jiang Ciyou's responsibility to manage her mother's life. This would also create a significant predicament for Jiang Ciyou. Why not seize the opportunity? As for Yao Shulan, a bit of pouting or perhaps shedding a few tears might suffice. Jiang Ciyou felt elated. She initially intended to seek Jiang Ciyou's attention, but unexpectedly gained more than she had anticipated. Seizing the moment, she suggested, "It's already noon, shall we share a meal together? We can continue discussing this case." Upon entering, Jiang Ciyou noticed the spread on the table, appearing untouched. Would His Highness invite her to dine with him? She observed that the table was set for two. However, Jiang Ciyou replied, "There is no rush regarding the appeal, we can discuss it at leisure." "It is getting late, Miss Jiang, please take your leave." He gestured towards the door, clearly signaling her departure. Disappointment flickered in Jiang Ciyou's eyes, yet, she understood that her relationship with Jiang Ciyou could not be rushed. After all, there was still Jiang Ciyou standing between them. However, they had ample time ahead, and she was determined to win over Jiang Ciyou. Once Jiang Ciyou departed, Jiang Ciyou emerged from the bedroom. Sitting down at the dining table, she sighed softly, "The beauty trap truly works wonders." Jiang Ciyou approached, expressing his discontent. "Are you implying I deserve some compensation for emotional distress?" Jiang Ciyou chuckled, "You speak as if I forced you into servitude." Jiang Ciyou smiled faintly. The two settled down, enjoying lunch while engaging in casual conversation. Jiang Ciyou's actions last night disgraced the Jiang family, provoking significant dissatisfaction from Jiang Jinhui. Her only ally rests in Yao Shulan's support. If she were to actually appeal for Yin Ruyan's exoneration, it would be akin to stabbing a knife into Yao Shulan's heart. This tactic of sowing discord is truly remarkable. Jiang Ciyou fixed his gaze on Jiang Ciyou's eyes. "It seems I must avoid offending you in the future. Your thirst for vengeance is quite pronounced."
Bo Jinxiu recognized that this was a calculated move to instigate discord between Jiang Ciyou and Yao Shulan. Jiang Ciyou was not a fool. She understood that appealing for Yin Ruyan would inevitably incite Yao Shulan's wrath. Yet, Jiang Ciyou discerned her greed and misguided intentions towards Bo Jinxiu. Exploiting this to provoke her irrationality, Jiang Ciyou playfully hooked her finger under Bo Jinxiu's chin, assuring him, "Fear not, I would never employ such tactics against you." Suddenly, Bo Jinxiu grasped Jiang Ciyou's small hand and pressed a kiss against it. "Your beauty is sufficient. I require no other stratagem." After finishing their meal, Jiang Ciyou half-heartedly indulged in a brief nap. In truth, she hardly had the time to rest. Her youthful vitality was evident. At 2 o'clock, she took a shower, and a new outfit was conveniently delivered from the boutique. She changed into a complete new ensemble before heading to the television station, as the primetime news was live. At 7:30, after the broadcast concluded, Jiang Ciyou exited the television building. Bo Jinxiu's car was already parked at the entrance. Jiang Ciyou opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. A quarter of an hour later, the car arrived at the Yin family villa's courtyard. Upon disembarking, Bo Jinxiu did not immediately proceed inside but opened the trunk of the car, retrieving a considerable number of items. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. "What are you doing?" Bo Jinxiu replied, "It would be impolite to visit the parents empty-handed." Jiang Ciyou laughed softly. Did he genuinely believe this was a formal introduction to her parents? Had he forgotten that this place had once been considered her in-laws? Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou said nothing and assisted him in carrying the items inside. Feng Yuping spotted their car arriving and hurried over. "Xiaoyu, you finally made it." Jiang Ciyou greeted, "Mom," and then introduced, "This is Bo Jinxiu." Feng Yuping was exceedingly warm. "I have long heard of the young master's name. Today is indeed my first meeting." "Feng auntie, you may simply call me Jinxiu," he said, handing over the gifts. "This is our Bo family's golden mask developed by our cosmetics company, known for revitalizing the skin. However, auntie, you are so youthful, you probably won't need it." Chapter 74 Long live the brother-in-law. A single phrase sent Feng Yuping into a state of euphoric delight. She had heard of the golden facial mask, renowned for being one of the flagship products of the cosmetic company under the Bo family, which boasts an array of world-class brands. The most celebrated item in their portfolio is the golden mask from the brand, BJ. However, this mask is not something that the ordinary individual can avail themselves of. It is said to be a medical product developed by the world's leading medical team, utilizing cutting-edge medical techniques, and has even garnered a Nobel Prize in medicine. Due to the extremely precious materials involved, its production is exceedingly limited, with annual supplies restricted solely to VIP customers of the BJ brand. Previously, Mrs. Yao had received one from a friend in the capital, and during afternoon tea, she had showcased it to everyone. Now, to her astonishment, Bo Jinxiu had gifted her an entire box. Yes, an entire box. Feng Yuping was utterly exhilarated, clutching the box of masks with boundless affection. Tomorrow, she must host a tea gathering, where she would bestow 2 masks each upon Mrs. Yao and Mrs. Zhang. Feng Yuping welcomed 2 individuals into the room, exclaiming, "You must be hungry. Come, let us head to the dining room and have our meal." Soon, the family was seated at the dining table. Today, Yanyin had also returned. Bo Jinxiu had prepared gifts for everyone. For Yan Qingye, who relished tea, he had procured the finest de Hong Pao. The elderly gentleman, fond of calligraphy, received a set of antique writing implements along with an exceedingly rare Huema ink. This brought a broad smile to the old man's face. Yanyin, with eager anticipation, fixed her gaze upon Bo Jinxiu, asking, "What about me? Is there a gift for me?" Bo Jinxiu smiled gently, replying, "Of course, little sister, I have prepared tickets for the concert of Si Yufeng." "Ah!" Yanyin suddenly squealed with delight. Si Yufeng was not only a national film emperor but also a king of the music scene, and he was Yin Yin's idol. Tickets to his concert were notoriously difficult to obtain, and she had previously tried for quite some time without success. "And they're VIP tickets for the inner circle. Brother-in-law, I adore you." Bo Jinxiu paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. "What did you call me?" Yanyin, unabashed, replied, "You are my sister's boyfriend. What is wrong with me calling you brother-in-law?" Just yesterday, their mother had declared that Jiang Ciyou was now her biological sister and not merely a sister-in-law. Moreover, Yanyin had always regarded Jiang Ciyou as an elder sister, nurturing a far deeper bond with her than with Yin Feng. Feng Yuping felt a twinge of anxiety. Yin's exuberant nature often led to such outbursts. Although Jiang Ciyou was currently in a relationship with Bo Jinxiu, calling him brother-in-law seemed a tad too presumptuous. Would it not lead to misunderstandings about Ziyou's intentions? Yet, in the next moment, Bo Jinxiu's expression softened, revealing a mood of sheer contentment. "I will send you Si Yufeng's WeChat contact later." Long live brother-in-law. She felt incredibly fortunate to have a brother-in-law like him, far superior to her disappointing brother. Feng Yuping shared this sentiment, reveling in the joys of having a son-in-law. Yet, she was also acutely aware that Ziyou's relationship with Bo Jinxiu may not necessarily endure. Should they truly wish to be together, they would undoubtedly face numerous challenges. Nevertheless, as an elder viewing Bo Jinxiu, he was indeed beyond reproach. While she felt happiness for Jiang Ciyou, a hint of sadness lingered in her heart. After all, Ciyou had long been envisioned as her daughter-in-law. However, when she thought of her son's misdeeds, she found solace. Having a daughter was also a blessing. That child had endured so much suffering, she deserved someone who would genuinely cherish her. The meal proceeded in a harmonious and joyous atmosphere until Yin Feng returned. Stumbling in, slightly inebriated, he was met with the sight of his family gathered around the dinner table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. To his shock, Jiang Ciyou was also present. The moment he laid eyes on her, his heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, causing him discomfort. He had not gone to the office today, his phone had been switched off all day. Instead, he had drowned his sorrows in a bar owned by Xiao Kai, spilling forth all his troubles. Xiao Kai had scolded him for his foolishness.
You grew up with Sister Yu, completely naked, and still don't understand her character? You let a woman ensnare you with mere words, doubting Sister Yu's love for you. Don't you think you should reflect on that? That woman, Xiaoling, even Lu Fifan, the least perceptive among us, can see she is a manipulative green tea. Yet you remain bewitched, believing she is the most innocent woman in the world. What will you do now that Xiaoling is pregnant? How can you reconcile with Sister Yu when there is a child between you? By the end of Xiao Kai's tirade, Yin Feng had no desire to hear anymore. He turned on his phone only to find a plethora of missed calls, all from Xiaoling. His heart brimmed with resentment towards her, and he had no inclination to engage. Yet, apart from Xiaoling, no one else seemed to care about him. But he suddenly felt compelled to return home. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he was met with such a scene. Not only was Jiang Ciyou present, but so was Bo Jinxiu, who was animatedly conversing with the elder. The old man regarded him with admiration and approval, as though he were his own grandson. His parents shared the same sentiment. Yanin, clutching her phone, seemed engrossed in something. Suddenly, she exclaimed with excitement, "Brother-in-law, he really added me, brother-in-law, you are incredible, you're truly my dear brother-in-law." Hearing the term brother-in-law, Yin Feng felt a surge of anger coursing through him. His fingers clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hand standing out. "Yanin, who are you calling brother-in-law?" The abrupt voice shattered the jovial atmosphere in the dining room. Everyone turned to the entrance, where Yin Feng stood with a cold expression. Typically, he exuded an air of refinement and grace, but now his eyes were bloodshot, his beard unkempt, and he reeked of alcohol, presenting a disheveled appearance. Feng Yuping rose, feeling a mix of anger and concern for her son. Approaching him, she asked, "What brings you back?" Yanin, unfazed, remarked, "Isn't it a bit awkward for you to return now, brother?" Yin Feng rarely visited the family home, having lived separately with Xiaoling. His anger was palpable as he retorted, "Am I required to file a report to return to my own home? Yanin, are you truly my sister?" Yanin merely pouted in silence. The elder turned to Yin Feng, reprimanding him coldly. "How long has it been since you last visited? Yanin returns from school more frequently than you do." Yin Feng's fingers tightened, and his shoulders quivered slightly. Feng Yuping, unable to bear it any longer, said, "Look at yourself, you are in such a disheveled state. We have guests today. Go wash up and change your clothes before coming down." Though he had been drinking, Yin Feng suddenly felt remarkably clear-headed. In contrast, Bo Jinxiu sat composedly, exuding an aura of sanctity in his crisp white shirt. At that moment, Bo Jinxiu's gaze fell upon Yin Feng. Calm and indifferent. Despite sitting, he radiated an air of superiority, making Yin Feng feel as though he were beneath him. Chapter 75 of the desire to reunite. Yin Feng was thoroughly disenchanted by this sensation. He turned on his heel and exited the dining hall, retreating to his chamber. When he descended once more, he had bathed, donned a fresh ensemble, and presented himself with meticulous grooming. Yet, the shadows of melancholy and profound weariness still lingered in his eyes. The housekeeper had long since arranged the tableware for him. At the spot he typically occupied sat Bo Jinxiu. He found himself relegated to the edge of the table, a complex array of emotions swirling within him. Ever since Yin Feng's return, the once light-hearted ambience had evaporated in an instant. Yanin had already excused herself from the table, clutching her phone as she retreated to her room to chat with Si Yufeng. The elder master initiated the conversation. "Ah Feng, I trust you are aware that the project for the Paradise Resort has been awarded to Haifeng Construction by President Bo. This presents a rare opportunity for the Yin family, which has faced losses in projects over the past few years, to navigate through difficulties and even stage a comeback. Today's family gathering is to express our gratitude to President Bo." Bo Jinxiu interjected, "You are too kind, elder." The Bo family also recognizes the strength and quality standards of Haifeng Construction. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration. Though he spoke thus, the elder and the others were acutely aware that there were far more formidable contenders than Haifeng Construction. Bo Jinxiu's choice of Haifeng was likely influenced by personal motives, probably stemming from his regard for Jiang Ciyou. Yin Feng was cognizant of this as well. Previously, the Bo family had not even provided Haifeng Construction with the bid documents. The day Jiang Ciyou approached Bo Jinxiu, the Yin family received the documents. He had initially believed it was his sincerity that had swayed Bo Jinxiu. It now appeared that it was Jiang Ciyou. Was it then that the two had developed a relationship tinged with ambiguity? A bitter anger welled within Yin Feng. Abruptly, he uttered, "The current plight of the Yin family is indeed dire, but it has not reached the point where alliances must be forged through marriage." An immediate tension enveloped the room. Everyone understood Yin Feng's implication that this project was secured by the Yin family through the leverage of Jiang Ciyou's beauty. The elder's fury erupted as his hand slammed onto the dining table. "Nonsense! What utter drivel are you spouting?" The memory of their previous conviviality ignited Yin Feng's indignation. They were all acutely aware that Jiang Ciyou was his wife, even if only in the past. Yet, for the sake of the Yin family's interests, they could so easily offer her up with smiling faces. Did they not care for his thoughts or feelings in the slightest? In a fit of despair, Yin Feng declared, "Am I wrong? Jiang Ciyou is my wife, yet she currently finds herself ingratiating herself to this man. And if the Yin family's future requires that I, Yin Feng, barter my wife for gain, then I would rather forfeit it all." The room fell into stunned silence at Yin Feng's shocking proclamation. Even Feng Yuping's face betrayed a flicker of shame. How could he dare to utter such things? Before anyone else could respond, Jiang Ciyou spoke up. "Yin Feng, do you have no shame?" Their gazes locked, and Yin Feng took in Jiang Ciyou's casual attire, a pale yellow floral dress, her hair cascading freely, her natural curls adding an effortless charm.
Her makeup was understated, nearly a hint of blush and lipstick, yet, her expressive eyes and brows exuded an innate allure that captivated the heart. Yin Feng felt a pang in his chest. I am not your wife, nor am I your woman, nor am I an object to be bartered for your gain. Xiaoyu, that is not what I meant. Jiang Ciyou replied with a cold laugh, and are you blind, unable to discern between mutual affection and mere flattery? Yin Feng found himself at a loss for words. However, he could not bring himself to believe that Jiang Ciyou could fall for Bo Jinxiu in such a short span of time. Feng Yuping, unable to remain silent, interjected with irritation, Ah Feng, you are my son, but I cannot take your side in this matter. You have chosen Xiaoling, must you still expect Xiaoyu to languish in solitude, waiting for you? I am aware of what transpired yesterday, you were present, yet you allowed the Jiang family and Xiaoling to bully Xiaoyu. How can you stand here and proclaim her to be your wife? If it were not for President Bo protecting Xiaoyu, who knows how she would have been humiliated, since you do not cherish her, there are others who will treat her as a treasure. I have already declared to everyone, but you were not there. Allow me to reiterate it from today forth, Xiaoyu is our daughter, not your daughter-in-law. That I can no longer manage your affairs. You may pursue your happiness with Xiaoling, but do not hinder Xiaoyu from seeking her own happiness, or I will disavow you as my son. Feng Yuping felt both anguish and frustration towards her son. In her heart, she regarded both Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou as her own children. She had always favored Jiang Ciyou slightly more, given that she was a girl. It pained her deeply to see the two childhood friends now turned adversaries. However, after all that had transpired in this month, she had come to a harsh realization: the two would never reconcile, and she could not allow Yin Feng to further delay Xiaoyu's happiness. Yin Feng's heart ached even more bitterly. Though they were family, throughout his life, they had unfailingly sided with Jiang Ciyou in every matter. At times, he even questioned his own legitimacy. Perhaps that was why, despite his fondness for Jiang Ciyou, a seed of jealousy had been sown deep within him since childhood. This was the original sin that would later lead to misunderstandings. Yet, he could never voice these sentiments openly. Lowering his head, Yin Feng confessed, Mother, I have broken up with Xiaoling. This declaration plunged the dining hall into silence once more. While it seemed directed at Feng Yuping, he covertly cast a glance at Jiang Ciyou. To his dismay, her expression remained inscrutable, devoid of surprise, shock, or even a frown. Of Feng Yuping, however, was taken aback. Surely, the incident from the previous evening involving Xiaoling's malice towards Ciyou had made him see the light. You and Xiaoling have truly parted ways? Yin Feng nodded. I have seen through her true nature. In truth, they had not formally broken up, but given the circumstances, he knew it was inevitable. What about the child? What will happen to the child in Xiaoling's womb? Yin Feng hesitated. The child requires further consideration. He had yet to contemplate the child's future. Bo Jinxiu suddenly chuckled. It appears that young Master Yen has yet to resolve his affairs. Yet, he is so eager to announce his breakup in front of his ex, declaring his stance. Could it be that he is contemplating a reconciliation? Chapter 76 of the Pink Longevity Lock. Before Yin Feng's discreet intentions could fully take shape, they were effortlessly exposed to the glaring light of day by Bo Jinxiu, who laid bare his vulnerabilities. A storm of embarrassment, guilt, and shame flickered in his eyes, but it was swiftly masked by a veneer of icy composure. Mr. My bond with Xiaoyu spans over 2 decades, a connection that is beyond the grasp of an outsider like you. I would appreciate it if you refrained from intervening in our affairs, Yin Feng stated firmly. Yet, Bo Jinxiu, with unhesitating confidence, draped his arm over Jiang Ciyou's shoulders and replied, I believe I am not an outsider. The air was thick with tension, as if a spark could ignite a fiery confrontation. The two men locked eyes. Yin Feng's expression was frigid, exuding palpable hostility akin to a cornered leopard, while Bo Jinxiu remained astonishingly relaxed, even dismissive. His countenance, though cool, sparkled with a hint of amusement, as if mocking Yin Feng's predicament, completely disregarding him, which only intensified Yin Feng's ire. Jiang Ciyou, intervening, rose first. Dad, Grandpa, it is getting late. Xiao and I shall take our leave. Feng Yuping suddenly interjected, Xiaoyu, come with me for a moment. I have something to give you. Jiang Ciyou nodded in acknowledgement. Standing naturally, she placed a hand on Bo Jinxiu's shoulder, leaning slightly to whisper, you go wait for me in the car. I will be right out. Bo Jinxiu lifted his gaze, gently patting her slender waist with a casual smile. All right. Their gestures were effortless and intimate, radiating a sense of familiarity and harmony that suggested years of companionship. But how could that be? Jiang Ciyou followed Feng Yuping out of the dining room, while Bo Jinxiu took his leave as well. Yin Feng and the elder Yin also departed. After sitting in the dining room in silence for a while, Yin Feng ultimately pursued them outside. Mr. Please hold on. As Yin Feng caught up with Bo Jinxiu, they found themselves beneath a towering magnolia tree in the villa's courtyard. Bo Jinxiu turned, standing tall beneath the tree, which bore blossoms particularly late this year, only fully blooming by the end of August, unlike previous years when it was laden with fruit by now. The massive, pristine white flowers, illuminated by the garden lights, exuded an air of aloof elegance, standing apart from the world, much like the man beneath it. One could not help but acknowledge the high, haughty aura that enveloped Bo Jinxiu. Though they all hailed from privileged backgrounds, the elite are stratified, and Bo Jinxiu stood at the pinnacle, gazing down upon the masses. He regarded Yin Feng with a detached glance, his voice indifferent yet laden with an undeniable pressure. Young Master Yin, what brings you here? Summoning his courage, Yin Feng met his gaze. Mr. Bo, Jiang Ciyou and I have grown up together, our bond is profound. 3 years ago, we held a wedding ceremony, which many witnessed. Indeed, Bo Jinxiu replied with a faint smile, it is true that due to some misunderstandings, I backed out on the day we were to register our marriage.
That divorce certificate does not signify much. In my heart, Jiang Ciyou is my wife, and I believe she feels the same, Yan Feng asserted, his tone growing colder. Bo Jinxiu's brow furrowed slightly. Jiang Ciyou had confided in him about her A flicker of unperceived sharpness flashed in Bo Jinxiu's eyes, but his demeanor remained nonchalant. And what of it, young Master Yan, you are aware that was in the past. Yan Feng, undeterred, declared, in the past, I was manipulated by Xia Ling, but now that the truth is out, I will not abandon her. The debts I owe her, I shall repay with my life. Mr. Bo, you come from a distinguished lineage, with the most beautiful and accomplished women at your disposal. You do not need her, but I do doubt we have lived together for 20 years. We are like family. I implore you not to interfere between us. Bo Jinxiu chuckled lightly. Young Master Yan, you are both foolish and overly confident. Foolish to think that a mere stranger could easily disrupt 20 years of connection. Do you call that a profound bond? Your confidence is commendable, but what makes you believe that when you return, others should wait for you? Sometimes, a missed opportunity is a fault, and the future only leads to divergence. Bo Jinxiu, he paused, fixating on Yan Feng's eyes, his lips parting to assert with unwavering conviction, and how do you know that I am not the one who cannot do without her? The summer evening breeze carried a sultry warmth, as if a hand were tightening around Yan Feng's throat, the sensation of suffocation looming. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou returned to the room with Feng Yuping. Feng Yuping directly opened the safe in Jiang Ciyou's presence, retrieving a small black velvet box. She approached Jiang Ciyou and opened it, revealing a jade longevity lock. What was astonishing, however, was that it was an exceedingly rare pink jade. Such material is seldom seen in the market, and even when it is, the quality is usually subpar. Yet this longevity lock was as translucent as glass, radiating a delicate pink hue, its quality impeccable. The carving into the shape of a longevity lock was fluid and harmonious, exuding grandeur. Though Jiang Ciyou lacked expertise in jade, she recognized its immense value at a glance. Seemingly anticipating Feng Yuping's intentions, she preemptively declined, Mom, I cannot accept this. Feng Yuping replied, this is not a gift for you. It has always belonged to you. Jiang Ciyou looked surprised. This jade was exchanged between the Jiang and Yan families as a token of betrothal. The Jiang family presented this pink jade longevity lock, while the Yan family offered a Hut Yan jade rui. However, this longevity lock carries significant history. It was not crafted by the Jiang family but was a gift from a prominent figure on the day of your birth. It was a stroke of immense fortune. Your father did not elaborate much, only stating that possessing this jade would ensure your lifetime of wealth and honor. Jiang Jin, we regarded this jade as a family heirloom, intending to pass it down through generations, thus it became the betrothal token for you and Yan Feng, with hopes of passing it to the next generation once you had children. Since Yan Feng is no longer in a position to claim it, and you have separated, this jade is now yours to safeguard. Jiang Ciyou frowned slightly. I have severed ties with the Jiang family. If it is to be returned, it should go back to them. After all, Jiang Xiaoxiao was the biological daughter of the Jiang family, and this longevity lock rightfully belonged to her. Jiang Ciyou was not greedy. Oh, my dear child, if I wished to return it to the Jiang family, I would have done so long ago. This jade I intend to give to you. Jiang Jinhui mentioned that the illustrious individual who bestowed the jade felt a connection with you upon seeing you, which is why he gifted you this invaluable piece. Had you and Jiang Xiaoxiao not been swapped, perhaps he would not have done so. Do not be foolish, the swap was not your fault. I have treasured this jade like a gem for over 20 years, and it is yours to keep. You must not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, or I shall be displeased. Jiang Ciyou smiled and accepted the box. Alright, I shall keep it and not give it to Jiang Xiaoxiao, even if she asks for it in the future. Hearing Jiang Ciyou's response, Feng Yuping's mood brightened. That is my good daughter. Good things should be kept for ourselves. You are too noble. In this world, do not play the saint. We can enjoy everything but must not suffer losses. Jiang Ciyou laughed heartily. I will remember, Mom. As Jiang Ciyou exited the villa, she spotted Bo Jinxiu and Yan Feng standing beneath the magnolia tree. Ah Xiu, what are you two discussing? Chapter 77. Will you not comfort me? Jiang Ciyou walked directly to the side of Bo Jinxiu, effortlessly intertwining her arm with his. She tilted her head, her brows arched, and gazed into his eyes, her pupils shimmering like roses swaying in the summer evening breeze, evoking a sense of longing. Bo Jinxiu's initially frosty demeanor seemed to melt away in an instant, warmth spreading through his gaze. His voice, akin to moonlight, crisp yet gentle, flowed forth. It's nothing, merely discussing the philosophy of life with young Master Yan. Jiang Ciyou raised an eyebrow slightly, the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye also stirring. She smiled and said, we should take our leave, it's late, and we shouldn't disturb others' rest. All right. Bo Jinxiu lifted his head, instantly adopting a cool expression. Young Master Yan, I bid you farewell. With that, he and Jiang Ciyou departed arm in arm. Observing their retreating figures, Yan Feng felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger, writhing in pain. When did the two of them transform into we, while he became merely someone? Could it be that their 20-year bond paled in comparison to Bo Jinxiu's mere month? He was unwilling to accept it, and he refused to believe it. Jiang Ciyou must have done it on purpose. After a brief pause, he surged forward, forcefully pulling Jiang Ciyou away, separating her from Bo Jinxiu. This was an action he had long desired to take. The moments when Bo Jinxiu and Jiang Ciyou danced, when they admired fireworks. Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol that fueled his boldness tonight. Xiaoyu, don't go, crack. Before he could finish his plea, a tremendous thud resonated as Yan Feng felt a jolt of pain in his back. He found himself thrown to the ground in a classic shoulder throw, the back of his head striking the earth with a dull ache. Lying there, he stared blankly at the instigator of his downfall.
Jiang Ciyou, her fall was swift as lightning. Now, she stood elegantly, nobly, and nonchalantly above him. Even Jiang Ciyou beside her seemed momentarily stunned. In that fleeting second, she resembled a fierce little girl, her actions rapid and unyielding, clearly laced with personal intent. Yet, just a moment later, she appeared languid and composed, leaving Jiang Ciyou with the impression that the preceding scene had been an illusion. Unconsciously, a chill trickled down his spine. Jiang Ciyou regarded Yan Feng on the ground with an indifferent expression. Yan Feng, have I not made myself clear enough? If you refuse to listen when I speak kindly, you should be aware that I have some knowledge of martial arts. Jiang Ciyou had long said what needed to be said. She was unwilling to elaborate further, delivering her final warning. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will ruin you. With that, she turned and took Jiang Ciyou's hand, departing. Yan Feng lay on the ground, his back aching, head throbbing, heart aching, his entire being in pain. Jiang Ciyou soon left the Yan family's villa in Jiang Ciyou's car. Once inside, Jiang Ciyou noticed that Jiang Ciyou's mood was rather grim. His face was cold, a stark contrast to the person he had been at the Yan residence. As the vehicle traversed the road, Jiang Ciyou remained silent for a considerable time. Jiang Ciyou, too, chose to remain quiet, gazing out at the scenery whizzing by. Eventually, the man could no longer contain himself. Jiang Ciyou, why don't you comfort me? Jiang Ciyou looked at the irate man and suddenly smiled. Comfort you for what? Have I done anything to wrong you? Jiang Ciyou pondered for a moment, not particularly. He then stated with unwarranted confidence, but I'm not happy. Then tell me, what is it that makes you unhappy? Jiang Ciyou rested her head on her hand, casually inquiring, did you lose the verbal sparring with him in the courtyard just now? Although Jiang Ciyou did not turn to look at her, he arrogantly raised his chin. Impossible, I triumphed completely. Is it my violent wrestling with him that stirs your emotions? At this mention, Jiang Ciyou's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Of course not. Seeing you beat him up is quite exhilarating. His expression was unabashed, resembling a child reveling in mischief, exuding an air of childishness. Jiang Ciyou found his jealousy somewhat endearing. She lifted her arm and playfully scratched his chin. That's not it, nor is that. So what is it, my little prince? Noticing Jiang Ciyou in good spirits, seemingly unaffected, Jiang Ciyou's mood improved significantly. He then spoke, what vexes me is that Yan Feng believes an apology, an acknowledgement of his wrongs, and a display of remorse for his past actions towards you can simply wipe the slate clean. Where does he derive such an understanding? It is utterly ludicrous. This evening, Jiang Ciyou had been amused by his anger numerous times. Young Master Yan was indeed a character. Just how thick-skinned could one be to utter such words? His true concern lay in whether Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng's past interactions had always followed this pattern, leading Yan Feng to assume that a mere apology would prompt Jiang Ciyou to return. What truly troubled him was whether Jiang Ciyou would genuinely reconsider. After all, there was one area where he undeniably fell short. She and Yan Feng had been childhood sweethearts, sharing over 20 years of connection. While he, despite having encountered her at the age of 8, viewed it as a grand salvation, a near 20-year search and reliance, for Jiang Ciyou, it was but a memory buried deep in her mind. In this regard, he was indeed far inferior to Yan Feng. Jiang Ciyou grasped Jiang Ciyou's chin. Jiang Ciyou, you need not test me. Since I have broken up with Yan Feng, I will not look back. As for what he thinks, it has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Ciyou felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, his previous remarks had been tinged with a hint of probing, seeking to gauge Jiang Ciyou's attitude towards Yan Feng's apology. Fortunately, she remained steadfast. Jiang Ciyou shrugged, unperturbed by his thoughts being laid bare. It's not that I lack security, after all, you won't even grant me a title. Jiang Ciyou smiled alluringly. I would give you one, but would you dare accept it? Jiang Ciyou turned to look at her, a hint of seriousness gleaming in his eyes. Are you being sincere? Of course not. You're just teasing me. Jiang Ciyou gazed out the window, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Their relationship was flourishing. They were lovers, friends, and confidants, their souls intertwined yet remaining lucid. When together, love was fervent, yet should they part in the future, it would be without entanglements. On that night, Jiang Ciyou had long desired her, to the point of exasperation. Jiang Ciyou, what time is it? Don't you have work tomorrow, or rather today? Jiang Ciyou's hair was damp, a strand clinging to her rosy cheek, exuding an unspoken allure. She glanced weakly out the window, the dawn approaching. Chapter 78. Child, terminated yet, Jiang Ciyou still propped himself on his arms, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the person beneath him. Her skin was porcelain white, reminiscent of exquisite china, evoking a sense of fragile beauty. He savored every inch of her allure, capturing each subtle expression in his mind's eye. His voice, already hoarse, carried a hint of enchanting seduction. The project at Paradise Resort is set to launch soon. I fear there will be little time and energy for moments such as this in the future. Jiang Ciyou nearly uttered a prayer of gratitude but was interrupted as Jiang Ciyou continued, so, shall we do this once more? By the time Jiang Ciyou fully regained her senses, Jiang Ciyou had already left for the company. She could scarcely recall how she had drifted off to sleep. Exhausted beyond measure, she, who typically struggled with sleep, found herself enveloped in a deep slumber for quite a while. Upon awakening, her body felt refreshed. Evidently having bathed, she brewed herself a cup of coffee and then picked up her phone, discovering a plethora of missed calls, many from Xiaoling and one from Yan Feng. Jiang Ciyou chose not to return the calls, promptly blocking both numbers. Meanwhile, in the president's office of BJ Tower, Gaotzen was reporting on work matters and recent itinerary arrangements when Jiang Ciyou suddenly inquired, has the team from Haifeng Construction arrived for today's project summit? A team has arrived and is already waiting in the conference room, Gaotzen replied. Today marked the official launch of the Paradise Resort project, necessitating a grand meeting presided over by Bo Jianxi himself. As Haifeng Construction was the primary contractor for the resort, their presence was crucial.
Who is leading the team? Gaoxin was somewhat taken aback by Bo Jianxi's question.
He promptly responded, the current general manager of Yan's, Yanfeng, is fully responsible for the Paradise Resort project. A smirk played at the corners of Bo Jianxi's mouth, surprised that after being so ruthlessly cast aside by Jiang Ciyou last night, Yanfeng was not lying in a hospital bed today. 30 minutes later, Bo Jianxi pushed open the conference room door and strode in. The spacious room was already filled with attendees seated around the long table. The Paradise Resort project encompassed numerous fields, but the focus remained on the contractor. Thus, Yanfeng and his team occupied the seats closest to the head of the table. Bo Jianxi took his place at the head. He cast a glance at Yanfeng, who had his gaze downcast, fixated on a stack of documents, his expression vacant as if devoid of life. The meeting stretched on for a full 4 hours until noon. As it concluded, Bo Jianxi unexpectedly called out, "Young Master Yan, the scale of the Paradise Resort project is vast, and the timeline is pressing. You are aware of this, correct?" Upon being summoned, Yanfeng responded in a formal tone, "Mr. Bo, Haifeng will spare no effort to live up to BJ's trust and expectations." Yesterday, intoxicated, Yanfeng had spoken disdainfully of the Paradise Resort. In reality, Yan's position was precarious, surrounded by challenges. If he possessed any semblance of rationality, he would recognize how desperately Yan's needed this project, an opportunity that could not only salvage the company but also elevate it to new heights. From this perspective, he ought to express gratitude to Bo Jianxi. Bo Jianxi nodded. Starting today, young Master Yan will serve as the project manager for the Paradise Resort on behalf of the contractor. This project must meet both quality and quantity standards, leaving no room for error. Therefore, I expect you to station yourself at the construction site, maintaining a frontline presence with the workers, personally overseeing the overall situation.
Yanfeng regarded Bo Jianxi with a glance.
The project had already established multiple teams. In Haifeng's case, below the project manager were execution managers, safety directors, quality directors, business managers, and production directors, among others. It was rare for a project manager to remain on-site daily, especially since the Paradise Resort project was situated in the most remote outskirts of Rongqing, far from here. Bo Jianxi intended to assign him to the project department. However, this project was of paramount importance to Yan's. Regardless of Bo Jianxi's demands, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Moreover, since last night, his heart had grown despondent, weary of Xiaoling's entanglements and Jiang Ciyou's indifference. He yearned for solitude and peace. Thus, Yanfeng readily agreed. Upon exiting BJ Tower, Yanfeng spotted Xiaoling waiting at the entrance. Most of the other Yan family members were veterans loyal to the old master, many having watched Yanfeng and Jiang Ciyou grow up, fully aware of the relationship between Yanfeng and Xiaoling. Xiaoling was Yanfeng's mistress, yet they had previously traversed the company together without pretense, with Xiaoling even assuming the title of Mrs. Yan. However, those privy to the truth looked down upon the Yan family members sighed as they greeted Yanfeng and then departed. Xiaoling rushed over upon seeing Yanfeng. Today, she donned an unusually somber outfit, a flowing white cotton linen dress, with a white canvas bag slung over her shoulder. She wore no makeup, rendering her face particularly haggard, her eyes slightly red, appearing fragile and helpless, as though the wind could topple her. She approached Yanfeng cautiously, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Ah Feng, today marks 3 months for my prenatal checkup. Will you accompany me to the hospital?" Xiaoling was already aware of the truth behind Yanfeng's drastic change in demeanor. He must have realized she had tampered with Jiang Ciyou's journal, which led to their estrangement. Now, he likely felt anger and resentment towards her. This situation was beyond her ability to explain, nor did she intend to point. 3 years had passed, and even if Jiang Ciyou and Yanfeng's initial misunderstanding could be mended, it was impossible to revert to the past, especially with her carrying Yanfeng's child. This child was her only bargaining chip. Yanfeng glanced at Xiaoling's slightly protruding abdomen, feeling none of the initial joy that came with the prospect of fatherhood. Instead, he felt a tinge of revulsion. He shook off Xiaoling's hand and regarded her with cold indifference. He suddenly spoke, "Xiaoling, terminate this pregnancy." Xiaoling stood frozen in place, her body rigid as if struck by lightning. She struggled to comprehend his words, as if caught in an auditory hallucination. After a long moment, she dared to inquire in disbelief, "Ah Feng, what did you say?" Yanfeng had wrestled with this decision for 2 days, torn by conflict day and night. Yet, now that he had voiced it, he felt a sense of conviction. His tone was resolute, imbued with unwavering determination. "I said, I do not want this child," Xiaoling terminated, "and we shall return to our previous lives." Xiaoling stood there, feeling as though the sunlight was particularly harsh today. Yanfeng continued, "It is only 3 months along, terminating it will not severely harm your body. I will provide compensation, whatever amount you desire. If you agree, I will schedule a doctor right now and accompany you to the hospital, caring for you until you recover and are discharged." Chapter 79. The third-rate Mistress Xiaoling was nearly struck dumb, standing in a daze as tears streamed down her cheeks. She stepped forward, desperately grasping Yanfeng's arm. "Yanfeng, how could you do this? This is our child, how hard one he is. Do you not remember how many medications I took and how many injections I endured?" Yanfeng furrowed his brows tightly. "I have not forgotten, but Xiaoling, are you truly prepared for me to recount every single transgression of yours?" Xiaoling gazed at him with pleading eyes. Yanfeng laid his cards on the table. "You imitated Xiaoyu's handwriting and forged that diary, which led to the destruction of our relationship. You seized the opportunity to insert yourself into my life, all the while pretending to be gentle and kind, yet secretly plotting against Xiaoyu without cease. You fear that one day the truth will surface, so you created a child to bind me to you. Your heart is as cold as a serpent's, and I was blind to have believed you and to have joined in the persecution of Ciyou. Yet now, you remain unrepentant, thinking that by presenting the child, I would yield unconditionally.
Xiaoling, do you perceive me as such a fool, someone you can manipulate at will?
Yan Feng's voice grew increasingly frigid. Reflecting on the past years, he realized how thoroughly she had held him in her grasp. Xiaoling clung to Yan Feng's hand, weeping profusely. No, it is not like that at all, Ah Feng, I love you so dearly, everything I have done was to avoid losing you. I know I was wrong, and I am willing to seek forgiveness from Ciyou. I will kneel before her and plead for her pardon.
Xiaoling nearly fell to her knees. Ah Feng, please do not leave me. We have worked so hard to reach this day, to finally have our own baby. You cannot abandon me like this, I implore you. I will not terminate the pregnancy, this child is more important to me than my own life. Without him, I cannot go on. Xiaoling half knelt on the ground, begging and sobbing. Passers-by occasionally cast surprised and gossiping glances in their direction. In the past, Yan Feng would have softened at such a display. However, now, faced with the scrutinizing eyes of the crowd, he felt nothing but embarrassment. He did not wish to linger in this entanglement with Xiaoling. Xiaoling, if you insist on carrying this child, so be it, but I will not acknowledge him. The Yin family will not recognize him, and I will not give you a single penny. This child is solely yours, it has nothing to do with me, and I will bear no responsibility. If you can accept this, then by all means, carry him to term. Yan Feng, how can you be so cruel, how can you treat me like this?
Yan Feng felt an inner turmoil, and at that moment, the crowd continued to swell.
Young Master Yan, what sort of performance is this? A mocking voice drifted from the entrance of the DJ club.
Jiang, flanked by a throng of admirers, strolled out with a deliberate calm. The individuals surrounding him were all self-important second-generation affluent youths from the capital, all involved in the Paradise Resort project, many of whom Yan Feng was already acquainted with. Each one radiated charm and sophistication, but in comparison to the star-like presence of Jiang, they paled significantly. The loquacious Feng Bo jestingly remarked, "Young master, how can you let such a beauty kneel on the ground? If you do not feel pained, I certainly do." Yan Feng had no desire to entertain the amusement of these capital elites. He abruptly shook off Xiaoling's grasp and turned to leave. Xiaoling had not anticipated Yan Feng's sudden coldness. Feeling abandoned, Feng Bo stepped forward to assist Xiaoling. "Beautiful lady, not a single man is worth your tears. Why not come with me? After all, I am no saint either."
Shui Tao interjected, "Feng Bo, you are rather indiscriminate, she is already several months pregnant, can't you see?"
Feng Bo recoiled as if scalded, hastily releasing Xiaoling. "I like married women, but I will not play the role of a stepfather." Jiang cast a cold glance at Xiaoling, intending to depart. Yet, she called out to him, "Mr. Bo, I have something to discuss with you." Jiang, already descending the steps, did not halt.
"Are you not at all curious about the matter concerning Jiang Ciyou?"
At last, Jiang paused, addressing the group around him, "You all go ahead to the restaurant.
I shall join you shortly."
The crowd turned to glance at Xiaoling. The woman who had just moments ago appeared pitiful and tear-stained now stood there with a composed expression, devoid of sorrow, instead resembling a predator fixating on its prey, her eyes glinting with unabashed calculation. This woman is truly formidable, Feng Bo thought instinctively. He kindly cautioned Jiang, "Be careful, this woman changes her demeanor too swiftly, she does not seem benign." Jiang said nothing. Once Feng Bo and the others had distanced themselves, he turned back and ascended the steps, stopping 2 meters away from Xiaoling.
A calculating smile crept onto her lips. "Mr.Bo, are you truly so concerned about Jiang Ciyou?"
Jiang exhibited little patience for her. With a slight furrow of his brow and a frosty gaze, he replied, "What is it that you wish to convey?" He instinctively felt that pausing was unwise. Xiaoling would likely utter words detrimental to Jiang Ciyou. However, given his concern for Jiang Ciyou, Jiang was nonetheless intrigued about what she might divulge.
"Mr.Bo, you have only known Jiang Ciyou for a month. Do you truly understand this woman?"
Jiang chuckled coldly, "Miss Xia, I am not Yan Feng, your attempts at sowing discord will not succeed here." Xiaoling laughed lightly, "Ciyou is quite beautiful. She was popular among boys since high school and relished the attention of being adored. It stands to reason that the heir would be drawn to a married woman." Xiaoling was probing, testing whether Jiang was aware of the relationship between Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng. Even if they had not registered their marriage, they had conducted a wedding ceremony. If Jiang were to investigate, he would undoubtedly uncover traces of that past wedding. Would he truly remain indifferent to branding Jiang Ciyou as a married woman? Jiang saw through her intentions with ease. "Miss Xia may be unaware that Yan Feng and Ciyou have not registered their marriage, but I am well aware your 3 years with Yan Feng have yielded the fact that he is not."
"What does that signify?"
"It signifies that in Yan Feng's heart, your position has always been that of a third-rate mistress. While others may perceive you as a mistress, Yan Feng himself regards you as such, having the means to bestow upon you a legitimate status yet consistently relegating you to the role of a mistress.
Thus, Miss Xia, you are indeed a third-rate mistress."
Jiang's words left Xiaoling's face shifting between shades of green and white. Chapter 80 Jiang Ciyou's past was all. Xiaoling tightened her fingers, her nails digging into her palm, anchoring her fraught emotions.
"Do you really believe that Jiang Ciyou loves you? Her affection lies with Yan Feng. 3 years ago, she attempted to take her own life for him. Now, she merely seeks to exploit you. Are you truly willing to be a mere pawn in Jiang Ciyou's romantic entanglements with others? Mr.Bo, you are the illustrious heir of the Jiang Ciyou is simply drawn to your status and is utilizing you. She is merely using you to undermine Yin Feng, or perhaps to provoke his jealousy?
Xiaoling harbored no belief that Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinqiu had developed a tangible relationship. After all, their acquaintance was too brief. Logically, she should be pleased that Jiang Ciyou and Bo Jinqiu were together, as it would diminish the chances of a reconciliation with Yin Feng. However, she feared that with the passage of time, their charade might blossom into genuine affection. Bo Jinqiu would undoubtedly prove to be a more formidable opponent than Yin Feng. Furthermore, as Jiang Ciyou's protector, her own position would become increasingly precarious. Therefore, by any means necessary, she had to dismantle the bond between Bo Jinqiu and Jiang Ciyou. Xiaoling observed the furrow in Bo Jinqiu's brow and the chill in his eyes, sensing that he was already somewhat swayed. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, "Mr. Bo, given your stature, you must resent being a mere plaything for a woman's amusement." Xiaoling wielded her words like daggers, intent on severing the ties between the two. Bo Jinqiu's gaze sharpened, his cold demeanor unwavering as he regarded Xiaoling with a disdainful chuckle, his tone icily measured. "Miss Xia, it appears your attempts at sowing discord are rather lackluster.
Allow me to enlighten you.
Jiang Ciyou and I have been together for 3 years. Initially, she took me under her wing, and I willingly accepted her patronage, content to be her plaything. Each day, I devoted myself to her service, solely to elicit her joy and witness her smile. Beyond that, I care not at all." With that, Bo Jinqiu turned to leave, unwilling to engage further with Xiaoling. Her expression, however, darkened considerably. What did Bo Jinqiu truly mean, together for 3 years? Jiang Ciyou had been his benefactor, each word she comprehended, yet when woven together and spoken from Bo Jinqiu's lips, they transformed into an extraordinary tale. How could this be possible? Yet, Xiaoling quickly processed the implications. 3 years ago, if that were the case, it was entirely plausible that Yin Feng had taken her abroad, inciting Jiang Ciyou's despair. Was it then that she sought solace in a man? And this man just happened to be the heir. But what of the patronage? Yet, Bo Jinqiu's demeanor suggested he was not lying. This revelation struck Xiaoling like a thunderbolt. After painstakingly dismantling the bond between Yin Feng and Jiang Ciyou, now a prince of the capital had emerged. If Bo Jinqiu truly favored Jiang Ciyou, how could she tarnish her reputation, reducing her to nothingness? No, she must tear them apart. She must obliterate Jiang Ciyou. With determination, she sprinted after Bo Jinqiu before he could enter his vehicle, calling out to him, "Then you should know, Jiang Ciyou is no longer a virgin. She has long lost her purity. She is already tainted." Bo Jinqiu, poised to enter his car, abruptly turned back. He stood before Xiaoling, exuding an icy aura, as though he were an ancient glacier. His expression was far from pleasant, his eyes reflecting the weight of countless winters. Yet, seeing him in such a state filled Xiaoling with a perverse sense of satisfaction. No man could withstand such provocation, could they? Even Yin Feng, who had shared over 2 decades with Jiang Ciyou, had succumbed to this very issue, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bo Jinqiu's voice turned even more frigid, akin to a drawn dagger. "Miss Xia, have you traversed from the feudal era? The Qing dynasty has been long deceased, yet your mind remains ensnared in such archaic notions, shackling and persecuting another woman under this standard. Perhaps you embody the very essence of those antiquated ideals, but not all women are like you. They are free, radiant, and unencumbered. In my eyes, regardless of Jiang Ciyou's past or the number of men she has loved, it matters not. It is precisely these experiences that have shaped her into the person she stands before me today, open, vibrant, and authentic. In my heart, she is the purest and most precious woman. Yet, your actions and thoughts, Miss Xia, are truly base and repugnant." Bo Jinqiu, typically reserved with words in the presence of others, had spoken at length. Xiaoling, observing his authoritative and fierce demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that nearly rendered her breathless. The evening glow cast upon him made him appear almost divine, yet, she perceived his brilliance as painfully blinding. This sensation was familiar. He and Jiang Ciyou seemed to be of the same ilk, those born to bask in the sun's embrace, while she felt akin to the moths crawling in the shadows of the earth. The more they shone, the more she yearned to drag them into the abyss, to make them taste the bitterness of darkness. Xiaoling was left speechless, trembling all over, lamenting the injustice of fate. Why did everyone in this world favor Jiang Ciyou? Bo Jinqiu stepped forward, partially obscured by the building's shadow. He stood against the light, his aura diminishing abruptly. His voice, now cold and tinged with a hint of cruelty, resonated like a specter arisen from the depths of hell, delivering a chilling warning. "Xiaoling, should I ever hear you slandering Jiang Ciyou again or casting aspersions upon her, even in the slightest, beware of your tongue." His tone had shifted from warning to threat. How had she once perceived him as a just deity, when he was clearly a demon from the underworld? Even the blue earrings adorning his ears radiated a sinister aura. A chill coursed down Xiaoling's spine. She sensed that this man truly had the means to shatter her. The suffocating weight of near-death oppression made it hard for her to breathe, leaving her trembling involuntarily. With that, Bo Jinqiu departed. Xiaoling remained rooted in place, her body cold as ice. As Bo Jinqiu drove away, the vehicle sped through the city, ultimately coming to a halt. He struck the steering wheel with a fist, acknowledging that Xiaoling's words had unsettled him. His heart was in turmoil. Jiang Ciyou and he were not strangers. He was acutely aware of this. Every word he had exchanged with Xiaoling had been heartfelt. However, he would never allow these thoughts to diminish his regard for Jiang Ciyou. He recalled their first encounter, feeling regret not for Jiang Ciyou, but for himself, lamenting that he had sought her out too late. Chapter 81. Who was mightier, him or me? He is indifferent to such matters. He is not a pedantic individual. However, the mere thought that Yin Feng was the first man to revel in her beauty ignites a flicker of jealousy within him. No, it is a frenzy of envy. He fantasizes about dismembering Yin Feng to alleviate the resentment brewing in his heart. Bo Jiang Ciyou sat in the car for quite some time, ultimately managing to regain his composure. The intentions of that woman, Xiaoling, were glaringly evident. If he were to be provoked by this, he would be as foolish as Yin Feng. Meanwhile, Jiang Ciyou received a task at the television station. During the morning meeting of the news department, Tang Fei announced, "Ciyou, the Paradise Resort project officially commences tomorrow. There's a groundbreaking ceremony there, and the station has arranged for an interview with the project manager. Please prepare accordingly." Jiang Ciyou was aware of the Paradise Resort project and knew that Haifeng Construction was the contractor. However, she was unaware that Yin Feng would personally oversee the project and serve as its project manager. After all, he was still relatively inexperienced and lacked the credentials for managing large-scale projects. It should have been the deputy director or Yin Xingye taking the lead. Regardless, this was a momentous occasion for the Yin family. Jiang Ciyou readily agreed. "We will follow the Paradise Resort project closely and create an extensive feature. You will be responsible for this project in the future, and you may organize your own team. You can choose whoever you like from the station, and everyone will cooperate with you." Jiang Ciyou nodded. "All right, I will put in my utmost effort." At 7:30 in the evening, after finishing her news broadcast, Jiang Ciyou left work. As she stepped out of the television building, she spotted a familiar car parked at the entrance. A smile graced her lips as she approached and opened the passenger door, settling into the seat. "What brings you here to pick me up today?" Bo Jianqiu's expression was not playful. Rather, it bore a seriousness. "I miss you." Jiang Ciyou reached out, instinctively scratching his chin. "You seem a bit down today." Only then did Bo Jianqiu manage a smile. "Not at all. Men can sometimes be dishonest." Bo Jianqiu was indeed in a rather foul mood, for it was only when he was feeling low that he became so demanding in bed. He adored kissing her, worshipping every inch of her skin with fervor. When they became one, he would prop himself up, appreciating every subtle expression of hers. He relished seeing her entranced and immersed in the moment. Tonight, Bo Jianqiu was extravagantly attentive to her, and Jiang Ciyou found herself utterly captivated. Yet, just as she reached the peak of ecstasy, a deep, husky voice suddenly pierced the air beside her ear. Who was mightier, him or me? A wave of dizziness washed over her like a surge of heat. Jiang Ciyou failed to comprehend at first, her soft, sultry voice betraying a hint of allure. What? Bo Jianqiu propped himself up, his gaze fixed on her eyes. Compared to her intoxication, he seemed remarkably lucid today. In a hushed tone, his lips brushed against her ear, lingering gently. Who was mightier, Yin Feng or me? Upon hearing Yin Feng's name, Jiang Ciyou regained her senses. She opened her eyes, the intoxication in her gaze receding like an ebbing tide, replaced by a chilling clarity. Bo Jianqiu noticed the shift as well, observing the thin veil of anger that flickered in her eyes. He hastily apologized. "I'm sorry." Yet Jiang Ciyou had already seen through his intentions. She pushed him away. "Bo Jianqiu, you've crossed a line." Bo Jianqiu, propped on one arm, reclined on the bed, the covers barely concealing his waist, exposing his sculpted abs, his pale skin accentuating his somewhat melancholic expression, resembling a delicate pretty boy at the mercy of his own desires. Is it so wrong to mention it? Was Yin Feng truly his taboo, such that merely treading upon it would elicit her ire? Mr. Bo, let me remind you once more, our relationship should be a source of joy, not discomfort. Jiang Ciyou was indeed somewhat angry. She was upset because it became apparent that this man cared that she was not a novice. Her first experience, however, was an indescribable pain buried deep within her heart. Her first time was certainly not with Yin Feng that day. When the incident occurred, she felt as if she had lost her memory, with no recollection of the events. All she knew was that her body had been violated. As for the perpetrator, she remained clueless, having sought answers for many years without a single lead. Jiang Ciyou instinctively believed Xiaoling was involved, yet she had no evidence to substantiate her suspicions. The mere thought of this matter filled her with immense distress. Jiang Ciyou rose and headed to the bathroom. When she emerged after her shower, Bo Jianqiu still sat on the bed, looking utterly aggrieved. "I apologize. I am sorry, but I am not as you think. I was just a bit jealous." Bo Jianqiu appeared somewhat remorseful. "I don't even know why I feel this way." He would not have reacted with such jealousy over anyone else, but Yin Feng was different. He was her childhood companion for over 20 years. Despite their current strained relationship, Bo Jianqiu was uncertain if Jiang Ciyou still harbored feelings for him, especially now that Yin Feng had seen through Xiaoling's true nature. Would he attempt to reclaim Jiang Ciyou in the future? Jiang Ciyou observed Bo Jianqiu, his expression a blend of grievance, regret, and the cautious demeanor of a child who has misbehaved, seeking to appease. This was far removed from the usual aloof and imposing prince he portrayed. "Please don't be angry, all right?" His downcast eyes resembled those of an innocent puppy. Jiang Ciyou sat beside him on the bed, letting out a gentle sigh. She leaned in and kissed the corner of his lips. "I'm not angry." Then, she fixed her gaze upon Bo Jianqiu's eyes. "But Bo Jianqiu, do not truly fall in love with me, for that would spell the end for us." Bo Jianqiu felt a pang of discontent. Why must others bear the burden for the pain Yin Feng caused you? Jiang Ciyou replied calmly, "Because I do not love you." Bo Jianqiu was taken aback. "I will sleep on the 3rd floor tonight. You should go wash up and get some rest as well." She was lucid and gentle. After speaking, she departed from Bo Jianqiu's room. Indeed, when Jiang Ciyou had moved in, she had mentioned residing in the room on the 3rd floor, with each party respecting the other's privacy. However, during this time, they had been sleeping in each other's arms, to the point where Jiang Ciyou had forgotten their initial agreement, yet, he could not fathom why she remained so composed and restrained. 3 years had passed, surely, her heart should have warmed by now, they had been behaving like a couple and loved, he could gradually sense her attachment to him, yet now, with a single phrase, it felt as though everything had reverted to square one. Did she truly care so much for Yan Feng? Chapter 82 The diary of that year. On the other side, Jiang Ciyou returned to her room, her heart still in turmoil. She refrained from explaining to Jiang Ciyou, for there was simply no way to convey the truth. How could she articulate that she had been violated without her awareness? Even now, she remained oblivious to the identity of her assailant. She had once succumbed to depression over this incident, taking considerable time to emerge from its depths. After much effort, she had managed to compress this ordeal into a tightly wound ball of paper, concealing it in the deepest recesses of her heart, pretending as if nothing had ever occurred. Thus, she was reluctant to discuss it, even more so to allow anyone to pry into the most profound secrets of her soul. The following morning, Jiang Ciyou emerged from his room just as he caught sight of Jiang Ciyou descending the stairs.
"Good morning, darling," he greeted her. Jiang Ciyou responded in her usual manner, "Good morning."
They shared breakfast together before heading off to their respective offices, everything seemingly as it always had been, yet, both were acutely aware that the more they feigned nonchalance, the deeper the rift in their hearts grew. After arriving at the television station, Jiang Ciyou, accompanied by photographer Zhao Yuan, made her way to the Paradise Resort. Today, she was scheduled to conduct an interview and gather raw materials for a long-term feature on the progress of the resort's construction. The Paradise Resort was situated on the outskirts of Rongqing, surrounded by picturesque mountains and rivers. It took a full 2 hours of driving to reach the project site. The project manager welcomed them, saying, "Reporter Jiang, our project lead is currently presiding over the groundbreaking ceremony and will be available for your interview shortly." Jiang Ciyou replied, "Then let us go take a look and capture some photographs along the way." She and Zhao Yuan were taken to the site of the ceremony, where the project's head was delivering a speech. To her surprise, it was Yan Feng. It was unexpected that the Yan family would entrust such a significant project to him. Standing on a makeshift platform with a microphone in hand, Yan Feng was clad in a crisp white shirt, a tailored suit, and black trousers, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. As he addressed the audience, Jiang Ciyou was suddenly reminded of their student days, particularly during their freshman year. One day, Yan Feng had approached her, demanding a gift. "Jiang Ciyou, buy me a suit this afternoon." Confused, she asked, "Why?" "Tomorrow is the graduation ball, and I wish to wear a suit to dance with you." "You can buy it yourself. Receiving a gift from you is entirely different from purchasing it myself. This will be my first suit." Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou chose a suit and paired it with a blue tie for him. He wore it with pride, repeatedly asking if he looked handsome while they danced. Those youthful days seemed like a distant memory, yet sometimes, they felt as fresh as yesterday. Jiang Ciyou was not nostalgic, rather, she felt a sense of wistfulness. Even if they were not lovers, they had regarded each other as the most significant friends in their lives for the first 20 years. How had they arrived at this point? It could only be said that time is a peculiar and cruel entity. In a days, she realized Yan Feng had concluded his speech. The subsequent unveiling and toast ceremony were merely formalities, completed in no time. The execution manager, Haojin, quickly approached Yan Feng and whispered something in his ear. Then, his gaze turned toward Jiang Ciyou. Their eyes met. Though they were not far apart, it felt as though a chasm separated them. Yan Feng soon descended from the platform and approached Jiang Ciyou, his voice tinged with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. "Ciyou, I had no idea you were here for an interview today. Otherwise, I would have personally welcomed you." Jiang Ciyou's smile was faint, adopting an official tone. "You're too kind, Mr. Yan. I am merely here to conduct an interview and capture some on-site materials." "Whatever you need, we will cooperate fully." The interview proceeded smoothly as Jiang Ciyou and Zhao Yuan planned to take some photographs on site. Yan Feng hurriedly followed them. "I'll accompany you." Jiang Ciyou's voice remained indifferent. "Mr. Yan, you have many responsibilities, there's no need for you to accompany us." Yan Feng replied, "The resort is vast, there are areas you might not be familiar with. Allow me to guide you." Ultimately, Jiang Ciyou did not refuse, as they were on his territory. As Yan Feng and Jiang Ciyou walked ahead, photographer Zhao Yuan trailed behind, occasionally stopping to take pictures. Yan Feng earnestly fulfilled his role as a guide. The site was expansive, although construction had only just commenced. Some subcontractors had already begun work, clearing the area. Excavators, cranes, and bulldozers were visible everywhere. Throughout the tour, Yan Feng observed Jiang Ciyou's expressions closely. She remained composed, projecting an air of detachment and professionalism, yet, she had not always been like this with him. "Xiao Yu," he finally could no longer restrain himself and halted. Jiang Ciyou also stopped and turned to him. "Mr. Yan, given our current relationship, it would be more appropriate for you to call me Reporter Jiang. Don't you want to know why I left you back then?" Jiang Ciyou's brows furrowed slightly, her voice laced with sarcasm. "I must admit, I find that rather intriguing." Their past was shrouded in too many mysteries. Regardless of their current relationship, the desire to uncover the truth was instinctual. Yan Feng's eyes seemed to brim with regret and guilt. "Do you know that Xiao Ling could perfectly mimic your handwriting?" She stole your diary during that summer camp we attended together, claiming she had mistakenly taken your notebook and asked me to return it to you, but I couldn't help but take a peek. At this point, Jiang Ciyou had likely pieced together the subsequent events. Xia Ling must have imitated her handwriting to write some divisive remarks. What did Xia Ling write that left you devoid of the courage to confront me? Jiang Ciyou surmised it was likely related to that incident. Yan Feng's gaze flickered, and a hint of discomfort crept onto his face. The diary is in the safe in my room at the Yan residence. You know the safe's code. If you wish to see it, you are welcome to do so. Jiang Ciyou replied coolly, alright, I understand. Jiang Ciyou had no desire to see how Xia Ling had sown discord, but she had investigated the matter for quite some time without any leads. She had always felt it was connected to Xia Ling. If Xia Ling had used that incident to drive a wedge between her and Yan Feng, it would undoubtedly be documented in the diary. She needed to take a look. She was determined to uncover the truth. Upon learning the truth, Jiang Ciyou maintained her indifferent demeanor, leaving Yan Feng feeling as though he had been doused with cold water. Xiaoyu, I admit I was blind to the truth and foolish at heart, but I was also manipulated and provoked by Xia Ling. Could you grant me another chance? I wish to make amends for what I owe you. Chapter 83. We have been together for 3 years. Jiang Ciyou looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. How do you intend to make amends? In Yan Feng's eyes, a flicker of hope seemed to ignite. He grasped Jiang Ciyou's hand, tentatively testing the waters. Xiaoyu, can we start anew? Would that be acceptable? His voice bore a hint of pleading and humility, yet his gaze gradually blossomed with a sliver of hope. Jiang Ciyou slowly withdrew her hand from his grasp, observing the hope in his eyes shatter piece by piece. Yan Feng, on what grounds do you believe that when you turn back, I must follow suit? Yan Feng's complexion darkened incrementally. And what makes you think in your presence, I have never been arrogant, rather, I have felt nothing but inferiority. She would never comprehend the depths of his self-doubt. He knew that voicing these thoughts was excessive and that the grievances accumulated over 3 years could not simply dissipate due to his contrition. Yet, at this moment, he desperately yearned to hold on to her. The memories of their past tormented him day and night, and he finally realized that Jiang Ciyou was the most valuable person in his life. Her love had once been so selfless, pure, fervent, and innocent, an antithesis to the sordid machinations of Xia Ling. Every recollection of his past actions toward her filled him with a visceral hatred for the reckless version of himself from years gone by. Yan Feng continued, Bo Jinqiu is not a suitable partner for you. His family's connections are convoluted. A family of such prominence will inevitably seek to marry within their own class. I have investigated, and the Bo family values alliances. If you truly pursue him, you will merely be a clandestine lover. Jiang Ciyou let out a cold laugh, her lips curling in derision. It seems you are considering my welfare. Yan Feng lowered his gaze. I acknowledge my selfishness, but I cannot bear to lose you. These past few days, I have been reminiscing about our shared history, our school days filled with reckless abandon, when our eyes only held one another. Can we truly never return to those times? She merely let out a deep sigh. Let us not dwell on the past. We must look forward. For the sake of the Yin family, I do not wish to sever ties with you, but I must make it abundantly clear. I, Jiang Ciyou, will never return to you. Because of Bo Jinqiu, does that mean our 2 decades of affection pale in comparison to your mere month? Yan Feng appeared somewhat agitated. Jiang Ciyou turned to face him, her gaze steady and profound, devoid of any ripples, yet her words struck Yan Feng like a thunderbolt. I have been with him for 3 years, ever since the day you and Xia Ling went abroad. Therefore, our acquaintance is not merely a month as you presume. Sometimes, I believe that everything occurring now is a consequence of the past. The ties between us have concluded, while the bond between him and me is just beginning. As for what fruits may blossom from it in the future, I accept my fate. Yan Feng was momentarily stunned. After a prolonged silence, he finally reacted. You have truly been together for 3 years? Jiang Ciyou replied calmly, I have no reason to deceive you. The last flicker of hope within Yan Feng seemed to extinguish. 3 years, 3 long years. No wonder there was an undeniable intimacy and understanding between them, a testament to their time together. He found himself at a loss for words. Yan Feng, let us both take care of ourselves. With that, Jiang Ciyou strode forward. Yan Feng stood in shock for a moment before suddenly rushing to her, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback for half a second, ready to resist when she felt a tremendous impact against her back, as if something heavy had crashed down upon her. Then she heard Yan Feng, shielding her, cough violently, spitting out blood. A wooden plank landed heavily on the ground. Jiang Ciyou looked up to see a crane above them, clearing debris from the site. At that moment, the crane was lowering a pile of wooden boards, and due to a lapse in securing them, one of the boards had slipped free, plummeting directly onto them. Although the board was not particularly large, the speed at which it fell from a height was formidable, striking Yan Feng's back with such force that it caused him to cough up blood. The board had been intended for her. Jiang Ciyou's expression turned grave. Yan Feng, are you alright? Yan Feng bent over, unable to straighten up. His face was pale, and his expression was one of excruciating, yet he still bore the agony, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. I'm fine. How could he possibly be fine? Jiang Ciyou managed to remain composed and quickly called for Zhao Yu. Soon, the project manager, Hao Jin, rushed over. Boss, are you alright? Hao Jin, who had been brought over from the Yin family, had been working under Yan Feng for some time. He was struck by a falling board from the crane. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. The crane operator hurried over, panicked. What happened? What is going on? Haojin pointed sternly at the crane operator, reprimanding him, "You're in big trouble."
We will discuss this later.
Yan Feng was rushed to the medical room. However, the Project-S medical facility had only recently been established, with most personnel yet to arrive. It consisted of a makeshift clinic, a single doctor, and 2 nurses. Half an hour later, Yan Feng sat on a chair, shirtless. As the doctor examined him, his complexion had improved somewhat, and he no longer coughed blood. His back was swollen and bore extensive bruising. The doctor, over 50 and wearing glasses, finished his examination and said, "At present, it appears to be nothing serious, just soft tissue bruising on the back. However, since he did cough up blood, I recommend taking him to a major hospital in the city for a comprehensive checkup."
There could be internal injuries.
Jiang Ciyou interjected, "Time is of the essence, you should take our car to Ruyan Hospital right away." Yet Yan Feng remained seated, motionless, and after a moment of,
"There is no need to go back."
Jiang Ciyou frowned, looking at him.
Yan Feng, this is not a joke.
Her feelings were quite complex. Regardless, Yan Feng had shielded her from disaster, and she could not simply turn a blind eye. As they stood in a stalemate, Haojin suddenly spoke up. "Reporter Jiang, you may not be aware, but our project manager, although the highest commander of the Project-S side, is still subject to the leadership of the A side. Our boss was assigned to this location by the young master. He has stated that once the project commences, our boss must eat and live alongside the frontline workers, and cannot return unless absolutely necessary. This is only the first day, and for our boss to claim he is injured and needs to rest might lead the young master of the Bo family to think he is feigning illness, creating an impression of incompetence and irresponsibility.
If that were the case, they might replace us as the contractor, a responsibility our boss cannot bear."
Chapter 84. His possessiveness. Jiang Ciyou furrowed her brow with concern.
"If anything happens, I will explain to him."
Haojin interjected, "Reporter Jiang, we all know you are the prince's girlfriend. Perhaps you should ask for a leave from him, otherwise, our boss will not be at ease." Jiang Ciyou glanced at Yan Feng's pale face. Ultimately, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. When the call was answered, a hint of surprise resonated from the other end.
"Why the sudden call? I have something to discuss."
"I am currently at the Paradise Resort, and Yan Feng has been injured. I would like to request a leave for him so he can return to the city hospital for treatment." Even without Bo Jinqiu uttering a word, Jiang Ciyou could sense a palpable drop in the atmosphere on the other end of the line. After a few seconds, Bo Jinqiu's voice emerged, cold and composed.
"He is injured. Why do you need to request a leave for him?"
Jiang Ciyou's tone remained steady as she elucidated, "I came here for an interview today, and a heavy object fell from the tower crane. Yan Feng saved me." A chilling laugh echoed from Bo Jinqiu's side. "You two just severed ties yesterday, and today he placed the hero. Are you certain this isn't a deliberate ploy on his part?" Jiang Ciyou paused for a moment, casting a glance at the wan figure of Yan Feng seated across from her.
"No, it was an accident."
In truth, Jiang Ciyou had entertained doubts, but she quickly dismissed them. The risks involved were too great. A heavy object falling from such heights, if intentional, would harbor too many uncontrollable variables, potentially resulting in fatal consequences. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou understood that while Yan Feng could be foolish at times, he was not manipulative. His arrogance, narcissism, and insecurity masked a fundamentally simple heart. After all, he had been led by Xia Ling for so many years. The most compelling evidence, however, was that Yan Feng had no knowledge of her interview today. His astonishment and surprise upon first seeing her were genuine, not in a ct.bo. Jinqiu's tone was tinged with suppressed anger.
"How can you be so certain?" Jiang Ciyou replied without hesitation, "Because I understand him."
Yan Feng regarded Jiang Ciyou with a cautious gaze. In truth, he had overheard snippets of their conversation. The tower crane incident was indeed not premeditated. He had witnessed a wooden plank plummeting at an alarming speed and had reacted instinctively to save her. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt a profound sense of relief. He had not been crushed to death. In that moment, he realized this might be a chance from fate. The instant he protected Jiang Ciyou, he had also seen clearly into his own heart. He loved her more than he had ever comprehended. He could not simply relinquish Jiang Ciyou, regardless of her current relationship with Bo Jinqiu. He had his own trump card. Their bond, forged over 2 decades of shared experiences, was just like now, when Jiang Ciyou effortlessly declared, "I understand him." It served as evidence of their 20 years of emotional entanglement. Jiang Ciyou sighed and turned to leave the infirmary. Her voice exuded a sense of helplessness. "Bo Jinqiu, my request for his leave does not imply that there is anything between us, nor does it signify any future developments. I have already stated that I will not return to the past. Yan Feng is merely a familiar stranger to me. You need not target him because of me."
"How am I targeting him?"
"You have him living and working alongside the laborers without permission to return."
"That seems a bit excessive." Bo Jinqiu laughed again, colder than before. "Did he complain to you? What else did he say?" Jiang Ciyou's tone grew firmer.
"Nothing. In fact, I do not wish to interfere with your actions. I merely hope that you will not let personal feelings complicate matters. The Paradise Resort project is substantial and should not be entangled with personal grievances." Jiang Ciyou was entirely lucid. She had never considered rekindling her relationship with Yan Feng. However, in her daily interactions with Bo Jinqiu, a sense of confusion had indeed arisen. The man's possessiveness was overwhelming. Despite their previously established boundaries, he continued to overstep time and again. If this persisted, trouble was inevitable. Bo Jinqiu sneered, "Is it just a leave request? Fine, I will personally send someone to fetch him." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Less than half an hour later, Bo Jinqiu's personnel arrived. He had even dispatched a helicopter. This arrangement was convenient. Driving back would have taken at least 2 hours, but by helicopter, they arrived in Rongqing in under 30 minutes. Yin Feng was delivered to Ruyan Hospital. After a thorough examination, it was determined he had sustained a pulmonary contusion. Fortunately, he had been brought in promptly, otherwise, surgery would have been necessary. Jiang Ciyou handled Yin Feng's admission procedures. 2 hours later, Yin Feng was changed into a hospital gown. Lying in the VIP room, Jiang Ciyou ensured everything was in order before saying, "You should focus on your recovery for a few days. Do not dwell on other matters. We will address them once you are well." Yin Feng lay in bed, gazing at her, softly calling her name. Xiaoyu. Jiang Ciyou frowned. "Yin Feng, I am grateful for your rescue, but this incident will not alter the nature of our relationship.
Please do not harbor any misconceptions to avoid disappointment."
Yin Feng's eyes dimmed. It was as if she could see through his thoughts. Feeling somewhat awkward, he quickly changed the subject.
"Please don't tell my parents about my injury. I fear it would worry them." Jiang Ciyou calmly replied, "Then I will arrange for a nurse." Disappointment flickered across Yin Feng's face. He merely hoped she would visit him daily. "Rest well, I must take my leave." As Jiang Ciyou reached the door, Yin Feng called out to her, "Will you come tomorrow?" Jiang Ciyou hesitated briefly. "I'm sorry. I may not have time in the coming days." She understood Yin Feng's feelings, yet she did not wish to complicate matters further due to obligations of gratitude. Upon exiting the hospital, she encountered Jiang Ciyou in the corridor. His expression was dark, as if he were brooding. However, he initiated the conversation. "How is he?" "He has a pulmonary contusion and requires hospitalization." Jiang Ciyou fell silent for a moment before scoffing. "The cost has certainly escalated." Jiang Ciyou shot him a glance. "Must you be so juvenile?" Jiang Ciyou's gaze fixated on the woman before him. She was clad in professional attire. Though strikingly beautiful, her seriousness rendered her particularly formidable. Jiang Ciyou recognized that the likelihood of Yin Feng orchestrating the incident was minimal. Nevertheless, the occurrence had drawn them back together, despite their earlier efforts to sever ties. Just the thought of it filled him with inexplicable anger. Yet, he also knew that Jiang Ciyou had no patience for him. She was constantly seeking to delineate their boundaries. Even during the most emotional moments, she remained resolute. Chapter 85. Dr. Xiaoyet. He could not afford to display excessive concern at the moment he revealed any genuine emotion. She would accuse him of overstepping boundaries, eager to use it as a pretext to sever their ties completely. Jiang Ciyou managed to muster a faint smile. "As long as he is well, I am not entirely devoid of compassion. Let him rest properly. I shall arrange for someone to take good care of him." Jiang Ciyou responded with a soft Jiang Ciyou moved closer to her. "Shall we go to the supermarket together? I'll prepare dinner for you tonight." Jiang Ciyou excelled in culinary skills, but his schedule was demanding, and he rarely cooked. To be honest, Jiang Ciyou found herself quite tempted by his culinary prowess. However, she ultimately declined. "I need to return to the Yin family this evening. I cannot join you for dinner." Jiang Ciyou approached Jiang Ciyou and, standing on her tiptoes, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "I must take my leave. I may return quite late tonight." With that, she departed, her high heels clicking against the floor. Jiang Ciyou eagerly made her way to the Yin residence, swiftly arriving at Yin Feng's room. She successfully unlocked the safe with the code, only to find it largely empty, containing merely a notebook. Her diary. Crouching down, she retrieved the diary, the very one she had lost during her sophomore year as first semester. It appeared pristine, showing no signs of frequent perusal. It seemed Yin Feng had likely only glanced at it once. Clutching the diary, Jiang Ciyou made her way to the sofa, her emotions swirling in a complex melange. She had never anticipated that this modest diary could so profoundly alter the trajectory of her life. At that moment, it resembled a Pandora's box. Jiang Ciyou understood that should she open it, all sins, deceptions, darkness, plots, and machinations would be laid bare. Perhaps it would even impact the fates of several individuals. Despite her trepidation, Jiang Ciyou slowly began to flip through the pages of the diary. The initial entries were penned by her, chronicling amusing anecdotes from university and plans for the future. Eventually, she turned to the first entry, written in imitation of her handwriting by Xia Ling. May 1st, sunny. Today, I watched Feng play basketball and caught sight of the scar on his waist. How unsightly and frightening. I have always felt some guilt about that incident and promised to take responsibility, yet when I confront my true feelings, I find my disdain for him growing. Why should I bear the burden of his carelessness for a lifetime? May 7th, overcast. Yin Feng got into a fight today, which escalated to the police station. How immature he remains. Throughout our lives, I seem to have been the one cleaning up his messes. I am utterly exhausted. In the end, I still have to console him. He will forever be like a child who refuses to grow up. When will he mature? May 23rd, overcast. I am truly fed up with Yin Feng. He is as foolish as a groundhog that only knows how to squeak. We had the debate competition in the bag today, yet we lost because he allowed someone to take advantage of him. I wish I could open up his head to see if there is anything inside. He has failed to learn anything since elementary school. He is infuriatingly dense. He is merely fortunate to have been born into a wealthy family. Had he been an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly have accomplished nothing, not even gaining admission to university. June 9th, cloudy. Yin Feng tried to kiss me today, but I felt nothing for him. The very thought of his scar makes me feel nauseous. Its existence is a constant reminder of what I owe him. I detest this feeling. I even wonder if it would vanish only if he were dead. Of course, I do not wish for his death, it's just a thought.
July 7th, rainy. Today is the Qixi festival, and Yin Feng invited me out for French cuisine. He likely doesn't know that I loathe French food. He gifted me a pair of sneakers, which I found quite ludicrous. Sneakers are his passion, not mine. How can I end this relationship with dignity? Yet, I am reluctant to relinquish my status as the Yin family's young mistress, given their prominence in Rongcheng. July 30th, Sunny Takahashi confessed his feelings for me, and I felt a flutter of excitement. He is far superior to Yin Feng, possessing genuine masculinity. I savored our kiss, a pleasure that Yin Feng could never provide. However, I cannot let Yin Feng know about this. The thrill of straddling two boats is indeed delightful. It is just a romance, after all, not a marriage. August 19th, rainy. I slept with Takahashi, and it was truly exhilarating. Unfortunately, he knows I am not a virgin. I lost my virginity during the torrential downpour in the summer of my freshman year. Thankfully, Yin Feng remains oblivious. After 2 years with him, he has always adhered to convention, merely holding hands at most. I suspect he may not even be capable. If we were to marry, would I be condemned to a lifetime with this invalid? Jiang Ciyou's fingers trembled as she gripped the edges of the diary, distorting them under pressure. Xiaoling had meticulously imitated her handwriting throughout an entire volume, chronicling everything from the minutiae of daily life to significant events on special occasions. Even Jiang Ciyou was astonished at how well Xiaoling grasped her experiences. It felt as though she had invaded every moment of her past, every intricate detail. Just the thought sent a shiver down her spine. No wonder Yin Feng had accused her of looking down on him, claiming she harbored a deep-seated loathing for him, wishing for his demise. This diary constructed a dark, twisted, and unspeakable psychological landscape. Xiaoling had calculated Yin Feng's prideful yet timid ego, knowing he would never confront her. One could not help but admit that Xiaoling was a master manipulator. The past unfolded like a thread being unraveled, exposing the truth starkly before Jiang Ciyou's eyes. At last, she began to resolve some of her earlier confusions, yet, these revelations were not the answers she sought regarding that incident. The references were sparse, but one certainty remained: it was inextricably linked to Xiaoling. For that day was marked by an exceptionally rare downpour. Jiang Ciyou departed the Yin residence, leaving dinner uneaten. She tossed the diary onto the passenger seat of her car and sped through the city's elevated highways. A throbbing headache enveloped her, and her vision began to blur. The panic and dread from years past surged within her like a relentless tide. Her body trembled involuntarily, cold sweat soaking through her thin shirt. Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware that her depression had resurfaced, accompanied by severe somatic symptoms. She had long struggled with debilitating depression, a condition that had begun the day she learned of her violation. From that moment onward, she had been plagued by nightmares night after night, unable to confide in anyone. Her sleep had deteriorated significantly, yet at that time, her symptoms had not been as severe, for she had encountered Dr. Xiao. Chapter 86. At dissociation. Under Dr. Zhao's care, she experienced considerable improvement. However, later on, Jiang Xiaoxiao returned. Yao Shulan abandoned her, harboring a deep-seated hatred. Coupled with the betrayals of Xiaoling and Yin Feng, her depression resurfaced, evolving into a bipolar condition. It was during this tumultuous time that she resorted to self-harm. Yet again, it was Dr. Xiao who rescued her from the brink of despair. Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware that her heart concealed a ticking time bomb. In truth, despite her outward display of nonchalance, she wrestled daily with these negative emotions. She had tasted success, yet also faced failure. The most tormenting aspect was the excruciating headaches that accompanied her episodes. She had suffered from migraines since childhood, and Yao Shulan had taken her to numerous places in search of relief. In her youth, they even resided in the capital for a while for treatment. Headaches had been her constant companion throughout her formative years, though they had not been frequent. However, ever since the tumultuous events of 3 years prior, her condition had intensified. During the worst moments, she found herself reliant on painkillers. Jiang Ciyou parked her car by the roadside, her trembling hands retrieving a small pillbox from the glove compartment. It contained the painkillers she had grown accustomed to, though it had been quite some time since she last took any. Since moving in with Bo Jinxiu, her sleep had significantly improved, and her headaches had ceased. Upon opening the pillbox, she discovered it was utterly empty. The last tablet had been consumed. A wave of frustration surged within her as she scoured every corner of the vehicle, yet no pills could be found. The pain in her head felt as though it might explode, and her agitation deepened. Her gaze fell upon a diary that stirred memories of Xiaoling's actions, invading her mind like a swarm of insects gnawing at her nerves. Her irritability escalated. In a sudden burst of determination, Jiang Ciyou restarted the car, steering it toward an apartment complex. Her head throbbed, yet she persisted in driving to the Lotus apartment, knowing Xiaoling resided there. Stumbling from the vehicle, she ascended to the second floor. Leaning against the doorframe, she knocked loudly. The door opened swiftly to reveal Xiaoling, surprise etched across her face. "Ciyou, what brings you here?" Without exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Ciyou thrust her hand forward, seizing Xiaoling by the throat. Her eyes burned with fury. "Xiaoling, why have you betrayed me? I treated you so well, why destroy everything I hold dear?" Her grip tightened gradually. Having practiced taekwondo, she possessed considerable strength. Xiaoling found herself powerless, her face flushing crimson as she struggled to voice a word. Desperately, she clawed at Jiang Ciyou's hand encircling her neck, but Jiang remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. With relentless pressure, Jiang Ciyou appeared as a demon emerging from the depths of hell, her once beautiful visage twisted under the stark glare of the overhead light. "Xiaoling, perish, just perish." Her fingers exerted even more force. Blood seeped from Xiaoling's lips, followed by a trickle from her eyes, nose, and ears. The crimson liquid flowed onto Jiang Ciyou's hand, yet she remained oblivious, her grip unwavering. A sickening crack echoed as she finally snapped Xiaoling's neck. Jiang Ciyou jolted awake. I've killed. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she lay upon a plush sofa. She sat upright abruptly, gazing at her hands, murmuring, "I've killed." The horrifying scene of her murdering Xiaoling replayed incessantly in her mind, leaving her disoriented and breathless. A warm glass of milk was placed before her, accompanied by a soothing voice. "You did not kill anyone, you merely experienced a hallucination due to your episode." Jiang Ciyou cupped her face in relief. "I feared I had truly taken her life." After a moment of composure, she took the milk from the man's hand. "Dr. Xiao, how did I end up here?" Xiao Huchuan replied, "You called me before your episode. I located you based on your phone's GPS when I arrived. Your car was parked by the roadside, and you were in a semi-unconscious state." Strangely, Jiang Ciyou had no recollection of this. After a brief pause, she said, "The medication is finished, please prescribe me more." Of course, Xiao Huchuan responded, "Your condition had been stable for quite some time. What triggered this sudden episode? Was it because of this diary?" When he found Jiang Ciyou, she had been clutching that very diary tightly. He extended it toward her. "Rest assured, I did not read it." Jiang Ciyou, however, declined to take it. "You may read it. It might aid in treating my condition." Xiao Huchuan served as her psychologist and was the only person privy to her entire story, her past trauma, the betrayals by Yin Feng and Xiaoling, and even her past relationship with a younger man. In essence, she had no secrets from him, yet, after her condition stabilized, they had not been in contact for several months. Xiao Huchuan tucked the diary away. "Very well, I shall keep it for now." Jiang Ciyou seemed to regain her clarity. "Where is my phone?" He handed her bag back to her, and upon checking her phone, she was astonished to find it was already 4 in the morning. "I slept for so long?" she exclaimed. Xiao Huchuan explained, "You woke once during your episode, expressing a desire to harm me. I administered a sedative to calm you." Jiang Ciyou battled not only depression but also mild dissociative disorder. Until now, including today, her dissociative episodes had only occurred twice. During these episodes, she would lose herself, her ability to control her actions, and even other personalities might emerge, resulting in amnesia afterward. The first episode had occurred on the night she self-harmed. Jiang Ciyou had not anticipated that Xiaoling's diary would trigger her dissociative episode. She did not believe her resilience was so fragile. This could only imply one thing: her condition had worsened. As she lifted her gaze, it inadvertently settled on Xiao Huchuan's neck, where a distinct red mark was evident. It dawned on her that the hallucination of killing Xiaoling was not merely a figment of her imagination. "I am sorry, Dr. Xiao." Xiao Huchuan adjusted his glasses, a gentle smile gracing his lips, radiating warmth like a spring breeze. "There is no need for such formality between us." Chapter 87, The Secret Base of Student Days. Xiao Huchuan suddenly seemed to recall something. "By the way, your phone has been ringing incessantly." I took the liberty of answering it. Jiang Ciyou picked up her phone to find it was a call from Bo Jinqiu. "What did you say?" Xiao Huchuan replied, "I merely stated that I am your friend and that you are staying with me tonight." Jiang Ciyou felt an inexplicable headache begin to throb. What was his reaction? Xiao Huchuan feigned innocence, saying, "He hung up immediately." Jiang Ciyou massaged her temples, already envisioning Bo Jinqiu's jealousy boiling over. However, she understood the gravity of her current situation. Moreover, Bo Jinqiu was only aware of her insomnia. He remained oblivious to the multitude of her issues and her past experiences, which she had no intention of revealing to him. The pain in her temples persisted, and she lacked the energy to offer any explanations. More importantly, there was still an unresolved matter at hand. Jiang Ciyou dozed off again at Xiao Huchuan's residence. When she awoke, it was already 8 in the morning, and Xiao Huchuan had departed for his private clinic. The house was eerily quiet. This was not her first stay here. During her previous episodes, she had spent an extended period in this very place, rendering her intimately familiar with her surroundings. Xiao Huchuan's home was a luxurious penthouse located on the top floor of a high-end community. The living room boasted an entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass, providing an expansive view of the world outside. Barefoot, Jiang Ciyou stood before the window, her gaze fixed on the bustling traffic below. The vehicles on the elevated road flowed continuously like the pulsing heartbeat of the city, its lifeblood coursing through the streets. Each day seemed to mirror the last, as the world remained indifferent to anyone's plight. Jiang Ciyou retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Senior brother, I'd like to borrow something from you." The deep, captivating voice on the other end inquired, "What do you need?" "Your pet." Jiang Ciyou remained in the penthouse until noon. It was not until her senior brother called to inform her that everything was in place that she decided to leave. Before departing, she called Xiaoling. Her tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Xiaoling, let us meet." After a brief silence, Xiaoling agreed, "Sure, I have something to discuss with you as well." "Do you remember our secret base?" "I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot." After hanging up, Jiang Ciyou drove to Qingcheng Mountain. Qingcheng Mountain was a luxurious villa district, with each villa featuring its own unique courtyard, surrounded by towering trees that offered an exceptional level of privacy. The villas were a birthday gift from Feng Yuping to Jiang Ciyou on her 15th birthday. She cherished the ambience there, and during her high school years, she transformed it into a sanctuary solely for herself. Back then, she, Xiaoling, Shenhua, and Yan Feng often gathered there to revel in their youth. This place had only been graced by the 4 of them, and all had their facial recognition registered, granting access to anyone among them. Jiang Ciyou arrived early. Upon entering, she discovered the courtyard overrun with weeds and shrubs. It had been over 3 years since she last set foot here, yet amidst the chaos and decay, faint echoes of 3 years prior lingered. A magnificent cherry blossom tree stood in the courtyard, beneath which swayed a swing chair. The swing, long weathered by the elements, had faded and was coated in a thick layer of dust. Yet, it suddenly evoked memories of lying there with Xiaoling, gazing at the stars. Xiaoling had always liked to lean on her shoulder, saying, Ciyou, you are like the bright moon in the sky, while I am but an ant on the ground.
Thank you for being friends with someone like me. Xiaoling, what nonsense are you thinking now? Jiang Ciyou teased, draping her arm around her shoulder. You are my moon, but not just my moon. I fear one day you might abandon me.
Jiang Ciyou stood, hands on her hips, playfully admonishing, You've read too much, you're becoming overly sentimental. She then extended her hand, declaring, Xiaoling, we will always be good friends.
Reflecting on that time, Jiang Ciyou found it particularly ironic.
The person she had once treated with such sincerity had turned out to be the one who had betrayed her most deeply. She strode directly into the house and descended into the basement. She inspected the items her senior brother had sent over. They appeared satisfactory and hungry. Subsequently, she made her way to the small attic on the top floor of the villa, which served as a monitoring room. The exterior of the villa, the courtyard, and every corridor were equipped with surveillance cameras. Jiang Ciyou powered on the monitoring equipment, and the screens flickered to life in unison. She settled into a chair, leisurely awaiting the arrival of her guest. Eventually, a black Mercedes entered the view of the monitors. Jiang Ciyou recognized the car. It belonged to Yin Feng, and Xiaoling had been driving it for the past month. The vehicle pulled into the villa's courtyard and came to a halt. As expected, Xiaoling emerged from the car, clad in a simple white dress. She appeared serene and delicate, reminiscent of a small white flower swaying in the breeze. Xiaoling surveyed the disarray of the courtyard, seemingly recalling something as she lingered outside before finally entering the house. Before long, Xiaoling stood outside the monitoring room. There was no door to the room, and she was taken aback to find that all the doors in the house seemed to have been removed. However, she did not dwell on the oddity of the situation. Jiang Ciyou, sitting in the monitoring room, wore a black dress that matched her dark, wavy hair adorned with a black butterfly hairpin, while her shoes were also black. From head to toe, she exuded an eerie allure, yet, her smile was strikingly radiant.
Xiaoling, you're here?
Xiaoling entered slowly, her eyes filled with a pleading expression. Her voice was tinged with desperation. Ciyou, can you help me, please?
Jiang Ciyou burst into laughter but still asked, what do you need help with?
A Feng no longer wants the child in my womb, but I cannot bear to lose this baby.
Please, talk to him for me. He only listens to you. Ciyou, spare my child, will you? Jiang Ciyou's laughter turned sardonic.
Spare your child, you have quite a way of twisting words. Yin Feng's decision regarding the child has nothing to do with me. It is as if you're implying that I encouraged him to terminate the pregnancy. Xiaoling, you truly excel at moral blackmail. I didn't mean it that way. Yin Feng feels guilty toward you, which is why he is so harsh with me. If you forgive me, he will surely find peace. Xiaoling had moved within half a meter of Jiang Ciyou and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Ciyou, I have done many things to wrong you, but my child is innocent.
For the sake of this little life, let bygones be bygones, shall we?
Chapter 88. Jiang Ciyou's despair. She knelt on the ground, a picture of remorse. Tears had long been brimming in her eyes, presenting an extraordinarily pitiable sight. In stark contrast, Jiang Ciyou sat with her legs crossed, her expression entirely unmoved. Your propensity to kneel at the slightest provocation is truly hard to amend, Jiang Ciyou remarked, bending down to grasp Xiaoling's chin. However, this tactic has lost its efficacy with me. With a firm grip, Jiang Ciyou caused Xiaoling to gasp in pain, tears streaming down her face. Only then did Jiang Ciyou release her hold. Xiaoling, sobbing, implored, Jiang Ciyou, you were born into a wealthy family, living a life of luxury, where everything you desire comes easily.
Yet I emerged from a place akin to hell, suffering abuse from my mother. Even the simplest wish for a new dress was a Herculean task. Do you comprehend the agony of existing in such an environment?
I concede that taking Yin Feng from you was a transgression on my part, but he is the sole lifeline in my barren existence, and I cling to him with all my might. I dread returning to that wretched place. I am terrified of poverty. Losing Yin Feng for you merely means exchanging one lifelong companion for another. Given your circumstances, you could easily find someone of equal status and exceptional merit. But for me, Yin Feng represents the only straw I can grasp in my impending despair, hence my desperate clinging. Jiang Ciyou, you will never understand the suffocating nature of my life, my childhood, my teenage years. If you experienced even a single day in my shoes, you would grasp the rationale behind my actions. Xiaoling wept like a rain-soaked flower. Had it been in the past, Jiang Ciyou might have been swayed by her twisted logic. Yet now, she remained impassive. If you truly loved Yin Feng, you could openly confess your feelings and pursue him. Instead, you resort to despicable, underhanded tactics. What sympathy could someone like you possibly deserve?
Openly? Could I ever compete with you, Jiang Ciyou? I know I am inferior to you in every way. Without employing some means, Yin Feng would never even glance my way. So you resort to tormenting me, tarnishing my reputation?
Jiang Ciyou's voice was cold and sharp. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Jiang Ciyou. A tempest of emotions surged within her. It dawned on her that Jiang Ciyou's words were merely a provocation, a test. All her earlier statements had been a prelude to this moment. Had she truly succumbed to her emotions, she might have inadvertently revealed her own guilt. Thankfully, she remained sufficiently lucid. Xiaoling feigned innocence. Ciyou, what are you talking about? I merely imitated your handwriting to pen that diary, leading to a misunderstanding between you and Yin Feng, but I have never sullied your reputation. Yin Feng had already uncovered the diary's secrets. Today, Jiang Ciyou's sudden visit must have prompted him to confess. It would be more credible if she admitted it herself. However, Jiang Ciyou saw through Xiaoling's facade. Though the diary did not explicitly confirm her involvement, Jiang Ciyou was aware that the incident was inextricably linked to her.
Xiaoling, I shall inquire once more. What exactly did you do to me during the summer of our freshman year?
Xiaoling maintained her facade of innocence. I truly do not know what you are referring to. Jiang Ciyou rose, towering over Xiaoling.
An aura of icy menace enveloped her, chilling to the bone.
Xiaoling, this is your final opportunity. Tell me how you orchestrated this, who violated me, or do not blame me for turning ruthless. It was not me, truly not me. Jiang Ciyou's gaze bore into her, icy and terrifying. Then she turned away, returning to the monitoring chair. You may leave now, provided you can walk out. Xiaoling was perplexed by the statement, yet she sensed something was amiss with Jiang Ciyou, dangerous, as if she had transformed into another person. Turning, Xiaoling hurried away. However, as she did, a series of terrifying howls echoed from the basement. Xiaoling quickened her pace, and just as she exited the villa, she was startled to discover 4 wolves in the yard, not dogs, but wolves. These 4 were large and muscular, their bellies gaunt, tails drooping, and eyes gleaming with a menacing green light, glaring hungrily at Xiaoling. In that moment, Xiaoling comprehended the meaning behind Jiang Ciyou's words, if you can walk out. But why were there wolves here? Starving, feral wolves. There was no time for contemplation. The wolves had already locked their gaze on her, moving slowly towards their prey. Xiaoling's hand clutched the doorframe, paralyzed with fear upon witnessing this scene. The wolves quickened their pace, charging toward her. Finally, she reacted, turning to flee inside. Her instinct was to find refuge in a room. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that all the doors had been removed. It was evident that Jiang Ciyou had come prepared. Panic surged within her as she ascended the stairs. Her first thought was to locate Jiang Ciyou, but when she reappeared in the monitoring room, Jiang Ciyou was long gone. From the surveillance footage, Xiaoling could see the 4 wolves swiftly climbing the stairs, each splitting off to search for her, methodically traversing room after room. Though the villa was vast, they would surely find her within minutes. Xiaoling's legs trembled with fear. She had not anticipated Jiang Ciyou's ruthlessness, her madness, yet now, she had no idea where Jiang Ciyou was, nor could she find any place to hide. She had to escape. Emerging from the monitoring room, she saw a wolf's head peeking around the hallway corner. Spotting Xiaoling, it let out a ferocious roar and charged toward her. The sight of that massive figure sent her heart racing. She glanced around and finally spotted a potential hiding place, the elevator. Xiaoling dashed to the elevator, pressing the open door button. The wolf was rapidly closing in, howling fiercely, its eyes glinting with malice, baring its fangs as if ready to tear her apart in the next instant. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her body shaking as if she were a mere leaf in a storm. Fortunately, the elevator doors slid open just in time. She swiftly slipped inside, trembling hands desperately pressing the close button. The enormous wolf was now less than 5 meters away, leaping toward her. Chapter 89, Who ruined Jiang Ciyou's innocence? Xiaoling collapsed onto the ground, stunned. With a tremendous crash, she felt the elevator shudder as a wolf collided with the doors. Trembling uncontrollably, she caught sight of the beast just outside, its gaping maw bared, revealing its sharp, elongated teeth. Had she hesitated for even a second longer, she might have found herself with her throat torn out by that monstrous creature. How could this be happening? Xiaoling never imagined she would encounter such a harrowing ordeal in her lifetime. The howls of the wolf echoed outside the elevator, each cry seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. After a few moments of dazed disbelief, she suddenly realized, call the police. She could alert them. Fortunately, her phone lay nestled in her pocket. Dialing 110, Xiaoling soon discovered that all signals in the area had been jammed. Jiang Ciyou, you are truly ruthless. What should I do now? Her gaze fixated on the last message sent from her phone, directed to Yin Feng. Now he would come. He had to come. Anticipating the confrontation due to Jiang Ciyou's unexpected summons, Xiaoling had messaged Yin Feng earlier, hoping he would witness Jiang Ciyou's harshness and her own sincere repentance. But she never expected that such a calamity would unfold before Yin Feng could arrive. A fear gripped her heart, compounded by the dread of waiting for Yin Feng's arrival. The feral growls from outside sent her heart racing. At that moment, the elevator's display suddenly illuminated, revealing Jiang Ciyou's visage from the background. It appeared she had returned to the surveillance room, leisurely seated in her chair. Xiaoling, in a frenzy, shouted, Jiang Ciyou, have you lost your mind? Jiang Ciyou smiled, brushing her wavy hair back with one hand. Her smile was dazzling, captivating all who beheld it, yet the coldness in her eyes was impossible to disguise. Xiaoling, you are not the only one capable of cruelty. Everything you endure today is what you deserve. Xiaoling was taken aback by the extent of Jiang Ciyou's madness. Was this truly the radiant Jiang Ciyou she once knew? She resembled a demon from the depths of hell. Quickly yielding, Xiaoling pleaded, Ciyou, spare me, I was wrong, I'm pregnant and terrified. Please, don't play such cruel games with me. A flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Jiang Ciyou's scoff pierced through the air. Xiaoling, you brought this upon yourself. Jiang Ciyou's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her tone calm yet laden with an oppressive weight. Who is it? Tell me, who violated me? Xiaoling sank to the floor, weeping uncontrollably. I don't know, I truly don't. Xiaoling, I can open the elevator doors at any moment. Xiaoling's heart raced as she realized the full extent of the technology at play. She could control it remotely. The sound of claws scraping against the elevator doors reverberated in her ears, and she sensed that there was more than one wolf outside now. Her heart plummeted. She recoiled into the corner of the elevator, whispering, Yenfone, why aren't you here yet? Jiang Ciyou's calm voice resonated through the screen once more.
I will count to 10. If you refuse to speak, then you shall reap what you have sown. 10.
Xiaoling's heart raced as if it would leap from her chest, her expression frozen in terror.
9.
Xiaoling, now alert, rapidly begged for mercy, bowing her head toward the screen while vehemently denying any wrongdoing.
8. 7.
As she pleaded, Jiang Ciyou remained unmoved, her demeanor shifting to one of cold fury.
Why are you doing this to me, Jiang Ciyou? What gives you the right? This is illegal. If you kill me, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. 6. 5.
Ciyou, please don't do this, let us talk this out. We used to be such good friends.
You stood up for me, and I endured punishment for you. Have you forgotten all of this? 4.
Jiang Ciyou, I despise you. How can someone like you, born with a silver spoon, understand the suffering of someone like me? You live a life of luxury, wanting for nothing, and yet you choose to torment someone who has lost everything.
3. Ciyou, please let me go. There is something I've always wanted to say to you. 2. You don't understand me at all. You are surrounded by brilliance and countless friends, so many that I feel envious. I often wonder, if you were like me, with nothing at all, would it be a one?
Jiang Ciyou had finished counting. Xiaoling heard the ominous sound of the elevator doors preparing to part. She lunged forward, desperately pressing the close button, but it was futile. A narrow gap had already formed, and two monstrous claws were reaching through, clawing insistently at the opening.
Xiaoling's vision blurred as panic overwhelmed her mind. Just as the doors threatened to yield, she shouted at the screen, "It was Scarred Xiang, Scarred Xiang raped you."
Indeed, as soon as Xiaoling uttered those words, the elevator doors snapped shut once more. She crumpled to the floor, weeping in despair, while inside the surveillance room, Jiang Ciyou's gaze remained locked onto Xiaoling, her body trembling uncontrollably. Scarred Xiang, memories rushed back. Scarred Xiang, whose real name was Wu Xiang, was Xiaoling's neighbor, a figure from a seedy underbelly, a small-time thug who had mingled with the wrong crowd since childhood. As Xiaoling blossomed into a graceful young woman in middle school, he began to harass her relentlessly. No matter how she tried to evade him, Scarred Xiang shadowed her like a ghost. In high school, he even claimed to be her boyfriend, causing a ruckus at school, which led Xiaoling to face scorn from her peers. The principal even contemplated expelling her.
It was Jiang Ciyou who repeatedly intervened, confronting Scarred Xiang with fierce determination. After several confrontations, Scarred Xiang harbored a deep resentment. One day, as school let out, he once again pursued Xiaoling, and Jiang Ciyou stepped in once more.
In a moment of reckless abandon, Scarred Xiang brandished a knife, knowing he couldn't overpower Jiang Ciyou, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at Xiaoling without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Ciyou shielded her, the blade plunging deep into her shoulder.
To this day, the scar remains etched onto Jiang Ciyou's skin. In the aftermath, Scarred Xiang was incarcerated for 3 years for intentional assault. As Jiang Ciyou reflected on the past, she felt the familiar sting of that scar throb anew, the agony of the blade piercing her flesh washing over her like a relentless tide. Sweat beaded on her forehead and back, yet she clung to her final shred of clarity. Her voice, icy and terrifying, pierced the silence. Xiaoling, I nearly lost my life saving you from Scarred Xiang, and in the end, you conspired with him to obliterate my innocence? Chapter 94 Wolves pounced. This revelation seemed far more difficult for her to accept than the simultaneous betrayals of Xiaoling and Yenfone. Even when Jiang Ciyou was stabbed in the back by Xiaoling, she had never once regretted the kindness she had extended to her, nor the sincerity she had shown. Jiang Ciyou believed this was her moral compass. Her benevolence towards Xiaoling was not a reflection of Xiaoling's worth, but rather a testament to her own integrity. Yet at this moment, a profound doubt began to gnaw at her heart. Was kindness a folly? Should goodness be exploited by demons, leading to the ruin of one's life and descending into hell? Xiaoling knelt on the ground. No, it's not true. During the summer of our freshman year, Scarred Xiang was released from prison. He came to find me immediately, placing a knife against my throat, demanding to know your whereabouts. He threatened that if I didn't tell him, we would perish together. At that time, you were volunteering at the Shangmei orphanage, sharing meals and sleeping alongside those children. I was so terrified that I revealed everything.
I never anticipated that he would come to you, that he would drug you, that he would assault you. I always thought you were so capable, that your family background was formidable. I believed he wouldn't dare, yet I never imagined he would go through with it. Jiang Ciyou clutched a silver whistle in her hand, gripping it tightly until it nearly deformed. Nevertheless, she fought to suppress her emotions.
Xiaoling, do you think I would believe you? Was it not you and Scarred Xiang who conspired against me? How else could you know so many details? I did not. I truly did not. Scarred Xiang later came to boast before me, revealing everything he had done. He even recorded a video I still have saved on my phone. As she spoke, Xiaoling pulled out her phone and found the video. It displayed Jiang Ciyou, unconscious, lying on a hotel bed, filmed from a first-person perspective. Scarred Xiang's lewd voice echoed, "You filthy woman, despite your prowess, you still fell into my hands. If you have any ability, get up now, I will thoroughly torment you." He continued, "Xiaoling, do you see, your protector is right here. Today, I will destroy her, and from now on, no one will be able to shield you. Did you think that befriending a wealthy heir would elevate you? When you sent me to prison, you should have anticipated this day. Just wait, once I am done with her, I will turn my attention to you. You wretched creature, you should be living in the gutter. Consider it a privilege that I even laid eyes on you."
The video abruptly cut off. Although the footage was not very clear, Jiang Ciyou recognized that voice. It was indeed Scar's. The elevator door slowly opened. Xiaoling, still kneeling, finally raised her head. What she saw was not wolves, but Yanfeng. Xiaoling was taken aback. What was happening? Yanfeng's face was a portrait of anguish, mingled with an intense, suppressed fury. He strode over to Xiaoling, nearly dragging her out from where she knelt. Xiaoling, you are utterly despicable. After all that Jiang Ciyou has endured, you dare to slander her. The memory of Xiaoling's diary, where she fabricated stories of Jiang Ciyou being victimized, filled him with she had twisted the truth, leading him to believe Jiang Ciyou was a wanton woman, even using that to hurt her. Yanfeng seized Xiaoling by her collar.
Xiaoling, you are nothing but a venomous snake.
Xiaoling, feeling powerless, looked at Yanfeng with pleading eyes.
Feng, Jiang Ciyou wants to kill me. She really wants to kill me. You deserve to die.
Another voice echoed from a short distance away. Xiaoling looked up to see Bo Jinxiu. Why were they both here, and when had they arrived? Yanfeng's presence was not surprising to her. She had sent him a message prior, knowing he would come eventually. It was just that his arrival was later than expected. In fact, when Yanfeng received her message, he had still been at the hospital. Bo Jinxiu, having failed to contact Jiang Ciyou throughout the night, had gone to the hospital early, assuming Jiang Ciyou would visit Yanfeng. He coincidentally encountered Yanfeng leaving alone, and thus followed him. When they arrived, Xiaoling had just hidden inside the elevator. Therefore, they overheard everything during their confrontation, clear as day. Bo Jinxiu finally grasped the situation. Jiang Ciyou's first time was not given to Yanfeng, but rather was taken from her by a petty thug. Moreover, Jiang Ciyou had repeatedly rescued Xiaoling from this very thug, only to be gradually dragged into a chasm by Xiaoling's machinations. Jiang Ciyou approached as well, slowly advancing towards Xiaoling, her steps mechanical. She halted before Xiaoling, who was still kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head.
Ciyou, I know I was wronged. I was just so scared. That's why I didn't come forward. I was simply too afraid. Jiang Ciyou crouched down, gripping Xiaoling's chin. You could have reported it, Xiaoling. Receiving such a video, she hadn't even thought to contact the authorities. This crushed any glimmer of hope for salvation that Jiang Ciyou had in her moment of despair. I was scared, I was truly terrified, Xiaoling sobbed, begging for mercy. Xiaoling, you are not afraid. You sought to destroy me all along. You are an accomplice and shall pay the price. Xiaoling gazed at Jiang Ciyou in terror. Jiang Ciyou's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, her face still exquisite. Yet looking down at her, her beautiful visage exuded a madness that rendered her presence eerily tranquil, as if one could not predict her next move. Suddenly, Jiang Ciyou raised the silver whistle to her lips and blew into it. The four wolves that had vanished re-emerged from the shadows, advancing slowly, step by step, bearing their fangs towards Xiaoling. When Yanfeng arrived, he only caught glimpses of shadows, believing he was hallucinating. Yet at this moment, witnessing the four wolves encircle the three of them, his eyes widened in shock. Bo Jinxiu, however, remained composed, standing beside Jiang Ciyou, devoid of any sign of fear. His gaze was fixed solely upon her face, observing how she appeared so utterly different from the playful, spirited woman he knew. It was as if a vengeful spirit from hell had taken residence within her. Her expression was blank, cold, and her movements rigid, as though she had transformed entirely. Bo Jinxiu understood. She seemed to be suffering, tormented within. The four wolves drew closer, lurking, wrinkling their noses, baring their teeth, accompanied by terrifying growls, as if they were poised to pounce at any moment, ready to tear them all apart. Chapter 91. Xiaoling, I can be the villain too. Though Bo Jinxiu was acutely aware that the wolves were likely under Jiang Ciyou's control, the sight of them advancing menacingly compelled him to position himself protectively in front of her. At that moment, Yanfeng had also regained his senses, rising to stand beside Jiang Ciyou. Witnessing this scene shattered Xiaoling's heart. Feng, how could you treat me like this? The four wolves had drawn nearer, and cleverly, they were all advancing towards Xiaoling. Once again confronted by these fearsome beasts, Xiaoling curled up in terror. Jiang Ciyou had descended into madness, placing her sole hope in Yanfeng. Yanfeng, please save me. We've been together. I don't wish to die. Feng, I carry our child within me. You've heard his heartbeat. You've seen his face. He bears a striking resemblance to you. For the sake of our child, please save me. Yanfeng regarded the encroaching wolves with a facade of calmness, yet internally he was merely holding on. He was determined not to concede to Bo Jinxiu at this juncture. However, his heart was fraught with conflict. Xiaoling deserved punishment, but not in such a brutal and bloody manner. Moreover, it was true that she bore his child. Ultimately, Yanfeng turned, grasping Jiang Ciyou's arm, and implored, Xiaoyu, let Xiaoling go. She deserves to die, but not in this way. His eyes were reddened with emotion as he continued, Jiang Ciyou, exercise some reason. You are committing murder. Should you kill her, you too will face imprisonment, he added, observing Jiang Ciyou's impassive expression. He could only turn to Bo Jinxiu. You must stop her. Will you truly allow her to commit murder? Bo Jinxiu, however, I will provide her with cover. The wolves drew ever closer, and Yanfeng's expression became increasingly unhinged. As the four wolves bared their fangs and lunged towards Xiaoling, a collective breath was held. Xiaoling's piercing scream shattered the air, yet the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. Jiang Ciyou once more lifted the silver whistle and, unfazed, blew two sharp notes. The wolves abruptly halted, turning to rush towards her, nudging her ankles with their noses and even wagging their tails like dogs. Jiang Ciyou bent down to stroke the wolves' heads, smiling as she declared, it was merely a jest. These are pet wolves and will not harm anyone. Yanfeng nearly collapsed to the ground, while a smirk tugged at the corners of Bo Jinxiu's mouth.
He had discerned the truth long before. These wolves wore collars with identification numbers, clearly indicating they were domesticated. Their glossy fur suggested they were well-groomed, as only those raised by humans would allow such proximity. The essence of a pet wolf lies in its temperament. Affluent individuals often keep them, each passing through stringent selection processes. Any wolf with a history of aggression would be euthanized. Essentially, they are no more dangerous than dogs and, in fact, often more docile, yet they possess far greater intelligence. They understand human emotions and obey commands, even excelling in performance. For instance, when Jiang Ciyou commanded them to feign an attack on Xiaoling, they executed it flawlessly. However, Bo Jinqiu remained unaware of how Jiang Ciyou had acquired such exquisite specimens, both in appearance and coat quality. At that moment, Xiaoling finally exhaled in relief. Jiang Ciyou approached her, crouching down. Xiaoling, I have grown weary of our endless strife, our thievery and betrayals. I am fully aware of all your actions.
We must come to a genuine resolution.
Just as Xiaoling felt a glimmer of hope, a flicker of terror ignited in her eyes. Jiang Ciyou smiled. Rest assured, I shall not kill you.
It is not worth my time to serve a prison sentence for your sake. What do you intend to do, Jiang Ciyou?
You have ruined my life, and thus, you shall exchange what you hold most dear.
Jiang Ciyou's fingers toyed with her hair, feigning contemplation. But what is it that you value most? The position of Mrs. Yan Feng, or the child you carry?
Her gaze fell upon Xiaoling's abdomen. Xiaoling seemed to sense the implication, wrapping her arms protectively around her belly.
Jiang Ciyou, do not even think of harming my child.
Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. It is merely a misfortune to have you as a mother, Xiaoling. I too wish to embrace the role of villain.
Rising, she turned to Yan Feng. Yan Feng, did you not wish to make amends with me?
Jiang Ciyou fixed him with a steady gaze, her voice icy. I offer you a chance. Yan Feng stood in stunned silence.
Meanwhile, Xiaoling erupted in frenzy. Jiang Ciyou, you cannot do this. You have no right to harm him. You will regret it. If you hurt him, you will inevitably regret it one day.
Xiaoling understood that she had come to see Yan Feng as the blade poised to strike her down, for if it were him, the pain would be deeper, more heart-wrenching. Yan Feng's brow furrowed deeply. After a prolonged silence, he averted his gaze, his voice low. Xiaoyu, I never intended to keep this child.
Xiaoling retreated step by step.
No, you cannot treat me this way. Yet Yan Feng advanced, seizing her firmly.
Xiaoling, abort the child and leave the country.
This child has no place in this world, and you are unworthy to be his mother. Xiaoling, misdeeds must be met with consequences. We are alike in that regard. After leaving the villa in Xincheng Mountain, Jiang Ciyou returned to the Green Shade Villa. Throughout the journey, she uttered not a word, and Bo Jinqiu posed no inquiries. Jiang Ciyou requested leave from the television station, sleeping for 3 consecutive days and nights. The confrontation with Xiaoling seemed to have drained her of all strength. During this time, Bo Jinqiu also refrained from visiting the office. Whenever Jiang Ciyou awoke, he remained by her side, ensuring her meals were attended to. While she succumbed to slumber, he retreated to the study to work. Jiang Ciyou had never experienced such a profound slumber before, undoubtedly aided by medication. After years of harboring the deepest of doubts and the most festering of wounds, she had finally uncovered the truth, only to find it more harrowing than she could have ever imagined. The realization that her assailant was that filthy, loathsome wretch filled her with revulsion. As dusk descended, Jiang Ciyou awakened once more, discovering she was not in the 3rd floor room but in the 2nd floor quarters belonging to Bo Jinqiu. The pillow still bore his unique, cool fragrance, imparting a sense of comfort and security. Slowly, she sat up, feeling a semblance of vitality return. After 3 days of sleep. Barefoot, she stepped out of the room. Outside, silence enveloped the surroundings. Checking the time, she surmised where Bo Jinqiu would be at that hour. Jiang Ciyou made her way to the dining room on the 1st floor, and indeed, she found Bo Jinqiu busily engaged in the kitchen. Today, he wore a white shirt, with a small bare apron tied over it. Chapter 92. Find you more palatable. This apron was originally purchased by Jiang Ciyou. There was a time when she whimsically decided to explore the culinary arts. However, she had never set foot in a kitchen. Consequently, it was only fitting that this apron found its way onto the form of Bo Jinqiu. Being a women's apron, it appeared somewhat snug on him. His tall and slender physique, paired with this bear-themed apron, imparted a somewhat comical appearance, yet, one cannot deny that this man, at this moment, exuded an undeniable charm. The evening sun streamed through the window, filtering through a persimmon tree outside. The dappled shadows danced upon the man, akin to ripples on a water's surface. His profile seemed bathed in light, as if gilded with flecks of gold. His expression was focused, and his movements while chopping vegetables were composed and graceful. It appeared as though he were not merely cooking, but rather crafting a work of art. Jiang Ciyou leaned against the doorframe, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she savored this delightful scene. Bo Jinqiu noticed her presence and turned to face her, only to find Jiang Ciyou gazing at him with tender affection.
Awake? MHM.
Please wait a moment, dinner will be ready shortly tonight. I've prepared your favorite sweet and sour ribs.
Jiang Ciyou approached and playfully draped her arms around Bo Jinqiu's neck.
Rising on her tiptoes, she planted a gentle kiss on his lips, remarking, I find you more palatable. Bo Jinqiu's gaze deepened suddenly, yet a flush of crimson crept up to his ears. Jiang Ciyou, if you continue like this, I assure you, you won't have dinner within the... Observing her demeanor, one might think she had completely recovered, unchanged from her usual self. Yet, Bo Jinqiu could not shake the discomfort within him. He realized she had endured so much, that her heart concealed numerous burdens. She had coped with her experiences in solitude, and the radiant facade she presented to him masked indelible shadows. I'm sorry, Bo Jinqiu finally spoke. Jiang Ciyou understood the reason behind his apology. He had come to learn of her past and likely sought to atone for his earlier rivalry with Yin Feng.
There is no need for you to apologize, those who owe me an apology have never been you, Jiang Ciyou replied, her demeanor seemingly unfazed. Yet, Bo Jinxiu felt a pang of unease. It appeared she had never truly opened her heart to him, their relationship was unique, he could not offer her a future, thus what right did he have to demand her complete trust and reliance? Bo Jinxiu, help me find someone, Jiang Ciyou suddenly declared. Bo Jinxiu's thoughts returned to the present, as if anticipating her request. Are you referring to scarred Xian? Upon hearing the name, Jiang Ciyou's fingers tightened.
I want him to rot in prison. I cannot allow such scum to harm others. Having recognized that the past could not be changed, Jiang Ciyou understood she must not dwell on it in her lucid moments. She was acutely aware that being violated was not her fault. The true culprits were those who perpetrated the violence. She sought revenge, desiring him to face the consequences he deserved, to be confined within prison walls for a lifetime, deprived of sunlight. She was willing to testify, even if it meant exposing herself to the harsh light of day. Such wretches must not roam free. Bo Jinxiu's expression remained neutral as he calmly replied, he is already dead.
After a long silence, she incredulously asked, did you do it?
Bo Jinxiu raised his eyes to meet hers. No, he died 3 years ago.
2 days after the incident, he drowned in a nearby reservoir.
The police investigated and concluded it was an accidental death due to intoxication. He had no family, so the case was swiftly closed. Jiang Ciyou had not anticipated such an outcome. After a prolonged pause, she finally murmured, evil begets evil. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling feeling stirred within, her heart racing. She sensed something was amiss with Wu Xiang's death. Bo Jinxiu sighed, in any case, he is dead now, please let this matter rest, do not torment yourself any further. In the days that followed, Bo Jinxiu had investigated the medications Jiang Ciyou had been taking and discovered the reason she had been managing only 3 hours of sleep each night. His heart ached for her. Bo Jinxiu grasped Jiang Ciyou's hand, saying, I know this is difficult, but I will always be by your side. Jiang Ciyou, remember, I will never let go of your hand. Jiang Ciyou gazed into Bo Jinxiu's profound eyes, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. Given the nature of our relationship, there's no need for such deep sentiment, is there? Bo Jinxiu sighed, choosing not to press further. One more word, and she might indeed suggest parting ways. However, Jiang Ciyou's expression turned serious, her smile fading. Bo Jinxiu, I have long since lost the capacity to love. This applies to Yin Feng as much as it does to you. Therefore, please do not fall in love with me, let us enjoy our time together, living each day as it comes, shall we? Bo Jinxiu tightened his grip on her hand, but ultimately uttered a single word, all right. In the days that followed, life seemed to settle into a semblance of tranquility. Xiaoling abruptly vanished from Jiang Ciyou's life. In fact, since that day, Yin Feng had not reappeared before her. It was only 7 days after leaving the villa on Qingcheng Mountain that Jiang Ciyou received a message from Yin Feng. Everything is as you wished. Jiang Ciyou stared at those words for quite some time. She could almost sense the bitterness and faint resentment woven within them. Had Xiaoling's child with Yin Feng truly perished, was this genuinely the outcome she desired? Jiang Ciyou felt no joy. Even if they lost everything, it could not compensate for what she had lost, namely, her sleep. The sensation of being unable to slumber, despite taking medication, was excruciatingly unbearable. It was more painful than being stabbed with a knife. The latter pain is temporary, wounds heal and scab over, but this insomnia felt as if insects gnawed her nerves each night, a torment of pain, fatigue, and anguish. Her insomnia worsened, leading her to seek out Xiao Huchuan. Xiao Huchuan had opened a private clinic, catering only to longtime clients. Jiang Ciyou languidly reclined on the sofa in his office, her arm propped against her forehead.
Why can't I seem to sleep?
Xiao Huchuan replied, Ciyou, you must understand that the body is merely a vessel for our souls. Ultimately, we all return to dust after a century. You need not overly concern yourself with the experiences your body has endured. Xiao Huchuan was already aware of the entire truth. Jiang Ciyou raked her fingers through her hair, I'm not overly concerned. I truly don't dwell on it, yet I still can't sleep. Xiao Huchuan approached her. That is because your heart is burdened with too many thoughts, too many knots, unexpressed and festering within.
Jiang Ciyou looked up in confusion, but I confide in you. You know everything about me. Xiao Huchuan remained silent for a moment.
Perhaps I do not hold significant importance in your heart.
Ciyou, why not open your heart to those you love? Jiang Ciyou was momentarily taken aback.
Love someone, who did she love? Chapter 93 A confession. Jiang Ciyou felt somewhat troubled. For the past 2 decades, the person she cherished the most was Yao Shulan, and it is innate for a child to love their mother. Before Jiang Xiaoxiao's return, Yao Shulan's affection for her was unreserved. However, everything changed after Jiang Xiaoxiao came back. She no longer had a home or parents. What about her biological mother, Yin Rolan? She had never even spoken to her face-to-face. Although Jiang Ciyou had investigated many matters concerning her, she had never visited her in prison after her incarceration. Such a relationship could hardly be described as love. What about others? Who could she truly open her heart to? Yin family's parents, they had no obligation to worry about her. Shenhua had returned to the Shen family for 3 years. She was a distant solution to an immediate problem. In Jiang Ciyou's mind, only one person remained. Bo Jinxiu, since when did he become the face she associated with those worthy of reliance and trust in her life? Yet, Jiang Ciyou sighed. Xiao Huchuan seemed to see through her thoughts. He suddenly remarked, one should seize the flowers while they bloom, lest they wait in vain for blossoms that never come. Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, he is not a rose hanging from the branches. Bo Jinxiu was certainly no delicate flower. Jiang Ciyou's greatest mistake in this lifetime was treating him as a fragile blossom kept in a greenhouse. In public, he appeared as cool and aloof as the bright moon, yet before her, he burned with the intensity of the scorching sun. At times, Jiang Ciyou felt that, despite her utmost restraint, she was still gradually succumbing. Should she end this relationship? This was a question she contemplated daily, yet sometimes, it was truly hard to let go. Xiao Huchuan gazed calmly at Jiang Ciyou and said, "He is your remedy. For that reason alone, I believe you should give it a try." Jiang Ciyou sighed, "But he is the prince of the capital."
"Are you afraid?" Jiang Ciyou candidly replied, "I am."
The capital was a treacherous place, especially the Bo family, which was the deepest of waters.
Jiang Ciyou despised intrigue. If she were truly with Bo Jinxiu, she would inevitably become ensnared in it. "Do you love him?" Jiang Ciyou almost blurted out, "I do."
In front of Xiao Huchuan, she never shielded her heart. After a moment, she sighed again, "I love him very much." Jiang Ciyou was acutely aware of her own feelings. When Yan Feng returned, she realized why she had insisted on breaking up with Bo Jinxiu. It was not out of concern for Yan Feng, but rather because she discovered that she had fallen for this pretty boy. She increasingly craved the scent of him and the warmth of his embrace, which left her feeling out of control. Why did she eventually move back to the Green Shade Villa? It was not due to his relentless pursuit, but because Jiang Ciyou missed him. That overwhelming longing led her to ultimately surrender. On the surface, she had set 3 rules. While ostensibly for him, they were truly for herself. She wished for rationality, for restraint, not wanting to sink deeper and deeper into a quagmire from which she could not extricate herself. If love were merely a feeling, she would have succumbed countless times already. Yet her love was also lucid, contradictory, restrained, and even selfish. She constantly reminded herself that they would eventually part ways. Thus, she always kept him at a certain distance, akin to a half-open door, visible and tangible, yet incapable of complete embrace. Until now, Xiao Huchuan's words awakened her. Jiang Ciyou stood, grabbed her bag, and prepared to leave.
"Where are you going?" Xiao Huchuan couldn't help but ask.
Jiang Ciyou suddenly smiled, her expression radiant, to open the door for someone. She was unsure why. Perhaps it was because this love was being spoken aloud for the first time, or perhaps she had finally made a decision after countless internal struggles. She had never been a timid person. What of being embroiled in conflict? What of traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire? She simply wished to be with Bo Jinxiu, truly together. Her heart raced with excitement. She longed to see him, to hold him tightly, and tell him, "Bo Jinxiu, I love you." That was all she wanted to say. As soon, she arrived at the BJ building. She entered through the front door with confidence. Her image continued to scroll on the large screen. Last time, she felt embarrassed. Today, however, her mood was quite pleasant. Everyone still greeted her respectfully, and she smiled in return. The title of Bo Jinxiu's girlfriend felt rather nice. Just as she exited the elevator, she unexpectedly encountered Jiang Xiaoxiao, who was about to enter. Jiang Xiaoxiao paused upon seeing her. Jiang Ciyou had no intention of acknowledging her. She walked straight towards Bo Jinxiu's office. However, Jiang Xiaoxiao suddenly rushed over and blocked her path, her tone decidedly unfriendly. "Jiang Ciyou, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ciyou lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at her, her voice laced with languor and indifference. "I'm here to see my boyfriend."
"Is there a problem?"
Upon hearing the words boyfriend, Jiang Xiaoxiao exploded like a deflated balloon. "Jiang Ciyou, you shameless woman, you were clearly married to Yan Feng. How dare you cheat on him with Bo Jinxiu and flaunt yourself as his girlfriend? You, a discarded second-hand item, how do you deserve him?" Jiang Xiaoxiao was unaware of the intricacies between Jiang Ciyou and Yan Feng. She only knew that Jiang Ciyou had been married to Yan Feng, who loved Xiaoling and paid her no heed, thus distorting her psyche and leading her to engage in illicit affairs. Jiang Xiaoxiao, brimming with indignation, declared, "Bo Jinxiu is merely momentarily bewitched by you. Soon he will realize that you are nothing more than a used shoe. Even the trash can wouldn't want you. You think you can sit in the position of Mrs. Bo? You're dreaming." In the face of Jiang Xiaoxiao's tirade, Jiang Ciyou's expression remained unfazed. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile as she replied softly, "Mrs. Bo, would you like this position?" Jiang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback but could not help but respond, "Sure." Jiang Ciyou smirked and glanced behind Jiang Xiaoxiao. "Xiao, your admirers are quite numerous. It seems the position of MRS.BO may not be sufficient." Jiang Xiaoxiao's spine stiffened. Xiao, Bo Jinxiu was behind her. Jiang Xiaoxiao turned around and indeed saw a tall, slender figure. Bo Jinxiu. He seemed displeased as he remarked, "The position of MRS.BO is one you alone do not cherish." Though his expression was frosty, his tone was gentle. Jiang Xiaoxiao was left dumbfounded. Jiang Ciyou had actually orchestrated this. She had clearly seen Bo Jinxiu behind her, hence her deliberate words. Did that mean Bo Jinxiu had heard everything she had just hurled at Jiang Ciyou? Chapter 94 of The Gentle Girl. Jiang Xiaoxiao was infuriated. Jiang Ciyou was intent on tarnishing her image in front of Bo Jinxiu. Jiang Xiaoxiao endeavored to salvage her reputation. "Your Highness, that is not what I meant. I am merely outspoken. I cannot bear to see you deceived by my sister. She has been married for quite some time. 3 years ago, the Jiang family entered into an alliance with the Yan family, and that is an irrefutable fact. However, her husband has affections elsewhere, and she herself is entangled in extramarital affairs. Your Highness, do not allow yourself to be fooled by her." Jiang Xiaoxiao firmly believed that Jiang Ciyou had used her beauty to ensnare Bo Jinxiu, and their acquaintance was far too brief to cultivate genuine feelings, merely a game of pretense, each seeking their own gain. When Bo Jinxiu's gaze shifted from Jiang Ciyou to Jiang Xiaoxiao, it was marked by a chilling indifference. "Miss Jiang, I recall that Ciyou has severed ties with your family, so perhaps it would be wise for you to refrain from addressing her as sister." Such familiarity may lead one to think you are attempting to leverage connections. Jiang Ciyou was so exasperated that she almost laughed. How could Bo Jinqiu not grasp the crux of her words? Besides, she was the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. What need had she to curry favor with a false daughter? Your Highness, Jiang Ciyou is fickle and unfaithful, possessing only a beautiful facade.
Surely you have heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be?
Jiang Ciyou no longer held back. After all, she had already established a straightforward persona in front of Bo Jinqiu, free from excessive concern. A glint of cold severity flashed in Bo Jinqiu's eyes as he prepared to respond, but Jiang Ciyou gently patted his back and said, "Allow me." Stepping forward, she seized Jiang Ciyou's chin, applying a slight pressure that produced a sharp crack. Jiang Ciyou's jaw had dislocated. Jiang Ciyou stared in disbelief, having just reveled in the pleasure of berating Jiang Ciyou, only to find herself suddenly rendered speechless by the acute pain radiating from her jaw. She attempted to close her mouth, but found it utterly impossible.
Jiang, you shameless.
Jiang Ciyou trembled, pointing at Jiang Ciyou, her words a chaotic jumble, incomprehensible, as saliva uncontrollably dribbled down. Jiang Ciyou clapped her hands. "You should hurry to the hospital. If it can't be reset in time, you cannot blame me."
Terrified, Jiang Ciyou dashed into the elevator, leaving a trail of drool behind.
Bo Jinqiu observed the scene with a degree of astonishment.
Jiang Ciyou, how many surprises do you yet conceal from me? Jiang Ciyou smiled. That is a secret.
Bo Jinqiu returned to his desk. "I was just about to discuss that with you. Jiang Ciyou has filed an appeal with the Second Intermediate Court, and the case will be retried in half a month." Jiang Ciyou had anticipated that Jiang Xiaoxiao's visit was related to this matter.
She nodded. What are the chances of a new ruling based on fresh evidence?
Bo Jinqiu raised an eyebrow. "Do you still doubt me? The Bo family has the most formidable legal team in the world." Jiang Ciyou smiled. "Then I shall personally invite Yao Shulan to attend the hearing." Bo Jinqiu regarded her with affectionate eyes. "You little rascal." After discussing Jiang Xiaoxiao's situation, Bo Jinqiu suddenly recalled something. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" It was 3 in the afternoon, and Jiang Ciyou should have been at the television station. She had never visited him at this hour. Jiang Ciyou approached Bo Jinqiu and sat on his lap, lightly draping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his lips. This display evidently pleased Bo Jinqiu, his ears turning crimson with joy, though he maintained a facade of seriousness. "Miss Jiang, please conduct yourself with decorum."
Jiang Ciyou playfully tugged at Bo Jinqiu's chin. "Not fond of it?"
Bo Jinqiu immediately surrendered, wrapping his arms around her waist. "I like it, very much." With that, his cool lips descended upon hers, their intimacy deepening.
Bo Jinqiu then asked, "So, what is it you desire from me?"
She never approached without a purpose, and today, it seemed she was employing the charms of seduction for some. In truth, Jiang Ciyou had no pressing business. It was somewhat amusing. She had come to confess her feelings. "Bo Jinqiu, suddenly, Bo Jinqiu's phone vibrated, the ringtone distinctive unlike his usual calls.
He showed no inclination to answer. "What's the matter?"
Jiang Ciyou turned and seized the phone from him. "Your call." As she glanced at the screen, she noted the contact saved as Qingqing. It was evidently a girl's name, lacking a surname, merely these 2 characters, resembling a nickname or term of endearment.
Jiang Ciyou handed the phone back to Bo Jinqiu and stood up. "You should answer it."
Bo Jinqiu glanced at the phone before rising to take the call on the office balcony. This was the first time he had stepped away from her to take a call. A woman's intuition led Jiang Ciyou to suspect that this Qingqing shared a unique connection with him. In just 5 minutes, Bo Jinqiu returned.
"By the way, what were you about to say?"
His expression remained unchanged, offering no explanation regarding the call.
"Who is Qingqing?" Jiang Ciyou inquired with a smile.
"She is the daughter of a relative who has encountered some difficulties and sought my assistance." Jiang Ciyou nodded, realizing she had overthought the situation. Bo Jinqiu wrapped her in his embrace once more. "You still haven't disclosed your purpose for visiting today."
He was not convinced that Jiang Ciyou had come to see him without reason.
Yet, following the interruption, the tender words she had intended to speak suddenly eluded her. Nevertheless, Jiang Ciyou leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. "I'll tell you tonight." Bo Jinqiu revealed a hint of regret. "I must return to the capital for a few days."
Jiang Ciyou was somewhat taken aback. "So soon?"
A flash of cold intensity crossed Bo Jinqiu's gaze. "There are pressing matters to attend to."
He then looked at Jiang Ciyou. "Why not accompany me? You've not been sleeping well lately. It would be a good opportunity to clear your mind."
Jiang Ciyou shook her head. "I just requested a 3-day leave from the station. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask for more now."
"You go ahead. I'll wait for your return."
Bo Jinqiu did not press the matter further. Jiang Ciyou soon returned to the television station. On her way back, she pondered that Bo Jinqiu's urgent affairs must be related to his relative named Qingqing, likely a significant issue. That evening, after finishing her news broadcast, Jiang Ciyou was about to leave when Tang Fei suddenly approached her. "Ciyou, pack your things, we're heading to Jingtai for a study exchange tomorrow."
"This is an excellent opportunity, and you were the first person I thought of."
Chapter 95. Impressed by Jiang Ciyou. Jingtai serves as the benchmark for all television stations across the nation. In reality, it is also a publicly traded company, under the holding of Jinghua Qiaomei, which appears to be an enterprise associated with the Bo family. Of course, Jiang Ciyou does not possess extensive knowledge about the intricacies of the business world. She spoke up. "Director Tang, I have participated in numerous exchange programs across various stations. I believe it would be more beneficial for someone else to take this opportunity." Indeed, over the past year, she had traversed no less than 30 provincial-level television stations for such exchanges. To be honest, it was rather mundane, consisting mainly of meetings and socializing with influential capital figures. At times, Jiang Ciyou felt as though these exchanges resembled mere companionship for drinking. Occasionally, she even found herself subjected to unwelcome advances from certain capitalists. She had little affection for such social engagements. Tang Fei's expression stiffened.
This time is different, you should attend.
In fact, it was specifically requested by Jing Tai that Jiang Ciyou be present. He originally intended to do her a favor, but was taken aback by her unwillingness. Jiang Ciyou continued to decline. Tang Fei could only be forthright. My dear, I must be honest with you. A prominent figure at Jing Tai has specifically requested to meet you. If you do not attend, it will reflect poorly on me. Please go, and I will grant you an additional 5 days of annual leave afterward. Jiang Ciyou paused for half a second and replied, 10 days.
All right, my dear.
He had hoped to do her a favor, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Tang Fei felt quite vexed. However, when Jiang Ciyou inquired about the identity of the individual who wished to meet her, Tang Fei admitted, I truly do not know, the higher-ups did not specify. They mentioned that it is someone from Jinghua Qiaomei, reputed to hold a particularly high position, but I cannot say who. Jiang Ciyou furrowed her brow. She had no connections with Jinghua Qiaomei, nor did she know any of their senior executives. Why would anyone specifically want to meet her? A nagging intuition suggested it might be related to the Bo family. Could it be because of Bogency? Regardless, she resolved to confront the situation head-on without excessive concern. However, she chose not to inform Bogency about her trip to the capital, as he had already returned to Beijing without delay after she left BJ Tower. Her exchange program would last 3 days, with the third day primarily reserved for herself. Perhaps she could arrange to meet him then. The following day, Jiang Ciyou and Tang Fei set off on a 9 o'clock flight. 2 hours later, Jiang Ciyou found herself at the entrance of the Kyoto Hotel. After dropping off their luggage, they enjoyed a buffet in the hotel before proceeding to the Beijing television station. To their surprise, they were received by the station's director. Tang Fei was taken aback. The director of Jing Tai had always looked down on the heads of other television stations. The director of Rong Tai often berated him for being an arrogant old fossil. Jiang Ciyou sensed that the Jing Tai director was excessively cordial, even personally leading them on a tour. Observing Jiang Ciyou's expression, he smiled broadly like a benevolent Buddha. After approximately an hour of touring, they participated in a production meeting at the station. Jing Tai had recently produced several live variety shows that had achieved tremendous success. Their primary purpose for visiting was to learn about this. The meeting continued until 4 in the afternoon. Following its conclusion, the director approached Jiang Ciyou. Miss Jiang, please wait here for a moment.
Our chairman is on her way and would like to meet you. Jiang Ciyou was taken aback. The chairman? Tang Fei interjected, is it the chairman of Jinghua Qiaomei? I thought she was still abroad.
She just returned to the country. Although the chairman has been overseas, she has been aware of you, Miss Jiang.
Jiang Ciyou felt somewhat bewildered. Who is your chairman?
Tang Fei replied, how do you not know this? The capital behind Jing Tai is Jinghua Media, and the chairman of Jinghua Media is the legendary Bo Wanhua. Bo Wanhua, Jiang Ciyou recognized, was the older sister of Bo Jinsi and the family member with whom he had the most strained relationship. Jiang Ciyou's heart raced. Why would Bo Wanhua want to meet her? She felt it necessary to inform Bo Jinsi about this matter. Thus, after the director departed, Jiang Ciyou dialed Bo Jinsi's mobile number. However, the phone rang for quite some time without being answered. Shortly thereafter, the door to the conference room swung open once more. Jiang Ciyou turned to see a middle-aged woman standing at the entrance. Dressed in a white suit and skirt, her shoulder-length hair was slightly curled, and her makeup was impeccable. She appeared remarkably well-preserved, defying her age of over 40. One could easily believe she was in her 30s. Her complexion, akin to Bo Jinsi's, exhibited a cold porcelain hue, emanating an air of aloof elegance. Adorning her wrist was a custom-made Hermes bag, complemented by designer high heels. Her neck and wrists bore no additional adornments, yet she exuded a sense of both sharp professionalism and regal grandeur. Jiang Ciyou put away her phone and approached to greet her. Chairman Bo, I've long admired your reputation. Jiang Ciyou extended her hand for a handshake. Bo Wanhua's gaze was sharp, and she had already appraised Jiang Ciyou. A smile graced her lips as she amicably shook Jiang Ciyou's hand.
I presume you know that I am Bo Jinsi's elder sister.
Since you are his publicly acknowledged girlfriend, you may call me sister as well. Jiang Ciyou maintained a respectful demeanor, yet spoke with unwavering composure. You are both a predecessor and an elder, I dare not overstep.
I shall continue to address you as chairman. Bo Wanhua appeared unperturbed. As you wish.
Bo Wanhua entered the conference room, casually tossing her bag onto a chair, and engaged in light banter with Jiang Ciyou.
Is this your first visit to the capital?
Jiang Ciyou replied honestly, I came once as a child, but this is my first time as an adult.
Do you enjoy the scenery of Kyoto? Beijing is a bustling metropolis, resplendent and magnificent. Naturally, I find it quite appealing.
Bo Wanhua chuckled. Beijing is indeed a place of opulence, but one must be wary of becoming blinded by such wealth and splendor.
The implication was unmistakable.
She suggested that Jiang Ciyou was unworthy of Bojancy, or perhaps that her interest in him stemmed from his affluent background. Jiang Ciyou smiled in return. In this vast world, where is there not grandeur? Rest assured, Chairman, I shall heed your counsel and strive for self-improvement. Bo Wanhua regarded her composed demeanor with a hint of appreciation, remarking, you remind me somewhat of my younger self, and I find you quite likable. Jiang Ciyou remained respectfully distant, responding, thank you for your kind words, Chairman.
Tang Fei, watching from the sidelines, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. It was evident that the chairman was testing Jiang Ciyou. It seemed that entering the realm of the wealthy was no easy feat. However, Jiang Ciyou did not falter. Rather, she maintained her poise and courtesy, adeptly navigating the conversation without losing her grace, demonstrating her upbringing at Rongtai. Bo Wanhua stated, it is getting late. We have made reservations for dinner at the Qianqi Palace tonight. Xiao Tang, why not join us to sample the cuisine? Chapter 96, It's been so long since we last met.
Shall we not embrace? Tang Fei was taken aback. Qianqi is the most renowned luxury hotel in the capital. The reservations at Qianqi Palace are generally unattainable, reserved solely for those of exceptional status. It is said that a single table boasts 108 exquisite dishes, rivaling the grandeur of a Manchuan banquet. Tang Fei nodded deferentially, as the chairman extends his hospitality. I, Tang, shall of course comply.
He then gave a gentle push to Jiang Ciyou beside him, urging, why aren't you thanking the chairman?
Gaining entry into Qianqi Palace is no small feat. This is an opportunity to broaden your horizons and experience the world.
One must know that any banquet attended by Bo Wanhua would certainly feature other prominent figures as well. Just as Jiang Ciyou was about to respond, she was interrupted by Bo Wanhua. Establishments such as Qianqi Palace are ill-suited for a young person like Jiang. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Tang Fei had not anticipated that Bo Wanhua had no intention of bringing Jiang Ciyou along, indicating her dissatisfaction with her. This apparent difficulty was too conspicuous. Unexpectedly, I believe Jiang does not favor such business socializing. However, there is a splendid event tonight more suitable for you. This is an invitation to the birthday celebration of the young lady from the Shin family. It promises to be a lively gathering where many esteemed young heirs of the capital will be present. You might consider attending to forge new friendships. Bo Wanhua placed the invitation directly into Jiang Ciyou's hands. Afterward, she picked up her bag and strode toward the door. As she reached the entrance, she turned and added, oh, and please arrange for a bouquet of lilies for Miss Shin. She left little room for Jiang Ciyou to decline. Tang Fei hurriedly followed Bo Wanhua out. As he passed by Jiang Ciyou, he patted her shoulder, saying, Ciyou, it seems you have passed the test of the Bo family. Chairman Bo intends for you to integrate into the circles of the capital. I have high hopes for you, future crown princess. With that, Tang Fei swiftly exited. Jiang Ciyou gazed at the gilded invitation in her hands, her emotions somewhat conflicted. She had an inkling that this matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Opening the invitation, she noticed it only contained an address, with no additional information. However, the address felt familiar to her. Yunshao Road, Shin Family Mansion. Wasn't he that Shin Nua's home? Shin Nua had been Jiang Ciyou's childhood friend. They had known each other since kindergarten. In Jiang Ciyou's recollection, Shin Nua had no parents but lived in a grand house, attended by a butler and a nanny. She was raised by the butler. It wasn't he until their second year of high school that Shin Nua's father came to find her. It turned out that Shin Nua was the illegitimate daughter of the Shin family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, who had been lost to the world. Speaking of the Shin family, although not numerous, their internal relationships were quite intricate. Old Master Shin had 2 sons, Shin Ziqian and Shin Zishan. Shin Ziqian had married into the Xue family, taking as his wife Xue Ling, the aunt of Xue Tao and Xue Qin. However, despite being together for over a decade, they had yet to conceive a child, which made the old master anxious. Eventually, Shin Ziqian confessed to his father that he had a romantic encounter in his youth and had fathered a daughter who had been raised away from the family. This daughter was Shin Nua. Shin Nua was acknowledged by the Shin family in her second year of high school, recognized and entered into the family tree. Naturally, Xue Ling was furious about the sudden emergence of this illegitimate daughter who was already a teenager. Yet, as she had not borne any children for over a decade, she could only swallow her grievances, watching as old Master Shin welcomed Shin Nua back into the family. Ironically, just a month after Shin Nua's return, the 40-year-old Xue Ling became pregnant. This caused Xue Ling to become increasingly hostile toward Shin Nua, using her pregnancy as an excuse to send Shin Nua back to Rongqing. Despite this, Shin Nua was happy at that time, spending several more years in Rongqing. After Jiang Ciyou married Yin Feng, old Master Shin fell gravely ill, and Shin Nua was once again brought back into the family, later going abroad for her studies. Coincidentally, Shin Nua had just returned to the country 3 days prior. She had arranged to meet Jiang Ciyou, expressing her desire to fly to Rongqing to see her. However, due to Jiang Ciyou's poor state in the preceding period, she did not wish to worry Shin Nua and found an excuse to decline. Now, perhaps she could finally meet her. Jiang Ciyou thought to surprise her and, without calling ahead, ordered a bouquet of lilies before taking a taxi to the Shin family mansion. Upon arrival, it was already evening. 4 bodyguards clad in black suits stood at the entrance. All entrants were required to present an invitation. Jiang Ciyou, holding the invitation, walked in with ease. Upon entering, she was greeted by an enchanting sight, a vast traditional Chinese garden adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, waterfalls, and rockeries, alongside expansive courtyards. The courtyard had been meticulously decorated, with delicate lanterns and balloons suspended from the trees. Several long French dining tables were laid out, adorned with an array of exquisite desserts. Waiters and tails wandered about with trays of drinks. A live band was performing, notably a well-known group from the entertainment industry. Quite a number of guests had already arrived, mingling in small groups throughout the courtyard, some engaged in lively conversation, others admiring the scenery. The place was vast, and as Jiang Ciyou did not recognize anyone, she ultimately decided to call Shin Nua.
Hey, sweetheart, are you missing me? Shen Nua's carefree voice came through the phone. Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly. Where are you? Shen Nua's voice was tinged with boredom. At home, there is something going on today, and my dad won't let me go out, fearing I'll cause trouble. I am so bored. Jiang Ciyou's voice remained calm. Come downstairs. Shen Nua did not catch that. What? Come downstairs. Meet me at the entrance. With a sudden burst of energy, Shen Nua sprang up from her bed. You're at my house? Without a moment to change, she hurriedly dashed down the stairs, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Who is that, showing up in pajamas to attend Miss Shen's birthday party? Danti, you know, Shen Nua, the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, cousin to Shen Qingqing. She really lives up to the rumors. She is quite the tomboy, yet I think she is rather handsome. Even in pajamas, she carries herself with such flair. She seems even more dashing than the boys. Indeed, I also think she is handsome. It's clear that being a husband is a feeling rather than a matter of gender. What should I do if I want to call her husband? Plus, she smells so nice. Stop being ridiculous. She is the illegitimate daughter of the Shen family, not at all favored. The main branch already has a biological son, and it's said that Madame Shen cannot tolerate her. Who knows when she might be cast out? Shen Nua paid no mind to the gossipers as she sprinted to the entrance, where she spotted Jiang Ciyou holding a bouquet of lilies. Shen Nua's face lit up with joy, and she quickened her pace to reach her. Standing before Jiang Ciyou, she panted lightly. What brings you here? Jiang Ciyou, with a playful flick of her hair, smiled charmingly, arms outstretched. It's been ages since we last met. Shall we not embrace? Chapter 97 of the love and hatred between the Bo family and the Shen family. In the next moment, Jiang Ciyou was abruptly pulled into an embrace. You little rascal, I missed you. You little scoundrel, I missed you too. The two held each other tightly, oblivious to the curious glances cast by those around them. After a brief embrace, Shen Nua released Jiang Ciyou. Come with me. Jiang Ciyou followed Shen Nua into the grand villa of the Shen family. Ascending the stairs. 5 minutes later, Jiang Ciyou found herself seated on the sofa in Shen Nua's room. Upon closing the door, all sounds and the lively atmosphere were effectively sealed away. Shen Nua had yet to recover from her surprise. Why didn't you inform me you were coming to Beijing? Had I known, I would have certainly met you at the airport. Jiang Ciyou smiled lightly. I'm here on a business trip. It was a serendipitous turn of events that brought me here. Shen Nua noticed the lilies beside her and walked over to embrace them. Are these for me? However, Jiang Ciyou snatched the flowers back. No, they are entrusted to be given to the young lady of the Shen family. You mustn't damage them. Jiang Ciyou then inquired, by the way, whose birthday is it in the Shen family today? Shen Nua suddenly furrowed her brow, her expression turning grave. Entrusted by whom? Who is the one that sent them? Jiang Ciyou seemed to sense a hint of unease. The chairman of Jinghua Chaomei, Bo Wanhua. Shen Nua stood up, immediately discarding the flowers into the trash bin. What are you doing? Why throw them away? Shen Nua turned around and casually poured 2 glasses of red wine. His sleepwear was a male design, made of silk, with black and white borders. His neatly styled short hair and confident demeanor exuded a unique charisma. Despite being immediately recognizable as a girl, her every gesture was imbued with striking handsomeness. Shen Nua handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Ciyou and leaned beside her. If you hadn't run into me today, you would have been in serious trouble. Jiang Ciyou asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Shen Nua leisurely took a sip of red wine and explained, today is my cousin Shen Qingqing's birthday, but she is allergic to lilies. If you had indeed given her the lilies, it could have triggered her asthma, and if anything had happened, who would take responsibility? Shen Nua glanced at her. You foolish girl, you've been used as a pawn. Jiang Ciyou's expression grew serious as her mind raced with information. Shen Qingqing, the name flashed in her mind alongside the 2 characters Qingqing on Bo Jinqiu's phone. What a remarkable coincidence. Jiang Ciyou continued to probe. Why would Bo Wanhua do this? Why would an elder act in such a manner towards a younger generation? It is utterly unbecoming. Shen Nua sighed. The situation is quite intricate. You wouldn't understand the entangled emotions involved. After a lengthy explanation, Jiang Ciyou began to grasp the various relationships. It turned out that the Bo and Shen families were originally tied by a marriage alliance. Bo Wanhua's ex-husband was Shen Zishan from the Shen family, and they had a son named Shen Yibai. However, shortly after Shen Yibai's birth, Bo Wanhua and Shen Zishan divorced. Nearly 3 months post-divorce, Shen Zishan married his current wife, Su Yan, who was already 5 months pregnant at the time of their marriage. This implied that Shen Zishan had been unfaithful to Bo Wanhua during their marriage. Despite the divorce, Bo Wanhua harbored intense animosity towards the mother and daughter duo. Su Yan lacked a strong background, having once been a third-rate celebrity in her youth. Were it not for Shen Zishan's relentless protection over the years, it's likely that the pair would have met a dire fate. Jiang Ciyou felt a chill run down her spine. The depths of the wealthy elite were indeed unfathomable. Shen Nua had already finished her glass of wine, yet the story was far from complete. Just yesterday, my cousin was involved in a car accident, likely orchestrated by that esteemed princess of the Bo family. A thought flashed through Jiang Ciyou's mind. Is she all right? She is fine. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a birthday celebration today. Noticing Jiang Ciyou's serious demeanor, Shen Nua chuckled. You don't need to worry too much about my cousin, her connections are formidable. It is possible she might soon marry into the Bo family and stand on equal footing with Bo Wanhua, which would surely infuriate her. Jiang Ciyou's thoughts began to crystallize. Is her connection Bo Jinqiu? Shen Nua was taken aback. You know the name of our Beijing Circle's crown prince? The weight in Jiang Ciyou's heart finally settled, sinking deeper. Her expression darkened. Shen Nua noticed her change in demeanor and turned to ask, do you know the crown prince?
Jiang Ciyou did not answer Shen Nua's question but pressed further. What is the relationship between Bo Jinqiu and Shen Qingqing? What else could it be? Just a typical romantic involvement.
Shen Nua continued, you should have heard that the relationship between the esteemed princess of the Bo family and the crown prince is extremely contentious. To describe them as merely family would be an understatement.
They are more akin to enemies.
It is rumored that during his upbringing, Bo Wanhua attempted to eliminate him several times, yet she was never successful. Jiang Ciyou's heart raced as she listened. She had heard of their acrimonious relationship but never imagined it to be to such a degree.
Why?
Who knows the reason? Perhaps the crown prince is the cherished child of the old patriarch and matriarch. Bo Jinqiu is 19 years younger than this elder sister. Had he not been born, the Bo family's business empire would have undoubtedly been inherited by this capable princess. It's no wonder she harbors such hate. After all, he is her younger brother. Shen Nua shook her head. I cannot say for sure, there might be other reasons. Zio, in this circle of elite families in Beijing, familial bonds are incredibly tenuous, as each individual prioritizes their own interests.
The stakes are simply too high, given that the Bo family stands at the pinnacle among Beijing's four great families. The Xiao family has already faded from public view, relocating abroad, and even when combined, the wealth of the Xuanchen families pales in comparison to the Bo family's fortunes.
Shen Nua sighed, the depths of the Bo family are truly unfathomable. Jiang Ciyou listened, her brow furrowed in contemplation.
Shen Nua seemed to sense something amiss. You're usually not one to gossip, why are you so invested in the affairs of the Bo family today? Before Jiang Ciyou could respond, a brilliant display of fireworks erupted outside.
The vibrant red fireworks blazed through the sky like flames, only to fall away. Jiang Ciyou involuntarily remarked, it's like roses burning at the heart. After saying this, she rose and walked toward the window. Shen Nua's room featured a floor-to-ceiling glass window, revealing the bustling scene outside. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, rendering it as bright as day. Observing Jiang Ciyou lost in thought, Shen Nua assumed she was enamored by the spectacle and seized her arm. What is the point of watching from behind glass? Come on, let us join the festivities. Chapter 98 The one who captivates the crown prince's heart. Jiang Ciyou was led by Shen Nua into the courtyard. The night sky was ablaze with fireworks, blossoming like clouds of radiant beauty, an exquisite spectacle to behold. Everyone in the courtyard gazed upwards, utterly captivated and filled with praise. Jiang Ciyou too tilted her head back, watching the fireworks, which inevitably reminded her of her own birthday, a day equally adorned with a sky full of roses, burning like a blazing heart. The once exhilarating thrill of infatuation felt like a colossal bubble, which burst with a sudden pop, leaving only fragments behind. The fireworks lasted for approximately 10 minutes before gradually fading into tranquility. Yet, the courtyard buzzed with renewed liveliness. A throng of people gathered beneath a West Sichuan begonia tree, where an impressive mountain of gifts had accumulated. At last, Jiang Ciyou caught sight of the day's protagonist, Shen Qingqing. Shen Qingqing appeared quite petite, nearly 3 years younger than Jiang Ciyou, but her cherubic innocence and naivety resembled that of a high school student. Her long, straight black hair framed her delicate features, accentuated by a clad in a pink dress that elegantly outlined her slender figure. Her eyes sparkled with childlike purity, radiating sweetness when she smiled. She was incredibly beautiful and youthful, but was Jiang Ciyou's immediate impression, akin to a meticulously displayed Barbie doll in a shop window, seemingly destined to be cherished, adored, and spoiled like a little princess. A large group of girls surrounded her. Jiang Ciyou and Shen Nua were separated from them by an artificial lake, a mere few meters apart, yet their animated chatter reached Jiang Ciyou's ears. Qingqing, why hasn't the crown prince arrived yet? Qingqing, I heard the crown prince customized a variety show just for you. Don't forget us sisters when it airs. Qingqing, we envy you so much. Only in your second year of college and already starring in several major productions. Once those dramas are released, you might leap straight into the ranks of top-tier actresses. Qingqing is truly fortunate. The crown prince established an entertainment company just for her, such a unique privilege in the entertainment industry. Our Qingqing is the future crown princess. What is so surprising about starting a company? Soon, even the Bo group will be at her feet. Shen Qingqing maintained a gentle smile until she heard the last remark. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, please don't say such things. My relationship with fourth uncle isn't what you think. Why do you still call him fourth uncle? There is a generational gap. Shuiqin calls him brother Xiu. You can't be lower than her. Shen Qingqing earnestly stated, fourth uncle is still fourth uncle. Please don't speak carelessly. He might be upset when he arrives. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Someone exclaimed, Qingqing, the crown prince is here. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path. A tall, striking figure strode confidently towards them. Upon seeing that silhouette, Jiang Ciyou's heart skipped a beat. Shen Nua kindly informed her, look, that is the crown prince of the Bo family, Bo Jinqiu. Bo Jinqiu, how could she not recognize him? The meticulously tailored suit fit him perfectly, and his handsome visage could easily overshadow his illustrious identity, allowing one to become lost in his breathtaking beauty. Each step he took seemed to tread upon the hearts of those around him. Were it not for the icy aura he exuded, perhaps someone would have been unable to contain a scream. It is noteworthy that among the rising stars of the entertainment industry, none could rival his striking features. Bo Jinqiu approached Shen Qingqing at a leisurely pace. Surrounding individuals began to greet him enthusiastically. He acknowledged them with a casual nod, but ultimately, his gaze settled upon Shen Qingqing. Qingqing, happy birthday. Shen Qingqing beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she looked up at Bo Jinqiu. I brought you a birthday gift, see if you like it. Bo Jiang Ciyou slightly raised his hand, and Gaotzen, who had been trailing behind, stepped forward, presenting a square black velvet gift box with care. He then delicately opened it, revealing a dazzling glow. Gasps of envy and admiration erupted from the onlookers. Inside the ornate box lay a pink diamond necklace, featuring a massive heart-shaped pink diamond surrounded by countless tiny diamonds, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light. Someone with sharp eyes immediately exclaimed, "This is Queen S' latest design piece, Sakura Heart. I recall it was auctioned at the Kobe Jewelry Center last month, ultimately purchased by a mysterious tycoon for 80 million. So it turns out the Crown Prince acquired it as a gift for Qingqing. How romantic. The Crown Prince has been preparing this surprise for Qingqing for quite some time. An 80 million surprise, my goodness. The Crown Prince must have known that our Qingqing adores pink. How thoughtful of him." Clearly moved, Qingqing's eyes glistened with tears, yet she hesitantly looked at Bo Jiang Ciyou, saying, "Fourth uncle, this gift is far too extravagant." Bo Jiang Ciyou smiled gently, his eyes filled with affection. 80 million is nothing to me. What matters is that you like it. I truly love it. Thank you, fourth uncle. Amidst the commotion, someone encouraged, "Crown Prince, please put it on her." Bo Jiang Ciyou took the Sakura heart from the box and gently lifted Qingqing's hair, placing it around her neck. Her slender swan-like neck instantly sparkled with brilliance, captivating all eyes. Afterward, Bo Jiang Ciyou, Qingqing wore an expression of pure happiness. Compliments flowed from the crowd, and Jiang Ciyou observed the scene with a sardonic smile creeping onto her lips. The Sakura heart was also her design. It turned out that when he went to Japan, he not only took her abandoning darkness for light but also encouraged her to open her heart to Bo Jiang Ciyou. She had genuinely wavered. Fortunately, the words "I love you" had yet to leave her lips. After gifting the present, Bo Jiang Ciyou received a phone call. He stepped away from the crowd to take the call behind a rockery. Meanwhile, the celebration around Qingqing continued in full swing, with countless admirers surrounding her, their voices filled with envy. This harmonious atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by the arrival of Xueqin. Xueqin had come late and, in fact, had not received an invitation from the Shen family. She had managed to enter the Shen household by seeking help from her aunt, Xueling. Upon entering, she overheard everyone discussing the necklace worth 80 million that Bo Jiang Ciyou had gifted Qingqing. She rushed up to Qingqing, only to see the priceless pink diamond necklace adorning her neck. Enraged, Xueqin pointed at Qingqing's neck and shouted, "Qingqing, take off that necklace." One of Qingqing's friends stepped in front of Xueqin, saying, "Xueqin, look closely. This is a gift from the Crown Prince to our Qingqing. Why should she take it off? Brother Xiu is my fiancé. How can he give you such a valuable gift?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Xueqin, are you daydreaming? Who doesn't know that our Qingqing is the one who holds the Crown Prince's heart? What claim do you have as a fiancé? Even if old Master Bo favors you, what good is it if the Crown Prince doesn't marry you? Are you going to marry into the Bo family just to serve the old man?" In recent years, the Xue family had gained more strength than the Shen family. Rumors circulated that old Master Bo intended to form a marital alliance with the Xue family. Trembling with fury, Xueqin was on the verge of losing her composure. Pointing at Qingqing, she mockingly retorted, "The one who holds the Crown Prince's heart? I doubt it, Qingqing. Let me tell you, Brother Xiu has long found a girlfriend in Rongqing." Chapter 99. My acquaintance with her is limited. A single sentence momentarily hushed the atmosphere. Soon, someone pointed an accusatory finger at Xueqin. "Xueqin, what? Qingqing has been cherished like a jewel by our prince since childhood. Over all these years, he hasn't even had a single scandal, let alone a girlfriend. Indeed, if the prince does not favor you, why spread rumors? Be cautious not to incur his wrath. You cannot bear the consequences. Xueqin, the prince is right over there. Let us see if you dare to speak such words in his presence." Xueqin merely found it amusing. Were these individuals not merely flattering Qingqing for the sake of Bo Jiang Ciyou? Yet, Xueqin was at a loss to clarify her stance. After all, having spent so long in Rongqing, she was well aware of Bo Jiang Ciyou's entanglement with that vixen. The large screen at BJ Tower broadcasted that woman's image daily. She regretted not capturing a photograph or recording a video at the time. However, as the crowd pressed Xueqin for answers, a dramatic scene unfolded. Driven back by the throng, she turned and beheld a familiar and breathtakingly exquisite face. For a fleeting moment, Xueqin thought she had fainted and was hallucinating. Rubbing her eyes, she realized it was no illusion. In the past, seeing that face would have made her wish to brandish a knife. Yet now, she felt an overwhelming joy. It seemed a splendid performance was about to unfold that evening. Suddenly, Xueqin's expression transformed, exuding a mischievous delight. "The prince's girlfriend is here today." Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Xueqin, you cannot possibly mean to suggest that the prince's girlfriend is you?" Xueqin scoffed, her slender fingers gesturing in the air. "She is right over there." The crowd followed her and soon gazed upon a face of unparalleled beauty, captivating and enchanting. The woman Xueqin pointed to stood across an artificial lake. Though the distance was not great, the mist rising from the artificial mountains and waterfalls created an illusion of separation. This distance was psychological, for her beauty was so striking that it generated a sense of remoteness. Her features were flawless, devoid of any blemish. Her hair, seemingly naturally wavy, cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an unparalleled charm. Clad in a casual water blue dress, draped with a sheer outer layer, her understated attire only served to enhance her stunning visage. As the evening breeze swept through, her hair and the hem of her dress danced gracefully. Holding a glass of champagne, she stood there nonchalantly, every strand of her hair seemingly aglow. Many were spellbound, secretly astonished. Qingqing also caught sight of her, her expression filled with surprise and disbelief. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Xueqin felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, that vixen's beauty could overshadow all, proving that she was not the only victim in this scenario. Just then, Bo Jiang Ciyou returned from a phone call, suddenly noticing the unusual silence.
Shui Qin approached him directly. Brother Jinxi, why have you brought your girlfriend from Rongqing? Are you not concerned about Qingqing's feelings? Bo Jinxi's expression darkened instantly. Shui Qin, what are you insinuating? Miss Jiang is right there. Last time, in front of my brother and the others, you claimed that Miss Jiang was your girlfriend. It couldn't have been a lie, could it? Shui Qin deliberately raised her voice, fully aware that regardless of whether Bo Jinxi affirmed or denied it, one of them would inevitably falter. Bo Jinxi cast his gaze toward the artificial lake and spotted Jiang Ciyou. His eyes darkened rapidly, and a chilling aura enveloped him, causing those nearby to hold their breath in trepidation. On the other side, however, a different scene unfolded. Shen Nuo appeared bewildered. She recognized these elite ladies and found them to be a rather peculiar bunch, constantly gossiping and engaging in superficial pleasantries while harboring ulterior motives. Initially, she had no interest in their gossip until they claimed that her dear Ciyou was the prince's girlfriend. It seemed utterly absurd, yet, as she glanced at Ciyou, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Ciyou exuded an unusual calmness, holding a glass of wine, one arm casually resting on the wooden railing, a smile gracing her lips that emanated an air of languid confidence. She appeared ethereal, as if a celestial being had descended upon the earthly realm. However, based on her understanding of Jiang Ciyou, that smile was troubling. The more beautiful her smile, the more enticing it became, the greater the underlying issue. Particularly when the tear mole at the corner of her eye lifted slightly, it signified a tempest of emotions swirling within her. Could it be that Ciyou truly had ties to the prince of the capital? Meanwhile, Shui Qin was resolute in her intent to stir the waters. She shouted toward Jiang Ciyou, "Reporter Jiang, the prince is here, do come over." Jiang Ciyou chuckled softly, straightened her posture, and navigated the water walkway across the artificial lake, making her way toward the group. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, she stood before Shui Qin, towering at nearly 1.7 meters and clad in high heels. Her mere presence overshadowed Shui Qin. "It has been a few days since we last met." Miss Shui's voice remains as penetrating as ever. I dare say even the birds in the trees were startled into flight by your exuberance. Shui Qin furrowed her brow. What birds are there at this hour? The surrounding ladies stifled their laughter, whispering, "Shui Qin, she is implying you are rather loud." Upon hearing this, Shui Qin's fury ignited. So you are the epitome of grace and restraint, yet, her primary target tonight was not Jiang Ciyou. She turned her attention back to Bo Jinxi, forcing a smile. Brother Jinxi, would you care to introduce reporter Jiang to everyone? In an instant, all eyes fell upon Bo Jinxi. Shui Qin's intentions were unmistakably malicious. Was it truly as Shui Qin claimed? Was this stunning beauty the prince's girlfriend in Rongqing? Previously, everyone had believed the prince was abroad. It was only during the matriarch of the Bo family's birthday celebration that they learned he had resided in a small place called Rongqing for the past 3 years. Jiang Ciyou's gaze also rested upon Bo Jinxi. She remained silent, simply smiling at him, eager to hear how he would introduce her to the others. Bo Jinxi regarded Jiang Ciyou, his expression notably frigid. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a detached tone, "I am not well acquainted with her." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ciyou felt as though her heart had been squeezed, yet, her smile remained intact, even deepening. Shui Qin, however, grew anxious. Brother Jinxi, you once boldly proclaimed in front of my brother and the others that this woman was your girlfriend. How can you now claim to be unfamiliar with her? Are you simply deceiving us? Are you afraid of making Qingqing jealous, thus refraining from revealing the truth? Shui Qin. Bo Jinxi coldly addressed her, his voice laced with evident ire. Chapter 100. Just a pretty boy. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. How could the crown prince possibly have other romantic interests? Over the years, although it was never made public, who was unaware that he had always cherished only Qingqing, other women had no opportunity, and thus, they harbored no extravagant desires. Their sole aim was to curry favor with the Bo family by wholeheartedly befriending Qingqing. However, if the crown prince were to have other women, they would feel that their years of flattery had been reduced to a farce. If there were indeed other women capable of vying for his affection besides Qingqing, why couldn't that woman be themselves? Thus, no one wished for the enchanting woman before them to be the crown prince's girlfriend. This maintained a semblance of psychological balance. Shui Qin, however, was different. As the young lady from one of the 4 prominent families, adored by her parents and doted upon by her brother, she had been spoiled since childhood. With her close ties to the Bo family, she felt unrestrained. Shui Qin huffed, "Brother Xiu, are you too timid to admit it in front of Qingqing?" Before Bo Jinxiu could respond, Jiang Ciyou suddenly laughed. "Miss Shui, you are mistaken." Jiang Ciyou had already made her decision when Bo Jinxiu uttered that statement. Shui Qin turned to Jiang Ciyou. "What do you mean?" "That day, I happened to run into President Bo. He helped me with a favor and asked me to return it, so I accompanied him to your private room to put on a performance." "Miss Shui, do you not understand the reason behind it?" Shui Qin was momentarily taken aback. "A performance?" "President Bo asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend merely to shake off your entanglement." Jiang Ciyou cast a glance at Bo Jinxiu, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Her words were soft and alluring, like a butterfly fluttering its wings at the heart's edge. "Indeed, I am not at all familiar with President Bo." Bo Jinxiu's gaze darkened, as if he were struggling to suppress something. His hand, tucked in his pocket, had already formed a fist, yet, he knew he could not reveal his emotions at this moment, for he was acutely aware that there were many spies from Bo Wanhua present at the banquet.
Xueqin, however, was clearly shaken by Jiang Ciyou's words, tears brimmed in her eyes.
Brother Xiao, is what she said true? You actually found a woman to act with you just to get rid of me? Do you truly despise me so much?
Bo Jinxiu looked at Xueqin with an icy demeanor. Xueqin, I thought I had made myself clear. I do not like you and will never like you. The Bo family would never forge a union with the Xue family, so do not bother me any longer.
Xueqin, you are at least a daughter of the Xue family. How can you cling to me like a stubborn adhesive? Indeed, must the Crown Prince state his disinterest so explicitly?
The Crown Prince would rather randomly find a woman to pose as his girlfriend than grant her even a flicker of hope.
How much does he loathe her? Xueqin, having reached her breaking point, burst into tears.
You all bully me, just wait. With that, she turned and fled around them. The chatter resumed. The Crown Prince is wholly devoted to our Qingqing.
Thankfully, he was not swayed by Xueqin's provocations.
Xueqin is truly detestable, Crown Prince. Now that Qingqing is of age, you should grant her a formal title.
Indeed, who doesn't know that the Crown Prince has been waiting for Qingqing to grow up?
It has been 6 years.
Silence.
Bo Jinxiu finally spoke, his voice chillingly cold. It was evident that this man was in a foul mood. All of this was Xueqin's fault for ruining the Crown Prince's spirits, and now he was venting his ire on them. No one dared to utter a word, only Qingqing cautiously stepped forward. She glanced at Bo Jinxiu, gently tugging at his sleeve. Fourth uncle, are you alright?
Bo Jinxiu seemed to snap back to reality.
He turned his head to look down at Qingqing, his eyes now filled with tenderness. I am fine. If Xueqin bothers you again, just call me.
Qingqing nodded. Subsequently, her gaze fell once more on.
Since she was a friend of Bo Jinxiu's in Rongqing, it was only natural that he had brought her. At that moment, Shen Nua suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Jiang Ciyou's shoulder.
She is my friend. She came to see me today. Qingqing appeared relieved, her mood considerably brighter.
So she is my cousin's friend. I truly did not extend a proper welcome. Shen Nua nonchalantly replied, forget about the welcome.
She isn't here to seek you out.
With that, she lowered her head and spoke to Jiang Ciyou, let's go, Yubao, ignore them, and we shall head upstairs to have some fun. Shen Nua was slender yet tall, and even standing next to Jiang Ciyou in high heels, she still appeared taller. From behind, one might mistake her for Jiang Ciyou's boyfriend. Jiang Ciyou chuckled, it's getting late, I should take my leave.
She glanced at Qingqing, Miss Shen, happy birthday. I must excuse myself now. With that, Jiang Ciyou turned to depart. Shen Nua immediately followed. Yubao, allow me to see you off.
The two of them vanished into the Shen family's courtyard. Observing their retreating figures, the gossip began anew.
Those two seem to share an unusual bond. Shen Nua appears to be one of those androgynous types. She must be a lesbian. That Miss Jiang is so stunning, could she possibly be her girlfriend?
Never mind Shen Nua, even as a straight woman, I find myself captivated by that beauty.
Qingqing interjected, please refrain from discussing my cousin.
The others hastily shifted the topic. Qingqing, let us cut the cake. You should cut it together with the Crown Prince.
Qingqing turned to Bo Jinxiu, her face alight with anticipation. Fourth uncle, may I? Bo Jinxiu nodded, all right. Meanwhile, Shen Nua drove Jiang Ciyou to the hotel.
Jiang Ciyou sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window in silence. At this moment, the faade she had previously maintained had long since faded. She slumped in her seat like a sickly cat.
Are you all right? Shen Nua asked. Jiang Ciyou leaned against the car window, watching the vibrant lights outside. I'm fine. What exactly happened, Yubao? How did you end up entangled with someone like Bo Jinxiu?
Jiang Ciyou turned her head and suddenly smiled. He is my kept pretty boy, and I have been supporting him for 3 years. Shen Nua nearly swerved the steering wheel in shock.
What? He is the pretty boy you mentioned?
Previously, while abroad, Shen Nua had sporadically kept in touch with Jiang Ciyou. In truth, she was aware of a few details concerning Jiang Ciyou's situation.
Jiang Ciyou laughed, aren't I impressive?
Shen Nua gave her a thumbs up. Incredible, to think you casually kept a pretty boy, and he turns out to be the heir of a wealthy family.
Jiang Ciyou laughed as well.
Shen Nua observed her demeanor, which did not seem overly distraught, yet something felt amiss.
Jiang Xiaoyu, are you truly all right?
I'm fine, it's just a pretty boy. If we break up, we break up.
Am I supposed to wallow in despair over him?
Not worth it, Jiang Ciyou replied with a calm tone.